Part 1 from the Clyde to Sandy Hook, the amateur emigrant, the second cabin. I first encountered my fellow Passengers on the Broomielaw in Glasgow. Thence we descended the Clyde in no familiar spirit, but looking askance on each other as on possible enemies. A few Scandinavians, who had already grown acquainted on the North Sea, were friendly and voluble over their long pipes, but among English speakers distance and suspicion reigned supreme. The sun was soon overclouded, the wind freshened and grew sharp as we continued to descend the widening estuary, and with the falling temperature the gloom among the passengers increased. Two of the women wept. Anyone who had come aboard might have supposed we were all absconding from the law. There was scarce a word interchanged, and no common sentiment but that of cold united us, until at length, having touched at Greenock, a pointing arm and rush to the starboard bow announced that our ocean steamer was in sight. There she lay in mid-river at the tail of the bank, her sea-signal flying. A wall of bulwark, a street of white deckhouses, an aspiring forest of spars, larger than a church, and soon to be as populous as many an incorporated town in the land to which she was to bear us. I was not, in truth, a steerage passenger. Although anxious to see the worst of emigrant life, I had some work to finish on the voyage, and was advised to go by the second cabin, where at least I should have a table at command. The advice was excellent, but to understand the choice and what I gained, some outline of the internal disposition of the ship will first be necessary. In her very nose is steerage number 1, down 2 pair of stairs. A little abaft, another companion, labeled steerage number 2 and 3, gives admission to 3 galleries, 2 running forward towards steerage no. 1 and the third aft towards the engines. The starboard forward gallery is the second cabin. Away abaft the engines and below the officers' cabins, to complete our survey of the vessel, there is yet a third nest of steerages, labeled 4 and 5. The second cabin, to return, is thus a modified oasis in the very heart of the steerages. Through the thin partition you can hear the steerage passengers being sick, the rattle of tin dishes as they sit at meals, the varied accents in which they converse, the crying of their children terrified by this new experience, or the clean flat smack of the parental hand in chastisement. There are, however, many advantages for the inhabitant of this strip. He does not require to bring his own bedding or dishes, but finds berths and a table completely if somewhat roughly furnished. He enjoys a distinct superiority in diet, but this, strange to say, differs not only on different ships, but on the same ship according as her head is to the east or west. In my own experience, the principal difference between our table and that of the true steerage passenger was the table itself, and the crockery plates from which we ate. But lest I should show myself ungrateful, let me recapitulate every advantage. At breakfast, we had a choice between tea and coffee for beverage, a choice not easy to make, the two were so surprisingly alike. I found that I could sleep after the coffee and lay awake after the tea, which is proof conclusive of some chemical disparity, and even by the palate I could distinguish a smack of snuff in the former from a flavor of boiling and dishcloths in the second. As a matter of fact, I have seen passengers, after many sips, still doubting which had been supplied them. In the way of eatables at the same meal we were gloriously favored, for in addition to porridge, which was common to all, we had Irish stew, sometimes a bit of fish and sometimes rissoles. The dinner of soup, roast fresh beef, boiled salt junk, and potatoes was, I believe, exactly common to the steerage and the second cabin. Only I have heard it rumored that our potatoes were of a superior brand. And twice a week, on pudding days, instead of duff, we had a saddlebag filled with currants under the name of a plum pudding. At tea we were served with some broken meat from the saloon, sometimes in the comparatively elegant form of spare patties or rissoles, but as a general thing, mere chicken bones and flakes of fish, neither hot nor cold. If these were not the scrapings of plates, their looks belied them sorely, yet we were all too hungry to be proud, and fell to these leavings greedily. These, the bread, which was excellent, and the soup and porridge, which were both good, formed my whole diet throughout the voyage, so that except for the broken meat and the convenience of a table I might as well have been in the steerage outright. Had they given me porridge again in the evening, I should have been perfectly contented with the fare. As it was, with a few biscuits and some whiskey and water before turning in, I kept my body going and my spirits up to the mark. The last particular in which the second cabin passenger remarkably stands ahead of his brother of the steerage is one altogether of sentiment. In the steerage there are males and females, in the second cabin ladies and gentlemen. For some time after I came aboard, I thought I was only a male, but in the course of a voyage of discovery between decks, I came on a brass plate and learned that I was still a gentleman. Nobody knew it, of course. I was lost in the crowd of males and females and rigorously confined to the same quarter of the deck. Who could tell whether I housed on the port or starboard side of steerage? No. 2 and 3, and it was only there that my superiority became practical. Everywhere else I was incognito, moving among my inferiors with simplicity, not so much as a swagger to indicate that I was a gentleman after all, and had broken meat to tea. Still, I was like one with a patent of nobility in a drawer at home, and when I felt out of spirits, I could go down and refresh myself with a look of that brass plate. For all these advantages, I paid but 2 guineas. 6 guineas is the steerage fare, ate that by the second cabin. And when you remember that the steerage passenger must supply bedding and dishes, and in 5 cases out of 10, either brings some dainties with him or privately pays the steward for extra rations, the difference in price becomes almost nominal. Air comparatively fit to breathe, food comparatively varied, and the satisfaction of being still privately a gentleman may thus be had almost for the asking. 2 of my fellow passengers in the second cabin had already made the passage by the cheaper fare, and declared it was an experiment not to be repeated. As I go on to tell about my steerage friends, the reader will perceive that they were not alone in their opinion. Out of 10 with whom I was more or less intimate, I am sure not fewer than 5 vowed, if they returned, to travel second cabin. And all who had left their wives behind them assured me they would go without the comfort of their presence until they could afford to bring them by saloon. Our party in the second cabin was not perhaps the most interesting on board. Perhaps even in the saloon there was as much goodwill and character, yet it had some elements of curiosity. There was a mixed group of Swedes, Danes, and Norsemen, one of whom, generally known by the name of Johnny, in spite of his own protests, greatly diverted us by his clever, cross-country efforts to speak English, and became on the strength of that an universal favorite takes so little in this world of shipboard to create a popularity. There was, besides, a Scots mason known from his favorite dish as Irish stew, 3 or 4 nondescript Scots, a fine young Irishman, O'Reilly, and a pair of young men who deserve a special word of condemnation. One of them was Scots, the other claimed to be American, admitted after some fencing that he was born in England, and ultimately proved to be an Irishman born and nurtured, but ashamed to own his country. He had a sister on board, whom he faithfully neglected throughout the voyage, though she was not only sick, but much his senior, and had nursed and cared for him in childhood. In appearance he was like an imbecile Henry III of France. The Scotsman, though perhaps as big an ass, was not so dead of heart, and I have only bracketed them together because they were fast friends, and disgraced themselves equally by their conduct at the table. Next, to turn to topics more agreeable, we had a newly married couple, devoted to each other, with a pleasant story of how they had first seen each other years ago at a preparatory school, and that very afternoon he had carried her books home for her. I do not know if this story will be plain to Southern readers, but to me it recalls many a school idyll, with wrathful swains of 8 and 9 confronting each other stridelegs, flushed with jealousy. For to carry home a young lady's books was both a delicate attention and privilege. Then there was an old lady, or indeed I am not sure that she was as much old as antiquated and strangely out of place, who had left her husband, and was traveling all the way to Kansas by herself. We had to take her own word that she was married, for it was sorely contradicted by the testimony of her appearance. Nature seemed to have sanctified her for the single state. Even the color of her hair was incompatible with matrimony, and her husband, I thought, should be a man of saintly spirit and phantasmal bodily presence. She was ill, poor thing, her soul turned from the viands. The dirty tablecloth shocked her like an impropriety, and the whole strength of her endeavor was bent upon keeping her watch true to Glasgow time till she should reach New York. They had heard reports, her husband and she, of some unwarrantable disparity of hours between these 2 cities, and with a spirit commendably scientific, had seized on this occasion to put them to the proof. It was a good thing for the old lady, for she passed much leisure time in studying the watch. Once, when prostrated by sickness, she let it run down. It was inscribed on her harmless mind, in letters of adamant, that the hands of a watch must never be turned backwards, and so it behoved her to lie in wait for the exact moment ere she started it again. When she imagined this was about due, she sought out one of the young second-cabin Scotsmen, who was embarked on the same experiment as herself and had hitherto been less neglectful. She was in quest of 2 o'clock, and when she learned it was already 7 on the shores of Clyde, she lifted up her voice and cried gravy. I had not heard this innocent expletive since I was a young child, and I suppose it must have been the same with the other Scotsmen present, for we all laughed our fill. Last but not least, I come to my excellent friend Mr. Jones. It would be difficult to say whether I was his right-hand man, or he mine, during the voyage. Thus at table I carved, while he only scooped gravy, but at our concerts, of which more anon, he was the president who called up performers to sing, and I but his messenger who ran his errands and pleaded privately with the overmodest. I knew I liked Mr. Jones from the moment I saw him. I thought him by his face to be Scottish, nor could his accent undeceive me. For as there is a lingua franca of many tongues on the moles and in the feluccas of the Mediterranean, so there is a free or common accent among English-speaking men who follow the sea. They catch a twang in a New England port. From a Cockney skipper, even a Scotsman sometimes learns to drop an H. A word of a dialect is picked up from another hand in the forecastle, until often the result is undecipherable, and you have to ask for the man's place of birth. So it was with Mr. Jones. I thought him a Scotsman who had been long to sea, and yet he was from Wales and had been most of his life a blacksmith at an inland forge. A few years in America, and half a score of ocean voyages having sufficed to modify his speech into the common pattern. By his own account, he was both strong and skillful in his trade. A few years back, he had been married and after a fashion a rich man. Now the wife was dead and the money gone. But his was the nature that looks forward, and goes on from one year to another and through all the extremities of fortune undismayed. And if the sky were to fall tomorrow, I should look to see Jones, the day following, perched on a stepladder and getting things to rights. He was always hovering round inventions like a bee over a flower, and lived in a dream of pats. He had with him a patent medicine. For instance, the composition of which he had bought years ago for $5 from an American peddler, and sold the other day for £100, I think it was, to an English apothecary. It was called golden oil, cured all maladies without exception, and I am bound to say that I partook of it myself with good results. It is a character of the man that he was not only perpetually dosing himself with golden oil, but wherever there was a head aching or a finger cut, there would be Jones with his bottle. If he had one taste more strongly than another, it was to study character. Many an hour have we two walked upon the deck dissecting our neighbors in a spirit that was too purely scientific to be called unkind. Whenever a quaint or human trait slipped out in conversation, you might have seen Jones and me exchanging glances, and we could hardly go to bed in comfort till we had exchanged notes and discussed the day's experience. We were then like a couple of anglers comparing a day's kill. But the fish we angled for were of a metaphysical species, and we angled as often as not in one another's baskets. Once, in the midst of a serious talk, each found there was a scrutinizing eye upon himself. I own I paused in embarrassment at this double detection, but Jones, with a better civility, broke into a peal of unaffected laughter, and declared, what was the truth, that there was a pair of us indeed. Early impressions. We steamed out of the Clyde on Thursday night, and early on the Friday forenoon we took in our last batch of emigrants at Loch Foyle, in Ireland, and said farewell to Europe. The company was now complete and began to draw together by inscrutable magnetisms upon the deck. There were Scots and Irish in plenty, a few English, a few Americans, a good handful of Scandinavians, a German or two, and one Russian, all now belonging for 10 days to one small iron country on the deep. As I walked the deck and looked round upon my fellow passengers, thus curiously assorted from all northern Europe, I began for the first time to understand the nature of emigration. Day by day throughout the passage, and thenceforward across all the states, and on to the shores of the Pacific, this knowledge grew more clear and melancholy. Emigration, from a word of the most cheerful import, came to sound most dismally in my ear. There is nothing more agreeable to picture and nothing more pathetic to behold. The abstract idea, as conceived at home, is hopeful and adventurous. A young man, you fancy, scorning restraints and helpers, issues forth into life, that great battle, to fight for his own hand. The most pleasant stories of ambition, of difficulties overcome, and of ultimate success, are but as episodes to this great epic of self-help. The epic is composed of individual heroisms. It stands to them as the victorious war which subdued an empire stands to the personal act of bravery which spiked a single cannon and was adequately rewarded with a medal. For an emigration, the young men enter direct and by the shipload on their heritage of work. Empty continents swarm, as at the boatswain's whistle, with industrious hands, and whole new empires are domesticated to the service of man. This is the closet picture, and is found on trial to consist mostly of embellishments. The more I saw of my fellow passengers, the less I was tempted to the lyric note. Comparatively few of the men were below 30, many were married and encumbered with families, not a few were already up in years, and this itself was out of tune with my imaginations, for the ideal emigrant should certainly be young. Again, I thought he should offer to the eye some bold type of humanity, with bluff or hawk-like features, and the stamp of an eager and pushing disposition. Now those around me were for the most part quiet, orderly, obedient citizens, family men broken by adversity, elderly youths who had failed to place themselves in life, and people who had seen better days. Mildness was the prevailing character, mild mirth and mild endurance. In a word, I was not taking part in an impetuous and conquering sally, such as swept over Mexico or Siberia, but found myself, like Marmion, in the lost battle, borne down by the flying. Laboring mankind had in the last years, and throughout Great Britain, sustained a prolonged and crushing series of defeats. I had heard vaguely of these reverses, of whole streets of houses standing deserted by the Tyne, the cellar doors broken and removed for firewood, of homeless men loitering at the street corners of Glasgow with their chests beside them, of closed factories, useless strikes, and starving girls. But I had never taken them home to me, or represented these distresses livingly to my imagination. A turn of the market may be a calamity as disastrous as the French retreat from Moscow, but it hardly lends itself to lively treatment and makes a trifling figure in the morning papers. We may struggle as we please, we are not born economists. The individual is more affecting than the mass. It is by the scenic accidents and the appeal to the carnal eye that for the most part we grasp the significance of tragedies. Thus it was only now, when I found myself involved in the rout, that I began to appreciate how sharp had been the battle. We were a company of the rejected, the drunken, the incompetent, the weak, the prodigal, all who had been unable to prevail against circumstances in the one land, were now fleeing pitifully to another, and though one or two might still succeed, all had already failed. We were a shipful of failures, the broken men of England. Yet it must not be supposed that these people exhibited depression. The scene, on the contrary, was cheerful. Not a tear was shed on board the vessel. All were full of hope for the future, and showed an inclination to innocent gaiety. Some were heard to sing, and all began to scrape acquaintance with small jests and ready laughter. The children found each other out like dogs, and ran about the deck scraping acquaintance after their fashion also. "What do you call your mither?" I heard one ask. "Mamma," was the reply, indicating, I fancy, a shade of difference in the social scale. When people pass each other on the high seas of life at so early an age, the contact is but slight, and the relation more like what we may imagine to be the friendship of flies than that of men. It is so quickly joined, so easily dissolved, so open in its communications, and so devoid of deeper human qualities. The children, I observed, were all in a band, and as thick as thieves at a fair, while their elders were still ceremoniously maneuvering on the outskirts of acquaintance. The sea, the ship, and the seamen were soon as familiar as home to these half-conscious little ones. It was odd to hear them, throughout the voyage, employ shore words to designate portions of the vessel. "Co-way dune to yon dyke," I heard one say, probably meaning the bulwark. I often had my heart in my mouth, watching them climb into the shrouds or on the rails, while the ship went swinging through the waves, and I admired and envied the courage of their mothers, who sat by in the sun and looked on with composure at these perilous feats. "He'll maybe be a sailor," I heard one remark. "Now's the time to learn." I had been on the point of running forward to interfere, but stood back at that, reproved. Very few in the more delicate classes have the nerve to look upon the peril of one dear to them, but the life of poorer folk, where necessity is so much more immediate and imperious, braces even a mother to this extreme of endurance. And perhaps, after all, it is better that the lad should break his neck than that you should break his spirit. And since I am here on the chapter of the children, I must mention one little fellow, whose family belonged to steerage number 4 and 5, and who, wherever he went, was like a strain of music round the ship. He was an ugly, merry, unbreeched child of 3, his lint-white hair in a tangle, his face smeared with suet and treacle. But he ran to and fro with so natural a step, and fell and picked himself up again with such grace and good humor, that he might fairly be called beautiful when he was in motion. To meet him, crowing with laughter, and beating an accompaniment to his own mirth with a tin spoon upon a tin cup, was to meet a little triumph of the human species. Even when his mother and the rest of his family lay sick and prostrate around him, he sat upright in their midst and sang aloud in the pleasant heartlessness of infancy. Throughout the Friday, intimacy among us men made but few advances. We discussed the probable duration of the voyage, we exchanged pieces of information, naming our trades, what we hoped to find in the New World, or what we were fleeing from in the Old, and above all, we condoled together over the food and the vileness of the steerage. One or two had been so near famine that you may say they had run into the ship with the devil at their heels, and to these all seemed for the best in the best of possible steamers. But the majority were hugely discontented. Coming as they did from a country in so low a state as Great Britain, many of them from Glasgow, which commercially speaking was as good as dead, and many having long been out of work, I was surprised to find them so dainty in their notions. I myself lived almost exclusively on bread, porridge, and soup, precisely as it was supplied to them, and found it, if not luxurious, at least sufficient. But these working men were loud in their outcries. It was not food for human beings, it was only fit for pigs, it was a disgrace. Many of them lived almost entirely upon biscuit, others on their own private supplies, and some paid extra for better rations from the ship. This marvelously changed my notion of the degree of luxury habitual to the artisan. I was prepared to hear him grumble, for grumbling is the traveler's pastime, but I was not prepared to find him turn away from a diet which was palatable to myself. Words I should have disregarded, or taken with a liberal allowance, but when a man prefers dry biscuit, there can be no question of the sincerity of his disgust. With one of their complaints I could most heartily sympathize. A single night of the steerage had filled them with horror. I had myself suffered, even in my decent second cabin berth, from the lack of air, and as the night promised to be fine and quiet, I determined to sleep on deck, and advised all who complained of their quarters to follow my example. I dare say a dozen of others agreed to do so, and I thought we should have been quite a party. Yet, when I brought up my rug about 7 bells, there was no one to be seen but the watch. That chimerical terror of good night air, which makes men close their windows, list their doors, and seal themselves up with their own poisonous exhalations, had sent all these healthy workmen down below. One would think we had been brought up in a fever country, yet in England the most malarious districts are in the bedchambers. I felt saddened at this defection, and yet half pleased to have the night so quietly to myself. The wind had hauled a little ahead on the starboard bow, and was dry but chilly. I found a shelter near the fire hole, and made myself snug for the night. The ship moved over the uneven sea with a gentle and cradling movement. The ponderous, organic labors of the engine in her bowels occupied the mind, and prepared it for slumber. From time to time, a heavier lurch would disturb me as I lay, and recall me to the obscure borders of consciousness. Or I heard, as it were through a veil, the clear note of the clapper on the brass and the beautiful secret, all's well. I know nothing, whether for poetry or music, that can surpass the effect of these two syllables in the darkness of a night at sea. The day dawned fairly enough, and during the early part we had some pleasant hours to improve acquaintance in the open air, but towards nightfall the wind freshened, the rain began to fall, and the sea rose so high that it was difficult to keep one's footing on the deck. I have spoken of our concerts. We were indeed a musical ship's company, and cheered our way into exile with the fiddle, the accordion, and the songs of all nations. Good, bad, or indifferent Scottish, English, Irish, Russian, German, or Norse, the songs were received with generous applause. Once or twice, a recitation, very spiritedly rendered in a powerful Scottish accent, varied the proceedings, and once we sought in vain to dance a quadrille, 8 men of us together, to the music of the violin. The performers were all humorous, frisky fellows, who loved to cut capers in private life. But as soon as they were arranged for the dance, they conducted themselves like so many mutes at a funeral. I have never seen decorum pushed so far, and as this was not expected, the quadrille was soon whistled down, and the dancers departed under a cloud. 8 Frenchmen, even 8 Englishmen from another rank of society, would have dared to make some fun for themselves and the spectators. But the working man, when sober, takes an extreme and even melancholy view of personal deportment. A fifth-form schoolboy is not more careful of dignity. He dares not be comical. His fun must escape from him unprepared, and, above all, it must be unaccompanied by any physical demonstration. I like his society under most circumstances, but let me never again join with him in public gambols. But the impulse to sing was strong, and triumphed over modesty, and even the inclemencies of sea and sky. On this rough Saturday night, We got together by the main deckhouse, in a place sheltered from the wind and rain. Some clinging to a ladder which led to the hurricane deck, and the rest knitting arms or taking hands, we made a ring to support the women in the violent lurching of the ship, and when we were thus disposed, sang to our heart's content. Some of the songs were appropriate to the scene, others strikingly the reverse. Bastard doggerel of the music-hall, such as, around her splendid form, I weaved the magic circle, sounded bald, bleak, and pitifully silly. We don't want to fight, but, by jingo, if we do, was in some measure saved by the vigor and unanimity with which the chorus was thrown forth into the night. I observed a Platt Deutsch Mason, entirely innocent of English, adding heartily to the general effect. And perhaps the German Mason is but a fair example of the sincerity with which the song was rendered, for nearly all with whom I conversed upon the subject were bitterly opposed to war, and attributed their own misfortunes, and frequently their own taste for whiskey, to the campaigns in Zululand and Afghanistan. Every now and again, however, some song that touched the pathos of our situation was given forth, and you could hear by the voices that took up the burden how the sentiment came home to each. The anchors weighed was true for us. We were indeed rocked on the bosom of the stormy deep. How many of us could say with the singer, I am lonely tonight, love, without you, or go someone and tell them from me to write me a letter from home? And when was there a more appropriate moment for Auld Lang Syne than now? When the land, the friends, and the affections of that mingled but beloved time were fading and fleeing behind us in the vessel's wake. It pointed forward to the hour when these labors should be overpast, to the return voyage, and to many a meeting in the sanded inn, when those who had parted in the spring of youth should again drink a cup of kindness in their age. Had not Burns contemplated emigration, I scarce believe he would have found that note. All Sunday the weather remained wild and cloudy. Many were prostrated by sickness. Only 5 sat down to tea in the second cabin, and 2 of these departed abruptly ere the meal was at an end. The Sabbath was observed strictly by the majority of the emigrants. I heard an old woman express her surprise that the ship didna gie doon, as she saw someone pass her with a chessboard on the holy day. Some sang Scottish psalms. Many went to service, and in true Scottish fashion came back ill pleased with their divine. I didn't think he was an experienced preacher, said one girl to me. It was a bleak, uncomfortable day. But at night, by 6 bells, although the wind had not yet moderated, the clouds were all wrecked and blown away behind the rim of the horizon, and the stars came out thickly overhead. I saw Venus burning as steadily and sweetly across this hurly-burly of the winds and waters as ever at home upon the summer woods. The engine pounded, the screw tossed out of the water with a roar, and shook the ship from end to end. The bows battled with loud reports against the billows. And as I stood in the lee scuppers and looked up to where the funnel leaned out, over my head, vomiting smoke, and the black and monstrous topsails blotted, at each lurch, a different crop of stars, it seemed as if all this trouble were a thing of small account, and that just above the mast reigned peace unbroken and eternal. Steerage scenes. Our companion steerage number 2 and 3 was a favorite resort. Down one flight of stairs there was a comparatively large open space, the center occupied by a hatchway, which made a convenient seat for about 20 persons, while barrels, coils of rope, and the carpenter's bench afforded perches for perhaps as many more. The canteen, or steerage bar, was on one side of the stair. On the other, a no less attractive spot, the cabin of the indefatigable interpreter. I have seen people packed into this space like herrings in a barrel, and many merry evenings prolonged there until 5 bells, when the lights were ruthlessly extinguished and all must go to roost. It had been rumored since Friday that there was a fiddler aboard, who lay sick and unmelodious in steerage number 1, and on the Monday forenoon, as I came down the companion, I was saluted by something in Strathspey time. A white-faced Orpheus was cheerily playing to an audience of white-faced women. It was as much as he could do to play, and some of his hearers were scarce able to sit. Yet they had crawled from their bunks at the first experimental flourish and found better than medicine in the music. Some of the heaviest heads began to nod in time, and a degree of animation looked from some of the palest eyes. Humanly speaking, it is a more important matter to play the fiddle, even badly, than to write huge works upon recondite subjects. What could Mr. Darwin have done for these sick women? But this fellow scraped away, and the world was positively a better place for all who heard him. We have yet to understand the economical value of these mere accomplishments. I told the fiddler he was a happy man, carrying happiness about with him in his fiddle case, and he seemed alive to the fact. It is a privilege, I said, He thought a while upon the word, turning it over in his Scots head, and then answered with conviction, yes, a privilege. That night I was summoned by Merrily Danced the Quaker's Wife into the companion of steerage number 4 and 5. This was, properly speaking, but a strip across a deckhouse, lit by a sickly lantern which swung to and fro with the motion of the ship. Through the open slide door we had a glimpse of the gray night sea, with patches of phosphorescent foam flying, swift as birds, into the wake, and the horizon rising and falling as the vessel rolled to the wind. In the center, the companion ladder plunged down sheerly like an open pit. Below, on the first landing, and lighted by another lamp, lads and lasses danced, not more than 3 at a time for lack of space, in jigs and reels and hornpipes. Above, on either side, there was a recess railed with iron, perhaps 2 feet wide and 4 long, which stood for orchestra and seats of honor. In the one balcony, 5 slatternly Irish lasses sat woven in a comely group. In the other was posted Orpheus, his body, which was convulsively in motion, forming an odd contrast to his somnolent, imperturbable Scots face. His brother, a dark man with a vehement, interested countenance who made a god of the fiddler, sat by with open mouth, drinking in the general admiration and throwing out remarks to kindle it. That's a bonny hornpipe now, he would say. It's a great favorite with performers, they dance the sand dance to it, and he expounded the sand dance. Then suddenly it would be a long hush. With uplifted finger and glowing, supplicating eyes, he's going to play Auld Robin Gray on one string. And throughout this excruciating movement, on one string, that's on one string, he kept crying. I would have given something myself that it had been on none, but the hearers were much awed. I called for a tune or two, and thus introduced myself to the notice of the brother, who directed his talk to me for some little while, keeping, I need hardly mention, true to his topic, like the seaman to the star. He's grand of it, he said confidentially. His master was a music-hall man. Indeed, the music-hall man had left his mark, for our fiddler was ignorant of many of our best old airs. Logie O'Butchan, for instance, he only knew as a quick, jigging figure in a set of quadrilles, and had never heard it called by name. Perhaps, after all, the brother was the more interesting performer of the two. I have spoken with him afterwards repeatedly, and found him always the same quick, fiery bit of a man, not without brains, but he never showed to such advantage as when he was thus squiring the fiddler into public note. There is nothing more becoming than a genuine admiration, and it shares this with love, that it does not become contemptible although misplaced. The dancing was but feebly carried on. The space was almost impracticably small, and the Irish wenches combined the extreme of bashfulness about this innocent display with a surprising impudence and roughness of address. Most often, either the fiddle lifted up its voice unheeded, or only a couple of lads would be footing it and snapping fingers on the landing. And such was the eagerness of the brother to display all the acquirements of his idol, and such the sleepy indifference of the performer, that the tune would as often as not be changed, and the hornpipe expire into a ballad before the dancers had cut half a dozen shuffles. In the meantime, however, the audience had been growing more and more numerous every moment. There was hardly standing room round the top of the companion, and the strange instinct of the race moved some of the newcomers to close both the doors, so that the atmosphere grew insupportable. It was a good place, as the saying is, to leave. The wind hauled ahead with a head sea. By 10 at night, heavy sprays were flying and drumming over the forecastle. The companion of steerage number 1 had to be closed, and the door of communication through the second cabin thrown open. Either from the convenience of the opportunity, or because we had already a number of acquaintances in that part of the ship, Mr. Jones and I paid it a late visit. Steerage number 1 is shaped like an isosceles triangle, the sides opposite the equal angles bulging outward with the contour of the ship. It is lined with 8 pens of 16 bunks apiece, 4 bunks below and 4 above on either side. At night the place is lit with 2 lanterns, one to each table. As the steamer beat on her way among the rough billows, the light passed through violent phases of change, and was thrown to and fro and up and down with startling swiftness. You were tempted to wonder, as you looked, how so thin a glimmer could control and disperse such solid blackness. When Jones and I entered, we found a little company of our acquaintances seated together at the triangular foremost table. A more forlorn party, in more dismal circumstances, it would be hard to imagine. The motion here in the ship's nose was very violent, the uproar of the sea often overpoweringly loud. The yellow flicker of the lantern spun round and tossed the shadows in masses, The air was hot, but it struck a chill from its F-tour. From all round in the dark bunks, the scarcely human noises of the sick joined into a kind of farmyard chorus. In the midst, these 5 friends of mine were keeping up what heart they could in company. Singing was their refuge from discomfortable thoughts and sensations. One piped, in feeble tones, "Oh, why left I my hame?" which seemed a pertinent question in the circumstances. Another, from the invisible horrors of a pen, where he lay dogsick upon the upper shelf, found courage, in a blink of his sufferings, to give us several verses of the death of Nelson. And it was odd and eerie to hear the chorus breathe feebly from all sorts of dark corners. And this day has done his duty rise and fall and be taken up again in this dim inferno, to an accompaniment of plunging, hollow-sounding bows and the rattling sprayshores overhead. All seemed unfit for conversation. A certain dizziness had interrupted the activity of their minds, and except to sing, they were tongue-tied. There was present, however, one tall, powerful fellow of doubtful nationality, being neither quite Scotsman nor altogether Irish, but of surprising clearness of conviction on the highest problems. He had gone nearly beside himself on the Sunday, because of a general backwardness to endorse his definition of mind as a living, thinking substance which cannot be felt, heard, or seener, I presume, although he failed to mention it, smelt. Now he came forward in a pause with another contribution to our culture. "Just by way of change," said he, "I'll ask you a scripture riddle. There's profit in them too," he added ungrammatically. This was the riddle. C and P did agree to cut down C, but C and P could not agree without the leave of G. All the people cried to see the cruelty of C and P. Harsh are the words of Mercury after the songs of Apollo. We were a long while over the problem, shaking our heads and gloomily wondering how a man could be such a fool. But at length he put us out of suspense and divulged the fact that C and P stood for Caiaphas and Pontius Pilate. The next morning when I came on deck, I found a new world indeed. The wind was fair, the sun mounted into a cloudless heaven. Through great dark blue seas the ship cut a swathe of curded foam. The horizon was dotted all day with companionable sails, and the sun shone pleasantly on the long, heaving deck. We had many fine weather diversions to beguile the time. There was a single chessboard and a single pack of cards. Sometimes as many as 20 of us would be playing dominoes for love. Feats of dexterity, puzzles for the intelligence, some arithmetical, some of the same order as the old problem of the fox and goose and cabbage, were always welcome, and the latter, I observed, more popular as well as more conspicuously well done than the former. We had a regular daily competition to guess the vessel's progress, and 12 o'clock, when the result was published in the wheelhouse, came to be a moment of considerable interest. But the interest was unmixed. Not a bet was laid upon our guesses. From the Clyde to Sandy Hook, I never heard a wager offered or taken. We had, besides, romps in plenty. Puss in the Corner, which we had rebaptized, in more manly style, Devil and Four Corners, was my own favorite game, but there were many who preferred another, the humor of which was to box a person's ears until he found out who had cuffed him. This Tuesday morning, we were all delighted with the change of weather and in the highest possible spirits. We got in a cluster like bees, sitting between each other's feet under lee of the deckhouses. Stories and laughter went around. The children climbed about the shrouds. White faces appeared for the first time and began to take on color from the wind. I was kept hard at work making cigarettes for one amateur after another, and my less than moderate skill was heartily admired. Lastly, down sat the fiddler in our midst and began to discourse his reels and jigs and ballads, with now and then a voice or two to take up the air and throw in the interest of human speech. Through this merry and good-hearted scene there came 3 cabin passengers, a gentleman and 2 young ladies, picking their way with little gracious titters of indulgence, and a lady bountiful air about nothing, which galled me to the quick. I have little of the radical in social questions, and have always nourished an idea that one person was as good as another. But I began to be troubled by this episode. It was astonishing what insults these people managed to convey by their presence. They seemed to throw their clothes in our faces. Their eyes searched us all over for tatters and incongruities. A laugh was ready at their lips, but they were too well-mannered to indulge it in our hearing. Wait a bit, till they were all back in the saloon, and then hear how wittily they would depict the manners of the steerage. We were in truth very innocently, cheerfully, and sensibly engaged, and there was no shadow of excuse for the swaying, elegant superiority with which these damsels passed among us, or for the stiff and waggish glances of their squire. Not a word was said. Only when they were gone Mackay sullenly damned their impudence under his breath. But we were all conscious of an icy influence and a dead break in the course of our enjoyment. Steerage types. We had a fellow on board, an Irish-American, for all the world like a beggar in a print by Callot. One-eyed, with great splay crow's feet round the sockets, a naughty squab nose coming down over his mustache, a miraculous hat, a shirt that had been white, ages long ago, an alpaca coat in its last sleeves, and without hyperbole, no buttons to his trousers. Even in these rags and tatters, the man twinkled all over with impudence like a piece of sham jewelry, and I have heard him offer a situation to one of his fellow passengers with the air of a lord. Nothing could overlie such a fellow. A kind of base success was written on his brow. He was then in his ill days, but I can imagine him in Congress with his mouth full of bombast and solder. As we moved in the same circle, I was brought necessarily into his society. I do not think I ever heard him say anything that was true, kind, or interesting, but there was entertainment in the man's demeanor. You might call him a half-educated Irish Tig. Our Russian made a remarkable contrast to this impossible fellow. Rumors and legends were current in the steerages about his antecedents. Some said he was a nihilist escaping. Others set him down for a harmless spendthrift who had squandered 50,000 rubles and whose father had now dispatched him to America by way of penance. Either tale might flourish in security. There was no contradiction to be feared, for the hero spoke not one word of English. I got on with him lumberingly enough in broken German, and learned from his own lips that he had been an apothecary. He carried the photograph of his betrothed in a pocketbook, and remarked that it did not do her justice. The cut of his head stood out from among the passengers with an air of startling strangeness. The first natural instinct was to take him for a desperado, but although the features, to our Western eyes, had a barbaric and unhomely cast, the eye both reassured and touched. It was large and very dark and soft, with an expression of dumb endurance, as if it had often looked on desperate circumstances and never looked on them without resolution. He cried out when I used the word. No, no, he said, not resolution. The resolution to endure, I explained. And then he shrugged his shoulders and said, "Ach, ja," with gusto, like a man who has been flattered in his favorite pretensions. Indeed, he was always hinting at some secret sorrow, and his life, he said, had been one of unusual trouble and anxiety, so the legends of the steerage may have represented at least some shadow of the truth. Once, and once only, he sang a song at our concerts, standing forth without embarrassment, his great stature somewhat humped, his long arms frequently extended, his Kalmuck head thrown backward. It was a suitable piece of music, as deep as a cow's bellow and wild like the White Sea. He was struck and charmed by the freedom and sociality of our manners. At home, he said, no one on a journey would speak to him, but those with whom he would not care to speak, thus unconsciously involving himself in the condemnation of his countrymen. But Russia was soon to be changed. The ice of the Neva was softening under the sun of civilization. The new ideas, why ein fein violin, were audible among the big, empty drum notes of imperial diplomacy, and he looked to see a great revival, though with a somewhat indistinct and childish hope. We had a father and son who made a pair of jacks of all trades. It was the son who sang the death of Nelson under such contrarious circumstances. He was by trade a shearer of ship plates, but he could touch the organ and led two choirs and played the flute and piccolo in a professional string band. His repertory of songs was, besides, inexhaustible and ranged impartially from the very best to the very worst within his reach. Nor did he seem to make the least distinction between these extremes, but would cheerfully follow up Tom bowling with around her splendid form. The father, an old, cheery, small piece of manhood, could do everything connected with tinwork from one end of the process to the other, use almost every carpenter's tool, and make picture frames to boot. I sat down with silver plate every Sunday, said he, and pictures on the wall. I have made enough money to be rolling in my carriage. But, sir, looking at me unsteadily with his bright, roomy eyes, I was troubled with a drunken wife. He took a hostile view of matrimony in consequence. It's an old saying, he remarked, God made 'em, and the devil he mixed 'em. I think he was justified by his experience. It was a dreary story. He would bring home £3 on Saturday, and on Monday all the clothes would be in pawn. Sick of the useless struggle, he gave up a paying contract and contented himself with small and ill-paid jobs. A bad job was as good as a good job for me, he said. It all went the same way. Once the wife showed signs of amendment, she kept steady for weeks on end. It was again worthwhile to labor and to do one's best. The husband found a good situation some distance from home, and to make a little upon every hand, started the wife in a cookshop. The children were here and there, busy as mice. Savings began to grow together in the bank, and the golden age of hope had returned again to that unhappy family. But one week my old acquaintance, getting earlier through with his work, came home on the Friday instead of the Saturday, and there was his wife to receive him, reeling drunk. He took and gave her a pair o' black eyes, for which I pardon him, nailed up the cookshop door, gave up his situation, and resigned himself to a life of poverty, with the workhouse at the end. As the children came to their full age, they fled the house and established themselves in other countries. Some did well, some not so well, but the father remained at home alone with his drunken wife, all his sound-hearted pluck and varied accomplishments depressed and negatived. Was she dead now? Or, after all these years, had he broken the chain and run from home like a schoolboy? I could not discover which. But here at least he was, out on the adventure, and still one of the bravest and most youthful men on board. Now, I suppose, I must put my old bones to work again, said he, but I can do a turn yet. And the son to whom he was going, I asked, was he not able to support him? Oh, yes, he replied, but I'm never happy without a job on hand, and I'm stout, I can eat a'most anything. You see no craze about me. This tale of a drunken wife was paralleled on board by another of a drunken father. He was a capable man, with a good chance in life, but he had drunk up 2 thriving businesses like a bottle of sherry, and involved his sons along with him in ruin. Now they were on board with us, fleeing his disastrous neighborhood. Total abstinence, like all ascetical conclusions, is unfriendly to the most generous, cheerful, and human parts of man, but it could have adduced many instances and arguments from among our ship's company. I was one day conversing with a kind and happy Scotsman, running to fat and perspiration in the physical, but with a taste for poetry and a genial sense of fun. I had asked him his hopes in emigrating. They were like those of so many others, vague and unfounded. Times were bad at home, they were said to have a turn for the better in the States, and a man could get on anywhere, he thought. That was precisely the weak point of his position, for if he could get on in America, why could he not do the same in Scotland? But I never had the courage to use that argument, though it was often on the tip of my tongue, and instead I agreed with him heartily, adding, with reckless originality, if the man stuck to his work and kept away from drink. Ah, said he slowly, the drink, you see, that's just my trouble. He spoke with a simplicity that was touching, looking at me at the same time with something strange and timid in his eye, half ashamed, half sorry, like a good child who knows he should be beaten. You would have said he recognized a destiny to which he was born and accepted the consequences mildly. Like the merchant of Buda, he was at the same time fleeing from his destiny and carrying it along with him, the whole at an expense of 6 guineas. As far as I saw, drink, idleness, and incompetency were the 3 great causes of emigration, and for all of them, and drink first and foremost, this trick of getting transported overseas appears to me the silliest means of cure. You cannot run away from a weakness, you must sometime fight it out or perish, and if that be so, why not now and where you stand? Clum non animam. Change Glenlivet for bourbon, and it is still whiskey, only not so good. A sea voyage will not give a man the nerve to put aside cheap pleasure. Emigration has to be done before we climb the vessel. An aim in life is the only fortune worth the finding, and it is not to be found in foreign lands, but in the heart itself. Speaking generally, there is no vice of this kind more contemptible than another, for each is but a result and outward sign of a soul tragically shipwrecked. In the majority of cases, cheap pleasure is resorted to by way of anodyne. The pleasure seeker sets forth upon life with high and difficult ambitions. He meant to be nobly good and nobly happy, though at as little pains as possible to himself. And it is because all has failed in his celestial enterprise that you now behold him rolling in the garbage. Hence the comparative success of the teetotal pledge, because to a man who had nothing it sets at least a negative aim in life. Somewhat as prisoners beguile their days by taming a spider, the reformed drunkard makes an interest out of abstaining from intoxicating drinks, and may live for that negation. There is something, at least, not to be done each day, and a cold triumph awaits him every evening. We had one on board with us, whom I have already referred to under the name of Mackay, who seemed to me, not only a good instance of this failure in life of which we have been speaking, but a good type of the intelligence which here surrounded me. Physically, he was a small Scotsman, standing a little back as though he were already carrying the elements of a corporation, and his looks somewhat marred by the smallness of his eyes. Mentally, he was endowed above the average. There were but few subjects on which he could not converse with understanding and a dash of wit, delivering himself slowly and with gusto like a man who enjoyed his own sententiousness. He was a dry, quick, pertinent debater, speaking with a small voice and swinging on his heels to launch and emphasize an argument. When he began a discussion, he could not bear to leave it off but would pick the subject to the bone without once relinquishing a point. An engineer by trade, Mackay believed in the unlimited perfectibility of all machines except the human machine. The latter he gave up with ridicule for a compound of carrion and perverse gases. He had an appetite for disconnected facts, which I can only compare to the savage taste for beads. What is called information was indeed a passion with the man, and he not only delighted to receive it, but could pay you back in kind. With all these capabilities, here was Mackay, already no longer young, on his way to a new country, with no prospects, no money, and but little hope. He was almost tedious in the cynical disclosures of his despair. The ship may go down for me, he would say, now or tomorrow. I have nothing to lose and nothing to hope. And again, I am sick of the whole damned performance. He was, like the kind little man already quoted, another so-called victim of the bottle. But Mackay was miles from publishing his weakness to the world, laid the blame of his failure on corrupt masters and a corrupt state policy, and after he had been one night overtaken and had played the buffoon in his cups, sternly, though not without tact, suppressed all reference to his escapade. It was a treat to see him manage this. The various gestures withered under his gaze, and you were forced to recognize in him a certain steely force and a gift of command which might have ruled a senate. In truth, it was not whiskey that had ruined him. He was ruined long before for all good human purposes but conversation. His eyes were sealed by a cheap, schoolbook materialism. He could see nothing in the world but money and steam engines. He did not know what you meant by the word happiness. He had forgotten the simple emotions of childhood, and perhaps never encountered the delights of youth. He believed in production, that useful figment of economy, as if it had been real like laughter, and production, without prejudice to liquor, was his god and guide. One day he took me to task a novel cry to mute on the overpayment of literature. Literary men, he said, were more highly paid than artisans, yet the artisan made thrashing machines and butter churns, and the man of letters, except in the way of a few useful handbooks, made nothing worth the while. He produced a mere fancy article. Mackay's notion of a book was Hoppus Measurer. Now in my time I have possessed and even studied that work, but if I were to be left tomorrow on Juan Fernandez, Hoppus is not the book that I should choose for my companion volume. I tried to fight the point with Mackay. I made him own that he had taken pleasure in reading books otherwise, to his view, insignificant, but he was too wary to advance a step beyond the admission. It was in vain for me to argue that here was pleasure ready-made and running from the spring, whereas his plows and butter churns were but means and mechanisms to give men the necessary food and leisure before they start upon the search for pleasure. He jibbed and ran away from such conclusions. The thing was different, he declared, and nothing was serviceable but what had to do with food. Eat, 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 he cried, that's the bottom and the top. By an odd irony of circumstance, he grew so much interested in this discussion that he let the hour slip by unnoticed and had to go without his tea. He had enough sense and humor, indeed he had no lack of either, to have chuckled over this himself in private, and even to me he referred to it with the shadow of a smile. Mackay was a hot bigot. He would not hear of religion. I have seen him waste hours of time in argument with all sorts of poor human creatures who understood neither him nor themselves, and he had had the boyishness to dissect and criticize even so small a matter as the riddler's definition of mind. He snorted aloud with zealotry and the lust for intellectual battle. Anything, whatever it was, that seemed to him likely to discourage the continued passionate production of corn and steam engines, he resented like a conspiracy against the people. Thus, when I put in the plea for literature, that it was only in good books, or in the society of the good, that a man could get help in his conduct, he declared I was in a different world from him. Damn my conduct, said he. I have given it up for a bad job. My question is, can I drive a nail? And he plainly looked upon me as one who was insidiously seeking to reduce the people's annual bellyful of corn and steam engines. It may be argued that these opinions spring from the defect of culture, that a narrow and pinching way of life not only exaggerates to a man the importance of material conditions, but indirectly, by denying him the necessary books and leisure, keeps his mind ignorant of larger thoughts, and that hence springs this overwhelming concern about diet, and hence the bald view of existence professed by Mackay. Had this been an English peasant, the conclusion would be tenable, but Mackay had most of the elements of a liberal education. He had skirted metaphysical and mathematical studies. He had a thoughtful hold of what he knew, which would be exceptional among bankers. He had been brought up in the midst of hothouse piety, and told, with incongruous pride, the story of his own brother's deathbed ecstasies. Yet he had somehow failed to fulfill himself, and was adrift like a dead thing among external circumstances, without hope or lively preference or shaping aim. And further, there seemed a tendency among many of his fellows to fall into the same blank and unlovely opinions. One thing, indeed, is not to be learned in Scotland, and that is the way to be happy. Yet that is the whole of culture, and perhaps two-thirds of morality. Can it be that the Puritan school, by divorcing a man from nature, by thinning out his instincts, and setting a stamp of its disapproval on whole fields of human activity and interest, leads at last directly to material greed? Nature is a good guide through life, and the love of simple pleasures next, if not superior, to virtue. And we had on board an Irishman who based his claim to the widest and most affectionate popularity precisely upon these two qualities, that he was natural and happy. He boasted a fresh color, a tight little figure, unquenchable gaiety, and indefatigable goodwill. His clothes puzzled the diagnostic mind, until you heard he had been once a private coachman, when they became eloquent, and seemed a part of his biography. His face contained the rest, and, I fear, a prophecy of the future. The hawk's nose above accorded so ill with the pink baby's mouth below. His spirit and his pride belonged, you might say, to the nose, while it was the general shiftlessness expressed by the other that had thrown him from situation to situation, and at length on board the emigrant ship. Barney ate, so to speak, nothing from the galley. His own tea, butter, and eggs supported him throughout the voyage, and about mealtime you might often find him up to the elbows in amateur cookery. His was the first voice heard singing among all the passengers. He was the first who fell to dancing. From Loch Foyle to Sandy Hook, there was not a piece of fun undertaken, but there was Barney in the midst. You ought to have seen him when he stood up to sing at our concerti's tight little figure stepping to and fro, and his feet shuffling to the air, his eyes seeking and bestowing encouragement and to have enjoyed the bow, so nicely calculated between jest and earnest, between grace and clumsiness, with which he brought each song to a conclusion. He was not only a great favorite among ourselves, but his songs attracted the lords of the saloon, who often leaned to hear him over the rails of the hurricane deck. He was somewhat pleased, but not at all abashed, by this attention, and one night, in the midst of his famous performance of Billy Keogh, I saw him spin half round in a pirouette and throw an audacious wink to an old gentleman above. This was the more characteristic, as, for all his daffing, he was a modest and very polite little fellow among ourselves. He would not hurt the feelings of a fly, nor throughout the passage did he give a shadow of offense. Yet he was always, by his innocent freedoms and love of fun, brought upon that narrow margin where politeness must be natural to walk without a fall. He was once seriously angry, and that in a grave, quiet manner, because they supplied no fish on Friday, for Barney was a conscientious Catholic. He had likewise strict notions of refinement, and when, late one evening, after the women had retired, a young Scotsman struck up an indecent song, Barney's drab clothes were immediately missing from the group. His taste was for the society of gentlemen, of whom, with the reader's permission, there was no lack in our 5 steerages and second cabin, and he avoided the rough and positive with a girlish shrinking. Mackay, partly from his superior powers of mind, which rendered him incomprehensible, partly from his extreme opinions, was especially distasteful to the Irishman. I have seen him slink off, with backward looks of terror and offended delicacy, while the other, in his witty, ugly way, had been professing hostility to God, and an extreme theatrical readiness to be shipwrecked on the spot. These utterances hurt the little coachman's modesty like a bad word. The sick man. One night Jones, the young O'Reilly, and myself were walking arm in arm and briskly up and down the deck. 6 bells had rung, a headwind blew chill and fitful, the fog was closing in with a sprinkle of rain, and the fog whistle had been turned on, and now divided time with its unwelcome outcries, loud like a bull, thrilling and intense like a mosquito. Even the watch lay somewhere snugly out of sight. For some time, we observed something lying black and huddled in the scuppers, which at last heaved a little and moaned aloud. We ran to the rails. An elderly man, but whether passenger or seaman it was impossible in the darkness to determine, lay groveling on his belly in the wet scuppers and kicking feebly with his outspread toes. We asked him what was amiss, and he replied incoherently, with a strange accent and in a voice unmanned by terror, that he had cramp in the stomach, that he had been ailing all day, had seen the doctor twice, and had walked the deck against fatigue till he was overmastered and had fallen where we found him. Jones remained by his side, while O'Reilly and I hurried off to seek the doctor. We knocked in vain at the doctor's cabin, there came no reply, nor could we find anyone to guide us. It was no time for delicacy, so we ran once more forward, and I, whipping up a ladder and touching my hat to the officer of the watch, addressed him as politely as I could. "I beg your pardon, sir, but there is a man lying bad with cramp in the lee scuppers, and I can't find the doctor." He looked at me peeringly in the darkness, and then, somewhat harshly, "Well, I can't leave the bridge, my man," said he. "No, sir, but you can tell me what to do," I returned. "Is it one of the crew?" he asked. "I believe him to be a fireman," I replied. I dare say officers are much annoyed by complaints and alarmist information from their freight of human creatures. But certainly, whether it was the idea that the sick man was one of the crew, or from something conciliatory in my address, the officer in question was immediately relieved and mollified, and speaking in a voice much freer from constraint, advised me to find a steward and dispatch him in quest of the doctor, who would now be in the smoking room over his pipe. One of the stewards was often enough to be found about this hour down our companion, steerage number 2 and 3, that was his smoking groom of a night. Let me call him Blackwood. O'Reilly and I rattled down the companion, breathing hurry, and in his short sleeves and perched across the carpenter's bench upon one thigh, found Blackwood, a neat, bright, dapper, Glasgow-looking man, with a bead of an eye and a rank twang in his speech. I forget who was with him, but the pair were enjoying a deliberate talk over their pipes. I dare say he was tired with his day's work, and eminently comfortable at that moment, and the truth is, I did not stop to consider his feelings, but told my story in a breath. "Steward," said I, "there's a man lying bad with cramp, and I can't find the doctor." He turned upon me as pert as a sparrow, but with a black look that is the prerogative of man, and taking his pipe out of his mouth. "That's none of my business," said he, "I don't care." I could have strangled the little ruffian where he sat. The thought of his cabin civility and cabin tips filled me with indignation. I glanced at O'Reilly. He was pale and quivering and looked like assault and battery, every inch of him. But we had a better card than violence. "You will have to make it your business," said I, "for I am sent to you by the officer on the bridge." Blackwood was fairly tripped. He made no answer but put out his pipe, gave me one murderous look, and set off upon his errand strolling. From that day forward, I should say, he improved to me in courtesy, as though he had repented his evil speech and were anxious to leave a better impression. When we got on deck again, Jones was still beside the sick man, and 2 or 3 late stragglers had gathered round and were offering suggestions. One proposed to give the patient water, which was promptly negatived. Another bade us hold him up. He himself prayed to be let lie. But as it was at least as well to keep him off the streaming decks, O'Reilly and I supported him between us. It was only by main force that we did so, and neither an easy nor an agreeable duty, for he fought in his paroxysms like a frightened child, and moaned miserably when he resigned himself to our control. "Oh, let me lie," he pleaded. "I'll no get better anyway." And then with a moan that went to my heart, "Oh, why did I come upon this miserable journey?" I was reminded of the song which I had heard a little while before in the close, tossing steerage. "Oh, why left I my hame?" Meantime Jones, relieved of his immediate charge, had gone off to the galley, where we could see a light. There he found a belated cook scouring pans by the radiance of 2 lanterns, and one of these he sought to borrow. The scullion was backward. Was it one of the crew? He asked. And when Jones, smitten with my theory, had assured him that it was a fireman, he reluctantly left his scouring and came towards us at an easy pace, with one of the lanterns swinging from his finger. The light, as it reached the spot, showed us an elderly man, thick-set and grizzled with years, but the shifting and coarse shadows concealed from us the expression and even the design of his face. So soon as the cook set eyes on him, he gave a sort of whistle. "It's only a passenger," said he, and turning about made, lantern and all, for the galley. "He's a man anyway," cried Jones in indignation. "Nobody said he was a woman," said a gruff voice, which I recognized for that of the boatswain. All this while there was no word of Blackwood or the doctor, and now the officer came to our side of the ship and asked, over the hurricane deck rails, if the doctor were not yet come. We told him not. "No," he repeated with a breathing of anger, and we saw him hurry aft in person. 10 minutes after the doctor made his appearance deliberately enough and examined our patient with the lantern. He made little of the case, had the man brought aft to the dispensary, dosed him, and sent him forward to his bunk. Two of his neighbors in the steerage had now come to our assistance, expressing loud sorrow that such a fine, cheery body should be sick, and these, claiming a sort of possession, took him entirely under their own care. The drug had probably relieved him, for he struggled no more, and was led along plaintive and patient but protesting. His heart recoiled at the thought of the steerage. "Oh, let me lie down upon the bieldy side," he cried. "Oh, dinna take me down." And again, "Oh, why did ever I come upon this miserable voyage?" And yet once more, with a gasp and a wailing prolongation of the fourth word, I had no call to come. But there he was, and by the doctor's order and the kind force of his two shipmates disappeared down the companion of steerage number 1 into the den allotted him. At the foot of our own companion, just where I had found Blackwood, Jones, and the boatswain, were now engaged in talk. This last was a gruff, cruel-looking seaman, who must have passed near half a century upon the seas, square-headed, goat-bearded, with heavy blonde eyebrows and an eye without radiance, but inflexibly steady and hard. I had not forgotten his rough speech, but I remembered also that he had helped us about the lantern, and now seeing him in conversation with Jones and being choked with indignation, I proceeded to blow off my steam. "Well," said I make you my compliments upon your steward," and furiously narrated what had happened. "I've nothing to do with him," replied the boatswain. "They're all alike. They wouldn't mind if they saw you all lying dead one upon the top of another." This was enough. A very little humanity went a long way with me after the experience of the evening. A sympathy grew up at once between the boatswain and myself, and that night, and during the next few days, I learned to appreciate him better. He was a remarkable type, and not at all the kind of man you find in books. He had been at Sebastopol under English colors, and again in a state's ship after the Alabama, and praying God we shouldn't find her. He was a high Tory and a high Englishman. No manufacturer could have held opinions more hostile to the working man and his strikes. The workmen, he said, think nothing of their country. They think of nothing but themselves. They're a damned greedy, selfish fellows. He would not hear of the decadence of England. "They say they send us beef from America," he argued, "but who pays for it? All the money in the world's in England." The Royal Navy was the best of possible services, according to him. "Anyway, the officers are gentlemen," said he, "and you can't get hazed to death by a damned non-commissioned as you can in the army." Among nations, England was the first, then came France. He respected the French Navy and liked the French people. And if he were forced to make a new choice in life, by God, he would try Frenchmen. For all his looks and rough, cold manners, I observed that children were never frightened by him. They divined him at once to be a friend. And one night when he had chalked his hand and went about stealthily setting his mark on people's clothes, it was incongruous to hear this formidable old salt chuckling over his boyish monkey trick. In the morning, my first thought was of the sick man. I was afraid I should not recognize him, so baffling had been the light of the lantern, and found myself unable to decide if he were Scots, English, or Irish. He had certainly employed North Country words and elisions, but the accent and the pronunciation seemed unfamiliar and incongruous in my ear. To descend on an empty stomach into steerage number 1 was an adventure that required some nerve. The stench was atrocious. Each respiration tasted in the throat like some horrible kind of cheese, and the squalid aspect of the place was aggravated by so many people worming themselves into their clothes in the twilight of the bunks. You may guess if I was pleased, not only for him, but for myself also, when I heard that the sick man was better and had gone on deck. The morning was raw and foggy, though the sun suffused the fog with pink and amber. The foghorn still blew, stertorous and intermittent, and to add to the discomfort, the seamen were just beginning to wash down the decks. But for a sick man, this was heaven compared to the steerage. I found him standing on the hot water pipe, just forward of the saloon deckhouse. He was smaller than I had fancied and plain-looking, but his face was distinguished by strange and fascinating eyes, limpid gray from a distance, but when looked into, full of changing colors and grains of gold. His manners were mild and uncompromisingly plain, and I soon saw that, when once started, he delighted to talk. His accent and language had been formed in the most natural way, since he was born in Ireland, had lived a quarter of a century on the banks of the Tyne, and was married to a Scots wife. A fisherman in the season, he had fished the east coast from Fisherow to Whitby. When the season was over, and the great boats, which required extra hands, were once drawn up on shore till the next spring, he worked as a laborer about chemical furnaces or along the wharves unloading vessels. In this comparatively humble way of life he had gathered a competence, and could speak of his comfortable house, his hayfield, and his garden. On this ship, where so many accomplished artisans were fleeing from starvation, he was present on a pleasure trip to visit a brother in New York. Ere he started, he informed me he had been warned against the steerage and the steerage fare, and recommended to bring with him a ham and tea and a spice loaf. But he laughed to scorn such counsels. "I'm not afraid," he had told his adviser. "I'll get on for 10 days. I've not been a fisherman for nothing." For it is no light matter, as he reminded me, to be in an open boat, perhaps waist-deep with herrings, day breaking with a scowl, and for miles on every hand lee shores, unbroken, iron-bound, surf-beat, with only here and there an anchorage where you dare not lie, or a harbor impossible to enter with the wind that blows. The life of a North Sea fisher is one long chapter of exposure and hard work and insufficient fare, and even if he makes land at some bleak fisher port, perhaps the season is bad or his boat has been unlucky, and after 50 hours unsleeping vigilance and toil, not a shop will give him credit for a loaf of bread. Yet the steerage of the emigrant ship had been too vile for the endurance of a man thus rudely trained. He had scarce eaten since he came on board, until the day before, when his appetite was tempted by some excellent pea soup. We were all much of the same mind on board, and beginning with myself, had dined upon pea soup not wisely but too well. Only with him the excess had been punished, perhaps because he was weakened by former abstinence, and his first meal had resulted in a cramp. He had determined to live henceforth on biscuit, and when, 2 months later, he should return to England to make the passage by saloon. The second cabin, after due inquiry, he scouted as another edition of the steerage. He spoke apologetically of his emotion when 99. "You see, I had no call to be here," said he, "and I thought it was by with me last night. I've a good house at home, and plenty to nurse me, and I had no real call to leave them." Speaking of the attentions he had received from his shipmates generally, they were all so kind, he said, that there's none to mention. And except in so far as I might share in this, he troubled me with no reference to my services. But what affected me in the most lively manner was the wealth of this day laborer, paying a 2 months' pleasure visit to the States, and preparing to return in the saloon, and the new testimony rendered by his story, not so much to the horrors of the steerage, as to the habitual comfort of the working classes. One foggy, frosty December evening, I encountered on Liberton Hill, near Edinburgh, an Irish laborer trudging homeward from the fields. Our roads lay together, and it was natural that we should fall into talk. He was covered with mud, an inoffensive, ignorant creature who thought the Atlantic cable was a secret contrivance of the masters the better to oppress laboring mankind, and I confess I was astonished to learn that he had nearly £300 in the bank. But this man had traveled over most of the world and enjoyed wonderful opportunities on some American railroad, with $2 a shift and double pay on Sunday and at night, whereas my fellow Pissanger had never quitted Tyneside, and had made all that he possessed in that same accursed, downfalling England, whence skilled mechanics, engineers, millwrights, and carpenters were fleeing as from the native country of starvation. Fitly enough, we slid off on the subject of strikes and wages and hard times. Being from the Tyne, and a man who had gained and lost in his own pocket by these fluctuations, he had much to say and held strong opinions on the subject. He spoke sharply of the masters, and when I led him on, of the men also. The masters had been selfish and obstructive, the men selfish, silly, and light-headed. He rehearsed to me the course of a meeting at which he had been present, and the somewhat long discourse which he had there pronounced, calling into question the wisdom and even the good faith of the Union delegates. And although he had escaped himself through flush times and starvation times with a handsomely provided purse, he had so little faith in either man or master, and so profound a terror for the unerring nemesis of mercantile affairs, that he could think of no hope for our country outside of a sudden and complete political subversion. Down must go lords and church and army, and capital, by some happy direction, must change hands from worse to better, or England stood condemned. Such principles, he said, were growing like a seed. From this mild, soft, domestic man, these words sounded unusually ominous and grave. I had heard enough revolutionary talk among my workmen fellow Passengers, but most of it was hot and turgid, and fell discredited from the lips of unsuccessful men. This man was calm. He had attained prosperity and ease. He disapproved the policy which had been pursued by labor in the past. And yet this was his panacea, to rend the old country from end to end, and from top to bottom, and in clamor and civil discord remodel it with the hand of violence. The stowaways. On the Sunday, among a party of men who were talking in our companion, steerage number 2 and 3, we remarked a new figure. He wore tweed clothes, well enough made if not very fresh, and a plain smoking cap. His face was pale, with pale eyes, and spiritedly enough designed, but though not yet 30, a sort of blackguardly degeneration had already overtaken his features. The fine nose had grown fleshy towards the point, the pale eyes were sunk in fat. His hands were strong and elegant, his experience of life evidently varied, his speech full of pith and verve, his manners forward but perfectly presentable. The lad who helped in the second cabin told me, in answer to a question, that he did not know who he was but thought, by his way of speaking, and because he was so polite, that he was someone from the saloon. I was not so sure, for to me there was something equivocal in his air and bearing. He might have been, I thought, the son of some good family who had fallen early into dissipation and run from home. But making every allowance, how admirable was his talk! I wish you could have heard him tell his own stories. They were so swingingly set forth, in such dramatic language, and illustrated here and there by such luminous bits of acting, that they could only lose in any reproduction. There were tales of the P&O Company, where he had been an officer, of the East Indies, where in former years he had lived lavishly, of the Royal Engineers, where he had served for a period, and of a dozen other sides of life, each introducing some vigorous thumbnail portrait. He had the talk to himself that night. We were all so glad to listen. The best talkers usually address themselves to some particular society. There they are kings, elsewhere campfollowers, as a man may know Russian and yet be ignorant of Spanish. But this fellow had a frank, headlong power of style, and a broad, human choice of subject that would have turned any circle in the world into a circle of hearers. He was a Homeric talker, plain, strong, and cheerful, and the things and the people of which he spoke became readily and clearly present to the minds of those who heard him. This, with a certain added coloring of rhetoric and rhodomantade, must have been the style of Burns, who equally charmed the ears of duchesses and hostlers. Yet freely and personally as he spoke, many points remained obscure in his narration. The engineers, for instance, was a service which he praised highly. It is true there would be trouble with the sergeants, but then the officers were gentlemen, and his own, in particular, one among 10,000. It sounded so far exactly like an episode in the rakish, topsy-turvy life of such an one as I had imagined. But then there came incidents more doubtful, which showed an almost impudent greed after gratuities and a truly impudent disregard for truth. And then there was the tale of his departure. He had wearied, it seems, of Woolwich, and one fine day, with a companion, slipped up to London for a spree. I have a suspicion that spree was meant to be a long one, but God disposes all things, and one morning, near Westminster Bridge, whom should he come across but the very sergeant who had recruited him at first? What followed? He himself indicated cavalierly that he had then resigned. Let us put it so. But these resignations are sometimes very trying. At length, after having delighted us for hours, he took himself away from the companion, and I could ask Mackay who and what he was. That, said Mackay. Why, that's one of the stowaways. No man, said the same authority, who has had anything to do with the sea, would ever think of paying for a passage. I give the statement as Mackay's without endorsement, yet I am tempted to believe that it contains a grain of truth, and if you add that the man shall be impudent and thievish, or else dead broke, it may even pass for a fair representation of the facts. We gentlemen of England who live at home at ease have, I suspect, very insufficient ideas on the subject. All the world over, people are stowing away in coal-holes and dark corners, and when ships are once out to sea, appearing again, begrimed and bashful, upon deck. The career of these sea tramps partakes largely of the adventurous. They may be poisoned by colgas, or die by starvation in their place of concealment, or when found they may be clapped at once and ignominiously into irons, thus to be carried to their promised land, the port of destination, and alas, brought back in the same way to that from which they started, and they're delivered over to the magistrates and the seclusion of a county jail. Since I crossed the Atlantic, one miserable stowaway was found in a dying state among the fuel, uttered but a word or two, and departed for a farther country than America. When the stowaway appears on deck, he has but one thing to pray for, that he be set to work, which is the price and sign of his forgiveness. After half an hour with a swab or a bucket, he feels himself as secure as if he had paid for his passage. It is not altogether a bad thing for the company, who get more or less efficient hands for nothing but a few plates of junk and duff, and every now and again find themselves better paid than by a whole family of cabin passengers. Not long ago, for instance, a packet was saved from nearly certain loss by the skill and courage of a stowaway engineer. As was no more than just, a handsome subscription rewarded him for his success. But even without such exceptional good fortune, as things stand in England and America, the stowaway will often make a good profit out of his adventure. 4 engineers stowed away last summer on the same ship, the Circassia, and before 2 days after their arrival each of the four had found a comfortable berth. This was the most hopeful tale of emigration that I heard from first to last, and as you see, the luck was for stowaways. My curiosity was much inflamed by what I heard, and the next morning, as I was making the round of the ship, I was delighted to find the ex-royal engineer engaged in washing down the white paint of a deck house. There was another fellow at work beside him, a lad not more than 20, in the most miraculous tatters, his handsome face sown with grains of beauty and lighted up by expressive eyes. 4 stowaways had been found aboard our ship before she left the Clyde, but these two had alone escaped the ignominy of being put ashore. Alec, my acquaintance of last night, was Scots by birth, and by trade a practical engineer. The other was from Devonshire, and had been to sea before the mast. Two people more unlike by training, character, and habits it would be hard to imagine, yet here they were together, scrubbing paint. Alec had held all sorts of good situations, and wasted many opportunities in life. I have heard him end a story with these words: "That was in my golden days, when I used finger glasses." Situation after situation failed him. Then followed the depression of trade, and for months he had hung round with other idlers, playing marbles all day in the West Park, and going home at night to tell his landlady how he had been seeking for a job. I believe this kind of existence was not unpleasant to Alec himself, and he might have long continued to enjoy idleness and a life on tick, but he had a comrade, let us call him Brown, who grew restive. This fellow was continually threatening to slip his cable for the States, and at last, one Wednesday, Glasgow was left widowed of her Brown. Some months afterwards, Alec met another old chum in Sauchiehall Street. "By the by, Alec," said he, "I met a gentleman in New York who was asking for you." "Who was that?" asked Alec. "The new second engineer on board the So-and-so," was the reply. "Well, and who is he?" "Brown, to be sure." For Brown had been one of the fortunate quartet aboard the Circassia. If that was the way of it in the States, Alec thought it was high time to follow Brown's example. He spent his last day, as he put it, reviewing the yeomanry, and the next morning says he to his landlady, Mrs. Ten, "I'll not take porridge today, please. I'll take some eggs." "Why, have you found a job?" she asked, delighted. "Well, yes," returned the perfidious Alec. "I think I'll start today." And so, well lined with eggs, start he did, but for America. I am afraid that landlady has seen the last of him. It was easy enough to get on board in the confusion that attends a vessel's departure. And in one of the dark corners of steerage number 1, flat in a bunk and with an empty stomach, Alec made the voyage from the Broomielaw to Greenock. That night, the ship's yeoman pulled him out by the heels and had him before the mate. 2 other stowaways had already been found and sent ashore, but by this time darkness had fallen, they were out in the middle of the estuary, and the last steamer had left them till the morning. "Take him to the forecastle and give him a meal," said the mate, "and see and pack him off the first thing tomorrow." In the forecastle he had supper, a good night's rest and breakfast, and was sitting placidly with a pipe, fancying all was over and the game up for good with that ship, when one of the sailors grumbled out an oath at him, with a "What are you doing there? And do you call that hiding, anyway?" There was need of no more. Alec was in another bunk before the day was older. Shortly before the passengers arrived, the ship was cursorily inspected. He heard the round come down the companion and look into one pen after another, until they came within 2 of the one in which he lay concealed. Into these last 2 they did not enter, but merely glanced from without, and Alec had no doubt that he was personally favored in this escape. It was the character of the man to attribute nothing to luck and but little to kindness. Whatever happened to him, he had earned in his own right amply. Favors came to him from his singular attraction and adroitness, and misfortunes he had always accepted with his eyes open. Half an hour after the searchers had departed, the steerage began to fill with legitimate passengers, and the worst of Alec's troubles was at an end. He was soon making himself popular, smoking other people's tobacco, and politely sharing their private stock of delicacies, and when night came, he retired to his bunk beside the others with composure. Next day by afternoon, Lochfoyle being already far behind, and only the rough northwestern hills of Ireland within view, Alec appeared on deck to court inquiry and decide his fate. As a matter of fact, he was known to several on board, and even intimate with one of the engineers, but it was plainly not the etiquette of such occasions for the authorities to avow their information. Everyone professed surprise and anger on his appearance, and he was led prisoner before the captain. "What have you got to say for yourself?" inquired the captain. "Not much," said Alec, "but when a man has been a long time out of a job, he will do things he would not under other circumstances." "Are you willing to work?" Alec swore he was burning to be useful. "And what can you do?" asked the captain. He replied composedly that he was a brassfitter by trade. "I think you will be better at engineering," suggested the officer with a shrewd look. "No, sir," says Alec simply. "There's few can beat me at a lie," was his engaging commentary to me as he recounted the affair. "Have you been to sea?" again asked the captain. "I've had a trip on a Clyde steamboat, sir, but no more," replied the unabashed Alec. "Well, we must try and find some work for you," concluded the officer. And hence we behold Alec, clear of the hot engineer room, lazily scraping paint and then taking a pull upon a sheet. "You leave me alone," was his deduction. "When I get talking to a man, I can get round him." The other stowaway, whom I will call the Devonianate, was noticeable that neither of them told his name had both been brought up and seen the world in a much smaller way. His father, a confectioner, died and was closely followed by his mother. His sisters had taken, I think, to dressmaking. He himself had returned from sea about a year ago and gone to live with his brother, who kept the George Hotel. It was not quite a real hotel, added the candid fellow, and had a hired man to mind the horses. At first the Devonian was very welcome, but as time went on his brother not unnaturally grew cool towards him, and he began to find himself one too many at the George Hotel. "I don't think brothers care much for you," he said, as a general reflection upon life. Hurt at this change, nearly penniless and too proud to ask for more, he set off on foot and walked 80 miles to Weymouth, living on the journey as he could. He would have enlisted, but he was too small for the army and too old for the navy, and thought himself fortunate at last to find a berth on board a trading dandy. Somewhere in the Bristol Channel the dandy sprung a leak and went down, and though the crew were picked up and brought ashore by fishermen, they found themselves with nothing but the clothes upon their back. His next engagement was scarcely better starred, for the ship proved so leaky, and frightened them all so heartily during a short passage through the Irish Sea, that the entire crew deserted and remained behind upon the quays of Belfast. Evil days were now coming thick on the Devonian. He could find no berth in Belfast, and had to work a passage to Glasgow on a steamer. She reached the Broomielaw on a Wednesday. The Devonian had a bellyful that morning, laying in breakfast manfully to provide against the future, and set off along the quays to seek employment. But he was now not only penniless, his clothes had begun to fall in tatters. He had begun to have the look of a street Arab, and captains will have nothing to say to a ragamuffin, for in that trade, as in all others, it is the coat that depicts the man. You may hand, reef, and steer like an angel, but if you have a hole in your trousers, it is like a millstone round your neck. The Devonian lost heart at so many refusals. He had not the impudence to beg, although, as he said, when I had money of my own, I always gave it. It was only on Saturday morning, after 3 whole days of starvation, that he asked a scone from a milkwoman, who added of her own accord a glass of milk. He had now made up his mind to stow away, not from any desire to see America, but merely to obtain the comfort of a place in the forecastle and a supply of familiar seafare. He lived by begging, always from milkwomen and always scones and milk, and was not once refused. It was vile wet weather, and he could never have been dry. By night he walked the streets, and by day slept upon Glasgow Green, and heard, in the intervals of his dozing, the famous theologians of the spot clear up intricate points of doctrine and appraise the merits of the clergy. He had not much instruction. He could read bills on the street, but was main bad at writing. Yet these theologians seemed to have impressed him with a genuine sense of amusement. Why he did not go to the sailors' home I know not. I presume there is in Glasgow one of these institutions, which are by far the happiest and the wisest effort of contemporaneous charity. But I must stand to my author, as they say in old books, and relate the story as I heard it. In the meantime, he had tried 4 times to stow away in different vessels, and 4 times had been discovered and handed back to starvation. The 5th time was lucky, and you may judge if he were pleased to be aboard ship again, at his old work, and with duff twice a week. He was, said Alec, a devil for the duff. Or if devil was not the word, it was one if anything stronger. The difference in the conduct of the two was remarkable. The Devonian was as willing as any paid hand, swarmed aloft among the first, pulled his natural weight and firmly upon a rope, and found work for himself when there was none to show him. Alec, on the other hand, was not only a skulker in the grain, but took a humorous and fine gentlemanly view of the transaction. He would speak to me by the hour in ostentatious idleness, and only if the boatswain or a mate came by, felto languidly for just the necessary time till they were out of sight. "I'm not breaking my heart with it," he remarked. Once there was a hatch to be opened near where he was stationed. He watched the preparations for a second or so suspiciously, and then, "Hullo," said he, "here's some real work coming him off," and he was gone that moment. Again, calculating the 6 guinea passage money and the probable duration of the passage, he remarked pleasantly that he was getting 6 shillings a day for this job, and it's pretty dear to the company at that. "They are making nothing by me," was another of his observations. "They're making something by that fellow." And he pointed to the Devonian, who was just then busy to the eyes. The more you saw of Alec, the more, it must be owned, you learned to despise him. His natural talents were of no use either to himself or others, for his character had degenerated like his face and become pulpy and pretentious. Even his power of persuasion, which was certainly very surprising, stood in some danger of being lost or neutralized by overconfidence. He lied in an aggressive, brazen manner, like a pert criminal in the dock, and he was so vain of his own cleverness that he could not refrain from boasting, 10 minutes after, of the very trick by which he had deceived you. "Why, now I have more money than when I came on board," he said one night, exhibiting a sixpence, "and yet I stood myself a bottle of beer before I went to bed yesterday. And as for tobacco, I have 15 sticks of it." That was fairly successful indeed, yet a man of his superiority, and with a less obtrusive policy, might, who knows, have got the length of half a crown. A man who prides himself upon persuasion should learn the persuasive faculty of silence, above all as to his own misdeeds. It is only in the farce and for dramatic purposes that Scapin enlarges on his peculiar talents to the world at large. Scapin is perhaps a good name for this clever, unfortunate Alec, for at the bottom of all his misconduct there was a guiding sense of humor that moved you to forgive him. It was more than half as a jest that he conducted his existence. "Oh, man," he said to me once with unusual emotion, like a man thinking of his mistress, "I would give up anything for a lark." It was in relation to his fellow stowaway that Alec showed the best, or perhaps I should say the only good, points of his nature. "Mind you," he said suddenly, changing his tone, "mind you, that's a good boy. He wouldn't tell you a lie. A lot of them think he is a scamp because his clothes are ragged, but he isn't. He's as good as gold." To hear him, you become aware that Alec himself had a taste for virtue. He thought his own idleness and the other's industry equally becoming. He was no more anxious to ensure his own reputation as a liar than to uphold the truthfulness of his companion, and he seemed unaware of what was incongruous in his attitude, and was plainly sincere in both characters. It was not surprising that he should take an interest in the Devonian, for the lad worshipped and served him in love and wonder. Busy as he was, he would find time to warn Alec of an approaching officer, or even to tell him that the coast was clear, and he might slip off and smoke a pipe in safety. "Tom," he once said to him, for that was the name which Alec ordered him to use, "if you don't like going to the galley, it'll go for you. You ain't used to this kind of thing, you ain't. But I am a sailor, and I can understand the feelings of any fellow, I can." Again, he was hard up and casting about for some tobacco, for he was not so liberally used in this respect as others perhaps less worthy, when Alec offered him the half of one of his 15 sticks. I think, for my part, he might have increased the offer to a whole one, or perhaps a pair of them, and not lived to regret his liberality. But the Devonian refused. No, he said, you're a stowaway like me. I won't take it from you. I'll take it from someone who's not down on his luck. It was notable in this generous lad that he was strongly under the influence of sex. If a woman passed near where he was working, his eyes lit up, his hand paused, and his mind wandered instantly to other thoughts. It was natural that he should exercise a fascination proportionally strong upon women. He begged, you will remember, from women only, and was never refused. Without wishing to explain away the charity of those who helped him, I cannot but fancy he may have owed a little to his handsome face, and to that quick, responsive nature formed for love, which speaks eloquently through all disguises, and can stamp an impression in 10 minutes' talk or an exchange of glances. He was the more dangerous in that he was far from bold, but seemed to woo in spite of himself, and with a soft and pleading eye. Ragged as he was, and many a scarecrow is in that respect more comfortably furnished, even on board he was not without some curious admirers. There was a girl among the passengers, a tall, blonde, handsome, strapping Irishwoman, with a wild, accommodating eye, whom Alec had dubbed Tommy, with that transcendental appropriateness that defies analysis. One day the Devonian was lying for warmth in the upper stokehole, which stands open on the deck, when Irish Tommy came past, very neatly attired, as was her custom. Poor fellow, she said, stopping, you haven't a vest. No, he said, I wish I had. Then she stood and gazed on him in silence, until, in his embarrassment, for he knew not how to look under the scrutiny, he pulled out his pipe and began to fill it with tobacco. Do you want a match? She asked, and before he had time to reply, she ran off and presently returned with more than one. That was the beginning and the end, as far as our passage is concerned, of what I will make bold to call this love affair. There are many relations which go on to marriage and last during a lifetime, in which less human feeling is engaged than in this scene of 5 minutes at the stokehole. Rigidly speaking, this would end the chapter of the stowaways, but in a larger sense of the word, I have yet more to add. Jones had discovered and pointed out to me a young woman who was remarkable among her fellows for a pleasing and interesting air. She was poorly clad to the verge, if not over the line, of disrespectability, with a ragged old jacket and a bit of a sealskin cap no bigger than your fist. But her eyes, her whole expression, and her manner, even in ordinary moments, told of a true womanly nature, capable of love, anger, and devotion. She had a look, too, of refinement, like one who might have been a better lady than most, had she been allowed the opportunity. When alone, she seemed preoccupied and sad, but she was not often alone. There was usually by her side a heavy, dull, gross man in rough clothes, chary of speech and gesture not from caution, but poverty of disposition. A man like a ditcher, unlovely and uninteresting, whom she petted and tended and waited on with her eyes as if he had been Amades of Gaul. It was strange to see this hulking fellow dog-sick, and this delicate, sad woman caring for him. He seemed, from first to last, insensible of her caresses and attentions, and she seemed unconscious of his insensibility. The Irish husband, who sang his wife to sleep, and this Scottish girl serving her Orson, were the two bits of human nature that most appealed to me throughout the voyage. On the Thursday before we arrived, the tickets were collected, and soon a rumor began to go round the vessel. And this girl, with her bit of sealskin cap, became the center of whispering and pointed fingers. She also, it was said, was a stowaway of a sort, for she was on board with neither ticket nor money, and the man with whom she traveled was the father of a family, who had left wife and children to be hers. The ship's officers discouraged the story, which may therefore have been a story and no more, but it was believed in the steerage, and the poor girl had to encounter many curious eyes from that day forth. Personal experience and review. Travel is of two kinds, and this voyage of mine across the ocean combined both. Out of my country and myself I go, sings the old poet, and I was not only traveling out of my country in latitude and longitude, but out of myself in diet, associates, and consideration. Part of the interest and a great deal of the amusement flowed, at least to me, from this novel situation in the world. I found that I had what they call fallen in life with absolute success and verisimilitude. I was taken for a steerage passenger. No one seemed surprised that I should be so, and there was nothing but the brass plate between decks to remind me that I had once been a gentleman. In a former book, describing a former journey, I expressed some wonder that I could be readily and naturally taken for a peddler, and explained the accident by the difference of language and manners between England and France. I must now take a humbler view, for here I was among my own countrymen, somewhat roughly clad to be sure, but with every advantage of speech and manner, and I am bound to confess that I passed for nearly anything you please except an educated gentleman. The sailors called me mate, the officers addressed me as my man, my comrades accepted me without hesitation for a person of their own character and experience, but with some curious information. One, a mason himself, believed I was a mason. Several, and among these at least one of the seamen, judged me to be a petty officer in the American Navy, and I was so often set down for a practical engineer that at last I had not the heart to deny it. From all these guesses I drew one conclusion, which told against the insight of my companions. They might be close observers in their own way, and read the manners in the face, but it was plain that they did not extend their observation to the hands. To the saloon passengers also I sustained my part without a hitch. It is true I came little in their way, but when we did encounter, there was no recognition in their eye, although I confess I sometimes courted it in silence. All these, my inferiors and equals, took me, like the transformed monarch in the story, for a mere common human man. They gave me a hard, dead look with the flesh about the eye kept unrelaxed. With the women this surprised me less, as I had already experimented on the sex by going abroad through a suburban part of London, simply attired in a sleeve waistcoat. The result was curious. I then learned for the first time, and by the exhaustive process, how much attention ladies are accustomed to bestow on all male creatures of their own station. For, in my humble rig, each one who went by me caused me a certain shock of surprise and a sense of something wanting. In my normal circumstances, it appeared, every young lady must have paid me some passing tribute of a glance, and though I had often been unconscious of it when given, I was well aware of its absence when it was withheld. My height seemed to decrease with every woman who passed me, for she passed me like a dog. This is one of my grounds for supposing that what are called the upper classes may sometimes produce a disagreeable impression in what are called the lower. And I wish someone would continue my experiment and find out exactly at what stage of toilette a man becomes invisible to the well-regulated female eye. Here on shipboard the matter was put to a more complete test, for, even with the addition of speech and manner, I passed among the ladies for precisely the average man of the steerage. It was one afternoon that I saw this demonstrated. A very plainly dressed woman was taken ill on deck. I think I had the luck to be present at every sudden seizure during all the passage, and on this occasion found myself in the place of importance, supporting the sufferer. There was not only a large crowd immediately around us, but a considerable knot of saloon passengers leaning over our heads from the hurricane deck. One of these, an elderly managing woman, hailed me with counsels. Of course I had to reply, and as the talk went on, I began to discover that the whole group took me for the husband. I looked upon my new wife, poor creature, with mingled feelings, and I must own she had not even the appearance of the poorest class of city servant maids, but looked more like a country wench who should have been employed at a roadside inn. Now was the time for me to go and study the brass plate. To such of the officers as knew about me, the doctor, the purser, and the steward's eye appeared in the light of a broad joke. The fact that I spent the better part of my day in writing had gone abroad over the ship and tickled them all prodigiously. Whenever they met me, they referred to my absurd occupation with familiarity and breadth of humorous intention. Their manner was well calculated to remind me of my fallen fortunes. You may be sincerely amused by the amateur literary efforts of a gentleman, but you scarce publish the feeling to his face. Well, they would say, still writing? And the smile would widen into a laugh. The purser came one day into the cabin and, touched to the heart by my misguided industry, offered me some other kind of writing, for which, he added pointedly, you will be paid. This was nothing else than to copy out the list of passengers. Another trick of mine which told against my reputation was my choice of roosting place in an active draught upon the cabin floor. I was openly jeered and flouted for this eccentricity, and a considerable knot would sometimes gather at the door to see my last dispositions for the night. This was embarrassing, but I learned to support the trial with equanimity. Indeed, I may say that, upon the whole, my new position sat lightly and naturally upon my spirits. I accepted the consequences with readiness, and found them far from difficult to bear. The steerage conquered me. I conformed more and more to the type of the place, not only in manner but at heart, growing hostile to the officers and cabin passengers who looked down upon me, and day by day greedier for small delicacies. Such was the result, as I fancy, of a diet of bread and butter, soup and porridge. We think we have no sweet tooth as long as we are full to the brim of molasses, but a man must have sojourned in the workhouse before he boasts himself indifferent to dainties. Every evening, for instance, I was more and more preoccupied about our doubtful fare at tea. If it was delicate, my heart was much lightened. If it was but broken fish, I was proportionally downcast. The offer of a little jelly from a fellow passenger, more provident than myself, caused a marked elevation in my spirits, and I would have gone to the ship's end and back again for an oyster or a chipped fruit. In other ways, I was content with my position. It seemed no disgrace to be confounded with my company, for I may as well declare at once I found their manners as gentle and becoming as those of any other class. I do not mean that my friends could have sat down without embarrassment and laughable disaster at the table of a duke. That does not imply an inferiority of breeding, but a difference of usage. Thus I flatter myself that I conducted myself well among my fellow passengers. Yet my most ambitious hope is not to have avoided faults, but to have committed as few as possible. I know too well that my tact is not the same as their tact, and that my habit of a different society constituted, not only no qualification, but a positive disability to move easily and becomingly in this. When Jones complimented me because I managed to behave very pleasantly to my fellow passengers, was how he put a tie could follow the thought in his mind, and knew his compliment to be such as we pay foreigners on their proficiency in English. I dare say this praise was given me immediately on the back of some unpardonable solecism, which had led him to review my conduct as a whole. We are all ready to laugh at the ploughman among lords. We should consider also the case of a lord among the ploughmen. I have seen a lawyer in the house of a Hebridean fisherman, and I know, but nothing will induce me to disclose, which of these two was the better gentleman. Some of our finest behavior, though it looks well enough from the boxes, may seem even brutal to the gallery. We boast too often manners that are parochial rather than universal, that, like a country wine, will not bear transportation for 100 miles, nor from the parlor to the kitchen. To be a gentleman is to be one all the world over, and in every relation and grade of society. It is a high calling, to which a man must first be born, and then devote himself for life. And unhappily, the manners of a certain so-called upper grade have a kind of currency, and meet with a certain external acceptation throughout all the others, and this tends to keep us well satisfied with slight acquirements and the amateurish accomplishments of a clique. But manners, like art, should be human and central. Some of my fellow passengers, as I now moved among them in a relation of equality, seemed to me excellent gentlemen. They were not rough, nor hasty, nor disputatious, debated pleasantly, differed kindly, were helpful, gentle, patient, and placid. The type of manners was plain, and even heavy. There was little to please the eye, but nothing to shock, and I thought gentleness lay more nearly at the spring of behavior than in many more ornate and delicate societies. I say delicate, where I cannot say refined. A thing may be fine, like ironwork, without being delicate like lace. There was here less delicacy. The skin supported more callously the natural surface of events. The mind received more bravely the crude facts of human existence. But I do not think that there was less effective refinement, less consideration for others, less polite suppression of self. I speak of the best among my fellow passengers, for in the steerage, as well as in the saloon, there is a mixture. Those, then, with whom I found myself in sympathy, and of whom I may therefore hope to write with a greater measure of truth, were not only as good in their manners, but endowed with very much the same natural capacities, and about as wise in deduction, as the bankers and barristers of what is called society. One and all were too much interested in disconnected facts, and loved information for its own sake with too rash a devotion. But people in all classes display the same appetite as they gorge themselves daily with the miscellaneous gossip of the newspaper. Newspaper reading, as far as I can make out, is often rather a sort of brown study than an act of culture. I have myself palmed off yesterday's issue on a friend, and seen him reperuse it for a continuance of minutes with an air at once refreshed and solemn. Workmen, perhaps, pay more attention, but though they may be eager listeners, they have rarely seemed to me either willing or careful thinkers. Culture is not measured by the greatness of the field which is covered by our knowledge, but by the nicety with which we can perceive relations in that field, whether great or small. Workmen, certainly those who were on board with me, I found wanting in this quality or habit of the mind. They did not perceive relations, but leaped to a so-called cause, and thought the problem settled. Thus the cause of everything in England was the form of government, and the cure for all evils was, by consequence, a revolution. It is surprising how many of them said this, and that none should have had a definite thought in his head as he said it. Some hated the church because they disagreed with it, some hated Lord Beaconsfield because of war and taxes, all hated the masters, possibly with reason. But these feelings were not at the root of the matter. The true reasoning of their souls ran thus: I have not got on. I ought to have got on. If there was a revolution, I should get on. How? They had no idea. Why? Because Becaswell, look at America. To be politically blind is no distinction. We are also, if you come to that. At bottom, as it seems to me, there is but one question in modern home politics, though it appears in many shapes, and that is the question of money, and but one political remedy, that the people should grow wiser and better. My workmen fellow Passengers were as impatient and dull of hearing on the second of these points as any member of Parliament, but they had some glimmerings of the first. They would not hear of improvement on their part, but wished the world made over again in a crack, so that they might remain improvident and idle and debauched, and yet enjoy the comfort and respect that should accompany the opposite virtues. And it was in this expectation, as far as I could see, that many of them were now on their way to America. But on the point of money, they saw clearly enough that inland politics, so far as they were concerned, were reducible to the question of annual income, a question which should long ago have been settled by a revolution. They did not know how, and which they were now about to settle for themselves, once more they knew not how, by crossing the Atlantic in a steamship of considerable tonnage. And yet it has been amply shown them that the second or income question is in itself nothing, and may as well be left undecided, if there be no wisdom and virtue to profit by the change. It is not by a man's purse, but by his character, that he is rich or poor. Barney will be poor, Alec will be poor, Mackay will be poor. Let them go where they will and wreck all the governments under heaven, they will be poor until they die. Nothing is perhaps more notable in the average workman than his surprising idleness and the candor with which he confesses to the failing. It has to me been always something of a relief to find the poor, as a general rule, so little oppressed with work. I can in consequence enjoy my own more fortunate beginning with a better grace. The other day I was living with a farmer in America, an old frontiersman, who had worked and fought, hunted and farmed from his childhood up. He excused himself for his defective education on the ground that he had been overworked from first to last. Even now, he said, anxious as he was, he had never the time to take up a book. In consequence of this, I observed him closely. He was occupied for 4 or, at the extreme outside, for 5 hours out of the 24, and then principally in walking. And the remainder of the day he passed in sheer idleness, either eating fruit or standing with his back against the door. I have known men do hard literary work all morning, and then undergo quite as much physical fatigue by way of relief as satisfied this powerful frontiersman for the day. He, at least, like all the educated class, did so much homage to industry as to persuade himself he was industrious. But the average mechanic recognizes his idleness with effrontery. He has even, as I am told, organized it. I give the story as it was told me, and it was told me for a fact. A man fell from a housetop in the city of Aberdeen and was brought into hospital with broken bones. He was asked what was his trade and replied that he was a tapper. No one had ever heard of such a thing before. The officials were filled with curiosity. They besought an explanation. It appeared that when a party of slaters were engaged upon a roof, they would now and then be taken with a fancy for the public house. Now a seamstress, for example, might slip away from her work and no one be the wiser. But if these fellows adjourned, the tapping of the mallets would cease, and thus the neighborhood be advertised of their defection. Hence the career of the tapper. He has to do the tapping and keep up an industrious bustle on the housetop during the absence of the slaters. When he taps for only one or two, the thing is child's play. But when he has to represent a whole troop, it is then that he earns his money in the sweat of his brow. Then must he bound from spot to spot, reduplicate, triplicate, sextuplicate his single personality, and swell and hasten his blows until he produce a perfect illusion for the ear, and you would swear that a crowd of emulous masons were continuing merrily to roof the house. It must be a strange sight from an upper window. I heard nothing on board of the tapper, but I was astonished at the stories told by my companions. Skulking, shirking, malingering were all established tactics, it appeared. They could see no dishonesty when a man who is paid for an hour's work gives half an hour's consistent idling in its place. Thus the tapper would refuse to watch for the police during a burglary and call himself an honest man. It is not sufficiently recognized that our race detests to work. If I thought that I should have to work every day of my life as hard as I am working now, I should be tempted to give up the struggle. And the workman early begins on his career of toil. He has never had his fill of holidays in the past, and his prospect of holidays in the future is both distant and uncertain. In the circumstance, it would require a high degree of virtue not to snatch alleviations for the moment. There were many good talkers on the ship, and I believe good talking of a certain sort is a common accomplishment among working men. Where books are comparatively scarce, a greater amount of information will be given and received by word of mouth, and this tends to produce good talkers, and, what is no less needful for conversation, good listeners. They could all tell a story with effect. I am sometimes tempted to think that the less literary class show always better in narration. They have so much more patience with detail, are so much less hurried to reach the points, and preserve so much juster a proportion among the facts. At the same time, their talk is dry. They pursue a topic ploddingly, have not an agile fancy, do not throw sudden lights from unexpected quarters, and when the talk is over, they often leave the matter where it was. They mark time instead of marching. They think only to argue, not to reach new conclusions, and use their reason rather as a weapon of offense than as a tool for self-improvement. Hence, the talk of some of the cleverest was unprofitable in result, because there was no give and take. They would grant you as little as possible for premise, and begin to dispute under an oath to conquer or to die. But the talk of a workman is apt to be more interesting than that of a wealthy merchant, because the thoughts, hopes, and fears of which the workman's life is built lie nearer to necessity and nature. They are more immediate to human life. An income calculated by the week is a far more human thing than one calculated by the year, and a small income, simply from its smallness, than a large one. I never wearied listening to the details of a workman's economy, because every item stood for some real pleasure. If he could afford pudding twice a week, you know that twice a week the man ate with genuine gusto and was physically happy. While if you learn that a rich man has 7 courses a day, 10 to 1 the half of them remain untasted, and the whole is but misspent money and a weariness to the flesh. The difference between England and America to a working man was thus most humanly put to me by a fellow Passenger. In America, said he, you get pies and puddings. I do not hear enough in economy books of pies and pudding. A man lives in and for the delicacies, adornments, and accidental attributes of life, such as pudding to eat, and pleasant books and theaters to occupy his leisure. The bare terms of existence would be rejected with contempt by all. If a man feeds on bread and butter, soup and porridge, his appetite grows wolfish after dainties. And the workman dwells in a borderland, and is always within sight of those cheerless regions where life is more difficult to sustain than worth sustaining. Every detail of our existence, where it is worthwhile to cross the ocean after pie and pudding, is made alive and enthralling by the presence of genuine desire. But it is all one to me whether C.R. Suss has 100 or 1,000 thousands in the bank. There is more adventure in the life of the working man, who descends as a common soldier into the battle of life, than in that of the millionaire who sits apart in an office, like von Moltke, and only directs the maneuvers by telegraph. Give me to hear about the career of him who is in the thick of the business, to whom one change of market means an empty belly, and another a copious and savory meal. This is not the philosophical, but the human side of economics. It interests like a story, and the life of all who are thus situated partakes in a small way of the charm of Robinson Crusoe, for every step is critical, and human life is presented to you naked and verging to its lowest terms. New York. As we drew near to New York, I was at first amused, and then somewhat staggered, by the cautions and the grisly tales that went the round. You would have thought we were to land upon a cannibal island. You must speak to no one in the streets, as they would not leave you till you were rooked and beaten. You must enter a hotel with military precautions, for the least you had to apprehend was to awake next morning without money or baggage, or necessary raiment, a lone forked radish in a bed, and if the worst befell, you would instantly and mysteriously disappear from the ranks of mankind. I have usually found such stories correspond to the least modicum of fact. Thus I was warned, I remember, against the roadside inns of the Cevennes, and that by a learned professor. And when I reached Prédel's, the warning was explained. It was but the faraway rumor and reduplication of a single terrifying story already half a century old, and half forgotten in the theater of the events. So I was tempted to make light of these reports against America. But we had on board with us a man whose evidence it would not do to put aside. He had come near these perils in the body. He had visited a robber inn. The public has an old and well-grounded favor for this class of incident, and shall be gratified to the best of my power. My fellow Passenger, whom we shall call him Not, had come from New York to Boston with a comrade, seeking work. They were a pair of rattling blades, and, leaving their baggage at the station, passed the day in beer saloons and with congenial spirits until midnight struck. Then they applied themselves to find a lodging and walked the streets till 2, knocking at houses of entertainment and being refused admittance or themselves declining the terms. By 2, the inspiration of their liquor had begun to wear off. They were weary and humble, and after a great circuit found themselves in the same street where they had begun their search, and in front of a French hotel where they had already sought accommodation. Seeing the house still open, they returned to the charge. A man in a white cap sat in an office by the door. He seemed to welcome them more warmly than when they had at first presented themselves, and the charge for the night had somewhat unaccountably fallen from $1 to a quarter. They thought him a-looking, but paid their quarter apiece, and were shown upstairs to the top of the house. There, in a small room, the man in the white cap wished them pleasant slumbers. The room was furnished with a bed, a chair, and some conveniences. The door did not lock on the inside, and the only sign of adornment was a couple of framed pictures, one close above the head of the bed, and the other opposite the foot, and both curtained, as we may sometimes see valuable watercolors, or the portraits of the dead, or works of art more than usually skittish in the subject. It was perhaps in the hope of finding something of this last description that M. Naughton's comrade pulled aside the curtain of the first. He was startlingly disappointed. There was no picture. The frame surrounded, and the curtain was designed to hide, an oblong aperture in the partition, through which they looked forth into the dark corridor. A person standing without could easily take a purse from under the pillow, or even strangle a sleeper as he lay abed. M. Naught and his comrade stared at each other like Balboa and his men, with a wild surmise, and then the latter, catching up the lamp, ran to the other frame and roughly raised the curtain. There he stood, petrified, and M. Naughton, who had followed, grasped him by the wrist in terror. They could see into another room, larger in size than that which they occupied, where 3 men sat crouching and silent in the dark. For a second or so these 5 persons looked each other in the eyes, then the curtain was dropped, and M. Naughton and his friend made but one bolt of it out of the room and down the stairs. The man in the white cap said nothing as they passed him, and they were so pleased to be once more in the open night that they gave up all notion of a bed, and walked the streets of Boston till the morning. No one seemed much cast down by these stories, but all inquired after the address of a respectable hotel, and I, for my part, put myself under the conduct of Mr. Jones. Before noon of the second Sunday, we sighted the low shores outside of New York Harbor. The steerage passengers must remain on board to pass through Castle Garden on the following morning. But we of the second cabin made our escape along with the lords of the saloon, and by 6 o'clock Jones and I issued into West Street, sitting on some straw in the bottom of an open baggage wagon. It rained miraculously, and from that moment till on the following night I left New York, there was scarcely a lull and no cessation of the downpour. The roadways were flooded. A loud, strident noise of falling water filled the air. The restaurant smelt heavily of wet people and wet clothing. It took us but a few minutes, though it cost us a good deal of money, to be rattled along West Street to our destination. Reunion House, No. 10, West Street, 1 minute's walk from Castle Garden. Convenient to Castle Garden, the steamboat landings, California steamers and Liverpool ships. Board and lodging per day $1, single meals 25 cents, lodging per night 25 cents, private rooms for families, no charge for storage or baggage. Satisfaction guaranteed to all. Persons, Michael Mitchell, proprietor. Reunion House was, I may go the length of saying, a humble hostelry. You entered through a long barroom, thence passed into a little dining room, and thence into a still smaller kitchen. The furniture was of the plainest, but the bar was hung in the American taste, with encouraging and hospitable mottos. Jones was well known. We were received warmly. And 2 minutes afterwards I had refused a drink from the proprietor, and was going on, in my plain European fashion, to refuse a cigar, when Mr. Mitchell sternly interposed and explained the situation. He was offering to treat me, it appeared. Whenever an American barkeeper proposes anything, it must be borne in mind that he is offering to treat, and if I did not want a drink, I must at least take the cigar. I took it bashfully, feeling I had begun my American career on the wrong foot. I did not enjoy that cigar. but this may have been from a variety of reasons, even the best cigar often failing to please if you smoke three-quarters of it in a drenching rain. For many years, America was to me a sort of promised land. Westward, the march of empire holds its way. The race is for the moment to the young. What has been, and what is we imperfectly and obscurely know. What is to be yet lies beyond the flight of our imaginations. Greece, Rome, and Judah are gone by forever, leaving to generations the legacy of their accomplished work. China still endures, an old inhabited house in the brand new city of nations. England has already declined, since she has lost the states, and to these states, therefore, yet undeveloped, full of dark possibilities, and grown, like another Eve, from one rib out of the side of their own old land, the minds of young men in England turn naturally at a certain hopeful period of their age. It will be hard for an American to understand the spirit. But let him imagine a young man, who shall have grown up in an old and rigid circle, following bygone fashions and taught to distrust his own fresh instincts, and who now suddenly hears of a family of cousins, all about his own age, who keep house together by themselves and live far from restraint and tradition. Let him imagine this, and he will have some imperfect notion of the sentiment with which spirited English youths turn to the thought of the American Republic. It seems to them as if, out west, the war of life was still conducted in the open air, and on free barbaric terms, as if it had not yet been narrowed into parlors, nor begun to be conducted, like some unjust and dreary arbitration, by compromise, costume, forms of procedure, and sad, senseless self-denial. Which of these two he prefers, a man with any youth still left in him will decide rightly for himself. He would rather be houseless than denied a passkey, rather go without food than partake of a stalled ox in stiff, respectable society, rather be shot out of hand than direct his life according to the dictates of the world. He knows or thinks nothing of the main laws, the Puritan sourness, the fierce, sordid appetite for dollars, or the dreary existence of country towns. A few wild storybooks which delighted his childhood form the imaginative basis of his picture of America. In course of time, there is added to this a great crowd of stimulating details, vast cities that grow up as by enchantment. The birds that have gone south in autumn, returning with the spring to find thousands camped upon their marshes, and the lamps burning far and near along populous streets. Forests that disappear like snow, countries larger than Britain that are cleared and settled, one. Man running forth with his household gods before another, while the bear and the Indian are yet scarce aware of their approach. Oil that gushes from the earth, gold that is washed or quarried in the brooks or glens of the Sierras, and all that bustle, courage, action, and constant kaleidoscopic change that Walt Whitman has seized and set forth in his vigorous, cheerful, and loquacious verses. Here I was at last in America, and was soon out upon New York streets, spying for things foreign. The place had to me an air of Liverpool, but such was the rain that not paradise itself would have looked inviting. We were a party of four, under two umbrellas, Jones and I and two Scots lads, recent immigrants and not indisposed to welcome a compatriot. They had been 6 weeks in New York, and neither of them had yet found a single job or earned a single halfpenny. Up to the present they were exactly out of pocket by the amount of the fare. The lads soon left us. Now I had sworn by all my gods to have such a dinner as would rouse the dead. There was scarce any expense at which I should have hesitated. The devil was in it but Jones, and I should dine like heathen emperors. I set to work, asking after a restaurant, and I chose the wealthiest and most gastronomical-looking passers-by to ask from. Yet, although I had told them I was willing to pay anything in reason, one and all sent me off to cheap, fixed-price houses, where I would not have eaten that night for the cost of 20 dinners. I do not know if this were characteristic of New York, or whether it was only Jones and I who looked undinerly and discouraged enterprising suggestions. But at length, by our own sagacity, we found a French restaurant, where there was a French waiter, some fair French cooking, some so-called French wine, and French coffee to conclude the whole. I never entered into the feelings of Jack on land so completely as when I tasted that coffee. I suppose we had one of the private rooms for families at Reunion House. It was very small, furnished with a bed, a chair, and some clothes pegs, and it derived all that was necessary for the life of the human animal through two borrowed lights, one looking into the passage, and the second opening, without sash, into another apartment, where three men fitfully snored, or, in intervals of wakefulness, drearily mumbled to each other all night long. It will be observed that this was almost exactly the disposition of the room in M. Naughton's story. Jones had the bed, I pitched my camp upon the floor. He did not sleep until near morning, and I, for my part, never closed an eye. At sunrise, I heard a cannon fired, and shortly afterwards, the men in the next room gave over snoring for good and began to rustle over their toilettes. The sound of their voices as they talked was low and moaning, like that of people watching by the sick. Jones, who had at last begun to doze, tumbled and murmured, and every now and then opened unconscious eyes upon me where I lay. I found myself growing eerier and eerier, for I dare say I was a little fevered by my restless night, and hurried to dress and get downstairs. You had to pass through the rain, which still fell thick and resonant, to reach a lavatory on the other side of the court. There were 3 basin stands, and a few crumpled towels and pieces of wet soap, white and slippery like fish, nor should I forget a looking-glass and a pair of questionable combs. Another Scots lad was here, scrubbing his face with a good will. He had been 3 months in New York and had not yet found a single job nor earned a single halfpenny. Up to the present, he also was exactly out of pocket by the amount of the fare. I began to grow sick at heart for my fellow emigrants. Of my nightmare wanderings in New York I spare to tell. I had 1,001 things to do, only the day to do them in, and a journey across the continent before me in the evening. It rained with patient fury. Every now and then I had to get under cover for a while in order, so to speak, to give my mackintosh a rest. For under this continued drenching, it began to grow damp on the inside. I went to banks, post offices, railway offices, restaurants, publishers, booksellers, money changers, and wherever I went a pool would gather about my feet, and those who were careful of their floors would look on with an unfriendly eye. Wherever I went, too, the same traits struck me. The people were all surprisingly rude and surprisingly kind. The money changer cross-questioned me like a French commissary, asking my age, my business, my average income, and my destination, beating down my attempts at evasion, and receiving my answer in silence. And yet when all was over, he shook hands with me up to the elbows and sent his lad nearly a quarter of a mile in the rain to get me books at a reduction. Again, in a very large publishing and bookselling establishment, a man, who seemed to be the manager, received me as I had certainly never before been received in any human shop, indicated squarely that he put no faith in my honesty, and refused to look up the names of books or give me the slightest help or information on the ground, like the steward, that it was none of his business. I lost my temper at last, said I was a stranger in America and not learned in their etiquette, but I would assure him, if he went to any bookseller in England, of more handsome usage. The boast was perhaps exaggerated, but like many a long shot, it struck the gold. The manager passed at once from one extreme to the other. I may say that from that moment he loaded me with kindness. He gave me all sorts of good advice, wrote me down addresses, and came bareheaded into the rain to point me out a restaurant where I might lunch, nor even then did he seem to think that he had done enough. These are it is as well to be bold in statement the manners of America. It is this same opposition that has most struck me in people of almost all classes, and from east to west. By the time a man had about strung me up to be the death of him by his insulting behavior, he himself would be just upon the point of melting into confidence and serviceable attentions. Yet I suspect, although I have met with the like in so many parts, that this must be the character of some particular state or group of states. For in America, and this again in all classes, you will find some of the softest-mannered gentlemen in the world. I was so wet when I got back to Mitchell's towards the evening that I had simply to divest myself of my shoes, socks, and trousers, and leave them behind for the benefit of New York City. No fire could have dried them ere I had to start, and to pack them in their present condition was to spread ruin among my other possessions. With a heavy heart I said farewell to them, as they lay a pulp in the middle of a pool upon the floor of Mitchell's kitchen. I wonder if they are dry by now. Mitchell hired a man to carry my baggage to the station, which was hard by, accompanied me thither himself, and recommended me to the particular attention of the officials. No one could have been kinder. Those who are out of pocket may go safely to Reunion House, where they will get decent meal and find an honest and obliging landlord. I owed him this word of thanks before I enter fairly on the second chapter of my emigrant experience. Part 2, Across the Plains. To Paul Burgett, traveler and student and curious as you are, you will never have heard the name of Valema, most likely not even that of Upolu, and Samoa itself may be strange to your ears. To these barbaric seats there came the other day a yellow book with your name on the title, and filled in every page with the exquisite gifts of your art. Let me take and change your own words. beau admire les otters de touts mes forces, c'est avec vous que je me complais à vivre. R50s. Valima. Upalu. Samoa. Letter to the author. My dear Stevenson, you have trusted me with the choice and arrangement of these papers, written before you departed to the South Seas, and have asked me to add a preface to the volume. But it is your prose the public wish to read, not mine, and I am sure they will willingly be spared the preface. Acknowledgments are due in your name to the publishers of the several magazines from which the papers are collected, viz. Fraser's, Longman's, the Magazine of Art, and Scribner's. I will only add, lest any reader should find the tone of the concluding pieces less inspiriting than your wont, that they were written under circumstances of especial gloom and sickness. I agree with you the lights seem a little turned down, so you write to me now. The truth is I was far through, and came none too soon to the South Seas, where I was to recover peace of body and mind. And however low the lights, the stuff is true well, inasmuch as the South Sea sirens have breathed new life into you, we are bound to be heartily grateful to them, though as they keep you so far removed from us, it is difficult not to bear them a grudge, and if they would reconcile us quite, they have but to do two things more to teach you new tales that shall charm us like your old, and to spare you, at least once in a while in summer, to climates within reach of us who are task-bound for 10 months in the year beside the Thames. Yours ever, Sidney Colvin. February 1892. Notes by the way to Council Bluffs. Monday, it was, if I remember rightly, 5 o'clock when we were all signaled to be present at the ferry depot of the railroad. An emigrant ship had arrived at New York on the Saturday night, another on the Sunday morning, our own on Sunday afternoon, a fourth early on Monday. And as there is no emigrant train on Sunday, a great part of the passengers from these four ships was concentrated on the train by which I was to travel. There was a babel of bewildered men, women, and children. The wretched little booking office and the baggage room, which was not much larger, were crowded thick with emigrants, and were heavy and rank with the atmosphere of dripping clothes. Open carts full of bedding stood by the half-hour in the rain. The officials loaded each other with recriminations. A bearded, mildewed little man, whom I take to have been an emigrant agent, was all over the place, his mouth full of brimstone, blustering and interfering. It was plain that the whole system, if system there was, had utterly broken down under the strain of so many passengers. My own ticket was given me at once, and an oldish man, who preserved his head in the midst of this turmoil, got my baggage registered, and counseled me to stay quietly where I was till he should give me the word to move. I had taken along with me a small valise, a knapsack, which I carried on my shoulders, and in the bag of my railway rug the whole of Bancroft's History of the United States in 6 fat volumes. It was as much as I could carry with convenience even for short distances, but it ensured me plenty of clothing, and the valise was at that moment, and often after, useful for a stool. I am sure I sat for an hour in the baggage room, and wretched enough it was. Yet, when at last the word was passed to me, and I picked up my bundles and got under way, it was only to exchange discomfort for downright misery and danger. I followed the porters into a long shed reaching downhill from West Street to the river. It was dark, the wind blew clean through it from end to end, and here I found a great block of passengers and baggage, hundreds of one and tons of the other. I feel I shall have a difficulty to make myself believed, and certainly the scene must have been exceptional, for it was too dangerous for daily repetition. It was a tight jam. There was no fair way through the mingled mass of brute and living obstruction. Into the upper skirts of the crowd, porters, infuriated by hurry and overwork, clove their way with shouts. I may say that we stood like sheep, and that the porters charged among us like so many maddened sheepdogs, and I believe these men were no longer answerable for their acts. It mattered not what they were carrying, they drove straight into the press, and when they could get no farther, blindly discharged their barrowful. With my own hand, for instance, I saved the life of a child as it sat upon its mother's knee, she sitting on a box. And since I heard of no accident, I must suppose that there were many similar interpositions in the course of the evening. It will give some idea of the state of mind to which we were reduced if I tell you that neither the porter nor the mother of the child paid the least attention to my act. It was not till some time after that I understood what I had done myself, for to ward off heavy boxes seemed at the moment a natural incident of human life. Cold, wet, clamor, dead opposition to progress, such as one encounters in an evil dream, had utterly daunted the spirits. We had accepted this purgatory as a child accepts the conditions of the world. For my part one, shivered a little and my back ached wearily, but I believe I had neither a hope nor a fear, and all the activities of my nature had become tributary to one massive sensation of discomfort. At length, and after how long an interval I hesitate to guess, the crowd began to move, heavily straining through itself. About the same time, some lamps were lighted, and threw a sudden flare over the shed. We were being filtered out into the river boat for Jersey City. You may imagine how slowly this filtering proceeded, through the dense, choking crush, everyone overladen with packages or children, and yet under the necessity of fishing out his ticket by the way. But it ended at length for me, and I found myself on deck under a flimsy awning, and with a trifle of elbow room to stretch and breathe in. This was on the starboard, for the bulk of the emigrants stuck hopelessly on the port side, by which we had entered. In vain the seamen shouted to them to move on, and threatened them with shipwreck. These poor people were under a spell of stupor, and did not stir a foot. It rained as heavily as ever, but the wind now came in sudden claps and capfuls, not without danger to a boat so badly ballasted as ours, and we crept over the river in the darkness, trailing one paddle in the water like a wounded duck, and passed ever and again by huge, illuminated steamers, running many knots, and heralding their approach by strains of music. The contrast between these pleasure embarkations and our own grim vessel, with her list to port and her freight of wet and silent emigrants, was of that glaring description which we count too obvious for the purposes of art. The landing at Jersey City was done in a stampede. I had a fixed sense of calamity, and, to judge by conduct, the same persuasion was common to us all. A panic selfishness, like that produced by fear, presided over the disorder of our landing. People pushed and elbowed and ran, their families following how they could. Children fell and were picked up to be rewarded by a blow. One child, who had lost her parents, screamed steadily and with increasing shrillness, as though verging towards a fit. An official kept her by him, but no one else seemed so much as to remark her distress, and I am ashamed to say that I ran among the rest. I was so weary that I had twice to make a halt and set down my bundles in the 100 yards or so between the pier and the railway station, so that I was quite wet by the time that I got under cover. There was no waiting room, no refreshment room. The cars were locked, and for at least another hour, or so it seemed, we had to camp upon the drafty, gaslit platform. I sat on my valise, too crushed to observe my neighbors, but as they were all cold and wet and weary, and driven stupidly crazy by the mismanagement to which we had been subjected, I believe they can have been no happier than myself. I bought half a dozen oranges from a boy, for oranges and nuts were the only refection to be had. As only 2 of them had even a pretense of juice, I threw the other 4 under the cars, and beheld, as in a dream, grown people and children groping on the track after my leavings. At last we were admitted into the cars, utterly dejected and far from dry. For my own part, I got out a clothes brush and brushed my trousers as hard as I could, till I had dried them and warmed my blood into the bargain. But no one else, except my next neighbor, to whom I lent the brush, appeared to take the least precaution. As they were, they composed themselves to sleep. I had seen the lights of Philadelphia, and been twice ordered to change carriages and twice countermanded, before I allowed myself to follow their example. Tuesday, when I awoke, it was already day. The train was standing idle. I was in the last carriage, and seeing some others strolling to and fro about the lines, I opened the door and stepped forth, as from a caravan by the wayside. We were near no station, nor even, as far as I could see, within reach of any signal. A green, open, undulating country stretched away upon all sides. Locust trees and a single field of Indian corn gave it a foreign grace and interest, but the contours of the land were soft and English. It was not quite England, neither was it quite France, yet like enough either to seem natural in my eyes, and it was in the sky and not upon the earth that I was surprised to find a change. Explain it how you may, and for my part one. Cannot explain it at all. The sun rises with a different splendor in America and Europe. There is more clear gold and scarlet in our old country mornings, more purple, brown, and smoky orange in those of the new. It may be from habit, but to me the coming of day is less fresh and inspiriting in the latter. It has a duskier glory, and more nearly resembles sunset. It seems to fit some subsequential, evening epoch of the world, as though America were in fact, and not merely in fancy, farther from the orient of aurora and the springs of day. I thought so then, by the railroad side in Pennsylvania, and I have thought so a dozen times since in far distant parts of the continent. If it be an illusion, it is one very deeply rooted, and in which my eyesight is accomplice. Soon after a train whisked by, announcing and accompanying its passage by the swift beating of a sort of chapel bell upon the engine, and as it was for this we had been waiting, we were summoned by the cry of all aboard, and went on again upon our way. The whole line, it appeared, was topsy-turvy, an accident at midnight having thrown all the traffic hours into arrear. We paid for this in the flesh, for we had no meals all that day. Fruit we could buy upon the cars, and now and then we had a few minutes at some station with a meager show of rolls and sandwiches for sale. But we were so many and so ravenous that, though I tried at every opportunity, the coffee was always exhausted before I could elbow my way to the counter. Our American sunrise had ushered in a noble summer's day. There was not a cloud, the sunshine was baking, yet in the woody river valleys among which we wound our way, the atmosphere preserved a sparkling freshness till late in the afternoon. It had an inland sweetness and variety to one newly from the sea. It smelt of woods, rivers, and the delved earth. These, though in so far a country, were airs from home. I stood on the platform by the hour, and, as I saw, one after another, pleasant villages, carts upon the highway and fishers by the stream, and heard cock-crows and cheery voices in the distance, and beheld the sun no longer shining blankly on the plains of ocean, but striking among shapely hills and his light dispersed and colored by 1,000 accidents of form and surface, I began to exult with myself upon this rise in life. Like a man who had come into a rich estate, and when I had asked the name of the river from the brakesman, and heard that it was called the Susquehanna, the beauty of the name seemed to be part and parcel of the beauty of the land. As when Adam with divine fitness named the creatures, so this word Susquehanna was at once accepted by the fancy. That was the name, as no other could be, for that shining river and desirable valley. None can care for literature in itself who do not take a special pleasure in the sound of names, and there is no part of the world where nomenclature is so rich, poetical, humorous, and picturesque as the United States of America. All times, races, and languages have brought their contribution. Pekin is in the same state with Euclid, with Bellefontaine, and with Sandusky. Chelsea, with its London associations of red brick, Sloane Square, and the King's Road, is own suburb to stately and primeval Memphis. There they have their seat translated names of cities, where the Mississippi runs by Tennessee and Arkansas, and both, while I was crossing the continent, lay, watched by armed men, in the horror and isolation of a plague. Old, red Manhattan lies like an Indian arrowhead under a steam factory, below Anglified New York. The names of the states and territories themselves form a chorus of sweet and most romantic vocables. Delaware, Ohio, Indiana, Florida, Dakota, Iowa, Wyoming, Minnesota, and the Carolinas. There are few poems with a nobler music for the ear. A songful, tuneful land. And if the new Homer shall arise from the western continent, his verse will be enriched, his pages sing spontaneously, with the names of states and cities that would strike the fancy in a business circular. Late in the evening, we were landed in a waiting room at Pittsburgh. I had now under my charge a young and sprightly Dutch widow with her children. These I was to watch over providentially for a certain distance farther on the way. But as I found she was furnished with a basket of eatables, I left her in the waiting room to seek a dinner for myself. I mention this meal, not only because it was the first of which I had partaken for about 30 hours, but because it was the means of my first introduction to a colored gentleman. He did me the honor to wait upon me after a fashion, while I was eating, and with every word, look, and gesture, marched me farther into the country of surprise. He was indeed strikingly unlike the Negroes of Mrs. Beecher Stowe, or the Christie minstrels of my youth. Imagine a gentleman, certainly somewhat dark, but of a pleasant, warm hue, speaking English with a slight and rather odd foreign accent, every inch a man of the world, and armed with manners so patronizingly superior that I am at a loss to name their parallel in England. A butler perhaps rides as high over the unbutlered, but then he sets you right with a reserve and a sort of sighing patience which one is often moved to admire. And again, the abstract butler never stoops to familiarity. But the colored gentleman will pass you a wink at a time. He is familiar like an upper-form boy to a fag. He unbends to you like Prince Hal with poins and Falstaff. He makes himself at home and welcome. Indeed, I may say, this waiter behaved himself to me throughout that supper much as, with us, a young, free, and not very self-respecting master might behave to a good-looking chambermaid. I had come prepared to pity the poor Negro, to put him at his ease, to prove in 1,000 condescensions that I was no sharer in the prejudice of race. But I assure you I put my patronage away for another occasion, and had the grace to be pleased with that result. Seeing he was a very honest fellow, I consulted him upon a point of etiquette. If one should offer to tip the American waiter? Certainly not, he told me. Never, it would not do. They considered themselves too highly to accept. They would even resent the offer. As for him and me, we had enjoyed a very pleasant conversation. He, in particular, had found much pleasure in my society. I was a stranger. This was exactly one of those rare conjunctures without being very clear-seeing. I can still perceive the sun at noonday, and the colored gentleman deftly pocketed a quarter. Wednesday, a little after midnight, I convoyed my widow and orphans on board the train, and morning found us far into Ohio. This had early been a favorite home of my imagination. I have played at being in Ohio by the week, and enjoyed some capital sport there with a dummy gun, my person being still unbreeched. My preference was founded on a work which appeared in Cassell's family paper, and was read aloud to me by my nurse. It narrated the doings of one Custaloga, an Indian brave, who, in the last chapter, very obligingly washed the paint off his face and became Sir Reginald somebody or other. A trick I never forgave him. The idea of a man being an Indian brave and then giving that up to be a baronet was one which my mind rejected. It offended verisimilitude, like the pretended anxiety of Robinson Crusoe and others to escape from uninhabited islands. But Ohio was not at all as I had pictured it. We were now on those great plains which stretch unbroken to the Rocky Mountains. The country was flat like Holland, but far from being dull. All through Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, and Iowa, or for as much as I saw of them from the train and in my waking moments, it was rich and various and breathed an elegance peculiar to itself. The tall corn pleased the eye, the trees were graceful in themselves and framed the plain into long, aerial vistas, and the clean, bright garden townships spoke of country fare and pleasant summer evenings on the stoop. It was a sort of flat paradise, but I am afraid not unfrequented by the devil. That morning dawned with such a freezing chill as I have rarely felt. A chill that was not perhaps so measurable by instrument, as it struck home upon the heart and seemed to travel with the blood. Day came in with a shudder. White mists lay thinly over the surface of the plain, as we see them more often on a lake, and though the sun had soon dispersed and drunk them up, leaving an atmosphere of fever heat and crystal pureness from horizon to horizon, the mists had still been there, and we knew that this paradise was haunted by killing damps and foul malaria. The fences along the line bore but two descriptions of advertisement, one to recommend tobaccos, and the other to vaunt remedies against the ague. At the point of day, and while we were all in the grasp of that first chill, a native of the state who had got in at some way station pronounced it, with a doctoral air, a fever and ague morning. The Dutch widow was a person of some character. She had conceived at first sight a great aversion for the present writer, which she was at no pains to conceal. But, being a woman of a practical spirit, she made no difficulty about accepting my attentions, and encouraged me to buy her children fruits and candies, to carry all her parcels, and even to sleep upon the floor that she might profit by my empty seat. Nay, she was such a rattle by nature, and so powerfully moved to autobiographical talk, that she was forced, for want of a better, to take me into confidence and tell me the story of her life. I heard about her late husband, who seemed to have made his chief impression by taking her out pleasuring on Sundays. I could tell you her prospects, her hopes, the amount of her fortune, the cost of her housekeeping by the week, and a variety of particular matters that are not usually disclosed except to friends. At one station, she shook up her children to look at a man on the platform and say if he were not like Mr. Z, while to me she explained how she had been keeping company with this Mr. Z, how far matters had proceeded, and how it was because of his desistance that she was now traveling to the West. Then, when I was thus put in possession of the facts, she asked my judgment on that type of manly beauty. I admired it to her heart's content. She was not, I think, remarkably voracious in talk, but broidered as fancy prompted, and built castles in the air out of her past. Yet she had that sort of candor to keep me, in spite of all these confidences, steadily aware of her aversion. Her parting words were ingeniously honest. I am sure, said she, we all ought to be very much obliged to you. I cannot pretend that she put me at my ease, but I had a certain respect for such a genuine dislike. A poor nature would have slipped, in the course of these familiarities, into a sort of worthless toleration for me. We reached Chicago in the evening. I was turned out of the cars, bundled into an omnibus, and driven off through the streets to the station of a different railroad. Chicago seemed a great and gloomy city. I remember having subscribed, let us say sixpence, towards its restoration at the period of the fire. And now, when I beheld street after street of ponderous houses and crowds of comfortable burghers, I thought it would be a graceful act for the corporation to refund that sixpence, or, at the least, to entertain me to a cheerful dinner. But there was no word of restitution. I was that city's benefactor, yet I was received in a third-class waiting room, and the best dinner I could get was a dish of ham and eggs at my own expense. I can safely say I have never been so dog-tired as that night in Chicago. When it was time to start, I descended the platform like a man in a dream. It was a long train, lighted from end to end, and car after car, as I came up with it, was not only filled but overflowing. My valise, my knapsack, my rug, with those 6 ponderous tomes of Bancroft, weighed me double. I was hot, feverish, painfully athirst, and there was a great darkness over me, an internal darkness not to be dispelled by gas. When at last I found an empty bench, I sank into it like a bundle of rags. The world seemed to swim away into the distance, and my consciousness dwindled within me to a mere pin's head, like a taper on a foggy night. When I came a little more to myself, I found that there had sat down before me a very cheerful, rosy little German gentleman, somewhat gone in drink, who was talking away to me, 19 to the dozen, as they say. I did my best to keep up the conversation, for it seemed to me dimly as if something depended upon that. I heard him relate, among many other things, that there were pickpockets on the train, who had already robbed a man of $40 and a return ticket. But though I caught the words, I do not think I properly understood the sense until next morning, and I believe I replied at the time that I was very glad to hear it. What else he talked about I have no guess. I remember a gabbling sound of words, his profuse gesticulation, and his smile, which was highly explanatory, but no more. And I suppose I must have shown my confusion very plainly. For first I saw him knit his brows at me like one who has conceived a doubt. Next he tried me in German, supposing perhaps that I was unfamiliar with the English tongue, and finally, in despair, he rose and left me. I felt chagrined, but my fatigue was too crushing for delay, and stretching myself as far as that was possible upon the bench, I was received at once into a dreamless stupor. The little German gentleman was only going a little way into the suburbs after a diner fin, and was bent on entertainment while the journey lasted. Having failed with me, he pitched next upon another emigrant, who had come through from Canada, and was not one jot less weary than myself. Nay, even in a natural state, as I found next morning when we scraped acquaintance, he was a heavy, uncommunicative man. After trying him on different topics, it appears that the little German gentleman flounced into a temper, swore an oath or two, and departed from that car in quest of livelier society. Poor little gentleman! I suppose he thought an emigrant should be a rollicking, free-hearted blade, with a flask of foreign brandy and a long, comical story to beguile the moments of digestion. Thursday, I suppose there must be a cycle in the fatigue of traveling, for when I awoke next morning, I was entirely renewed in spirits and ate a hearty breakfast of porridge, with sweet milk and coffee and hot cakes, at Burlington upon the Mississippi. Another long day's ride followed, with but one feature worthy of remark. At a place called Creston, a drunken man got in. He was aggressively friendly, but, according to English notions, not at all unpresentable upon a train. For one stage he eluded the notice of the officials, but just as we were beginning to move out of the next station, Cromwell by name, came the conductor. There was a word or two of talk, and then the official had the man by the shoulders, twitched him from his seat, marched him through the car, and sent him flying on to the track. It was done in 3 motions, as exact as a piece of drill. The train was still moving slowly, although beginning to mend her pace, and the drunkard got his feet without a fall. He carried a red bundle, though not so red as his cheeks, and he shook this menacingly in the air with one hand, while the other stole behind him to the region of the kidneys. It was the first indication that I had come among revolvers, and I observed it with some emotion. The conductor stood on the steps with one hand on his hip, looking back at him, and perhaps this attitude imposed upon the creature, for he turned without further ado, and went off staggering along the track towards Cromwell, followed by a peal of laughter from the cars. They were speaking English all about me, but I knew I was in a foreign land. 20 minutes before 9 that night, we were deposited at the Pacific Transfer Station near Council Bluffs on the eastern bank of the Missouri River. Here we were to stay the night at a kind of caravanserai, set apart for emigrants. But I gave way to a thirst for luxury, separated myself from my companions, and marched with my effects into the Union Pacific Hotel. A white clerk and a colored gentleman whom, in my plain European way, I should call the boots, were installed behind a counter like bank tellers. They took my name, assigned me a number, and proceeded to deal with my packages. And here came the tug of war. I wished to give up my packages into safe keeping, but I did not wish to go to bed. And this, it appeared, was impossible in an American hotel. It was, of course, some inane misunderstanding, and sprang from my unfamiliarity with the language. For although two nations use the same words and read the same books, intercourse is not conducted by the dictionary. The business of life is not carried on by words, but in set phrases, each with a special and almost a slang signification. Some international obscurity prevailed between me and the colored gentleman at Council Bluffs, so that what I was asking, which seemed very natural to me, appeared to him a monstrous exigency. He refused, and that with the plainness of the West. This American manner of conducting matters of business is, at first, highly unpalatable to the European. When we approach a man in the way of his calling, and for those services by which he earns his bread, we consider him for the time being our hired servant. But in the American opinion, two gentlemen meet and have a friendly talk with a view to exchanging favors if they will agree to please. I know not which is the more convenient, nor even which is the more truly courteous. The English stiffness unfortunately tends to be continued after the particular transaction is at an end, and thus favors class separations. But on the other hand, these equalitarian plainnesses leave an open field for the insolence of Jack in office. I was nettled by the colored gentleman's refusal, and unbuttoned my wrath under the similitude of ironical submission. I knew nothing, I said, of the ways of American hotels, but I had no desire to give trouble. If there was nothing for it but to get to bed immediately, let him say the word, and though it was not my habit, I should cheerfully obey. He burst into a shout of laughter. "Ah," said he, "you do not know about America. They are fine people in America. Oh, you will like them very well, but you must get mad. I know what you want. You come along with me." And issuing from behind the counter, and taking me by the arm like an old acquaintance, he led me to the bar of the hotel. "There," said he, pushing me from him by the shoulder, "go and have a drink." The emigrant train. All this while I had been traveling by mixed trains, where I might meet with Dutch widows and little German gentry fresh from table. I had been but a latent emigrant. Now I was to be branded once more, and put apart with my fellows. It was about 2 in the afternoon of Friday that I found myself in front of Emigrant House, with more than 100 others, to be sorted and boxed for the journey. A white-haired official, with a stick under one arm and a list in the other hand, stood apart in front of us, and called name after name in the tone of a command. At each name you would see a family gather up its brats and bundles and run for the hindmost of the 3 cars that stood awaiting us, and I soon concluded that this was to be set apart for the women and children. The second, or central car, it turned out, was devoted to men traveling alone, and the third to the Chinese. The official was easily moved to anger at the least delay, but the emigrants were both quick at answering their names and speedy in getting themselves and their effects on board. The families once housed, we men carried the second car without ceremony by simultaneous assault. I suppose the reader has some notion of an American railroad car, that long, narrow wooden box, like a flat-roofed Noah's Ark, with a stove and a convenience, one at either end, a passage down the middle, and transverse benches upon either hand. Those destined for emigrants on the Union Pacific are only remarkable for their extreme plainness, nothing but wood entering in any part into their constitution, and for the usual inefficacy of the lamps, which often went out and shed but a dying glimmer even while they burned. The benches are too short for anything but a young child. Where there is scarce elbow room for 2 to sit, there will not be space enough for 1 to lie. Hence the company, or rather, as it appears from certain bills about the transfer station, the company's servants have conceived a plan for the better accommodation of travelers. They prevail on every 2 to chum together. To each of the chums they sell a board and 3 square cushions stuffed with straw and covered with thin cotton. The benches can be made to face each other in pairs, for the backs are reversible. On the approach of night, the boards are laid from bench to bench, making a couch wide enough for 2 and long enough for a man of the middle height, and the chums lie down side by side upon the cushions with the head to the conductor's van and the feet to the engine. When the train is full, of course this plan is impossible, for there must not be more than 1 to every bench, neither can it be carried out unless the chums agree. It was to bring about this last condition that our white-haired official now bestirred himself. He made a most active master of ceremonies, introducing likely couples and even guaranteeing the amiability and honesty of each. The greater the number of happy couples, the better for his pocket, for it was he who sold the raw material of the beds. His price for one board and three straw cushions began with $2.50, but before the train left, and I am sorry to say, long after I had purchased mine, it had fallen to $1.50. The matchmaker had a difficulty with me. Perhaps, like some ladies, I showed myself too eager for union at any price, but certainly the first who was picked out to be my bedfellow declined the honor without thanks. He was an old, heavy, slow-spoken man, I think from Yankeeland, looked me all over with great timidity, and then began to excuse himself in broken phrases. He didn't know the young man, he said. The young man might be very honest, but how was he to know that? There was another young man whom he had met already in the train. He guessed he was honest, and would prefer to chum with him upon the whole. All this without any sort of excuse, as though I had been inanimate or absent. I began to tremble lest everyone should refuse my company, and I be left rejected. But the next in turn was a tall, strapping, long-limbed, small-headed, curly-haired Pennsylvania Dutchman, with a soldierly smartness in his manner. To be exact, he had acquired it in the Navy. But that was all one. He had at least been trained to desperate resolves, so he accepted the match, and the white-haired swindler pronounced the connubial benediction and pocketed his fees. The rest of the afternoon was spent in making up the train. I am afraid to say how many baggage wagons followed the engine, ascertainly a score. Then came the Chinese, then we, then the families, and the rear was brought up by the conductor in what, if I have it rightly, is called his caboose. The class to which I belonged was of course far the largest, and we ran over, so to speak, to both sides, so that there were some Caucasians among the Chinamen and some bachelors among the families. But our own car was pure from admixture, save for one little boy of 8 or 9 who had the whooping cough. At last, about 6, the long train crawled out of the transfer station and across the wide Missouri River to Omaha, westward bound. It was a troubled, uncomfortable evening in the cars. There was thunder in the air, which helped to keep us restless. A man played many airs upon the cornet, and none of them were much attended to, until he came to Home, Sweet Home. It was truly strange to note how the talk ceased at that, and the faces began to lengthen. I have no idea whether musically this air is to be considered good or bad, but it belongs to that class of art which may be best described as a brutal assault upon the feelings. Pathos must be relieved by dignity of treatment. If you wallow naked in the pathetic, like the author of Home, Sweet Home, you make your hearers weep in an unmanly fashion, and even while yet they are moved, they despise themselves and hate the occasion of their weakness. It did not come to tears that night, for the experiment was interrupted. An elderly, hard-looking man, with a goatee beard and about as much appearance of sentiment as you would expect from a retired slaver, turned with a start and bade the performer stop that damned thing. "I've heard about enough of that," he added. "Give us something about the good country we're going to." A murmur of adhesion ran round the car. The performer took the instrument from his lips, laughed and nodded, and then struck into a dancing measure, and, like a new Timotheus, stilled immediately the emotion he had raised. The day faded, the lamps were lit. A party of wild young men, who got off next evening at North Platte, stood together on the stern platform, singing the sweet by and by with very tuneful voices. The chums began to put up their beds, and it seemed as if the business of the day were at an end. But it was not so, for the train stopping at some station, the cars were instantly thronged with the natives, wives and fathers, young men and maidens, some of them in little more than night gear, some with stable lanterns, and all offering beds for sale. Their charge began with 25 cents a cushion, but fell, before the train went on again, to 15, with the bedboard gratis, or less than 1/5 of what I had paid for mine at the transfer. This is my contribution to the economy of future emigrants. A great personage on an American train is the newsboy. He sells books, such books, papers, fruit, lollipops, and cigars, and on emigrant journeys, soap, towels, tin washing dishes, tin coffee pitchers, coffee, tea, sugar, and tinned eatables, mostly hash or beans and bacon. Early next morning, the newsboy went round the cars, and chumming on a more extended principle became the order of the hour. It requires but a copartnery of 2 to manage beds, but washing and eating can be carried on most economically by a syndicate of 3. I myself entered a little after sunrise into articles of agreement and became one of the firm of Pennsylvania, Shakespeare, and Dubuque. Shakespeare was my own nickname on the cars, Pennsylvania that of my bedfellow, and Dubuque, the name of a place in the state of Iowa, that of an amiable young fellow going west to cure an asthma, and retarding his recovery by incessantly chewing or smoking, and sometimes chewing and smoking together. I have never seen tobacco so sillily abused. Shakespeare bought a tin washing dish, Dubuque a towel, and Pennsylvania a brick of soap. The partners used these instruments, one after another, according to the order of their first awaking, and when the firm had finished, there was no want of borrowers. Each filled the tin dish at the water filter opposite the stove, and retired with the whole stock in trade to the platform of the car. There he knelt down, supporting himself by a shoulder against the woodwork, or one elbow crooked about the railing, and made a shift to wash his face and neck and hands, a cold and insufficient, and if the train is moving rapidly, a somewhat dangerous toilet. On a similar division of expense, the firm of Pennsylvania, Shakespeare, and Dubuque supplied themselves with coffee, sugar, and necessary vessels, and their operations are a type of what went on through all the cars. Before the sun was up, the stove would be brightly burning. At the first station, the natives would come on board with milk and eggs and coffee cakes, and soon from end to end, the car would be filled with little parties breakfasting upon the bedboards. It was the pleasantest hour of the day. There were meals to be had, however, by the wayside: a breakfast in the morning, a dinner somewhere between 11 and 2, and supper from 5 to 8 or 9 at night. We had rarely less than 20 minutes for each, and if we had not spent many another 20 minutes waiting for some express upon a side track among many miles of desert, we might have taken an hour to each repast and arrived at San Francisco up to time. For haste is not the foible of an emigrant train. It gets through on sufferance, running the gauntlet among its more considerable brethren. Should there be a block, it is unhesitatingly sacrificed, and they cannot, in consequence, predict the length of the passage within a day or so. Civility is the main comfort that you miss. Equality, though conceived very largely in America, does not extend so low down as to an emigrant. Thus, in all other trains, a warning cry of all aboard recalls the passengers to take their seats. But as soon as I was alone with emigrants, and from the transfer all the way to San Francisco, I found this ceremony was pretermitted. The train stole from the station without note of warning, and you had to keep an eye upon it even while you ate. The annoyance is considerable, and the disrespect both wanton and petty. Many conductors, again, will hold no communication with an emigrant. I asked a conductor one day at what time the train would stop for dinner. As he made no answer, I repeated the question, with a like result. A third time I returned to the charge, and then Jack in office looked me coolly in the face for several seconds and turned ostentatiously away. I believe he was half ashamed of his brutality, for when another person made the same inquiry, although he still refused the information, he condescended to answer, and even to justify his reticence in a voice loud enough for me to hear. It was, he said, his principle not to tell people where they were to dine, for one answer led to many other questions, as what o'clock it was, or how soon should we be there, and he could not afford to be eternally worried. As you are thus cut off from the superior authorities, a great deal of your comfort depends on the character of the newsboy. He has it in his power indefinitely to better and brighten the emigrant's lot. The newsboy with whom we started from the transfer was a dark, bullying, contemptuous, insolent scoundrel who treated us like dogs. Indeed, in his case, matters came nearly to a fight. It happened thus: he was going his rounds through the cars with some commodities for sale, and coming to a party who were at 7-Up or Casino, our two games upon a bedboard, slung down a cigar box in the middle of the cards, knocking one man's hand to the floor. It was the last straw. In a moment the whole party were upon their feet, the cigars were upset, and he was ordered to get out of that directly, or he would get more than he reckoned for. The fellow grumbled and muttered, but ended by making off, and was less openly insulting in the future. On the other hand, the lad who rode with us in this capacity from Ogden to Sacramento made himself the friend of all, and helped us with information, attention, assistance, and a kind countenance. He told us where and when we should have our meals, and how long the train would stop, kept seats at table for those who were delayed, and watched that we should neither be left behind nor yet unnecessarily hurried. You, who live at home at ease, can hardly realize the greatness of this service, even had it stood alone. When I think of that lad coming and going, train after train, with his bright face and civil words, I see how easily a good man may become the benefactor of his kind. Perhaps he is discontented with himself, perhaps troubled with ambitions. Why, if he but knew it, he is a hero of the old Greek stamp. And while he thinks he is only earning a profit of a few cents, and that perhaps exorbitant, he is doing a man's work and bettering the world. I must tell here an experience of mine with another newsboy. I tell it because it gives so good an example of that uncivil kindness of the American, which is perhaps their most bewildering character to one newly landed. It was immediately after I had left the emigrant train, and I am told I looked like a man at death's door, so much had this long journey shaken me. I sat at the end of a car, and the catch being broken, and myself feverish and sick, I had to hold the door open with my foot for the sake of air. In this attitude, my leg debarred the newsboy from his box of merchandise. I made haste to let him pass when I observed that he was coming, but I was busy with a book, and so once or twice he came upon me unawares. On these occasions he most rudely struck my foot aside, and though I myself apologized, as if to show him the way, he answered me never a word. I chafed furiously, and I fear the next time it would have come to words. But suddenly I felt a touch upon my shoulder, and a large juicy pear was put into my hand. It was the newsboy, who had observed that I was looking ill, and so made this present out of a tender heart. For the rest of the journey I was petted like a sick child. He lent me newspapers, thus depriving himself of his legitimate profit on their sale, and came repeatedly to sit by me and cheer me up. The plains of Nebraska. It had thundered on the Friday night, but the sun rose on Saturday without a cloud. We were at Seether is no other adequate expression in the plains of Nebraska. I made my observatory on the top of a fruit wagon, and sat by the hour upon that perch to spy about me, and to spy in vain for something new. It was a world almost without a feature, an empty sky, an empty earth. Front and back, the line of railway stretched from horizon to horizon, like a cue across a billiard board. On either hand, the green plain ran till it touched the skirts of heaven. Along the track, innumerable wild sunflowers, no bigger than a crown piece, bloomed in a continuous flower bed. Grazing beasts were seen upon the prairie at all degrees of distance and diminution. And now and again we might perceive a few dots beside the railroad which grew more and more distinct as we drew nearer, till they turned into wooden cabins, and then dwindled and dwindled in our wake until they melted into their surroundings, and we were once more alone upon the billiard board. The train twirled over this infinity like a snail, and being the one thing moving, it was wonderful what huge proportions it began to assume in our regard. It seemed miles in length, and either end of it within but a step of the horizon. Even my own body or my own head seemed a great thing in that emptiness. I note the feeling the more readily as it is the contrary of what I have read of in the experience of others. Day and night, above the roar of the train, our ears were kept busy with the incessant chirp of grasshoppers and noise, like the winding up of countless clocks and watches, which began after a while to seem proper to that land. To one hurrying through by steam, there was a certain exhilaration in this spacious vacancy, this greatness of the air, this discovery of the whole arch of heaven, this straight, unbroken prison line of the horizon. Yet one could not but reflect upon the weariness of those who passed by there in old days, at the foot's pace of oxen, painfully urging their teams, and with no landmark but that unattainable evening sun for which they steered, and which daily fled them by an equal stride. They had nothing, it would seem, to overtake, nothing by which to reckon their advance, no sight for repose or for encouragement, but stage after stage, only the dead green waste underfoot and the mocking, fugitive horizon. But the eye, as I have been told, found differences even here, and at the worst the emigrant came, by perseverance, to the end of his toil. It is the settlers, after all, at whom we have a right to marvel. Our consciousness, by which we live, is itself but the creature of variety. Upon what food does it subsist in such a land? What livelihood can repay a human creature for a life spent in this huge sameness? He is cut off from books, from news, from company, from all that can relieve existence but the prosecution of his affairs. A sky full of stars is the most varied spectacle that he can hope for. He may walk 5 miles and see nothing, 10, and it is as though he had not moved, 20, and still he is in the midst of the same great level, and has approached no nearer to the one object within view, the flat horizon which keeps pace with his advance. We are full at home of the question of agreeable wallpapers, and wise people are of opinion that the temper may be quieted by sedative surroundings. But what is to be said of the Nebraskan settler? His is a wallpaper with a Vengeance quarter of the universe laid bare in all its gauntness. His eye must embrace at every glance the whole seeming concave of the visible world. It quails before so vast an outlook, it is tortured by distance. Yet there is no rest or shelter till the man runs into his cabin and can repose his sight upon things near at hand. Hence, I am told, a sickness of the vision peculiar to these empty plains. Yet perhaps with sunflowers and cycad, summer and winter, cattle, wife and family, the settler may create a full and various existence. One person at least I saw upon the plains who seemed in every way superior to her lot. This was a woman who boarded us at a way station, selling milk. She was largely formed, her features were more than comely. She had that great rarity of fine complexion which became her, and her eyes were kind, dark, and steady. She sold milk with patriarchal grace. There was not a line in her countenance, not a note in her soft and sleepy voice, but spoke of an entire contentment with her life. It would have been fatuous arrogance to pity such a woman. Yet the place where she lived was to me almost ghastly. Less than a dozen wooden houses, all of a shape and all nearly of a size, stood planted along the railway lines. Each stood apart in its own lot. Each opened direct off the billiard board, as if it were a billiard board indeed, and these only models that had been set down upon it ready-made. Her own, into which I looked, was clean but very empty, and showed nothing homelike but the burning fire. This extreme newness, above all in so naked and flat a country, gives a strong impression of artificiality. With none of the litter and discoloration of human life, with the paths unworn, and the houses still sweating from the axe, such a settlement as this seems purely scenic. The mind is loth to accept it for a piece of reality, and it seems incredible that life can go on with so few properties, or the great child man find entertainment in so bare a playroom. And truly it is as yet an incomplete society in some points, or at least it contained, as I passed through, one person incompletely civilized. At North Platte, where we supped that evening, one man asked another to pass the milk jug. This other was well dressed and of what we should call a respectable appearance, a darkish man, high-spoken, eating as though he had some usage of society. But he turned upon the first speaker with extraordinary vehemence of tone. "There's a waiter here," he cried. "I only asked you to pass the milk," explained the first. Here is the retort verbatim. "Pass, hell, I'm not paid for that business. The waiter's paid for it. You should use civility at table, and by God, I'll show you how." The other man very wisely made no answer, and the bully went on with his supper as though nothing had occurred. It pleases me to think that some day soon he will meet one of his own kidney, and perhaps both may fall. The desert of Wyoming. To cross such a plain is to grow homesick for the mountains. I longed for the black hills of Wyoming, which I knew we were soon to enter, like an icebound whaler for the spring. Alas, and it was a worse country than the other. All Sunday and Monday we traveled through these sad mountains, or over the main ridge of the Rockies, which is a fair match to them for misery of aspect. Hour after hour it was the same unhomely and unkindly world about our onward path. Tumbled boulders, cliffs that drearily imitate the shape of monuments and fortifications show drearily. How tamely, none can tell who has not seen them. Not a tree, not a patch of sward, not one shapely or commanding mountain form. Sagebrush, eternal sagebrush. Over all the same weariful and gloomy coloring, grays. Warming into brown, grays darkening towards black, and for sole sign of life, here and there a few fleeing antelopes. Here and there, but at incredible intervals, a creek running in a cannon. The plains have a grandeur of their own, but here there is nothing but a contorted smallness. Except for the air, which was light and stimulating, there was not one good circumstance in that God-forsaken land. I had been suffering in my health a good deal all the way, and at last, whether I was exhausted by my complaint or poisoned in some wayside eating house, the evening we left Laramie, I fell sick outright. That was a night which I shall not readily forget. The lamps did not go out. Each made a faint shining in its own neighborhood, and the shadows were confounded together in the long, hollow box of the car. The sleepers lay in uneasy attitudes. Here two chums alongside, flat upon their backs like dead folk. There a man sprawling on the floor with his face upon his arm, there another half seated with his head and shoulders on the bench. The most passive were continually and roughly shaken by the movement of the train. Others stirred, turned, or stretched out their arms like children. It was surprising how many groaned and murmured in their sleep. And as I passed to and fro, stepping across the prostrate, and caught now a snore, now a gasp, now a half-formed word, it gave me a measure of the worthlessness of rest in that unresting vehicle. Although it was chill, I was obliged to open my window, for the degradation of the air soon became intolerable to one who was awake and using the full supply of life. Outside, in a glimmering night, I saw the black, amorphous hills shoot by unweariedly into our wake. They that long for morning have never longed for it more earnestly than one. And yet when day came, it was to shine upon the same broken and unsightly quarter of the world. Mile upon mile, and not a tree, a bird, or a river. Only down the long, sterile cannons, the train shot hooting and awoke the resting echo. That train was the one piece of life in all the deadly land. It was the one actor, the one spectacle fit to be observed in this paralysis of man and nature. And when I think how the railroad has been pushed through this unwatered wilderness and haunt of savage tribes, and now will bear an emigrant for some 12 from the Atlantic to the Golden Gates. How at each stage of the construction, roaring, impromptu cities, full of gold and lust and death, sprang up and then died away again, and are now but wayside. Stations in the desert. How in these uncouth places pigtailed Chinese pirates worked side by side with border ruffians and broken men from Europe, talking together in a mixed dialect. Mostly oaths, gambling, drinking, quarreling, and murdering like wolves. How the plumed hereditary lord of all America heard, in this last fastness, the scream of the bad medicine. Wagon charioting his foes. And then when I go on to remember that all this epical turmoil was conducted by gentlemen in frock coats, and with a view to nothing more extraordinary than a fortune and a subsequent visit to Paris, it seems to me, I own, as if this railway were the one typical achievement of the age in which we live, as if it brought together into one plot all the ends of the world and all the degrees of social rank, and offered to some great writer the busiest, the most extended, and the most varied subject for an enduring literary work. If it be romance, if it be contrast, if it be heroism that we require, what was Troy Town to this? But alas, it is not these things that are necessary, it is only Homer. Here also we are grateful to the train, as to some god who conducts us swiftly through these shades, and by so many hidden perils. Thirst, hunger, the slight and ferocity of Indians are all no more feared, so lightly do we skim these horrible lands, as the gull, who wings safely through the hurricane and past the shark. Yet we should not be forgetful of these hardships of the past, and to keep the balance true, since I have complained of the trifling discomforts of my journey, perhaps more than was enough, let me add an original document. It was not written by Homer, but by a boy of 11, long since dead, and is dated only 20 years ago. I shall punctuate to make things clearer, but not change the spelling. My dear sister Mary, I am afraid you will go nearly crazy when you read my letter. If Jerry the writer's eldest brother has not written to you before now, you will be surprised to hear that we are in California, and that poor Thomas, another brother, of 15, is dead. We started from in July, with plenty of provisions and 2 yoke oxen. We went along very well till we got within 600 or 700 miles of California, when the Indians attacked us. We found places where they had killed the emigrants. We had 1 passenger with us, 2 guns, and 1 revolver, so we ran all the lead we had into bullets and hung the guns up in the wagon so we could get at them in a minute. It was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, drove the cattle a little way, when a prairie chicken alighted a little way from the wagon. Jerry took out one of the guns to shoot it and told Tom drive the oxen. Tom and I drove the oxen, and Jerry and the passenger went on. Then, after a little, I left Tom and caught up with Jerry and the other man. Jerry stopped for Tom to come up. Me and the man went on and sit down by a little stream. In a few minutes we heard some noise, then 3 shots. They all struck poor Tom, I suppose. Then they gave the war whoop, and as many as 20 of the redskins came down upon us. The 3 that shot Tom was hid by the side of the road in the bushes. I thought that Tom and Jerry were shot, so I told the other man that Tom and Jerry were dead, and that we had better try to escape if possible. I had no shoes on. Having a sore foot, I thought I would not put them on. The man and me run down the road, but we was soon stopped by an Indian on a pony. We then turned the other way and run up the side of the mountain and hid behind some cedar trees and stayed there till dark. The Indians hunted all over after us, and very close to us, so close that we could hear their tommyhawks jingle. At dark the man and me started on, I stubbing my toes against sticks and stones. We traveled on all night, and next morning, just as it was getting gray, we saw something in the shape of a man. It laid down in the grass. We went up to it, and it was Jerry. He thought we were Indians. You can imagine how glad he was to see me. He thought we was all dead but him, and we thought him and Tom was dead. He had the gun that he took out of the wagon to shoot the prairie chicken. All he had was the load that was in it. We traveled on till about 8 o'clock. We caught up with 1 wagon with 2 men with it. We had traveled with them before one day. We stopped and they drove on. We knew that they was ahead of us, unless they had been killed too. My feet was so sore when we caught up with them that I had to ride. I could not step. We traveled on for 2 days, when the men that owned the cattle said they could not drive them another inch. We unyoked the oxen. We had about 70 pounds of flour. We took it out and divided it into 4 packs. Each of the men took about 18 pounds apiece and a blanket. I carried a little bacon, dried meat, and little quilt. I had in all about 12 pounds. We had 1 pint of flour a day for our alliance. Sometimes we made soup of it, sometimes we made pancakes, and sometimes mixed it up with cold water and eat it that way. We traveled 12 or 14 days. The time came at last when we should have to reach some place or starve. We saw fresh horse and cattle tracks. The morning come, we scraped all the flour out of the sack, mixed it up and baked it into bread, and made some soup and eat everything we had. We traveled on all day without anything to eat, and that evening we caught up with a sheep train of 8 wagons. We traveled with them till we arrived at the settlements, and know I am safe in California and got to good home and going to school. Jerry is working in it is a good country. You can get from 50 to 60 and $75 for cooking. Tell me all about the affairs in the States and how all the folks get along. And so ends this artless narrative. The little man was at school again, God bless him, while his brother lay scalped upon the desert. Fellow passengers, at Ogden we changed cars from the Union Pacific to the Central Pacific line of railroad. The change was doubly welcome, for first, we had better cars on the new line, and second, those in which we had been cooped for more than 90 hours had begun to stink abominably. Several yards away, as we returned, let us say from dinner, our nostrils were assailed by rancid air. I have stood on a platform while the whole train was shunting, and as the dwelling cars drew near, there would come a whiff of pure menagerie, only a little sourer, as from men instead of monkeys. I think we are human only in virtue of open windows. Without fresh air, you only require a bad heart and a remarkable command of the Queen's English to become such another as Dean Swift, a kind of leering human goat, leaping and wagging your scut on mountains of offense. I do my best to keep my head the other way and look for the human rather than the bestial in this Yahoo-like business of the emigrant train. But one thing I must say, the car of the Chinese was notably the least offensive. The cars on the Central Pacific were nearly twice as high, and so proportionally airier. They were freshly varnished, which gave us all a sense of cleanliness as though we had bathed. The seats drew out and joined in the center, so that there was no more need for bedboards, and there was an upper tier of berths which could be closed by day and opened at night. I had by this time some opportunity of seeing the people whom I was among. They were in rather marked contrast to the emigrants I had met on board ship while crossing the Atlantic. They were mostly lumpish fellows, silent and noisy, a common combination. Somewhat sad, I should say, with an extraordinary poor taste in humor, and little interest in their fellow creatures beyond that of a cheap and merely external curiosity. If they heard a man's name and business, they seemed to think they had the heart of that mystery, but they were as eager to know that much as they were indifferent to the rest. Some of them were on nettles till they learned your name was Dixon and you a journeyman baker. But beyond that, whether you were Catholic or Mormon, dull or clever, fierce or friendly was all one to them. Others who were not so stupid gossiped a little, and I am bound to say unkindly. A favorite witticism was for some lout to raise the alarm of all aboard, while the rest of us were dining, thus contributing his mite to the general discomfort. Such a one was always much applauded for his high spirits. When I was ill coming through Wyoming, I was astonished fresh from the eager humanity on board ship to meet with little but laughter. One of the young men even amused himself by incommoding me, as was then very easy, and that not from ill nature, but mere clod-like incapacity to think, for he expected me to join the laugh. I did so, but it was phantom merriment. Later on, a man from Kansas had 3 violent epileptic fits, and though of course there were not wanting some to help him, it was rather superstitious terror than sympathy that his case evoked among his fellow passengers. "Oh, I hope he's not going to die," cried a woman. "It would be terrible to have a dead body." And there was a very general movement to leave the man behind at the next station. This, by good fortune, the conductor negatived. There was a good deal of storytelling in some quarters, in others, little but silence. In this society, more than any other that ever I was in, it was the narrator alone who seemed to enjoy the narrative. It was rarely that anyone listened for the listening. If he lent an ear to another man's story, it was because he was in immediate want of a hearer for one of his own. Food and the progress of the train were the subjects most generally treated. Many joined to discuss these who otherwise would hold their tongues. One small knot had no better occupation than to worm out of me my name, and the more they tried, the more obstinately fixed I grew to baffle them. They assailed me with artful questions and insidious offers of correspondence in the future, but I was perpetually on my guard and parried their assaults with inward laughter. I am sure Dubuque would have given me $10 for the secret. He owed me far more had he understood life, for thus preserving him a lively interest throughout the journey. I met one of my fellow Passengers months after, driving a street tramway car in San Francisco, and, as the joke was now out of season, told him my name without subterfuge. You never saw a man more chapfallen. But had my name been Demogorgon, after so prolonged a mystery he had still been disappointed. There were no emigrants direct from Europe save one German family, and a knot of Cornish miners who kept grimly by themselves, one reading the New Testament all day long through steel spectacles, the rest discussing privately the secrets of their old-world mysterious race. Lady Hester Stanhope believed she could make something great of the Cornish. For my part, I can make nothing of them at all. A division of races, older and more original than that of Babel, keeps this close, esoteric family apart from neighboring Englishmen. Not even a red Indian seems more foreign in my eyes. This is one of the lessons of travel that some of the strangest races dwell next door to you at home. The rest were all American-born, but they came from almost every quarter of that continent. All the states of the North had sent out a fugitive to cross the plains with me. From Virginia, from Pennsylvania, from New York, from far western Iowa and Kansas, from Maine that borders on the Canadas, and from the Canadas themselves some one or two were fleeing in quest of a better land and better wages. The talk in the train, like the talk I heard on the steamer, ran upon hard times, short commons, and hope that moves ever westward. I thought of my shipful from Great Britain with a feeling of despair. They had come 3,000 miles, and yet not far enough. Hard times bowed them out of the Clyde and stood to welcome them at Sandy Hook. Where were they to go? Pennsylvania, Maine, Iowa, Kansas? These were not places for immigration, but for emigration, it appeared. Not one of them, but I knew a man who had lifted up his heel and left it for an ungrateful country. And it was still westward that they ran. Hunger, you would have thought, came out of the east like the sun, and the evening was made of edible gold. And meantime, in the car in front of me, were there not 100 emigrants from the opposite quarter? Hungry Europe and hungry China, each pouring from their gates in search of provender, had here come face to face. The two waves had met, east and west had alike failed, the whole round world had been prospected and condemned, there was no El Dorado anywhere. Until one could emigrate to the moon, it seemed as well to stay patiently at home. Nor was there wanting another sign, at once more picturesque and more disheartening. For, as we continued to steam westward towards the land of gold, we were continually passing other emigrant trains upon the journey east, and these were as crowded as our own. Had all these return voyagers made a fortune in the mines? Were they all bound for Paris and to be in Rome by Easter? It would seem not, for, whenever we met them, the passengers ran on the platform and cried to us through the windows in a kind of wailing chorus to come back. On the plains of Nebraska, in the mountains of Wyoming, it was still the same cry, and dismal to my heart, "Come back." That was what we heard by the way about the good country we were going to. And at that very hour the sandlot of San Francisco was crowded with the unemployed, and the echo from the other side of Market Street was repeating the rant of demagogues. If, in truth, it were only for the sake of wages that men emigrate, how many thousands would regret the bargain? But wages, indeed, are only one consideration out of many, for we are a race of gypsies and love change and travel for themselves. Despised races. Of all stupid ill feelings, the sentiment of my fellow Caucasians towards our companions in the Chinese car was the most stupid and the worst. They seemed never to have looked at them, listened to them, or thought of them, but hated them a priori. The Mongols were their enemies in that cruel and treacherous battlefield of money. They could work better and cheaper in 100 industries, and hence there was no calumny too idle for the Caucasians to repeat and even to believe. They declared them hideous vermin, and affected a kind of choking in the throat when they beheld them. Now, as a matter of fact, the young Chinese man is so like a large class of European women, that on raising my head and suddenly catching sight of one at a considerable distance, I have for an instant been deceived by the resemblance. I do not say it is the most attractive class of our women, but for all that many a man's wife is less pleasantly favored. Again, my emigrants declared that the Chinese were dirty. I cannot say they were clean, for that was impossible upon the journey, but in their efforts after cleanliness, they put the rest of us to shame. We all pigged and stewed in one infamy, wet our hands and faces for half a minute daily on the platform, and were unashamed. But the Chinese never lost an opportunity, and you would see them washing their feet in act, not dreamed of among our selva sand, going as far as decency permitted to wash their whole bodies. I may remark, by the way, that the dirtier people are in their persons, the more delicate is their sense of modesty. A clean man strips in a crowded boathouse, but he who is unwashed slinks in and out of bed without uncovering an inch of skin. Lastly, these very foul and malodorous Caucasians entertained the surprising illusion that it was the Chinese wagon, and that alone, which stank. I have said already that it was the exception, and notably the freshest of the three. These judgments are typical of the feeling in all Western America. The Chinese are considered stupid because they are imperfectly acquainted with English. They are held to be base because their dexterity and frugality enable them to underbid the lazy, luxurious Caucasian. They are said to be thieves. I am sure they have no monopoly of that. They are called cruel. The Anglo-Saxon and the cheerful Irishman may each reflect before he bears the accusation. I am told again that they are of the race of river pirates and belong to the most despised and dangerous class in the celestial empire. But if this be so, what remarkable pirates have we here? And what must be the virtues, the industry, the education, and the intelligence of their superiors at home? A while ago it was the Irish, now it is the Chinese that must go. Such is the cry. It seems, after all, that no country is bound to submit to immigration any more than to invasion. Each is war to the knife, and resistance to either but legitimate defense. Yet we may regret the free tradition of the Republic, which loved to depict herself with open arms, welcoming all unfortunates. And certainly, as a man who believes that he loves freedom, I may be excused some bitterness when I find her sacred name misused in the contention. It was but the other day that I heard a vulgar fellow in the Sandlot, the popular tribune of San Francisco, roaring for arms and butchery. At the call of Abraham Lincoln, said the orator, ye rose in the name of freedom to set free the Negroes. Can ye not rise and liberate yourselves from a few dirty Mongolians? For my own part, I could not look but with wonder and respect on the Chinese. Their forefathers watched the stars before mine had begun to keep pigs. Gunpowder and printing, which the other day we imitated, and a school of manners which we never had the delicacy so much as to desire to imitate, were theirs in a long past antiquity. They walked the earth with us, but it seems they must be of different clay. They hear the clock strike the same hour, yet surely of a different epoch. They travel by steam conveyance, yet with such a baggage of old Asiatic thoughts and superstitions as might check the locomotive in its course. Whatever is thought within the circuit of the Great Wall, what the Raid, spectacled schoolmaster teaches in the hamlets round Pekin, religion so old that our language looks a halfling boy alongside, philosophy so wise that our best philosophers find things therein to wonder at. All this traveled alongside of me for thousands of miles over plain and mountain. Heaven knows if we had one common thought or fancy all that way, or whether our eyes, which yet were formed upon the same design, beheld the same world out of the railway windows. And when either of us turned his thoughts to home and childhood, what a strange dissimilarity must there not have been in these pictures of the mind when I beheld that old, grey, castled city, high-throned above the firth, with the flag of Britain flying, and the red-coat sentry pacing over all. And the man in the next car to me would conjure up some junks and a pagoda and a fort of porcelain, and call it, with the same affection, home. Another race shared among my fellow Pasengers in the disfavor of the Chinese, and that, it is hardly necessary to say, was the noble red man of old story, over whose own hereditary continent we had been steaming all these days. I saw no wild or independent Indian. Indeed, I hear that such avoid the neighborhood of the train, but now and again at way stations, a husband and wife and a few children, disgracefully dressed out with the sweepings of civilization, came forth and stared upon the emigrants. The silent stoicism of their conduct, and the pathetic degradation of their appearance, would have touched any thinking creature, but my fellow Pasengers danced and jested round them with a truly cockney baseness. I was ashamed for the thing we call civilization. We shall carry upon our consciences so much, at least, of our forefathers' misconduct as we continue to profit by ourselves. If oppression drives a wise man mad, what should be raging in the hearts of these poor tribes, who have been driven back and back, step after step, their promised reservations torn from them one after another as the states extended westward, until at length they are shut up into these hideous mountain deserts of the Centrine, even there find themselves invaded, insulted, and hunted out by ruffianly diggers. The eviction of the Cherokees to name but an instance, the extortion of Indian agents, the outrages of the wicked, the ill faith of all, nay, down to the ridicule of such poor beings as were here with me upon the train, make up a chapter of injustice and indignity such as a man must be in some ways base if his heart will suffer him to pardon or forget. These old, well-founded historical hatreds have a savor of nobility for the independent. That the Jew should not love the Christian, nor the Irishman love the English, nor the Indian brave tolerate the thought of the American, is not disgraceful to the nature of man. Rather, indeed, honorable, since it depends on wrongs ancient like the race, and not personal to him who cherishes the indignation. To the Golden Gates, a little corner of Utah is soon traversed, and leaves no particular impressions on the mind. By an early hour on Wednesday morning, we stopped to breakfast at Tono, a little station on a bleak, high-lying plateau in Nevada. The man who kept the station eating house was a Scot, and learning that I was the same, he grew very friendly and gave me some advice on the country I was now entering. You see, said he, I tell you this because I come from your country. Hail, brother Scots. His most important hint was on the monies of this part of the world. There is something in the simplicity of a decimal coinage which is revolting to the human mind. Thus the French, in small affairs, reckon strictly by halfpence, and you have to solve, by a spasm of mental arithmetic, such posers as 32, 4 to 5, or even 100 halfpence. In the Pacific states they have made a bolder push for complexity, and settle their affairs by a coin that no longer exists, bit, or old Mexican real. The supposed value of the bit is 12.5 cents, 8 to the dollar. When it comes to 2 bits, the $quarter stands for the required amount. But how about an odd bit? The nearest coin to it is a dime, which is short by a fifth. That, then, is called a short bit. If you have one, you lay it triumphantly down and save 2.5 cents. But if you have not and lay down a quarter, the barkeeper or shopman calmly tenders you a dime by way of change, and thus you have paid what is called a long bit and lost 2.5 cents, or even, by comparison with a short bit, 5 cents. In country places all over the Pacific coast, nothing lower than a bit is ever asked or taken, which vastly increases the cost of life. As even for a glass of beer you must pay 5 pence or 7 pence a halfpenny, as the case may be. You will say that this system of mutual robbery was as broad as it was long, but I have discovered a plan to make it broader, with which I here endow the public. It is brief and radiantly simple. There is one place where 5 cents are recognized, and that is the post office. A quarter is only worth 2 bits, a short and a long. Whenever you have a quarter, go to the post office and buy 5 cents worth of postage stamps. You will receive in change 2 dimes, that is, 2 short bits. The purchasing power of your money is undiminished. You can go and have your 2 glasses of beer all the same, and you have made yourself a present of 5 cents worth of postage stamps into the bargain. Benjamin Franklin would have patted me on the head for this discovery. From Tono we traveled all day through deserts of alkali and sand, horrible to man, and bare sagebrush country that seemed little kindlier, and came by supper time to Elko. As we were standing, after our manner, outside the station, I saw 2 men whip suddenly from underneath the cars and take to their heels across country. They were tramps, it appeared, who had been riding on the beams since 11 of the night before, and several of my fellow Passengers had already seen and conversed with them while we broke our fast at Tono. These land stowaways play a great part over here in America, and I should have liked dearly to become acquainted with them. At Elko an odd circumstance befell me. I was coming out from supper, when I was stopped by a small, stout, ruddy man, followed by 2 others taller and ruddier than himself. "Excuse me, sir," he said, "but do you happen to be going on?" I said I was, whereupon he said he hoped to persuade me to desist from that intention. He had a situation to offer me, and if we could come to terms, why, good and well. You see, he continued, I am running a theater here, and we're a little short in the orchestra. You're a musician, I guess. I assured him that, beyond a rudimentary acquaintance with Auld Lang Syne and the wearing of the green, I had no pretension whatever to that style. He seemed much put out of countenance, and one of his taller companions asked him, on the nail, for $5. You see, sir, added the latter to me, he bet you were a musician, I bet you weren't. No offense, I hope. None whatever, I said, and the 2 withdrew to the bar, where I presume the debt was liquidated. This little adventure woke bright hopes in my fellow travelers, who thought they had now come to a country where situations went a-begging. But I am not so sure that the offer was in good faith. Indeed, I am more than half persuaded it was but a feeler to decide the bet. Of all the next day I will tell you nothing, for the best of all reasons, that I remember no more than that we continued through desolate and desert scenes, fiery hot and deadly weary. But some time after I had fallen asleep that night, I was awakened by one of my companions. It was in vain that I resisted. A fire of enthusiasm and whiskey burned in his eyes, and he declared we were in a new country, and I must come forth upon the platform and see with my own eyes. The train was then, in its patient way, standing halted in a by-track. It was a clear, moonlit night, but the valley was too narrow to admit the moonshine direct, and only a diffused glimmer whitened the tall rocks and relieved the blackness of the pines. A hoarse clamor filled the air. It was the continuous plunge of a cascade somewhere near at hand among the mountains. The air struck chill, but tasted good and vigorous in the nostrils of fine, dry, old mountain atmosphere. I was dead sleepy, but I returned to roost with a grateful mountain feeling at my heart. When I awoke next morning, I was puzzled for a while to know if it were day or night, for the illumination was unusual. I sat up at last and found we were grading slowly downward through a long snowshed, and suddenly we shot into an open. And before we were swallowed into the next length of wooden tunnel, I had one glimpse of a huge, pine-forested ravine upon my left, a foaming river and a sky already colored with the fires of dawn. I am usually very calm over the displays of nature, but you will scarce believe how my heart leaped at this. It was like meeting one's wife. I had come home home from unsightly deserts to the green and habitable corners of the earth. Every spire of pine along the hilltop, every trouty pool along that mountain river, was more dear to me than a blood relation. Few people have praised God more happily than I 999. And thenceforward, down by Blue Cannon, Alta, Dutch Flat, and all the old mining camps, through a sea of mountain forests, dropping thousands of feet toward the far sea level as we went. Not I only, but all the passengers on board, threw off their sense of dirt and heat and weariness, and bawled like schoolboys, and thronged with shining eyes upon the platform, and became new creatures within and without. The sun no longer oppressed us with heat, it only shone laughingly along the mountainside, until we were fain to laugh ourselves for glee. At every turn we could see farther into the land and our own happy futures. At every town the cocks were tossing their clear notes into the golden air and crowing for the new day and the new country. For this was indeed our destination. This was the good country we had been going to so long. By afternoon we were at Sacramento, the city of gardens in a plain of corn, and the next day before the dawn we were Liento upon the Oakland side of San Francisco Bay. The day was breaking as we crossed the ferry. The fog was rising over the citied hills of San Francisco. The day was perfect, not a ripple, scarce a stain, upon its blue expanse. Everything was waiting, breathless, for the sun. A spot of cloudy gold lit first upon the head of Tamalpais, and then widened downward on its shapely shoulder. The air seemed to awaken and began to sparkle, and suddenly the tall hills tightened discovered, and the city of San Francisco, and the bay of gold and corn, were lit from end to end with summer daylight. The Old and New Pacific. Capitals. The Old and New Pacific. Capitals. Lai. Monterey. The Bay of Monterey has been compared by no less a person than General Sherman to a bent fishing hook, and the comparison, if less important than the march through Georgia, still shows the eye of a soldier for topography. Santa Cruz sits exposed at the shank. The mouth of the Salinas River is at the middle of the bend, and Monterey itself is cozily ensconced beside the barb. Thus the ancient capital of California faces across the bay, while the Pacific Ocean, though hidden by low hills and forest, bombards her left flank and rear with never-dying surf. In front of the town, the long line of sea beach trends north and northwest, and then westward to enclose the bay. The waves which lap so quietly about the jetties of Monterey grew louder and larger in the distance. You can see the breakers leaping high and white by day. At night, the outline of the shore is traced in transparent silver by the moonlight and the flying foam. And from all round, even in quiet weather, the low, distant, thrilling roar of the Pacific hangs over the coast and the adjacent country like smoke above a battle. These long beaches are enticing to the idle man. It would be hard to find a walk more solitary, and at the same time more exciting to the mind. Crowds of ducks and seagulls hover over the sea. Sandpipers trot in and out by troops after the retiring waves, trilling together in a chorus of infinitesimal song. Strange sea dingles, new to the European eye, the bones of whales, or sometimes a whole whale's carcass, white with carrion gulls and poisoning the wind, lie scattered here and there along the sands. The waves come in slowly, vast and green, curve their translucent necks and burst with a surprising uproar that runs, waxing and waning, up and down the long keyboard of the beach. The foam of these great ruins mounts in an instant to the ridge of the sand glacis, swiftly fleets back again, and is met and buried by the next breaker. The interest is perpetually fresh. On no other coast that I know shall you enjoy, in calm, sunny weather, such a spectacle of ocean's greatness, such beauty of changing color, or such degrees of thunder in the sound. The very air is more than usually salt by this Homeric deep. Inshore, attractive sandhills borders on the beach. Here and there a lagoon, more or less brackish, attracts the birds and hunters. A rough, spotty undergrowth partially conceals the sand. The crouching, hardy, live oaks flourish singly, or in thickets the kind of wood for murderers to crawl among and here and there. The skirts of the forest extend downward from the hills with a floor of turf and long aisles of pine trees hung with Spaniard's beard. Through this quaint desert, the railway cars drew near to Monterey from the junction at Salinas City, though, that, and so many other things are now forever altered, and it was from here that you had the first view of the old township lying in the sands. Its white windmills bickering in the chill, perpetual wind, and the first fogs of the evening drawing drearily around it from the sea. The one common note of all this country is the haunting presence of the ocean. A great faint sound of breakers follows you high up into the inland canyons. The roar of water dwells in the clean, empty rooms of Monterey as in a shell upon the chimney. Go where you will, you have but to pause and listen to hear the voice of the Pacific. You pass out of the town to the southwest and mount the hill among pine woods. Glade, thicket, and grove surround you. You follow winding sandy tracks that lead no hither. You see a deer, a multitude of quail arises. But the sound of the sea still follows you as you advance, like that of wind among the trees, only harsher and stranger to the ear. And when at length you gain the summit, out breaks on every hand and with freshened vigor that same unending, distant, whispering rumble of the ocean. For now you are on the top of Monterey Peninsula, and the noise no longer only mounts to you from behind along the beach towards Santa Cruz, but from your right also, round by Chinatown and Pino's Lighthouse, and from down before you to the mouth of the Carmelo River. The whole woodland is begirt with thundering surges. The silence that immediately surrounds you where you stand is not so much broken as it is haunted by this distant, circling rumor. It sets your senses upon edge, you strain your attention, you are clearly and unusually conscious of small sounds near at hand, you walk listening like an Indian hunter, and that voice of the Pacific is a sort of disquieting company to you in your walk. When once I was in these woods, I found it difficult to turn homeward. All woods lure a rambler onward, but in those of Monterey, it was the surf that particularly invited me to prolong my walks. I would push straight for the shore where I thought it to be nearest. Indeed, there was scarce a direction that would not, sooner or later, have brought me forth on the Pacific. The emptiness of the woods gave me a sense of freedom and discovery in these excursions. I never in all my visits met but one man. He was a Mexican, very dark of hue, but smiling and fat, and he carried an axe, though his true business at that moment was to seek for straying cattle. I asked him what o'clock it was, but he seemed neither to know nor care. And when he in his turn asked me for news of his cattle, I showed myself equally indifferent. We stood and smiled upon each other for a few seconds, and then turned without a word and took our several ways across the forest. One day I shall never forget a tie had taken a trail that was new to me. After a while the woods began to open, the sea to sound nearer hand. I came upon a road, and, to my surprise, a stile. A step or two farther, and without leaving the woods, I found myself among trim houses. I walked through street after street, parallel and at right angles, paved with sward and dotted with trees, but still undeniable streets, and each with its name posted at the corner, as in a real town. Facing down the main thoroughfare Central Avenue, as it was ticketed, I saw an open-air temple, with benches and sounding board, as though for an orchestra. The houses were all tightly shuttered. There was no smoke, no sound but of the waves, no moving thing. I have never been in any place that seemed so dreamlike. Pompeii is all in a bustle with visitors, and its antiquity and strangeness deceive the imagination. But this town had plainly not been built above a year or two, and perhaps had been deserted overnight. Indeed, it was not so much like a deserted town as like a scene upon the stage by daylight, and with no one on the boards. The barking of a dog led me at last to the only house still occupied, where a Scots pastor and his wife passed the winter alone in this empty theater. The place was the Pacific Camp Grounds, the Christian seaside resort. Thither in the warm season, crowds come to enjoy a life of teetotalism, religion, and flirtation, which I am willing to think blameless and agreeable. The neighborhood, at least, is well selected. The Pacific booms in front. Westward is Point Pinos, with the lighthouse in a wilderness of sand, where you will find the lightkeeper playing the piano, making models and bows and arrows, studying dawn and sunrise in amateur oilpainting, and with a dozen other elegant pursuits and interests to surprise his brave old country rivals. To the east and still nearer, you will come upon a space of open down, a hamlet, a haven among rocks, a world of surge and screaming seagulls. Such scenes are very similar in different climates. They appear homely to the eyes of all. To me, this was like a dozen spots in Scotland. And yet the boats that ride in the haven are of strange, outlandish design. And if you walk into the hamlet, you will behold costumes and faces, and hear a tongue that are unfamiliar to the memory. The joystick burns, the opium pipe is smoked, the floors are strewn with slips of colored paper prayers. You would say, that had somehow missed their destination, and a man guiding his upright pencil from right to left across the sheet writes, home the news of Monterey to the celestial empire. The woods and the Pacific rule between them the climate of the seaboard region. On the streets of Monterey, when the air does not smell salt from the one, it will be blowing perfumed from the resinous treetops of the other. For days together, a hot, dry air will overhang the town, close as from an oven, yet healthful and aromatic in the nostrils. The cause is not far to seek, for the woods are afire, and the hot wind is blowing from the hills. These fires are one of the great dangers of California. I have seen from Monterey as many as three at the same time, by day a cloud of smoke, by night a red coal of conflagration in the distance. A little thing will start them, and, if the wind be favorable, they gallop over miles of country faster than a horse. The inhabitants must turn out and work like demons, for it is not only the pleasant groves that are destroyed. The climate and the soil are equally at stake, and these fires prevent the rains of the next winter and dry up perennial fountains. California has been a land of promise in its time, like Palestine, but if the woods continue so swiftly to perish, it may become, like Palestine, a land of desolation. To visit the woods while they are languidly burning is a strange piece of experience. The fire passes through the underbrush at a run. Every here and there a tree flares up instantaneously from root to summit, scattering tufts of flame, and is quenched, it seems, as quickly. But this last is only in semblance. For after this first squib-like conflagration of the dry moss and twigs, there remains behind a deep-rooted and consuming fire in the very entrails of the tree. The resin of the pitchpine is principally condensed at the base of the bowl and in the spreading roots. Thus, after the light, showy, skirmishing flames, which are only as the match to the explosion, have already scampered down the wind into the distance, the true harm is but beginning for this giant of the woods. You may approach the tree from one side and see it, scorched indeed from top to bottom, but apparently survivor of the peril. Make the circuit, and there, on the other side of the column, is a clear mass of living coal, spreading like an ulcer. While underground to their most extended fiber, the roots are being eaten out by fire, and the smoke is rising through the fissures to the surface. A little while, and without a nod of warning, the huge pine tree snaps off short across the ground and falls prostrate with a crash. Meanwhile, the fire continues its silent business. The roots are reduced to a fine ash, and long afterwards, if you pass by, you will find the earth pierced with radiating galleries and preserving the design of all these subterranean spurs, as though it were the mold for a new tree instead of the print of an old one. These pitchpines of Monterey are, with the single exception of the Monterey cypress, the most fantastic of forest trees. No words can give an idea of the contortion of their growth. They might figure without change in a circle of the nether hell as Dante pictured it. And at the rate at which trees grow, and at which forest fires spring up and gallop through the hills of California, we may look forward to a time when there will not be one of them left. Standing in that land of their nativity, at least they have not so much to fear from the axe, but perish by what may be called a natural, although a violent death, while it is man in his short-sighted greed that robs the country of the nobler redwood. Yet a little while, and perhaps all the hills of seaboard California may be as bald as Tamalpais. I have an interest of my own in these forest fires, for I came so near to lynching on one occasion that a braver man might have retained a thrill from the experience. I wish to be certain whether it was the moss, that quaint funereal ornament of Californian forests, which blazed up so rapidly when the flame first touched the tree. I suppose I must have been under the influence of Satan, for instead of plucking off a piece for my experiment, what should I do but walk up to a great pine tree in a portion of the wood which had escaped so much as scorching, strike a match, and apply the flame gingerly to one of the tassels. The tree went off simply like a rocket. In 3 seconds it was a roaring pillar of fire. Close by, I could hear the shouts of those who were at work combating the original conflagration. I could see the wagon that had brought them tied to a live oak in a piece of open. I could even catch the flash of an axe as it swung up through the underwood into the sunlight. Had anyone observed the result of my experiment, my neck was literally not worth a pinch of snuff. After a few minutes of passionate expostulation, I should have been run up to a convenient bough. To die for faction is a common evil, but to be hanged for nonsense is the devil. I have run repeatedly, but never as I ran that day. At night I went out of town, and there was my own particular fire, quite distinct from the other, and burning, as I thought, with even greater vigor. But it is the Pacific that exercises the most direct and obvious power upon the climate. At sunset, for months together, vast, wet, melancholy fogs arise and come shoreward from the ocean. From the hilltop above Monterey the scene is often noble, although it is always sad. The upper air is still bright with sunlight. A glow still rests upon the Gablano peak. But the fogs are in possession of the lower levels. They crawl in scarves among the sandhills. They float, a little higher, in clouds of a gigantic size and often of a wild configuration. To the south, where they have struck the seaward shoulder of the mountains of Santa Lucia, they double back and spire up skyward like smoke. Where their shadow touches, color dies out of the world. The air grows chill and deadly as they advance. The trade wind freshens, the trees begin to sigh, and all the windmills in Monterey are whirling and creaking and filling their cisterns with the brackish water of the sands. It takes but a little while till the invasion is complete. The sea, in its lighter order, has submerged the earth. Monterey is curtained in for the night in thick, wet, salt, and frigid clouds, so to remain till day returns, and before the sun's rays they slowly disperse and retreat in broken squadrons to the bosom of the sea. And yet often when the fog is thickest and most chill, a few steps out of the town and up the slope, the night will be dry and warm and full of inland perfume. Monterey. Mexicans, Americans, and Indians. The history of Monterey has yet to be written. Founded by Catholic missionaries, a place of wise beneficence to Indians, a place of arms, a Mexican capital continually wrested by one faction from another, an American capital when the first House of Representatives held its deliberations, and then falling lower. And lower from the capital of the state to the capital of a county, and from that again, by the loss of its charter and town lands, to a mere bankrupt village. Its rise and decline is typical of that of all Mexican institutions and even Mexican families in California. Nothing is stranger in that strange state than the rapidity with which the soil has changed hands. The Mexicans, you may say, are all poor and landless, like their former capital, and yet both it and they hold themselves apart and preserve their ancient customs and something of their ancient air. The town, when I was there, was a place of 2 or 3 streets, economically paved with sezend, and 2 or 3 lanes, which were watercourses in the rainy season, and at all times were rent up by fishers 4 or 5 feet deep. There were no street lights. Short sections of wooden sidewalk only added to the dangers of the night, for they were often high above the level of the roadway, and no one could tell where they would be likely to begin or end. The houses were for the most part built of unbaked adobe brick, many of them old for so new a country, some of very elegant proportions, with low, spacious, shapely rooms and walls so thick that the heat of summer never dried them to the heart. At the approach of the rainy season, a deathly chill and a graveyard smell began to hang about the lower floors, and diseases of the chest are common and fatal among housekeeping people of either sex. There was no activity but in and around the saloons, where people sat almost all day long playing cards. The smallest excursion was made on horseback. You would scarcely ever see the main street without a horse or two tied to posts and making a fine figure with their Mexican housings. It struck me oddly to come across some of the Cornhill illustrations to Mr. Blackmore's Erema and see all the characters astride on English saddles. As a matter of fact, an English saddle is a rarity even in San Francisco, and you may say a thing unknown in all the rest of California. In a place so exclusively Mexican as Monterey, You saw not only Mexican saddles but true vaquero riding men always at the hand gallop up hill and down dale, and round the sharpest corner, urging their horses with cries and gesticulations and cruel rotatory spurs, checking them dead with a touch or wheeling them right about face in a square yard. The type of face and character of bearing are surprisingly un-American. The first ranged from something like the pure Spanish to something, in its sad fixity, not unlike the pure Indian, although I do not suppose there was one pure blood of either race in all the country. As for the second, it was a matter of perpetual surprise to find, in that world of absolutely mannerless Americans, a people full of deportment, solemnly courteous, and doing all things with grace and decorum. In dress they ran to color and bright sashes. Not even the most Americanized could always resist the temptation to stick a red rose into his hatband. Not even the most Americanized would descend to wear the vile dress shed of civilization. Spanish was the language of the streets. It was difficult to get along without a word or two of that language for an occasion. The only communications in which the population joined were with a view to amusement. A weekly public ball took place with great etiquette, in addition to the numerous fandangos in private houses. There was a really fair amateur brass band. Night after night, serenaders would be going about the street, sometimes in a company and with several instruments and voices together, sometimes severally, each guitar before a different window. It was a strange thing to lie awake in 19th century America and hear the guitar accompany, and one of these old, heartbreaking Spanish love songs mount into the night air, perhaps in a deep baritone, perhaps in that high-pitched, pathetic, womanish alto which is so common among Mexican men, and which strikes on the unaccustomed ear as something not entirely human, but altogether sad. The town, then, was essentially and wholly Mexican, and yet almost all the land in the neighborhood was held by Americans, and it was from the same class, numerically so small, that the principal officials were selected. This Mexican and that Mexican would describe to you his old family estates, not one rood of which remained to him. You would ask him how that came about, and elicit some tangled story back foremost, from which you gathered that the Americans had been greedy like designing men, and the Mexicans greedy like children, but no other certain fact. Their merits and their faults contributed alike to the ruin of the former landholders. It is true they were improvident and easily dazzled with the sight of ready money, but they were gentlefolk besides, and that in a way which curiously unfitted them to combat Yankee craft. Suppose they have a paper to sign, they would think it a reflection on the other party to examine the terms with any great minuteness. Nay, suppose them to observe some doubtful clause, it is 10 to 1 they would refuse from delicacy to object to it. I know I am speaking within the mark, for I have seen such a case occur, and the Mexican, in spite of the advice of his lawyer, has signed the imperfect paper like a lamb. To have spoken in the matter, he said, above all to have let the other party guess that he had seen a lawyer, would have been like doubting his word. The scruple sounds oddly to one of ourselves, who have been brought up to understand all business as a competition in fraud, and honesty itself to be a virtue which regards the carrying out, but not the creation, of agreements. This single unworldly trait will account for much of that revolution of which we are speaking. The Mexicans have the name of being great swindlers, but certainly the accusation cuts both ways. In a contest of this sort, the entire booty would scarcely have passed into the hands of the more scrupulous race. Physically, the Americans have triumphed, but it is not entirely seen how far they have themselves been morally conquered. This is, of course, but a part of an extraordinary problem now in the course of being solved in the various states of the American Union. I am reminded of an anecdote. Some years ago, at a great sale of wine, all the odd lots were purchased by a grocer in a small way in the old town of Edinburgh. The agent had the curiosity to visit him some time after and inquire what possible use he could have for such material. He was shown, by way of answer, a huge vat where all the liquors, from humble Gladstone to imperial Tokay, were fermenting together. And what, he asked, do you propose to call this? I'm no very sure, replied the grocer, but I think it's going to turn out port. In the older eastern states, I think we may say that this hodgepodge of races is going to turn out English or thereabout. But the problem is the territorial belt and in the group of states on the Pacific coast. Above all, in these last we may look to see some singular hybrid, whether good or evil, who shall forecast, but certainly original and all their own. In my little restaurant at Monterey, we have sat down to table, day after day, a Frenchman, 2 Portuguese, an Italian, a Mexican, and a Scotsman. We had for common visitors an American from Illinois, a nearly pureblood Indian woman, and a naturalized Chinese. And from time to time, a Switzer and a German came down from country. Ranches for the night. No wonder that the Pacific coast is a foreign land to visitors from the eastern states, for each race contributes something of its own. Even the despised Chinese have taught the youth of California, none indeed of their virtues, but the debasing use of opium. And chief among these influences is that of the Mexicans. The Mexicans, although in the state, are out of it. They still preserve a sort of international independence and keep their affairs snug to themselves. Only 4 or 5 years ago, Vasquez the bandit, his troops being dispersed and the hunt too hot for him in other parts of California, returned to his native Monterey and was seen publicly in her streets and saloons, fearing no man. The year that I was there occurred 2 reputed murders. As the Montereyans are exceptionally vile speakers of each other and of everyone behind his back, it is not possible for me to judge how much truth there may have been in these reports. But in the one case, everyone believed, and in the other, some suspected, that there had been foul play, and nobody dreamed for an instant of taking the authorities into their counsel. Now, this is, of course, characteristic enough of the Mexicans, but it is a noteworthy feature that all the Americans in Monterey acquiesced without a word in this inaction. Even when I spoke to them upon the subject, they seemed not to understand my surprise. They had forgotten the traditions of their own race and upbringing, and become, in a word, wholly Mexicanized. Again, the Mexicans, having no ready money to speak of, rely almost entirely in their business transactions upon each other's worthless paper. Pedro the penniless pays you with an IOU from the equally penniless Miguel. It is a sort of local currency by courtesy. Credit in these parts has passed into a superstition. I have seen a strong, violent man struggling for months to recover a debt and getting nothing but an exchange of waste paper. The very storekeepers are averse to asking for cash payments and are more surprised than pleased when they are offered. They fear there must be something under it, and that you mean to withdraw your custom from them. I have seen the enterprising chemist and stationer begging me with fervor to let my account run on, although I had my purse open in my hand. And partly from the commonness of the case, partly from some remains of that generous old Mexican tradition which made all men welcome to their tables, a person may be notoriously both unwilling and unable to pay, and still find credit for the necessaries of life in the stores of Monterey. Now, this villainous habit of living upon tick has grown into Californian nature. I do not mean that the American and European storekeepers of Monterey are as lax as Mexicans. I mean that American farmers in many parts of the state expect unlimited credit and profit by it in the meanwhile, without a thought for consequences. Jew storekeepers have already learned the advantage to be gained from this. They lead on the farmer into irretrievable indebtedness and keep him ever after as their bondslave hopelessly grinding in the 1099. So the whirligig of time brings in its revenges, and except that the Jew knows better than to foreclose, you may see Americans bound in the same chains with which they themselves had formerly bound the Mexican. It seems as if certain sorts of follies, like certain sorts of grain, were natural to the soil rather than to the race that holds and tills it for the moment. In the meantime, however, the Americans rule in Monterey County. The new county seat, Salinas City, in the bald, corn-bearing plain under the Gablano Peak, is a town of a purely American character. The land is held, for the most part, in those enormous tracts which are another legacy of Mexican days and form the present chief danger and disgrace of California, and the holders are mostly of American or British birth. We have here in England no idea of the troubles and inconveniences which flow from the existence of these large landholder slin thieves, land sharks, or land grabbers. They are more commonly and plainly called. Thus the townlands of Monterey are all in the hands of a single man. How they came there is an obscure, vexatious question, and rightly or wrongly, the man is hated with a great hatred. His life has been repeatedly in danger. Not very long ago, I was told, the stage was stopped and examined 3 evenings in succession by disguised horsemen thirsting for his blood. A certain house on the Salinas Road, they say, he always passes in his buggy at full speed, for the squatter sent him warning long ago. But a year since he was publicly pointed out for death by no less a man than Mr. Dennis Carney. Carney is a man too well known in California, but a word of explanation is required for English readers. Originally an Irish drayman, he rose, by his command of bad language, to almost dictatorial authority in the state, throned it there for 6 months or so, his mouth full of oaths, gallowses, and conflagrations, was first snuffed out last winter by Mr. Coleman, backed by his San Francisco vigilantes and 3 Gatling guns, completed his own ruin by throwing in his lot with the grotesque Greenbacker party, and had at last to be rescued by his old enemies, the police, out of the hands of his rebellious followers. It was while he was at the top of his fortune that Kearny visited Monterey with his battle cry against Chinese labor, the railroad monopolists, and the land thieves. And his one articulate counsel to the Montereyans was to hang David Jacks. Had the town been American, in my private opinion, this would have been done years ago. Land is a subject on which there is no jesting in the West, and I have seen my friend the lawyer drive out of Monterey to adjust a competition of titles with the face of a captain, going into battle, and his smit hand Wesson convenient to his hand. On the ranch of another of these landholders you may find our old friend, the truck system, in full operation. Men live there, year in year out, to cut timber for a nominal wage, which is all consumed in supplies. The longer they remain in this desirable service, the deeper they will fall in debt of burlesque injustice in a new country, where labor should be precious, and one of those typical instances which explains the prevailing discontent and the success of the demagogue Kearny. In a comparison between what was and what is in California, the praisers of times past will fix upon the Indians of Carmel. The valley drained by the river so named is a true Californian valley, bare, dotted with chaparral, overlooked by quaint, unfinished hills. The Carmel runs by many pleasant farms, a clear and shallow river, loved by wading kine, and at last, as it is falling towards a quicksand in the great Pacific, passes a ruined mission on a hill. From the mission church the eye embraces a great field of ocean, and the ear is filled with a continuous sound of distant breakers on the shore. But the day of the Jesuit has gone by, the day of the Yankee has succeeded, and there is no one left to care for the converted savage. The church is roofless and ruinous, sea breezes and sea fogs, and the alternation of the rain and sunshine, daily widening the breaches and casting the crockets from the wall. As an antiquity in this new land, a quaint specimen of missionary architecture, and a memorial of good deeds, it had a triple claim to preservation from all thinking people, but neglect and abuse have been its portion. There is no sign of American interference, save where a headboard has been torn from a grave to be a mark for pistol bullets. So it is with the Indians for whom it was erected. Their lands, I was told, are being yearly encroached upon by the neighboring American proprietor, and with that exception, no man troubles his head for the Indians of Carmel. Only one day in the year, the day before our Guy Fawkes, the padre drives over the hill from Monterey. The little sacristy, which is the only covered portion of the church, is filled with seats and decorated for the service. The Indians troop together, their bright dresses contrasting with their dark and melancholy faces. And there, among a crowd of somewhat unsympathetic holidaymakers, you may hear God served with perhaps more touching circumstances than in any other temple under heaven. An Indian, stone-blind and about 80 years of age, conducts the singing. Other Indians compose the choir. Yet they have the Gregorian music at their finger ends, and pronounce the Latin so correctly that I could follow the meaning as they sang. The pronunciation was odd and nasal, the singing hurried and staccato. In scula sculo hohorum, they went, with a vigorous aspirate to every additional syllable. I have never seen faces more vividly lit up with joy than the faces of these Indian singers. It was to them not only the worship of God, nor an act by which they recalled and commemorated better days, but was besides an exercise of culture, where all they knew of art and letters was united and expressed. And it made a man's heart sorry for the good fathers of yore who had taught them to dig, and to reap, to read, and to sing, who had given them European mass books which they still preserve and study in their cottages, and who had now passed away from all authority and influence in that land to be succeeded by greedy land thieves and sacrilegious pistol shots. So ugly a thing may our Anglo-Saxon Protestantism appear beside the doings of the Society of Jesus. But revolution in this world succeeds to revolution. All that I say in this paper is in a polypast tense. The Monterey of last year exists no longer. A huge hotel has sprung up in the desert by the railway. 3 sets of diners sit down successively to table. Invaluable toilettes figure along the beach and between the live oaks, and Monterey is advertised in the newspapers and posted in the waiting rooms at railway stations as a resort for wealth and fashion. Alas for the little town, it is not strong enough to resist the influence of the flaunting caravanserai, and the poor, quaint, penniless native gentlemen of Monterey must perish, like a lower race, before the millionaire vulgarians of the big bonanza. Roman 2. San Francisco. The Pacific coast of the United States, as you may see by the map, and still better in that admirable book, 2 Years Before the Mast, by Dana, is one of the most exposed and shelterless on Earth. The trade wind blows fresh. The huge Pacific swell booms along degree after degree of an unbroken line of coast. South of the joint firth of the Columbia and Willamette, there flows in no considerable river. South of Puget Sound, there is no protected inlet of the ocean. Along the whole seaboard of California, there are but two unexceptionable anchorages, the bight of the Bay of Monterey and the inland sea that takes its name from San Francisco. Whether or not it was here that Drake put in 1597, we cannot tell. There is no other place so suitable, and yet the narrative of Francis pretty scarcely seems to suit the features of the scene. Viewed from seaward, the Golden Gates should give no very English impression to justify the name of a new Albion. On the west, the deep lies open, nothing near but the still vexed Farallones. The coast is rough and barren. Tamalpais, a mountain of a memorable figure, springing direct from the sea level, overplumbs the narrow entrance from the north. On the south, the loud music of the Pacific sounds along beaches and cliffs, and among broken reefs, the sporting place of the sea lion. Dismal, shifting sandhills, wrinkled by the wind, appear behind. Perhaps, too, in the days of Drake, Tamalpais would be clothed to its peak with the majestic redwoods. Within the memory of persons not yet old, a mariner might have steered into these narrow snot, yet the Golden Gates opened out the surface of the Bahir girt with hills. There lying broad to the horizon and beheld a scene as empty of the presence, as pure from the handiwork of man, as in the days of our old sea commander. A Spanish mission, fort, and church took the place of those houses of the people of the country which were seen by Pretty, close to the waterside. All else would be unchanged. Now, a generation later, a great city covers the sandhills on the west. A growing town lies along the muddy shallows of the east. Steamboats pant continually between them from before sunrise till the small hours of the morning. Lines of great sea-going ships lie ranged at anchor. Colors fly upon the islands, and from all around the hum of corporate life, of beaten bells and steam and running carriages, goes cheerily abroad in the sunshine. Choose a place on one of the huge throbbing ferry boats, and when you are midway between the city and the suburb, look around. The air is fresh and salt as if you were at sea. On the one hand is Oakland, gleaming white among its gardens. On the other, to seaward, hill after hill is crowded and crowned with the palaces of San Francisco. Its long streets lie in regular bars of darkness, east and west, across the sparkling picture. A forest of masts bristles like bulrushes about its feet. Nothing remains of the days of Drake but the faithful trade wind scattering the smoke, the fogs that will begin to muster about sundown, and the fine bulk of Tamalpais looking down on San Francisco, like Arthur's seat on Edinburgh. Thus, in the course of a generation only, this city and its suburb have arisen. Men are alive by the score who have hunted all over the foundations in a dreary waste. I have dined, near the punctual center of San Francisco, with a gentleman then newly married, who told me of his former pleasures, wading with his fowling piece in sand and scrub, on the site of the house where we were dining. In this busy, moving generation, we have all known cities to cover our boyish playgrounds. We have all started for a country walk and stumbled on a new suburb. But I wonder what enchantment of the Arabian Nights can have equaled this evocation of a roaring city, in a few years of a man's life, from the marshes and the blowing sand. Such swiftness of increase, as with an overgrown youth, suggests a corresponding swiftness of destruction. The sandy peninsula of San Francisco, mirroring itself on one side in the bay, beaten on the other by the surge of the Pacific, and shaken to the heart by frequent earthquakes, seems in itself no very durable foundation. According to Indian tales, perhaps older than the name of California, it once rose out of the sea in a moment, and some time or other shall in a moment sink again. No Indian, they say, cares to linger on that doubtful land. The earth hath bubbles as the water has, and this is of them. Here, indeed, all is new, nature as well as towns. The very hills of California have an unfinished look. The rains and the streams have not yet carved them to their perfect shape. The forests spring like mushrooms from the unexhausted soil, and they are mown down yearly by the forest fires. We are in early geological epochs, changeful and insecure, and we feel, as with a sculptor's model, that the author may yet grow weary of and shatter the rough sketch. Fancy apart, San Francisco is a city beleaguered with alarms. The lower parts, along the bay side, sit on piles, old wrecks decaying, fish dwelling unsunned beneath the populous houses, and a trifling subsidence might drown the business quarters in an hour. Earthquakes are not only common, they are sometimes threatening in their violence. The fear of them grows yearly on a resident. He begins with indifference, ends in sheer panic, and no one feels safe in any but a wooden house. Hence it comes that, in that rainless clime, the whole city is built of timber a woodyard of unusual extent and complication. That fires spring up readily, and served by the unwearying trade wind, swiftly spread. That all over the city there are fire signal boxes. That the sound of the bell, telling the number of the threatened ward, is soon familiar to the ear. And that nowhere else in the world is the art of the fireman carried to so nice a point. Next, perhaps, in order of strangeness to the rapidity of its appearance, is the mingling of the races that combine to people it. The town is essentially not Anglo-Saxon, still more essentially not American. The Yankee and the Englishman find themselves alike in a strange country. There are none of these touches not of nature, and I dare scarcely say of art be which the Anglo-Saxon feels himself at home in so great a diversity of lands. Here, on the contrary, are airs of Marseille and of Pekin. The shops along the street are like the consulates of different nations. The passers-by vary in feature like the slides of a magic lantern. For we are here in that city of gold to which adventurers congregated out of all the winds of heaven. We are in a land that, till the other day, was ruled and peopled by the countrymen of Cortez, and the sea that laves the piers of San Francisco is the ocean of the East and of the Isles of Summer. There goes the Mexican, unmistakable. They're the blue-clad Chinaman with his white slippers. They're the soft-spoken, brown Kanaka, or perhaps a waif from faraway Malaya. You hear French, German, Italian, Spanish, and English indifferently. You taste the food of all nations in the various restaurants, passing from a French prix fixe where everyone is French to a roaring German ordinary where everyone is German, ending, perhaps, in a cool and silent Chinese tea-house. For every man, for every race and nation, that city is a foreign city, humming with foreign tongues and customs, and yet each and all have made themselves at home. The Germans have a German theater and innumerable beer gardens. The French fall of the Bastille is celebrated with squibs and banners, and marching patriots, as noisily as the American 4th of July. The Italians have their dear domestic quarter, with Italian caricatures in the windows, Chianti and polenta in the taverns. The Chinese are settled as in China. The goods they offer for sale are as foreign as the lettering on the signboard of the shop. Dried fish from the China seas, pale cakes and sweetmeats like, perhaps, once eaten by Badro batter, nuts of unfriendly shape, ambiguous, outlandish vegetables, misshapen, lean, or bulbousteling of a country where the trees are not as our trees, and the very back garden is a cabinet of curiosities. The joss house is hard by, heavy with incense, packed with quaint carvings and the paraphernalia of a foreign ceremonial. All these you behold, crowded together in the narrower arteries of the city, cool, sunless, a little moldy, with the unfamiliar faces at your elbow, and the high, musical sing-song of that alien language in your ears. Yet the houses are of Occidental build. The lines of 100 telegraphs pass, thick as a ship's rigging overhead, a kite hanging among them perhaps, or perhaps two, one European, one Chinese in shape and color. Mercantile Jack, the Italian fisher, the Dutch merchant, the Mexican vaquero go hustling by. At the sunny end of the street, a thoroughfare roars with European traffic, and meanwhile, high and clear, outbreaks perhaps the San Francisco fire alarm, and people pause to count the strokes. And in the stations of the double fire service, you know that the electric bells are ringing, the traps opening and clapping too, and the engine, manned and harnessed, being whisked into the street, before the sound of the alarm has ceased to vibrate on your ear. Of all romantic places for a boy to loiter in, that Chinese quarter is the most romantic. There, on a half-holiday 3 doors from home, he may visit an actual foreign land, foreign in people, language, things, and customs. The very barber of the Arabian Nights shall be at work before him, shaving heads. He shall see Aladdin playing on the streets. Who knows, but among those nameless vegetables, the fruit of the nostri itself may be exposed for sale, and the interest is heightened with a chill of horror. Below, you hear, the cellars are alive with mystery. Opium dens, where the smokers lie one above another, shelf above shelf, close-packed and groveling in deadly stupor. The seats of unknown vices and cruelties, the prisons of unacknowledged slaves, and the secret lazarettos of disease. With all this mass of nationalities, crime is common. There are rough quarters where it is dangerous nights, cellars of public entertainment which the wary pleasure-seeker chooses to avoid. Concealed weapons are unlawful, but the law is continually broken. One editor was shot dead while I was there. another walked the streets accompanied by a bravo, his guardian angel. I have been quietly eating a dish of oysters in a restaurant, where, not more than 10 minutes after I had left, shots were exchanged and took effect. And one night about 10 o'clock, I saw a man standing watchfully at a street corner with a long Smithhand Wesson glittering in his hand behind his back. Somebody had done something he should not, and was being looked for with a vengeance. It is odd, too, that the seat of the last vigilance committee I know Ofa Medieval Vaimdricht was none other than the Palace Hotel, the world's greatest caravanserai, served by lifts and lit with electricity, where in the great glazed court a band nightly discourses music from a grove of palms. So do extremes meet in this city of contrasts? Extremes of wealth and poverty, apathy and excitement, the conveniences of civilization, and the red justice of Judge Lynch. The streets lie straight up and down the hills and straight across at right angles, these in sun, those in shadow, a trenchant pattern of gloom and glare. And what with the crisp illumination, the sea air singing in your ears, the chill and glitter, the changing aspects both of things and people, the fresh sights at every corner of your walk sites of the bay, of Tamil pies, of steep, descending streets, of the outspread city whiffs of alien speech, sailors singing on shipboard, Chinese coolies toiling on the shore, crowds brawling all day in the street before the stock exchange. One brief impression follows and obliterates another, and the city leaves upon the mind no general and stable picture, but a profusion of airy and incongruous images, of the sea and shore, the east and west, the summer and the winter. In the better parts of the most interesting city, there is apt to be a touch of the commonplace. It is in the slums and suburbs that the city dilettante finds his game, and there is nothing more characteristic and original than the outlying quarters of San Francisco. The Chinese district is the most famous, but it is far from the only truffle in the pie. There is many another dingy corner, many a young antiquity, many a terrain vague with that stamp of quaintness that the city lover seeks and dwells on, and the indefinite prolongation of its streets, up hill and down dale, makes San Francisco a place apart. The same street in its career visits and unites so many different classes of society. Here echoing with drays, there lying decorously silent between the mansions of bonanza millionaires, to founder at last among the drifting sands beside Lone Mountain Cemetery, or die out among the sheds and lumber of the north. Thus you may be struck with a spot, set it down for the most romantic of the city, and, glancing at the nameplate, find it is in the same street that you yourself inhabit in another quarter of the town. The great net of straight thoroughfares lying at right angles, east and west and north and south, over the shoulders of Nob Hill, the Hill of Palaces, must certainly be counted the best part of San Francisco. It is there that the millionaires are gathered together, vying with each other in display. From thence, looking down over the business wards of the city, we can descry a building with a little belfry, and that is the Stock Exchange, the heart of San Francisco. A great pump, we might call it, continually pumping up the savings of the lower quarters into the pockets of the millionaires upon the hill. But these same thoroughfares that enjoy for a while so elegant a destiny have their lines prolonged into more unpleasant places. Some meet their fate in the sands, some must take a cruise in the ill-famed China quarters, some run into the sea, some perish unwept among pigsties and rubbish heaps. Nob Hill comes, of right, in the place of honor, but the two other hills of San Francisco are more entertaining to explore. On both, there are a world of old wooden houses snoozing together, all forgotten. Some are of the quaintest design, others only romantic by neglect and age. Some have been almost undermined by new thoroughfares and sit high up on the margin of the sandy cutting, only to be reached by stairs. Some are curiously painted, and I have seen one at least with ancient carvings paneled in its wall. Surely they are not of Californian building, but far voyagers from round the stormy Horn, like those who sent for them and dwelt in them at first. Brought to be the favorites of the wealthy, they have sunk into these poor, forgotten districts, where, like old town toasts, they keep each other silently in countenance. Telegraph Hill and Rincon Hill, these are the two dozing quarters that I recommend to the city dilettante. There stand these forgotten houses, enjoying the unbroken sun and quiet. There, if there were such an author, would the San Francisco Fortune de Boiscoby pitch the first chapter of his mystery. But the first is the quainter of the two, and commands, moreover, a noble view. As it stands at the turn of the bay, its skirts are all waterside, and round from North Reach to the bay front you can follow doubtful paths from one quaint corner to another. Everywhere the same tumble-down decay and sloppy progress, new things yet unmade, old things tottering to their fall. Everywhere the same outatlaboes, man-a-nation loungers at dim, irregular grog shops. Everywhere the same sea air and eyelidded sea prospect. And, for a last and more romantic note, you have on the one hand Tamalpais standing high in the blue air, and on the other the tail of that long alignment of three-masted, full-rigged, deep-sea ships that make a forest of spars along the eastern front of San Francisco. In no other port is such a navy congregated. For the coast trade is so trifling, and the ocean trade from round the Horn so large, that the smaller ships are swallowed up, and can do nothing to confuse the majestic order of these merchant princes. In an age when the ship off the line is already a thing of the past, and we can never again hope to go coasting in a cockboat between the wooden walls of a squadron at anchor, there is perhaps no place on earth where the power and beauty of sea architecture can be so perfectly enjoyed as in this bay. The Silverado squatters, vixerunt non nulli in agris delectati re sua familiari. His idem propositum fuit quad regibus, ut ni quare agerant, ni cui parent, libertate uterenter, cujus proprium est sic viver ut velis. 199, de off 120, 2. Virgil Williams and Dora Norton Williams. These sketches are affectionately dedicated by their friend, the author, the Silverado squatters. The scene of this little book is on a high mountain. There are indeed many higher, there are many of a nobler outline. It is no place of pilgrimage for the summary globe-trotter, but to one who lives upon its sides, Mount St. Helena soon becomes a center of interest. It is the Mont Blanc of one section of the Californian coast range, none of its near neighbors rising to one half its altitude. It looks down on much green, intricate country. It feeds in the springtime many splashing brooks. From its summit you must have an excellent lesson of geography. Seeing, to the south, San Francisco Bay, with Tamalpais on the one hand and Monte Diablo on the other. To the west and 30 miles away, the open ocean. Eastward, across the cornlands and thick tule swamps of Sacramento Valley, to where the Central Pacific Railroad begins to climb the sides of the Sierras, and northward, for what I know, the white head of Shasta looking down on Oregon. 3 counties, Napa County, Lake County, and Sonoma County, march across its cliffy shoulders. Its naked peak stands nearly 4,500 feet above the sea, its sides are fringed with forest, and the soil, where it is bare, glows warm with cinnabar. Life in its shadow goes rustically forward. Bucks and bears and rattlesnakes and former mining operations are the staple of men's talk. Agriculture has only begun to mount above the valley. And though in a few years from now the whole district may be smiling with farms, passing trains shaking the mountain to the heart, many-windowed hotels lighting up the night like factories, and a prosperous city occupying the site of sleepy Calistoga. Yet in the meantime, around the foot of that mountain, the silence of nature reigns in a great measure unbroken, and the people of hill and valley go sauntering about their business as in the days before the flood. To reach Mount St. Helena from San Francisco, the traveler has twice to cross the bay, once by the busy Oakland ferry, and again, after an hour or so of the railway, from Vallejo Junction to Vallejo. Thence he takes rail once more to mount the long green strath of Napa Valley. In all the contractions and expansions of that inland sea, the Bay of San Francisco, there can be few drearier scenes than the Vallejo ferry. Bald shores and a low, bald islet enclose the sea. Through the narrows the tide bubbles, muddy like a river. When we made the passage bound, although yet we knew it not, for Silverado the steamer jumped, and the black buoys were dancing in the jabble. The ocean breeze blew killing chill, and although the upper sky was still unflecked with vapor, the sea fogs were pouring in from seaward, over the hilltops of Marin County, in one great, shapeless, silver cloud. South Vallejo is typical of many Californian towns. It was a blunder. The site has proved untenable, and although it is still such a young place by the scale of Europe, it has already begun to be deserted for its neighbor and namesake, North Vallejo. A long pier, a number of drinking saloons, a hotel of a great size, marshy pools where the frogs keep up their croaking, and even at high noon, the entire absence of any human face or voice. These are the marks of South Vallejo. Yet there was a tall building beside the pier, labeled the Star Flour Mills, and seagoing, full-rigged ships lay close alongshore, waiting for their cargo. Soon these would be plunging round the Horn, soon the flour from the Star Flour Mills would be landed on the wharves of Liverpool. For that, too, is one of England's outposts. Thither, to this gaunt mill, across the Atlantic and Pacific deeps and round about the icy Horn, This crowd of great, three-masted, deep-sea ships come, bringing nothing, and return with bread. The Frisbee House, for that was the name of the hotel, was a place of fallen fortunes, like the town. It was now given up to laborers and partly ruinous. At dinner there was the ordinary display of what is called in the West a two-bit house. The tablecloth checked red and white, the plague of flies, the wire hencoops over the dishes, the great variety and invariable vileness of the food, and the rough, coatless men devouring it in silence. In our bedroom the stove would not burn, though it would smoke, and while one window would not open, the other would not shut. There was a view on a bit of empty road, a few dark houses, a donkey wandering with its shadow on a slope, and a blink of sea, with a tall ship lying anchored in the moonlight. All about that dreary inn frogs sang their ungainly chorus. Early the next morning we mounted the hill along a wooden footway, bridging one marish spot after another. Here and there, as we ascended, we passed a house embowered in white roses. More of the bay became apparent, and soon the blue peak of Tamalpais rose above the green level of the island opposite. It told us we were still but a little way from the city of the Golden Gates, already, at that hour, beginning to awake among the sandhills. It called to us over the waters as with the voice of a bird. Its stately head, blue as a sapphire on the paler azure of the sky, spoke to us of wider outlooks and the bright Pacific. For Tamalpais stands sentry, like a lighthouse, over the Golden Gates between the bay and the open ocean, and looks down indifferently on both. Even as we saw and hailed it from Vallejo, seamen, far out at sea, were scanning it with shaded eyes. And as if to answer to the thought, one of the great ships below began silently to clothe herself with white sails, homeward bound for England. For some way beyond Vallejo, the railway led us through bald green pastures. On the west, the rough highlands of Marin shut off the ocean. In the midst, in long, straggling, gleaming arms, the bay died out among the grass. There were few trees and few enclosures. The sun shone wide over open uplands, the displumed hills stood clear against the sky. But by and by these hills began to draw nearer on either hand, and first thicket and then wood began to clothe their sides. And soon we were away from all signs of the sea's neighborhood, mounting an inland, irrigated valley. A great variety of oaks stood, now severally, now in a becoming grove, among the fields and vineyards. The towns were compact, in about equal proportions, of bright new wooden houses and great and growing forest trees. And the chapel bell on the engine sounded most festily that sunny Sunday, as we drew up at one green town after another, with the townsfolk trooping in their Sunday's best to see the strangers, with the sun sparkling on the clean houses and great domes of foliage humming overhead in the breeze. This pleasant Napa Valley is, at its north end, blockaded by our mountain. There at Calistoga, the railroad ceases, and the traveler who intends faring farther, to the geysers or to the springs in Lake County, must cross the spurs of the mountain by stage. Thus Mount St. Helena is not only a summit, but a frontier, and up to the time of writing it has stayed the progress of the iron horse. In the valley, lie Calistoga. It is difficult for a European to imagine Calistoga. The whole place is so new, and of such an Occidental pattern. The very name, I hear, was invented at a supper party by the man who found the springs. The railroad and the highway come up the valley about parallel to one another. The street of Calistoga joins them, perpendicular to both a wide street with bright, clean, low houses, here and there a veranda over the sidewalk, here and there a horse post, here and there lounging townsfolk. Other streets are marked out and most likely named, for these towns in the New World begin with a firm resolve to grow larger, Washington and Broadway, and then First and Second, and so forth, being boldly plotted out as soon as the community indulges in a plan. But in the meanwhile, all the life and most of the houses of Calistoga are concentrated upon that street between the railway station and the road. I never heard it called by any name, but I will hazard a guess that it is either Washington or Broadway. Here are the blacksmiths, the chemists, the general merchants in Kong Sam Kee, the Chinese laundrymans. Here, probably, is the office of the local paper, for the place has a paper the all have papers. And here certainly is one of the hotels, Cheeseboroughs, whence the daring Foss, a man dear to legend, starts his horses for the geysers. It must be remembered that we are here in a land of stage drivers and highwaymen, a land in that sense like England 100 years ago. The highway robber road agent, he is quaintly Caletti still busy in these parts. The fame of Vasquez is still young. Only a few years ago, the Lakeport stage was robbed a mile or two from Calistoga. In 1879, the dentist of Mendocino City, 50 miles away upon the coast, suddenly threw off the garments of his trade, like Grindoff in The Miller and His Men, and flamed forth in his second dress as a captain of banditti. A great robbery was followed by a chase of days, if not of weeks, among the intricate hill country, and the chase was followed by much desultory fighting, in which Severlin the dentist, I believe, amongst the number bit the dust. The grass was springing for the first time, nourished upon their blood, when I arrived in Calistoga. I am reminded of another highwayman of that same year. He had been unwell, so ran his humorous defense, and the doctor told him to take something, so he took the express box. The cultus of the stagecoachman always flourishes highest where there are thieves on the road, and where the guard travels armed, and the stage is not only a link between country and city, and the vehicle of news, but has a faint warfaring aroma, like a man who should be brother to a soldier. California boasts her famous stage drivers, and among the famous Foss is not forgotten. Along the unfenced, abominable mountain roads, he launches his team with small regard to human life or the doctrine of probabilities. Flinching travelers, who behold themselves coasting eternity at every corner, look with natural admiration at their driver's huge, impassive, fleshy countenance. He has the very face for the driver in Sam Weller's anecdote, who upset the election party at the required point. Wonderful tales are current of his readiness and skill. One in particular, of how one of his horses fell at a ticklish passage of the road, and how Foss let slip the reins, and, driving over the fallen animal, arrived at the next stage with only 3. This I relate as I heard it without guarantee. I only saw Foss once, though, strange as it may sound, I have twice talked with him. He lives out of Calistoga, at a ranch called Fossville. One evening, after he was long gone home, I dropped into Cheeseburro's and was asked if I should like to speak with Mr. Foss. Supposing that the interview was impossible, and that I was merely called upon to subscribe the general sentiment, I boldly answered yes. Next moment, I had one instrument at my ear, another at my mouth, and found myself, with nothing in the world to say, conversing with a man several miles off among desolate hills. Foss rapidly and somewhat plaintively brought the conversation to an end, and he returned to his night's grog at Fossville, while I strolled forth again on Calistoga High Street. But it was an odd thing that here, on what we are accustomed to consider the very skirts of civilization, I should have used the telephone for the first time in my civilized career. So it goes in these young countries. Telephones and telegraphs and newspapers and advertisements running far ahead among the Indians and the grizzly bears. Alone, on the other side of the railway, stands the Springs Hotel with its attendant cottages. The floor of the valley is extremely level to the very roots of the hills. Only here and there a hillock, crowned with pines, rises like the barrow of some chieftain famed in war. And right against one of these hillocks is the Springs Hotelis, or was. For since I was there the place has been destroyed by fire, and has risen again from its ashes. A lawn runs about the house, and the lawn is in its turn surrounded by a system of little 5-roomed cottages, each with a veranda and a weedy palm before the door. Some of the cottages are let to residents, and these are wreathed in flowers. The rest are occupied by ordinary visitors to the hotel, and a very pleasant way this is, by which you have a little country cottage of your own, without domestic burthens, and by the day or week. The whole neighborhood of Mount St. Helena is full of sulfur and of boiling springs. The geysers are famous. They were the great health resort of the Indians before the coming of the whites. Lake County is dotted with spas. Hot Springs and White Sulphur Springs are the names of 2 stations on the Napa Valley Railroad, and Calistoga itself seems to repose on a mere film above a boiling, subterranean lake. At one end of the hotel enclosure are the springs from which it takes its name, hot enough to scald a child seriously while I was there. At the other end, the tenant of a cottage sank a well, and there also the water came up boiling. It keeps this end of the valley as warm as a toast. I have gone across to the hotel a little after 5 in the morning, when a sea fog from the Pacific was hanging thick and gray, and dark and dirty overhead, and found the thermometer had been up before me, and had already climbed among the 90s. And in the stress of the day, it was sometimes too hot to move about. But in spite of this heat from above and below, doing one on both sides, Calistoga was a pleasant place to dwell in. Beautifully green, for it was then that favored moment in the Californian year, when the rains are over and the dusty summer has not yet set in. Often visited by fresh airs, now from the mountain, now across Sonoma from the sea. Very quiet, very idle, very silent but for the breezes and the cattle bells afield. And there was something satisfactory in the sight of that great mountain that enclosed us to the north, whether it stood, robed in sunshine, quaking to its topmost pinnacle with the heat and brightness of the day, or whether it set itself to weaving vapors, wisp after wisp growing, trembling, fleeting, and fading in the blue. The tangled, woody, and almost trackless foothills that enclose the valley, shutting it off from Sonoma on the west, and from Yolo on the eastrough as they were in outline, dug out by winter streams, crowned by cliffy bluffs and nodding pine tree sward dwarfed into satellites by the bulk and bearing of Mount St. Helena. She overtowered them by two-thirds of her own stature. She excelled them by the boldness of her profile. Her great bald summit, clear of trees and pasture, a cairn of quartz and cinnabar, rejected kinship with the dark and shaggy wilderness of lesser hilltops. Roman 2. The Petrified Forest. We drove off from the Springs Hotel about 3 in the afternoon. The sun warmed me to the heart. A broad, cool wind streamed pauselessly down the valley, laden with perfume. Up at the top stood Mount St. Helena, a bulk of mountain, bare atop, with tree-fringed spurs and radiating warmth. Once we saw it framed in a grove of tall and exquisitely graceful white oaks, in line and color a finished composition. We passed a cow stretched by the roadside, her bell slowly beating time to the movement of her ruminating jaws, her big red face crawled over by half a dozen flies, a monument of content. A little farther and we struck to the left up a mountain road, and for 2 hours threaded one valley after another, green, tangled, full of noble timber, giving us every now and again a sight of Mount St. Helena and the blue hilly distance, and crossed by many streams, through which we splashed to the carriage step. To the right or the left, there was scarce any trace of man but the road we followed. I think we passed but one ranchero's house in the whole distance, and that was closed and smokeless. But we had the society of these bright streams dazzlingly clear, as is their wont, splashing from the wheels in diamonds and striking a lively coolness through the sunshine. And what with the innumerable variety of greens, the masses of foliage tossing in the breeze, the glimpses of distance, the descents into seemingly impenetrable thickets, the continual dodging of the road, which made haste to plunge again into the covert, we had a fine sense of woods and springtime and the open air. Our driver gave me a lecture, by the way, on Californian Teresa thing I was much in need of, having fallen among painters who know the name of nothing, and Mexicans who know the name of nothing in English. He taught me the madrona, the manzanita, the buckeye, the maple. He showed me the crested mountain quail. He showed me where some young redwoods were already spiring heavenwards from the ruins of the old, for in this district all had already perished. Redwoods and redskins, the two noblest indigenous living things, alike condemned. At length, in a lonely dell, we came on a huge wooden gate with a sign upon it like an inn. The Petrified Forest. Proprietor, 100. Evans ran the legend. Within, on a knoll of sward, was the house of the proprietor, and another smaller house hard by to serve as a museum, where photographs and petrifactions were retailed. It was a pure little isle of touristry among these solitary hills. The proprietor was a brave old white-faced Swede. He had wandered this way, heaven knows how, and taken up his acres I forget how many years ago alone, bent double with sciatica, and with 6 bits in his pocket and an axe upon his shoulder. Long, useless years of seafaring had thus discharged him at the end, penniless and sick. Without doubt he had tried his luck at the diggings and got no good from that. Without doubt he had loved the bottle and lived the life of Jack ashore. But at the end of these adventures here he came, and the place hitting his fancy, down he sat to make a new life of it, far from crimps and the salt sea. And the very sight of his ranch had done him good. It was the handsomest spot in the California mountains. "Isn't it handsome, now?" he said. "Every penny he makes goes into that ranch to make it handsomer." Then the climate, with the sea breeze every afternoon in the hottest summer weather, had gradually cured the sciatica. And his sister and niece were now domesticated with him for companier. Rather, the niece came only once in the 2 days, teaching music the meanwhile in the valley, and then, for a last piece of luck, the handsomest spot in the California mountains had produced a petrified forest, which Mr. Evans now shows at the modest figure of $50 a head, or 2/3 of his capital when he first came there with an axe and a sciatica. This tardy favorite of fortune hobbling a little, I think, as if in memory of the sciatica, but with not a trace that I can remember of the sea thoroughly ruralized from head to foot, proceeded to escort us up the hill behind his house. "Who first found the forest?" asked my wife. The first, I was that man, said he. I was cleaning up the pasture for my beasts when I found Thiskicking a great redwood, 7 feet in diameter, that lay there on its side, hollow heart, clinging lumps of bark, all changed into gray stone, with veins of quartz between what had been the layers of the wood. Were you surprised? Surprised? No, what would I be surprised about? What did I know about petrifactions following the sea? Petrifaction? There was no such word in my language. I knew about putrefaction, though. I thought it was a stone, so would you if you was cleaning up pasture. And now he had a theory of his own, which I did not quite grasp, except that the trees had not grewed there. But he mentioned, with evident pride, that he differed from all the scientific people who had visited the spot, and he flung about such words as tufa and silica with careless freedom. When I mentioned I was from Scotland, my old country, he said, my old country, with a smiling look and a tone of real affection in his voice. I was mightily surprised, for he was obviously Scandinavian, and begged him to explain. It seemed he had learned his English and done nearly all his sailing in Scottish ships. Out of Glasgow, said he, or Greenock, but that's all the Samothie all hail from Glasgow. And he was so pleased with me for being a Scotsman, and his adopted compatriot, that he made me a present of a very beautiful piece of petrifaction, I believe the most beautiful and portable he had. Here was a man, at least, who was a Swede, a Scot, and an American, acknowledging some kind allegiance to 3 lands. Mr. Wallace's Scoto Circassian will not fail to come before the reader. I have myself met and spoken with a Fifeshire German, whose combination of abominable accents struck me dumb. But indeed, I think we all belong to many countries, and perhaps this habit of much travel, and the engendering of scattered friendships, may prepare the euthanasia of ancient nations. And the forest itself? Well, on a tangled, briery hillside for the pasture would bear a little further cleaning up. To my eyes there lie scattered thickly various lengths of petrified trunk, such as the one already mentioned. It is very curious, of course, and ancient enough if that were all. Doubtless, the heart of the geologist beats quicker at the sight, but for my part I was mightily unmoved. Sightseeing is the art of disappointment. There's nothing under heaven so blue. That's fairly worth the traveling to. But fortunately, heaven rewards us with many agreeable prospects and adventures by the way, and sometimes, when we go out to see a petrified forest, prepares a far more delightful curiosity in the form of Mr. Evans, whom may all prosperity attend throughout a long and green old age. Roman 3. Napa wine. I was interested in Californian wine. Indeed, I am interested in all wines, and have been all my life, from the raisin wine that a schoolfellow kept secreted in his playbox up to my last discovery, those notable Valtellines that once shone upon the board of Caesar. Some of us, kind old pagans, watch with dread the shadows falling on the age, how the unconquerable worm invades the sunny terraces of France, and Bordeaux is no more, and the Rhone a mere Arabia Petra. Chateau Neuf is dead, and I have never tasted it. Hermitage hermitage indeed, from all life's sorrowsleys expiring by the river. And in the place of these imperial elixirs, beautiful to every sense, gem-hued, flower-scented dream compellers, behold upon the keys that set the chemicals arrayed. Behold the analyst at Marseille, raising hands in obsecration, attesting God Laius and the vats staved in, and the dishonest wines poured forth among the sea. It is not Pan only, Bacchus too is dead. If wine is to withdraw its most poetic countenance, the son of the white dinner cloth, a deity to be invoked by 2 or 3, all fervent, hushing their talk, degusting tenderly, and storing reminiscences for a bottle of good wine, like a good act, shines ever in the retrospective wine is to desert us. Go thy ways, old Jack. Now we begin to have compunctions, and look back at the brave bottles squandered upon dinner parties, where the guests drank grossly, discussing politics the while, and even the schoolboy took his whack like licorice water. And at the same time, we look timidly forward with a spark of hope to where the new lands, already weary of producing gold, begin to green with vineyards. A nice point in human history falls to be decided by Californian and Australian wines. Wine in California is still in the experimental stage, and when you taste a vintage, grave economical questions are involved. The beginning of vine planting is like the beginning of mining for the precious metals. The wine grower also prospects. One corner of land after another is tried with one kind of grape after another. This is a failure, that is better, a third best. So, bit by bit, they grope about for their clothes Vaugeot and Lafitte. Those lodes and pockets of earth, more precious than the precious ores, that yield inimitable fragrance and soft fire. Those virtuous bonanzas, where the soil has sublimated under sun and stars to something finer, and the wine is bottled poetry. These still lie undiscovered. Chaparral conceals, thicket embowers them. The miner chips the rock and wanders farther, and the grizzly muses undisturbed. But there they bide their hour, awaiting their Columbus, and nature nurses and prepares them. The smack of Californian earth shall linger on the palate of your grandson. Meanwhile, the wine is merely a good wine, the best that I have taste bitter than a Beaujolais, and not unlike. But the trade is poor. It lives from hand to mouth, putting its all into experiments and forced to sell its vintages. To find one properly matured and bearing its own name is to be fortune's favorite. Bearing its own name, I say, and dwell upon the innuendo. You want to know why Californian wine is not drunk in the States? A San Francisco wine merchant said to me, after he had shown me through his premises. Well, here's the reason. And opening a large cupboard, fitted with many little drawers, he proceeded to shower me all over with a great variety of gorgeously tinted labels, blue, red, or yellow, stamped with crown or coronet, and hailing from such a profusion of clos and chateaux that a single department could scarce have furnished forth the names. But it was strange that all looked unfamiliar. Chateau X, said one, I never heard of that. I dare say not, said he. I had been reading one of Excess novels. They were all castles in Spain, but that sure enough is the reason why California wine is not drunk in the States. Napa Valley has been long a seat of the wine-growing industry. It did not here begin, as it does too often, in the low valley lands along the river, but took at once to the rough foothills, where alone it can expect to prosper. A basking inclination, and stones, to be a reservoir of the day's heat, seem necessary to the soil for wine. The grossness of the earth must be evaporated, its marrow daily melted and refined for ages, until at length these clods that break below our footing, and to the eye appear but common earth, are truly, and to the perceiving mind, a masterpiece of nature. The dust of Richiburg, which the wind carries away, what an apotheosis of the dust! Not man himself can seem a stranger child of that brown, friable powder than the blood and sun in that old flask behind the faggots. A Californian vineyard, one of man's outposts in the wilderness, has features of its own. There is nothing here to remind you of the Rhine or Rhone, of the low Côte d'Or, or the infamous and scabby deserts of Champagne, but all is green, solitary, covert. We visited two of them, Mr. Schramm's and Mr. M. Ekron's, sharing the same glen. Some way down the valley below Calistoga, we turned sharply to the south and plunged into the thick of the wood. A rude trail rapidly mounting, a little stream tinkling by on the one hand, big enough perhaps after the rains, but already yielding up its life. Overhead and on all sides, a bower of green and tangled thicket, still fragrant and still flower-bespangled by the early season, where thimbleberry played the part of our English hawthorn, and the buckeyes were putting forth their twisted horns of blossom. Through all this we struggled. Toughly upwards, canted to and fro by the roughness of the trail, and continually switched across the face by sprays of leaf or blossom. The last is no great inconvenience at home, but here in California it is a matter of some moment. For in all woods and by every wayside there prospers an abominable shrub or weed, called poison oak, whose very neighborhood is venomous to some, and whose actual touch is avoided by the most impervious. The two houses, with their vineyards, stood each in a green niche of its own in the steep and narrow forest dell. Though they were so near, there was already a good difference in level, and Mr. M. Ekron's head must be a long way under the feet of Mr. Schramm. No more had been cleared than was necessary for cultivation. Close around each oasis ran the tangled wood. The glen enfolds them. There they lie basking in sun and silence, concealed from all but the clouds and the mountain birds. Mr. M. Ekron's is a bachelor establishment, a little bit of a wooden house, a small cellar hard by in the hillside, and a patch of vines planted and tended single-handed by himself. He had but recently begun, his vines were young, his business young also, but I thought he had the look of a man who succeeds. He hailed from Greenock. He remembered his father putting him inside Mons Meg, and that touched me home, and we exchanged a word or two of Scotch, which pleased me more than you would fancy. Mr. Schramm's, on the other hand, is the oldest vineyard in the valley, 18 years old, I think. Yet he began a penniless barber, and even after he had broken ground up here with his black Malvoisies, continued for long to tramp the valley with his razor, Now his place is the picture of prosperity. Stuffed birds in the veranda, cellars far dug into the hillside and resting on pillars like a bandit's cave, all trimness, varnish, flowers, and sunshine among the tangled wildwood. Stout, smiling Mrs. Schramm, who has been to Europe and apparently all about the States for pleasure, entertaining Fanny in the veranda, while I was tasting wines in the cellar. To Mr. Schramm, this was a solemn office. His serious gusto warmed my heart. Prosperity had not yet wholly banished a certain neophyte and girlish trepidation, and he followed every sip and read my face with proud anxiety. I tasted all. I tasted every variety and shade of Schramberger, red and white Schramberger, burgundy Schramberger, Schramberger Hock, Schramberger Golden Chasselas, the latter with a notable bouquet, and I fear to think how many more. Much of it goes to London most, I think, and Mr. Schramm has a great notion of the English taste. In this wild spot, I did not feel the sacredness of ancient cultivation. It was still raw, it was no Marathon and no Johannesburg. Yet the stirring sunlight and the growing vines and the vats and bottles in the cavern made a pleasant music for the mind. Here also, Earth's cream was being skimmed and garnered, and the London customers can taste, such as it is, the tang of the earth in this green valley. So local, so quintessential is a wine, that it seems the very birds in the veranda might communicate a flavor, and that romantic cellar influenced the bottle next to be uncorked in Pimlico, and the smile of jolly Mr. Schramm might mantle in the glass. But these are but experiments. All things in this new land are moving farther on. The wine vats and the miners blasting tools but picket for a night like Bedouin pavilions, and tomorrow to fresh woods. This stir of change and these perpetual echoes of the moving footfall haunt the land. Men move eternally, still chasing fortune, and fortune found, still wander. As we drove back to Calistoga, the road lay empty of mere passengers, but its green side was dotted with the camps of traveling families. One cumbered with a great wagon full of household stuff, settlers going to occupy a ranch they had taken up in Mendocino or perhaps Tehama County. Another, a party in dustcoats, men and women, whom we found camped in a grove on the roadside, all on pleasure bent with a Chinaman to cook for them, and who waved their hands to us as we drove by. Roman 4. The Scot abroad. A few pages back, I wrote that a man belonged in these days to a variety of countries, but the old land is still the true love, the others are but pleasant infidelities. Scotland is indefinable. It has no unity except upon the map. Two languages, many dialects, innumerable forms of piety, and countless local patriotisms and prejudices part us among ourselves more widely than the extreme east and west of that great continent of America. When I am at home, I feel a man from Glasgow to be something like a rival, a man from Barra to be more than half a foreigner. Yet let us meet in some far country, and, whether we hail from the braes of Manor or the braes of Mar, some ready-made affection joins us on the instant. It is not race. Look at us. One is Norse, one Celtic, and another Saxon. It is not community of tongue. We have it not among ourselves, and we have it almost to perfection with English or Irish or American. It is no tie of faith, for we detest each other's errors. And yet somewhere, deep down in the heart of each one of us, something yearns for the old land and the old kindly people. Of all mysteries of the human heart, this is perhaps the most inscrutable. There is no special loveliness in that gray country, with its rainy, sea-beat archipelago, its fields of dark mountains, its unsightly places, black with coal, its treeless, sour, unfriendly-looking cornlands, its quaint, gray, castled city, where the bells clash of a Sunday and the wind squalls and the salt showers fly and beat. I do not even know if I desire to live there. But let me hear, in some far land, a kindred voice sing out, "Oh, why left I my hame?" And it seems at once as if no beauty under the kind heavens, and no society of the wise and good, can repay me for my absence from my country. And though I think I would rather die elsewhere, yet in my heart of hearts I long to be buried among good Scots clods. I will say it fairly, it grows on me with every year. There are no stars so lovely as Edinburgh street lamps. When I forget thee, Aldriki, may my right hand forget its cunning. The happiest lot on earth is to be born a Scotchman. You must pay for it in many ways, as for all other advantages on earth. You have to learn the paraphrases and the shorter catechism. You generally take to drink. Your youth, as far as I can find out, is a time of louder war against society, of more outcry and tears and turmoil than if you had been born, for instance, in England. But somehow life is warmer and closer. The hearth burns more redly. The lights of home shine softer on the rainy street. The very names, endeared in verse and music, cling nearer round our hearts. An Englishman may meet an Englishman tomorrow upon Chimborazo, and neither of them care. But when the Scotch wine-grower told me of Mons Meg, it was like magic. From the dim shieling on the misty island, mountains divide us and a world of seas. Yet still our hearts are true, our hearts are Highland. And we, in dreams, behold the Hebrides. And Highland and Lowland, all our hearts are Scottish. Only a few days after I had seen M. Ekron, a message reached me in my cottage. It was a Scotchman who had come down a long way from the hills to market. He had heard there was a countryman in Calistoga and came round to the hotel to see him. We said a few words to each other. We had not much to say, should never have seen each other had we stayed at home, separated alike in space and in society, and then we shook hands, and he went his way again to his ranch among the hills, and that was all. Another Scotchman there was, a resident, who for the mere love of the common country, douce, serious, religious man, drove me all about the valley, and took as much interest in me as if I had been his son. More, perhaps. For the son has faults too keenly felt, while the abstract countryman is perfect like a whiff of peats. And there was yet another. Upon him I came suddenly, as he was calmly entering my cottage, his mind quite evidently bent on plunder. A man of about 50, filthy, ragged, roguish, with a chimney-pot hat and a tail coat, and a pursing of his mouth that might have been envied by an elder of the kirk. He had just such a face as I have seen a dozen times behind the plate. "Hullo, sir," I cried, "where are you going?" He turned round without a quiver. "You are a Scotchman, sir?" he said gravely. "So am I. I come from Aberdeen. This is my card," presenting me with a piece of pasteboard which he had raked out of some gutter in the period of the rains. I was just examining this palm, he continued, indicating the misbegotten plant before our door, which is the largest specimen I have yet observed in California. There were 4 or 5 larger within sight, but where was the use of argument? He produced a tape line, made me help him to measure the tree at the level of the ground, and entered the figures in a large and filthy pocketbook, all with the gravity of Solomon. He then thanked me profusely, remarking that such little services were due between countrymen, shook hands with me for auld lang syne, as he said, and took himself solemnly away, radiating dirt and humbug as he went. A month or two after this encounter of mine, there came a Scot to Sacramento, perhaps from Aberdeen. Anyway, there never was anyone more Scottish in this wide world. He could sing and dance and drink, I presume, and he played the pipes with vigor and success. All the Scotch in Sacramento became infatuated with him, and spent their spare time and money driving him about in an open cab, between drinks, while he blew himself scarlet at the pipes. This is a very sad story. After he had borrowed money from everyone, he and his pipes suddenly disappeared from Sacramento, and when I last heard, the police were looking for him. I cannot say how this story amused me, when I felt myself so thoroughly ripe on both sides to be duped in the same way. It is at least a curious thing to conclude that the races which wander widest, Jews and Scots, should be the most clannish in the world. But perhaps these two are cause and effect, for ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. With the children of Israel. Lie. To introduce Mr. Kelmer. One thing in this new country very particularly strikes a stranger, and that is the number of antiquities. Already there have been many cycles of population succeeding each other, and passing away and leaving behind them relics. These, standing on into changed times, strike the imagination as forcibly as any pyramid or feudal tower. The towns, like the vineyards, are experimentally founded. They grow great and prosper by passing occasions, and when the load comes to an end and the miners move elsewhere, the town remains behind them, like Palmyra in the desert. I suppose there are in no country in the world so many deserted towns as here in California. The whole neighborhood of Mount St. Helena, now so quiet and sylvan, was once alive with mining camps and villages. Here there would be 2,000 souls under canvas, their 1,000 or 1,500 ensconced, as if forever in a town of comfortable houses. But the luck had failed, the mines petered out, and the army of miners had departed and left this quarter of the world to the rattlesnakes and deer and grizzlies, and to the slower but steadier advance of husbandry. It was with an eye on one of these deserted places, Pine Flat, on the Geysers Road, that we had come first to Calistoga. There is something singularly enticing in the idea of going, rent-free, into a ready-made house. And to the British merchant, sitting at home at ease, it may appear that, with such a roof over your head and a spring of clear water hard by, the whole problem of the squatter's existence would be solved. Food, however, has yet to be considered. I will go as far as most people on tinned meats. Some of the brightest moments of my life were passed over tinned mulligatawny in the cabin of a 16-ton schooner, storm-stayed in Portree Bay. But after suitable experiments, I pronounce authoritatively that man cannot live by tins alone. Fresh meat must be had on an occasion. It is true that the great Foss, driving by along the Geysers Road, wooden-faced but glorified with legend, might have been induced to bring us meat, but the great Foss could hardly bring us milk. To take a cow would have involved taking a field of grass and a milkmaid, after which it would have been hardly worthwhile to pause, and we might have added to our colony a flock of sheep and an experienced butcher. It is really very disheartening how we depend on other people in this life. Mihi est propositum, as you may see by the motto, idem quod regibus, and behold it cannot be carried out unless I find a neighbor rolling in cattle. Now my principal adviser in this matter was one whom I will call Kelmer. That was not what he called himself, but as soon as I set eyes on him, I knew it was or ought to be his name. I am sure it will be his name among the angels. Kelmer was the storekeeper, a Russian Jew, good-natured in a very thriving way of business, and on equal terms, one of the most serviceable of men. He also had something of the expression of a Scottish country elder, who, by some peculiarity, should chance to be a Hebrew. He had a projecting under lip, with which he continually smiled, or rather smirked. Mrs. Kelmer was a singularly kind woman, and the oldest son had quite a dark and romantic bearing, and might be heard on summer evenings playing sentimental airs on the violin. I had no idea, at the time I made his acquaintance, what an important person Kelmer was. But the Jew storekeepers of California, profiting at once by the needs and habits of the people, have made themselves in too many cases the tyrants of the rural population. Credit is offered, is pressed on the new customer, and when once he is beyond his depth, the tune changes, and he is from thenceforth a white slave. I believe, even from the little I saw, that Kelmer, if he chose to put on the screw, could send half the settlers packing in a radius of 7 or 8 miles round Calistoga. These are continually paying him, but are never suffered to get out of debt. He palms dull goods upon them, for they dare not refuse to buy. He goes and dines with them when he is on an outing, and no man is loudlier welcomed. He is their family friend, the director of their business, and, to a degree elsewhere unknown in modern days, their king. For some reason, Kelmer always shook his head at the mention of Pine Flat, and for some days I thought he disapproved of the whole scheme and was proportionately sad. One fine morning, however, he met me, wreathed in smiles. He had found the very place for me, Silverado, another old mining town, right up the mountain. Rufe Hansen, the hunter, could take care of us fine people, the Hansens. We should be close to the toll house, where the Lakeport stage called daily. It was the best place for my health, besides. Rufe had been consumptive and was now quite a strong man, ain't it? In short, the place and all its accompaniments seemed made for us on purpose. He took me to his back door whence, as from every point of Calistoga, Mount St. Helena could be seen towering in the air. There, in the nick, just where the eastern foothills joined the mountain, and she herself began to rise above the zone of forest, there was Silverado. The name had already pleased me. The high station pleased me still more. I began to inquire with some eagerness. It was but a little while ago that Silverado was a great place. The Minia silver mine, of course, had promised great things. There was quite a lively population, with several hotels and boarding houses, and Kelmer himself had opened a branch store and done extremely well, ain't it? He said, appealing to his wife. And she said, yes, extremely well. Now there was no one living in the town but Rufe the hunter, and once more I heard Rufe's praises by the yard, and this time sung in chorus. I could not help perceiving at the time that there was something underneath, that no unmixed desire to have us comfortably settled had inspired the Kelmers with this flow of words. But I was impatient to be gone, to be about my kingly project, and when we were offered seats in Kelmer's wagon, I accepted on the spot. The plan of their next Sunday's outing took them, by good fortune, over the border into Lake County. They would carry us so far, drop us at the toll house, present us to the Hansens, and call for us again on Monday morning early. Roman 2. First Impressions of Silverado. We were to leave by 6 precisely. That was solemnly pledged on both sides, and a messenger came to us the last thing at night to remind us of the hour. But it was 8 before we got clear of Calistoga. Kelmer, Mrs. Kelmer, a friend of theirs whom we named Abramina, her little daughter, my wife, myself, and stowed away behind us a cluster of ship's coffee kettles. These last were highly ornamental in the sheen of their bright tin, but I could invent no reason for their presence. our carriageful reckoned up, as near as we could get at it, some 300 years to the six of us. 4 of the 6, besides, were Hebrews. But I never in all my life was conscious of so strong an atmosphere of holiday. No word was spoken but of pleasure, and even when we drove in silence, nods and smiles went round the party like refreshments. The sun shone out of a cloudless sky. Close at the zenith rode the belated moon, still clearly visible, and along one margin even bright. The wind blew a gale from the north, the trees roared, the corn and the deep grass in the valley fled in whitening surges, the dust towered into the air along the road and dispersed like the smoke of battle. It was clear in our teeth from the first, and for all the windings of the road, it managed to keep clear in our teeth until the end. For some 2 miles we rattled through the valley, skirting the eastern foothills. Then we struck off to the right, through Holland, and presently, crossing a dry watercourse, entered the toll road, or, to be more local, entered on the grade. The road mounts the near shoulder of Mount St. Helena, bound northward into Lake County. In one place it skirts along the edge of a narrow and deep canon, filled with trees, and I was glad, indeed, not to be driven at this point by the dashing foss. Kelmer, with his unvarying smile, jogging to the motion of the trap, drove for all the world like a good, plain, country clergyman at home, and I profess I blessed him unawares for his timidity. Vineyards and deep meadows, islanded and framed with thicket, gave place more and more as we ascended to woods of oak and madrona, dotted with enormous pines. It was these pines, as they shot above the lower wood, that produced that penciling of single trees I had so often remarked from the valley. Thence, looking up and from however far, each fir stands separate against the sky no bigger than an eyelash, and all together lend a quaint, fringed aspect to the hills. The oak is no baby. Even the madrona, upon these spurs of Mount St. Helena, comes to a fine bulk and ranks with forest trees, but the pines look down upon the rest for underwood. As Mount St. Helena among her foothills, so these dark giants outtop their fellow vegetables. Alas, if they had left the redwoods, the pines in turn would have been dwarfed. But the redwoods, fallen from their high estate, are serving as family bedsteads, or yet more humbly as field fences, along all Napa Valley. A rough smack of resin was in the air, and a crystal mountain purity. It came pouring over these green slopes by the oceanful. The woods sang aloud, and gave largely of their healthful breath. Gladness seemed to inhabit these upper zones, and we had left indifference behind us in the valley. I to the hills will lift mine eyes. There are days in a life when thus to climb out of the lowland seems like scaling heaven. As we continued to ascend, the wind fell upon us with increasing strength. It was a wonder how the 2 stout horses managed to pull us up that steep incline and still face the athletic opposition of the wind, or how their great eyes were able to endure the dust. 10 minutes after we went by, a tree fell, blocking the road, and even before us leaves were thickly strewn and boughs had fallen, large enough to make the passage difficult. But now we were hard by the summit. The road crosses the ridge, just in the nick that Kelmer showed me from below, and then, without pause, plunges down a deep, thickly wooded glen on the farther side. At the highest point, a trail strikes up the main hill to the leftward, and that leads to Silverado. 100 yards beyond, and in a kind of elbow of the glen, stands the Toll House Hotel. We came up the one side, were caught upon the summit by the whole weight of the wind as it poured over into Napa Valley, and a minute after had drawn up in shelter, but all buffeted and breathless, at the Toll House door. A water tank and stables, and a gray house of 2 stories, with gable ends and a veranda, are jammed hard against the hillside, just where a stream has cut for itself a narrow canon, filled with pines. The pines go right up overhead. A little more and the stream might have played like a fire hose on the Toll House roof. In front the ground drops as sharply as it rises behind. There is just room for the road and a sort of promontory of croquet ground, and then you can lean over the edge and look deep below you through the wood. I said croquet ground, not green, for the surface was of brown, beaten earth. The toll bar itself was the only other note of originality. A long beam, turning on a post, and kept slightly horizontal by a counterweight of stones. Regularly about sundown, this rude barrier was swung, like a derrick, across the road and made fast, I think, to a tree upon the farther side. On our arrival there followed a gay scene in the bar. I was presented to Mr. Corwin, the landlord, to Mr. Jennings, the engineer, who lives there for his health, to Mr. Hoddy, a most pleasant little gentleman, once a member of the Ohio legislature, again the editor of a local paper, and now, with undiminished dignity, keeping the Toll House bar. I had a number of drinks and cigars bestowed on me, and enjoyed a famous opportunity of seeing Kelmer in his glory, friendly, radiant, smiling, steadily edging one of the ship's kettles on the reluctant Corwin. Corwin, plainly aghast, resisted gallantly, and for that bout victory crowned his arms. At last we set forward for Silverado on foot. Kelmer and his jolly Jew girls were full of the sentiment of Sunday outings, breathed geniality and vagueness, and suffered a little vile boy from the hotel to lead them here and there about the woods. For three people all so old, so bulky in body, and belonging to a race so venerable, they could not but surprise us by their extreme and almost imbecile youthfulness of spirit. They were only going to stay 10 minutes at the toll house, had they not 20 long miles of road before them on the other side. Stay to dinner? Not they. Put up the horses? Never. Let us attach them to the veranda by a wisp of straw rope, such as would not have held a person's hat on that blustering day. And with all these protestations of hurry, they proved irresponsible like children. Kelmer himself, shrewd old Russian Jew, with a smirk that seemed just to have concluded a bargain to its satisfaction, entrusted himself and us devoutly to that boy. Yet the boy was patently fallacious, and for that matter a most unsympathetic urchin, raised apparently on gingerbread. He was bent on his own pleasure, nothing else, and Kelmer followed him to his ruin with the same shrewd smirk. If the boy said there was a hole there in the hill, a hole, pure and simple, neither more nor less Kelmer and his Jew girls would follow him 100 yards to look complacently down that hole. For 2 hours we looked for houses, and for 2 hours they followed us, smelling trees, picking flowers, foisting false botany on the unwary. Had we taken 5, with that vile lad to head them off on idle divagations, for 5 they would have smiled and stumbled through the woods. However, we came forth at length, and as by accident, upon a lawn sparse planted like an orchard, but with forest instead of fruit trees. That was the site of Silverado mining town. A piece of ground was leveled up where Kelmer's store had been, and facing that we saw Ruth Hansen's house, still bearing on its front the legend Silverado Hotel. Not another sign of habitation. Silverado town had all been carted from the scene. One of the houses was now the schoolhouse far down the road. One was gone here, one there, but all were gone away. It was now a sylvan solitude, and the silence was unbroken but by the great, vague voice of the wind. Some days before our visit, a grizzly bear had been sporting round the Hansons' chicken house. Mrs. Hanson was at home, alone, we found. Ruth had been out after a bar, had risen late, and was now gone, it did not clearly appear whither. Perhaps he had had wind of Kelmer's coming and was now ensconced among the underwood, or watching us from the shoulder of the mountain. We, hearing there were no houses to be had, were for immediately giving up all hopes of Silverado. But this, somehow, was not to Kelmer's fancy. He first proposed that we should camp somewheres around, ain't it? Waving his hand cheerily as though to weave a spell, and when that was firmly rejected, he decided that we must take up house with the Hansons. Mrs. Hanson had been, from the first, flustered, subdued, and a little pale, but from this proposition she recoiled with haggard indignation. So did we, who would have preferred, in a manner of speaking, death. But Kelmer was not to be put by. He edged Mrs. Hanson into a corner, where for a long time he threatened her with his forefinger, like a character in Dickens, and the poor woman, driven to her entrenchments, at last remembered with a shriek that there were still some houses at the tunnel. Thither we went, the Jews, who should already have been miles into Lake County, still cheerily accompanying us. For about a furlong we followed a good road along the hillside through the forest, until suddenly that road widened out and came abruptly to an end. A cannon, woody below, red, rocky, and naked overhead, was here walled across by a dump of rolling stones, dangerously steep, and from 20 to 30 feet in height. A rusty iron chute on wooden legs came flying, like a monstrous gargoyle, across the parapet. It was down this that they poured the precious ore, and below here the carts stood to wait their lading and carry it millward down the mountain. The whole cannon was so entirely blocked, as if by some rude guerrilla fortification, that we could only mount by lengths of wooden ladder, fixed in the hillside. These led us round the farther corner of the dump, and when they were at an end, we still persevered over loose rubble and wading deep in poison oak, till we struck a triangular platform, filling up the whole glen, and shut in on either hand by bold projections of the mountain. Only in front the place was open like the proscenium of a theater, and we looked forth into a great realm of air, and down upon treetops and hilltops, and far and near on wild and varied country. The place still stood as on the day it was deserted, a line of iron rails with a bifurcation, a truck in working order, a world of lumber, old wood, old iron, a blacksmith's forge on one side, half buried in the leaves of dwarf madronas, and on the other an old brown wooden house. Fanny and I dashed at the house. It consisted of 3 rooms and was so plastered against the hill that one room was right atop of another, that the upper floor was more than twice as large as the lower, and that all three apartments must be entered from a different side or level. Not a window sash remained. The door of the lower room was smashed, and one panel hung in splinters. We entered that and found a fair amount of rubbish. Sand and gravel that had been sifted in there by the mountain winds, straws, sticks, and stones, a table, a barrel, a platter rack on the wall, two homemade bootjacks, signs of miners and their boots, and a pair of papers pinned on the boarding, headed respectively funnel number 1 and funnel no. 2, but with the tails torn away. The window, sashless of course, was choked with the green and sweetly smelling foliage of a bay, and through a chink in the floor, a spray of poison oak had shot up and was handsomely prospering in the interior. It was my first care to cut away that poison oak, Fanny standing by at a respectful distance. That was our first improvement by which we took possession. The room immediately above could only be entered by a plank propped against the threshold, along which the intruder must foot it gingerly, clutching for support to sprays of poison oak, the proper product of the country. Herein was, on either hand, a triple tier of beds, where miners had once lain, and the other gable was pierced by a sashless window and a doorless doorway opening on the air of heaven, 5 feet above the ground. As for the third room, which entered squarely from the ground level, but higher up the hill and farther up the canon, it contained only rubbish and the uprights for another triple tier of beds. The whole building was overhung by a bold, lion-like red rock. Poison oak, sweet bay trees, calycanthus, brush, and chaparral grew freely but sparsely all about it. In front, in the strong sunshine, the platform lay overstrewn with busy litter, as though the labors of the mine might begin again tomorrow in the morning. Following back into the canon, among the mass of rotting plant and through the flowering bushes, we came to a great crazy staging, with a wry windlass on the top. And clambering up, we could look into an open shaft, leading edgeways down into the bowels of the mountain, trickling with water, and lit by some stray sungleams, whence I know not. In that quiet place the still, faraway tinkle of the water drops was loudly audible. Close by, another shaft led edgeways up into the superincumbent shoulder of the hill. It lay partly open, and 60 or 100 feet above our head, we could see the strata propped apart by solid wooden wedges, and a pine, half-undermined, precariously nodding on the verge. Here also a rugged, horizontal tunnel ran straight into the unsunned bowels of the rock. This secure angle in the mountain's flank was, even on this wild day, as still as my lady's chamber. But in the tunnel, a cold, wet draught tempestuously blew, nor have I ever known that place otherwise than cold and windy. Such was our first prospect of Juan Silverado. I own I had looked for something different. A clique of neighborly houses on a village green, we shall say, all empty to be sure, but swept and varnished, a trout stream brawling by, great elms or chestnuts humming with bees and nested in by songbirds, and the mountains standing round about as at Jerusalem. Here, mountain and house and the old tools of industry were all alike, rusty and downfalling. The hill was here wedged up, and there poured forth its bowels in a spout of broken mineral. Man with his picks and powder, and nature with her own great blasting tools of sun and rain, laboring together at the ruin of that proud mountain. The view up the canon was a glimpse of devastation, dry red minerals sliding together, here and there a crag, here and there dwarf thicket clinging in the general glissade, and over all a broken outline trenching on the blue of heaven. Downwards indeed from our rock eyrie, we beheld the greener side of nature, and the bearing of the pine and the sweet smell of bays and nutmegs commended themselves gratefully to our senses. One way and another, now the die was cast. Silverado be it. The latter part of the day, Fanny and I sat in the veranda of the toll house, utterly stunned by the uproar of the wind among the trees on the other side of the valley. Sometimes we would have it was like a sea, but it was not various enough for that. And again, we thought it like the roar of a cataract, but it was too changeful for the cataract. And then we would decide, speaking in sleepy voices, that it could be compared with nothing but itself. My mind was entirely preoccupied by the noise. I hearkened to it by the hour, gapingly hearkened, and let my cigarette go out. Sometimes the wind would make a sally nearer hand, and send a shrill, whistling crash among the foliage on our side of the glen. And sometimes a backdraft would strike into the elbow where we sat, and cast the gravel and torn leaves into our faces. But for the most part, this great streaming gale passed unweariedly by us into Napa Valley, not 200 yards away visible by the tossing boughs, stunningly audible, and yet not moving a hair upon our heads. So it blew all night long while I was writing up my journal, and after we were in bed, under a cloudless, star-set heaven, and so it was blowing still next morning when we rose. It was a laughable thought to us. What had become of our cheerful wandering Hebrews? We could not suppose they had reached a destination. The meanest boy could lead them miles out of their way to see a gopher hole. Boys we felt to be their special danger. None others were of that exact pitch of cheerful irrelevancy to exercise a kindred sway upon their minds. But before the attractions of a boy, their most settled resolutions would be wax. We thought we could follow in fancy these three aged Hebrew truants wandering in and out on hilltop and in thicket, a demon boy trotting far ahead, their willithuous conductor. And at last, about midnight, the wind still roaring in the darkness, we had a vision of all three on their knees upon a mountaintop around a glowworm. Roman 3. The Return. Next morning we were up by 5:30, according to agreement, and it was 10 by the clock before our Jew boys returned to pick us up. Kelmer, Mrs. Kelmer, and Abraminna, all smiling from ear to ear, and full of tales of the hospitality they had found on the other side. It had not gone unrewarded, for I observed with interest that the ship's kettles all but one had been placed. 3 Lake County families, at least, endowed for life with a ship's kettle. Come, this was no misspent Sunday. The absence of the kettles told its own story. Our Jews said nothing about them. But on the other hand, they said many kind and comely things about the people they had met. The 2 women, in particular, had been charmed out of themselves by the sight of a young girl surrounded by her admirers. All evening, it appeared, they had been triumphing together in the girl's innocent successes, and to this natural and unselfish joy they gave expression in language that was beautiful by its simplicity and truth. Take them for all in all, few people have done my heart more good. They seem so thoroughly entitled to happiness, and to enjoy it in so large a measure and so free from afterthought, almost they persuaded me to be a Jew. There was, indeed, a chink of money in their talk. They particularly commended people who were well-to-do. "You don't carry in it?" was their highest word of commendation to an individual fate, and here I seemed to grasp the root of their philosophy. It was to be free from care, to be free to make these Sunday wanderings, that they so eagerly pursued after wealth, and all this carefulness was to be careless. The fine good humor of all three seemed to declare they had attained their end. Yet there was the other side to it, and the recipients of kettles perhaps cared greatly. No sooner had they returned than the scene of yesterday began again. The horses were not even tied with a straw rope. This time it was not worthwhile, and Kelmer disappeared into the bar, leaving them under a tree on the other side of the road. I had to devote myself. I stood under the shadow of that tree for, I suppose, hard upon an hour, and had not the heart to be angry. Once someone remembered me and brought me out a half a tumblerful of the playful, innocuous American cocktail. I drank it, and lo, veins of living fire ran down my leg, and then a focus of conflagration remained seated in my stomach, not unpleasantly, for a quarter of an hour. I love these sweet, fiery pangs, but I will not court them. The bulk of the time I spent in repeating as much French poetry as I could remember to the horses, who seemed to enjoy it hugely. And now it went. O ma ville fontiages. O volant les rouge gorges. And again, to a more trampling measure. Et tout tremble, Uran Coimber. Santander, Almodovar. Sidat quan intend le timbre. Des symbols de Bivar. The redbreasts and the brooks of Europe in that dry and songless land, brave old names and wars, strong cities, symbols and bright armor in that nook of the mountain, sacred only to the Indian and the bear. This is still the strangest thing in all man's traveling, that he should carry about with him incongruous memories. There is no foreign land. It is the traveler only that is foreign, and now and again, by a flash of recollection, lights up the contrasts of the earth. But while I was thus wandering in my fancy, great feats had been transacted in the bar. Corwin the Bold had fallen, Kelmer was again crowned with laurels, and the last of the ship's kettles had changed hands. If I had ever doubted the purity of Kelmer's motives, if I had ever suspected him of a single eye to business in his eternal dallyings, now at least, when the last kettle was disposed of, my suspicions must have been allayed. I dare not guess how much more time was wasted, nor how often we drove off merely to drive back again and renew interrupted conversations about nothing, before the toll house was fairly left behind. Alas, and not a mile down the grade there stands a ranch in a sunny vineyard, and here we must all dismount again and enter. Only the old lady was at home, Mrs. Gell, a brown old Swiss dame, the picture of honesty, and with her we drank a bottle of wine and had an age-long conversation, which would have been highly delightful if Fanny and I had not been faint with hunger. The ladies each narrated the story of her marriage. are two Hebrews with the prettiest combination of sentiment and financial bathos. Abramina, especially, endeared herself with every word. She was as simple, natural, and engaging as a kid that should have been brought up to the business of a money changer. One touch was so resplendently Hebraic that I cannot pass it over. When her old man wrote home for her from America, her old man's family would not entrust her with the money for the passage, till she had bound herself by an oath on her knees. I think she said not to employ it otherwise. This had tickled Abramina hugely, but I think it tickled me fully more. Mrs. Gell told of her homesickness up here in the long winters, of her honest, countrywoman troubles and alarms upon the journey. How in the bank at Frankfurt she had feared lest the banker, after having taken her check, should deny all knowledge of Ida fear I have myself every time I go to a bank, and how crossing the Lunneburger Heath, an old lady witnessing her trouble and finding whither she was bound, had given her the blessing of a person 80 years old, which would be sure to bring her safely to the States. And the first thing I did, added Mrs. Gell, was to fall downstairs. At length we got out of the house, and some of us into the trap, when judgment of heaven, here came Mr. Gell from his vineyard. So another quarter of an hour went by, till at length at our earnest pleading we set forth again in earnest, Fanny and I white-faced and silent but the Jews still smiling. The heart fails me. There was yet another stoppage, and we drove at last into Calistoga past 2 in the afternoon, Fanny and I having breakfasted at 6 in the morning, 8 mortal hours before. We were a pallid couple, but still the Jews were smiling. So ended our excursion with the village usurers, and now that it was done, we had no more idea of the nature of the business, nor of the part we had been playing in it, than the child unborn. That all the people we had met were the slaves of Kelmer, though in various degrees of servitude. That we ourselves had been sent up the mountain in the interests of none but Kelmer. That the money we laid out, dollar by dollar, cent by cent, and through the hands of various intermediaries, should all hop ultimately into Kelmer's till. These were facts that we only grew to recognize. The course of time and by the accumulation of evidence. At length all doubt was quieted, when one of the kettle holders confessed. Stopping his trap in the moonlight, a little way out of Calistoga, he told me in so many words that he dare not show face there with an empty pocket. You see, I don't mind if it was only $5, Mr. Stevens, he said, but I must give Mr. Kelmer something. Even now, when the whole tyranny is plain to me, I cannot find it in my heart to be as angry as perhaps I should be with the Hebrew tyrant. The whole game of business is beggar my neighbor. And though perhaps that game looks uglier when played at such close quarters, and on so small a scale, it is none the more intrinsically inhumane for that. The village usurer is not so sad a feature of humanity and human progress as the millionaire manufacturer, fattening on the toil and loss of thousands, and yet declaiming from the platform against the greed and dishonesty of landlords. If it were fair for Cobden to buy up land from owners whom he thought unconscious of its proper value, it was fair enough for my Russian Jew to give credit to his farmers. Kelmer, if he was unconscious of the beam in his own eye, was at least silent in the matter of his brother's mote. The act of squatting. There were 4 of us squatters, myself and my wife, the King and Queen of Silverado, Lloyd, the Crown Prince, and Chuchu, the Grand Duke. Chuchu, a setter crossed with spaniel, was the most unsuited for a rough life. He had been nurtured tenderly in the society of ladies. His heart was large and soft. He regarded the sofa cushion as a bedrock necessary of existence. Though about the size of a sheep, he loved to sit in ladies' laps. He never said a bad word in all his blameless days, and if he had seen a flute, I am sure he could have played upon it by nature. It may seem hard to say it of a dog, but Chuchu was a tame cat. The King and Queen, the Grand Duke, and a basket of cold provender for immediate use, set forth from Calistoga in a double buggy. The Crown Prince, on horseback, led the way like an outrider. Bags and boxes and a second-hand stove were to follow close upon our heels by Hanson's team. It was a beautiful still day. The sky was one field of azure. Not a leaf moved, not a speck appeared in heaven. Only from the summit of the mountain, one little snowy wisp of cloud after another kept detaching itself, like smoke from a volcano, and blowing southward in some high stream of air. Mount St. Helena still at her interminable task, making the weather like a Lapland witch. By noon we had come in sight of the mill. A great brown building, halfway up the hill, big as a factory, 2 stories high, and with tanks and ladders along the roof, which, as a pentacle of Silverado mine, we held to be an outlying province of our own. Thither then we went, crossing the valley by a grassy trail, and there lunched out of the basket, sitting in a kind of portico, and wondering, while we ate, at this great bulk of useless building. Through a chink we could look far down into the interior and see sunbeams floating in the dust and striking on tier after tier of silent, rusty machinery. It cost $6,000, 1,200 English sovereigns. And now, here it stands deserted, like the temple of a forgotten religion, the busy millers toiling somewhere else. All the time we were there, mill and Milltown showed no sign of life. That part of the mountainside, which is very open and green, was tenanted by no living creature but ourselves and the insects, and nothing stirred but the cloud manufactory upon the mountain summit. It was odd to compare this with the former days, when the engine was in full blast, the mill palpitating to its strokes, and the carts came rattling down from Silverado, charged with ore. By 2 we had been landed at the mine, the buggy was gone again, and we were left to our own reflections and the basket of cold provender, until Hansen should arrive. Hot as it was by the sun, there was something chill in such a homecoming, in that world of wreck and rust, splinter and rolling gravel, where for so many years no fire had smoked. Silverado platform filled the whole width of the cannon. Above, as I have said, this was a wild, red, stony gully in the mountains, but below it was a wooded dingle. And through this, I was told, there had gone a path between the mine and the Toll Hauser natural, northwest passage to civilization. I found and followed it, clearing my way as I went through fallen branches and dead trees. It went straight down that steep cannon, till it brought you out abruptly over the roofs of the hotel. There was nowhere any break in the descent. It almost seemed as if, were you to drop a stone down the old iron chute at our platform, it would never rest until it hopped upon the toll house shingles. Signs were not wanting of the ancient greatness of Silverado. The footpath was well marked, and had been well trodden in the old days by thirsty miners. And far down, buried in foliage, deep out of sight of Silverado, I came on a last outpost of the Minia mound of gravel, some wreck of wooden aqueduct, and the mouth of a tunnel like a treasure grotto in a fairy story. A stream of water, fed by the invisible leakage from our shaft, and dyed red with cinnabar or iron, ran trippingly forth out of the bowels of the cave, and, looking far under the arch, I could see something like an iron lantern fastened on the rocky wall. It was a promising spot for the imagination. No boy could have left it unexplored. The stream thenceforward stole along the bottom of the dingle, and made, for that dry land, a pleasant warbling in the leaves. Once, I suppose, it ran splashing down the whole length of the cannon, but now its headwaters had been tapped by the shaft at Silverado, and for a great part of its course it wandered sunless among the joints of the mountain. No wonder that it should better its pace when it sees, far before it, daylight whitening in the arch, or that it should come trotting forth into the sunlight with a song. The 2 stages had gone by when I got down, and the toll house stood, dozing in sun and dust and silence, like a place enchanted. My mission was after hay for bedding, and that I was readily promised. But when I mentioned that we were waiting for Roof, the people shook their heads. Roof was not a regular man anyway, it seemed, and if he got playing poker well, poker was too many for Roof. I had not yet heard them bracketed together, but it seemed a natural conjunction, and commended itself swiftly to my fears. And as soon as I returned to Silverado and had told my story, we practically gave Hansen up, and set ourselves to do what we could find doable in our desertisland state. The lower room had been the assier's office. The floor was thick with debris part human, from the former occupants, part natural, sifted in by mountain winds. In a sea of red dust there swam or floated sticks, boards, hay, straw, stones, and paper. Ancient newspapers, above all for the newspaper, especially when torn, soon becomes an antiquity and bills of the Silverado boarding house, some dated Silverado, some Calistoga mine. Here is one verbatim, and if anyone can calculate the scale of charges, he has my envious admiration. John Stanley. To S. Chapman, Cr. To board from April 1st to April 30. May 1st to 3rd. Calistoga Mine, May 3rd, 1875. 2575. 20. 2775. Where is John Stanley mining now? Where is S. Chapman, within whose hospitable walls we were to lodge? The date was but 5 years old, but in that time the world had changed for Silverado. Like Palmyra in the desert, it had outlived its people and its purpose. We camped like Layard amid ruins, and these names spoke to us of prehistoric time. A bootjack, a pair of boots, a dog hutch, and these bills of Mr. Chapman's were the only speaking relics that we disinterred from all that vast Silverado rubbish heap. But what would I not have given to unearth a letter, a pocketbook, a diary, only a ledger, or a roll of names, to take me back, in a more personal manner, to the past? It pleases me, besides, to fancy that Stanley or Chapman, or one of their companions, may light upon this chronicle and be struck by the name, and read some news of their anterior home, coming, as it were, out of a subsequent epoch of history in that quarter of the world. As we were tumbling the mingled rubbish on the floor, kicking it with our feet, and groping for these written evidences of the past, Lloyd, with a somewhat whitened face, produced a paper bag. "What's this?" said he. It contained a granulated powder, something the color of Gregory's mixture, but rosier. And as there were several of the bags, and each more or less broken, the powder was spread widely on the floor. Had any of us ever seen giant powder? No, nobody had. And instantly there grew up in my mind a shadowy belief, verging with every moment nearer to certitude, that I had somewhere heard somebody describe it as just such a powder as the one around us. I have learnt since that it is a substance not unlike tallow, and is made up in rolls for all the world like tallow candles. Fanny, to add to our happiness, told us a story of a gentleman who had camped one night, like ourselves, by a deserted mine. He was a handy, thrifty fellow, and looked right and left for plunder, but all he could lay his hands on was a can of oil. After dark he had to see to the horses with a lantern, and not to miss an opportunity, filled up his lamp from the oil can. Thus equipped, he set forth into the forest. A little while after, his friends heard a loud explosion, the mountain echoes bellowed, and then all was still. On examination, the can proved to contain oil, with the trifling addition of nitroglycerine, but no research disclosed a trace of either man or lantern. It was a pretty sight, after this anecdote, to see us sweeping out the giant powder. It seemed never to be far enough away, and, after all, it was only some rock pounded for assay. So much for the lower room. We scraped some of the rougher dirt off the floor and left it. That was our sitting room and kitchen, though there was nothing to sit upon but the table, and no provision for a fire except a hole in the roof of the room above, which had once contained the chimney of a stove. To that upper room we now proceeded. There were the 18 bunks in a double tier, 9 on either hand, where from 18 to 36 miners had once snored together all night long, John Stanley, perhaps, snoring loudest. There was the roof, with a hole in it through which the sun now shot an arrow. There was the floor, in much the same state as the one below, though perhaps there was more hay, and certainly there was the added ingredient of broken glass, the man who stole the window frames having apparently made a miscarriage with this one. Without a broom, without hay or bedding, we could but look about us with a beginning of despair. The one bright arrow of day, in that gaunt and shattered barrack, made the rest look dirtier and darker, and the sight drove us at last into the open. Here also the handiwork of man lay ruined, but the plants were all alive and thriving. The view below was fresh with the colors of nature, and we had exchanged a dim, human garret for a corner, even although it were untidy, of the blue hall of heaven. Not a bird, not a beast, not a reptile. There was no noise in that part of the world, save when we passed beside the staging and heard the water musically falling in the shaft. We wandered to and fro. We searched among that drift of lumberwood and iron, nails and rails and sleepers and the wheels of trucks. We gazed up the cleft into the bosom of the mountain. We sat by the margin of the dump and saw, far below us, the green treetops standing still in the clear air. Beautiful perfumes, breaths of bay, resin, and nutmeg, came to us more often and grew sweeter and sharper as the afternoon declined. But still there was no word of Hansen. I set to with pick and shovel and deepened the pool behind the shaft till we were sure of sufficient water for the morning, and by the time I had finished, the sun had begun to go down behind the mountain shoulder, the platform was plunged in quiet shadow, and a chill descended from the sky. Night began early in our cleft. Before us, over the margin of the dump, we could see the sun still striking aslant into the wooded nick below, and on the battlemented, pine-biscattered ridges on the farther side. There was no stove, of course, and no hearth in our lodging, so we betook ourselves to the blacksmith's forge across the platform. If the platform be taken as a stage, and the outcurving margin of the dump to represent the line of the footlights, then our house would be the first wing on the actor's left, and this blacksmith's forge, although no match for it in size, the foremost on the right. It was a low, brown cottage planted close against the hill, and overhung by the foliage and peeling boughs of a madrona thicket. Within it was full of dead leaves and mountain dust, and rubbish from the mine. But we soon had a good fire brightly blazing, and sat close about it on impromptu seats. Chachu, the slave of sofa cushions, whimpered for a softer bed. But the rest of us were greatly revived and comforted by that good creature affair, which gives us warmth and light and companionable sounds, and colors up the emptiest building with better than frescoes. For a while it was even pleasant in the forge, with the blaze in the midst, and a look over our shoulders on the woods and mountains where the day was dying like a dolphin. It was between 7 and 8 before Hanson arrived, with a wagon full of our effects and two of his wife's relatives to lend him a hand. The elder showed surprising strength. He would pick up a huge packing case, full of books, of all things, swing it on his shoulder, and away up the two crazy ladders and the breakneck spout of rolling mineral, familiarly termed a path, that led from the car track to our house. Even for a man unburthened, the ascent was toilsome and precarious, but Irvine scaled it with a light foot, carrying box after box, as the hero whisks the stage child up the practicable footway beside the waterfall of the fifth act. With so strong a helper, the business was speedily transacted. Soon the Assier's office was thronged with our belongings, piled higgledy-piggledy and upside down about the floor. There were our boxes, indeed, but my wife had left her keys in Calistoga. There was the stove, but alas, our carriers had forgot the chimney and lost one of the plates along the road. The Silverado problem was scarce solved. Roof himself was grave and good-natured over his share of blame. He even, if I remember right, expressed regret. But his crew, to my astonishment and anger, grinned from ear to ear and laughed aloud at our distress. They thought it real funny about the stovepipe they had forgotten, real funny that they should have lost a plate. As for hay, the whole party refused to bring us any till they should have supped. See how late they were, never had there been such a job as coming up that grade. Nor often, I suspect, such a game of poker as that before they started. But about 9, as a particular favor, we should have some hay. So they took their departure, leaving me still staring, and we resigned ourselves to wait for their return. The fire in the forge had been suffered to go out, and we were one and all too weary to kindle another. We dined, or not to take that word in vain, we ate after a fashion, in the nightmare disorder of the Assier's office, perched among boxes. A single candle lighted us. It could scarce be called a housewarming, for there was, of course, no fire, and with the two open doors and the open window gaping on the night like breaches in a fortress, it began to grow rapidly chill. Talk ceased, nobody moved but the unhappy Chachu, still in quest of sofa cushions, who tumbled complainingly among the trunks. It required a certain happiness of disposition to look forward hopefully, from so dismal a beginning, across the brief hours of night, to the warm shining of tomorrow's sun. But the hay arrived at last, and we turned, with our last spark of courage, to the bedroom. We had improved the entrance, but it was still a kind of rope walking, and it would have been droll to see us mounting, one after another, by candle light under the open stars. The western door that which looked up the cannon, and through which we entered by our bridge of flying plank was still entire, a handsome, paneled door, the most finished piece of carpentry in Silverado. And the two lowest bunks next to this we roughly filled with hay for that night's use. Through the opposite, or eastern-looking gable, with its open door and window, a faint, diffuse starshine came into the room like mist, and when we were once in bed, we lay, awaiting sleep, in a haunted, incomplete obscurity. At first the silence of the night was utter. Then a high wind began in the distance among the treetops, and for hours continued to grow higher. It seemed to me much such a wind as we had found on our visit. Yet here in our open chamber we were fanned only by gentle and refreshing draughts, so deep was the cannon, so close our house was planted under the overhanging rock. The hunter's family. There is quite a large race or class of people in America, for whom we scarcely seem to have a parallel in England. Of pure white blood, they are unknown or unrecognizable in towns, inhabit the fringe of settlements and the deep, quiet places of the country, rebellious to all labor and pettily thievish like the English gypsies, rustically ignorant but with a touch of woodlore and the dexterity of the savage. Whence they came is a moot point. At the time of the war, they poured north in thousands to escape the conscription, lived during summer on fruits, wild animals, and petty theft, and at the approach of winter, when these supplies failed, built great fires in the forest, and there died stoically by starvation. They are widely scattered, however, and easily recognized. Loutish but not a-looking, they will sit all day, swinging their legs on a field fence, the mind seemingly as devoid of all reflection as a Suffolk peasant's, careless of politics, for the most part incapable of reading, but with a rebellious vanity and a strong sense of independence. Hunting is their most congenial business, or, if the occasion offers, a little amateur detection. In tracking a criminal, following a particular horse along a beaten highway, and drawing inductions from a hair or a footprint, one of these somnolent, grinning Hodges will suddenly display activity of body and finesse of mind. By their names you may know them, the women figuring as Lovina, Larcenia, Serena, Lena, Orina, the men answering to Alvin, Alva, or Orion, pronounced Orion with the accent on the first. Whether they are indeed a race, or whether this is the form of degeneracy common to all backwoods men, they are at least known by a generic byword, as poor whites or lodeners. I will not say that the Hanson family was poor white because the name savors of offense, but I may go as far as they were, in many points, not unsimilar to the people usually so called. Roof himself combined two of the qualifications, for he was both a hunter and an amateur detective. It was he who pursued Russell and Dollar, the robbers of the Lakeport stage, and captured them the very morning after the exploit, while they were still sleeping in a hayfield. Russell, a drunken Scotch carpenter, was even an acquaintance of his own, and he expressed much grave commiseration for his fate. In all that he said and did, Roof was grave. I never saw him hurried. When he spoke, he took out his pipe with ceremonial deliberation, looked east and west, and then, in quiet tones and few words, stated his business or told his story. His gait was to match. It would never have surprised you if, at any step, he had turned round and walked away again, so warily and slowly, and with so much seeming hesitation did he go about. He lay long in bed in the morning rarely, indeed, rose before noon. He loved all games, from poker to clerical croquet, and in the toll house croquet ground I have seen him toiling at the latter with the devotion of a curate. He took an interest in education, was an active member of the local school board, and when I was there he had recently lost the schoolhouse key. His wagon was broken, but it never seemed to occur to him to mend it. Like all truly idle people, he had an artistic eye. He chose the print stuff for his wife's dresses, and counseled her in the making of a patchwork quilt, always, as she thought, wrongly, but to the more educated eye, always with bizarre and admirable taste of an Indian. With all this, he was a perfect, unoffending gentleman in word and act. Take his clay pipe from him, and he was fit for any society but that of fools. Quiet as he was, there burned a deep, permanent excitement in his dark blue eyes, and when this grave man smiled, it was like sunshine in a shady place. Mrs. Hanson Nee, if you please, Loveland's was more commonplace than her lord. She was a comely woman, too, plump, fair-colored, with wonderful white teeth, and in her print dresses chosen by Roof and with a large sunbonnet shading her valued complexion, made, I assure you, a very agreeable figure. But she was on the surface, what there was of her, outspoken and loudspoken. Her noisy laughter had none of the charm of one of Hanson's rare, slow-spreading smiles. There was no reticence, no mystery, no manner about the woman. She was a first-class dairymaid, but her husband was an unknown quantity between the savage and the nobleman. She was often in and out with us, merry and healthy and fair. He came far seldomerly indeed when there was business, or now and again to pay a visit of ceremony, brushed up for the occasion, with his wife on his arm and a clean clay pipe in his teeth. These visits in our forest state had quite the air of an event and turned our red cannon into a salon. Such was the pair who ruled in the old Silverado Hotel, among the windy trees, on the mountain shoulder overlooking the whole length of Napa Valley, as the man aloft looks down on the ship's deck. There they kept house with sundry horses and fowls, and a family of sons, Daniel Webster, and I think George Washington among the number. Nor did they want visitors. An old gentleman of singular stolidity, and called Breedlove, I think he had crossed the plains in the same caravan with Rufy housed with them for a while during our stay, and they had besides a permanent lodger, in the form of Mrs. Hanson's brother, Irvine Lovelands. I spell Irvine by guess, for I could get no information on the subject, just as I could never find out, in spite of many inquiries, whether or not Roof was a contraction for Rufus. They were all cheerfully at sea about their names in that generation, and this is surely the more notable where the names are all so strange, and even the family names appear to have been coined. At one time at least, the ancestors of all these Alvins and Alvas, Lovenas, Lovelands, and Breedloves must have taken serious counsel and found assert poetry in these denominations. That must have been, then, their form of literature. But still times change, and their next descendants, the George Washingtons and Daniel Websters, will at least be clear upon the point. And anyway, and however his name should be spelt, this Irvine Lovelands was the most unmitigated Caliban I ever knew. Our very first morning at Silverado, when we were full of business, patching up doors and windows, making beds and seats, and getting our rough lodging into shape, Irvin and his sister made their appearance together, she for neighborliness and general curiosity. He, because he was working for me, to my sorrow, cutting firewood at I forget how much a day. The way that he set about cutting wood was characteristic. We were at that moment patching up and unpacking in the kitchen. Down he sat on one side and down sat his sister on the other. Both were chewing pine tree gum, and he, to my annoyance, accompanied that simple pleasure with profuse expectoration. She rattled away, talking up hill and down dale, laughing, tossing her head, showing her brilliant teeth. He looked on in silence, now spitting heavily on the floor, now putting his head back and uttering a loud, discordant, joyless laugh. He had a tangle of shock hair, the color of wool. His mouth was a grin. Although as strong as a horse, he looked neither heavy nor yet adroit, only leggy, coltish, and in the road. But it was plain he was in high spirits, thoroughly enjoying his visit, and he laughed frankly whenever we failed to accomplish what we were about. This was scarcely helpful. It was even, to amateur carpenters, embarrassing, but it lasted until we knocked off work and began to get dinner. Then Mrs. Hanson remembered she should have been gone an hour ago, and the pair retired, and the ladies' laughter died away among the nutmegs down the path. That was Irvine's first day's work in my employment, the devil take him. The next morning he returned, and as he was this time alone, he bestowed his conversation upon us with great liberality. He prided himself on his intelligence, asked us if we knew the schoolma'am. He didn't think much of her anyway. He had tried her, he had. He had put a question to her. If a tree 100 feet high were to fall a foot a day, how long would it take to fall right down? She had not been able to solve the problem. She don't know nothing, he opined. He told us how a friend of his kept a school with a revolver and chuckled mightily over that. His friend could teach school, he could. All the time he kept chewing gum and spitting. He would stand a while looking down, and then he would toss back his shock of hair and laugh hoarsely and spit and bring forward a new subject. A man, he told us, who bore a grudge against him had poisoned his dog. That was a low thing for a man to do now, wasn't it? It was like a man that know how. But I got even with him. I pissoned his dog. His clumsy utterance, his rude, embarrassed manner, set a fresh value on the stupidity of his remarks. I do not think I ever appreciated the meaning of two words until I knew Irvineth verb, loaf, and the noun, oaf. Between them they complete his portrait. He could lounge and wriggle and rub himself against the wall and grin and be more in everybody's way than any other two people that I ever set my eyes on. Nothing that he did became him, and yet you were conscious that he was one of your own race, that his mind was cumbrously at work, revolving the problem of existence like a quid of gum, and in his own cloudy manner enjoying life and passing judgment on his fellows. Above all things, he was delighted with himself. You would not have thought it from his uneasy manners and troubled, struggling utterance, but he loved himself to the marrow, and was happy and proud like a peacock on a rail. His self-esteem was, indeed, the one joint in his harness. He could be got to work and even kept at work by flattery. As long as my wife stood over him, crying out how strong he was, so long exactly he would stick to the matter in hand, and the moment she turned her back or ceased to praise him, he would stop. His physical strength was wonderful, and to have a woman stand by and admire his achievements warmed his heart like sunshine. Yet he was as cowardly as he was powerful, and felt no shame in owning to the weakness. Something was once wanted from the crazy platform over the shaft, and he at once refused to venture there did not like. As he said, foolin' round them kind o' places, and let my wife go instead of him, looking on with a grin. Vanity, where it rules, is usually more heroic, but Irvine steadily approved himself and expected others to approve him, rather looked down upon my wife and decidedly expected her to look up to him on the strength of his superior prudence. Yet the strangest part of the whole matter was perhaps this, that Irvine was as beautiful as a statue. His features were, in themselves, perfect. It was only his cloudy, uncouth, and coarse expression that disfigured them. So much strength residing in so spare a frame was proof sufficient of the accuracy of his shape. He must have been built somewhat after the pattern of Jack Sheppard, but the famous housebreaker, we may be certain, was no lout. It was by the extraordinary powers of his mind, no less than by the vigor of his body, that he broke his strong prison with such imperfect implements, turning the very obstacles to surface. Irving, in the same case, would have sat down and spat and grumbled curses. He had the soul of a fat sheep, but, regarded as an artist's model, the exterior of a Greek god. It was a cruel thought to persons less favored in their birth, that this creature, and Dauedto used the language of Theatrus with extraordinary means, should so manage to misemploy them that he looked ugly and almost deformed. It was only by an effort of abstraction, and after many days, that you discovered what he was. By playing on the oaf's conceit and standing closely over him, We got a path made round the corner of the dump to our door, so that we could come and go with decent ease. And he even enjoyed the work, for in that there were boulders to be plucked up bodily, bushes to be uprooted, and other occasions for athletic display. But cutting wood was a different matter. Anybody could cut wood, and besides, my wife was tired of supervising him and had other things to attend to. And in short, days went by, and Irvine came daily, and talked and lounged and spat. But the firewood remained intact as sleepers on the platform or growing trees upon the mountainside. Irvine, as a woodcutter, we could tolerate. But Irvine, as a friend of the family, at so much a day, was too bald an imposition, and at length, on the afternoon of the fourth or fifth day of our connection, I explained to him, as clearly as I could, the light in which I had grown to regard his presence. I pointed out to him that I could not continue to give him a salary for spitting on the floor, and this expression, which came after a good many others, at last penetrated his obdurate wits. He rose at once, and said if that was the way he was going to be spoke to, he reckoned he would quit. And no one interposing, he departed. So far, so good, but we had no firewood. The next afternoon, I strolled down to Roof's and consulted him on the subject. It was a very droll interview, in the large, bare north room of the Silverado Hotel, Mrs. Hanson's patchwork on a frame, and Roof, and his wife, and I, and the oaf himself, all more or less embarrassed. Roof announced there was nobody in the neighborhood but Irvine who could do a day's work for anybody. Irvine thereupon refused to have any more to do with my service. He wouldn't work no more for a man as had spoke to him as I had done. I found myself on the point of the last humiliation driven to beseech the creature whom I had just dismissed with insult. But I took the high hand in despair, said there must be no talk of Irvine coming back, unless matters were to be differently managed, that I would rather chop firewood for myself than be fooled. And, in short, the Hansons being eager for the lad's hire, I so imposed upon them, with merely affected resolution, that they ended by begging me to re-employ him again, on a solemn promise that he should be more industrious. The promise, I am bound to say, was kept. We soon had a fine pile of firewood at our door, and if Caliban gave me the cold shoulder and spared me his conversation, I thought none the worse of him for that, nor did I find my days much longer for the deprivation. The leading spirit of the family was, I am inclined to fancy, Mrs. Hanson. Her social brilliancy somewhat dazzled the others, and she had more of the small change of sense. It was she who faced Kelmer, for instance, and perhaps if she had been alone, Kelmer would have had no rule within her doors. Roof, to be sure, had a fine, sober, open-air attitude of mind, seeing the world without exaggeration perhaps, we may even say without enough, for he lacked, along with the others, that commercial idealism which puts so high a value on time and money. Sanity itself is a kind of convention. Perhaps Roof was wrong, but looking on life plainly, he was unable to see that croquet or poker were in any way less important than, for instance, mending his wagon. Even his own profession, hunting, was dear to him mainly as a sort of play, even that he would have neglected, had it not appealed to his imagination. His hunting suit, for instance, had cost I should be afraid to say how many bucks the currency in which he paid his way. It was all befringed, after the Indian fashion, and it was dear to his heart. The pictorial side of his daily business was never forgotten. He was even anxious to stand for his picture in those buckskin, hunting clothes, and I remember how he once warmed almost into enthusiasm, his dark blue eyes growing perceptibly larger, as he planned the composition in which he should appear, with the horns of some real big bucks and dogs, and a camp on a creek stream. There was no trace in Irvine of this woodland poetry. He did not care for hunting, nor yet for buckskin suits. He had never observed scenery. The world, as it appeared to him, was almost obliterated by his own great grinning figure in the foreground, Caliban Malvolio. And it seems to me as if, in the persons of these brothers-in-law, we had the two sides of rusticity fairly well represented. The hunter living really in nature, the clodhopper living merely out of society, the one bent up in every corporal agent to capacity in one pursuit, doing at least one thing keenly and thoughtfully, and thoroughly alive to all that touches it, the other in the inert and bestial state, walking in a faint dream, and taking so dim an impression of the myriad sides of life that he is truly conscious of nothing but himself. It is only in the fastnesses of nature, forests, mountains, and the back of man's beyond, that a creature endowed with five senses can grow up into the perfection of this crass and earthly vanity. In towns or the busier countrysides, he is roughly reminded of other men's existence, and if he learns no more, he learns at least to fear contempt. But Irvine had come scathless through life, conscious only of himself, of his great strength and intelligence, and in the silence of the universe, to which he did not listen, dwelling with delight on the sound of his own thoughts. The sea fogs. A change in the color of the light usually called me in the morning. By a certain hour, the long, vertical chinks in our western gable, where the boards had shrunk and separated, flashed suddenly into my eyes as stripes of dazzling blue, at once so dark and splendid that I used to marvel how the qualities could be combined. At an earlier hour, the heavens in that quarter were still quietly colored, but the shoulder of the mountain which shuts in the cannon already glowed with sunlight in a wonderful compound of gold and rose and green, and this too would kindle, although more mildly and with rainbow tints, the fissures of our crazy gable. If I were sleeping heavily, it was the bold blue that struck me awake. If more lightly, then I would come to myself in that earlier and fairer light. One Sunday morning, about 5, the first brightness called me. I rose and turned to the east, not for my devotions, but for air. The night had been very still. The little private gale that blew every evening in our cannon, for 10 minutes or perhaps a quarter of an hour, had swiftly blown itself out. In the hours that followed, not a sigh of wind had shaken the treetops, and our barracks, for all its breaches, was less fresh that morning than of wont. But I had no sooner reached the window than I forgot all else in the sight that met my eyes, and I made but 2 bounds into my clothes and down the crazy plank to the platform. The sun was still concealed below the opposite hilltops, though it was shining already, not 20 feet above my head on our own mountain slope. But the scene, beyond a few near features, was entirely changed. Napa Valley was gone. Gone were all the lower slopes and woody foothills of the range, and in their place, not 1,000 feet below me, rolled a great level ocean. It was as though I had gone to bed the night before, safe in a nook of inland mountains, and had awakened in a bay upon the coast. I had seen these inundations from below. At Calistoga, I had risen and gone abroad in the early morning, coughing and sneezing, under fathoms on fathoms of gray sea vapor, like a cloudy sky, a dull sight for the artist, and a painful experience for the invalid. But to sit aloft one's self in the pure air, and under the unclouded dome of heaven, and thus look down on the submergence of the valley, was strangely different and even delightful to the eyes. Far away were hilltops like little islands. Nearer, a smoky surf beat about the foot of precipices and poured into all the coves of these rough mountains. The color of that fog ocean was a thing never to be forgotten. For an instant, among the Hebrides and just about sundown, I have seen something like it on the sea itself. But the white was not so opaline, nor was there, what surprisingly increased the effect, that breathless, crystal stillness over all. Even in its gentlest moods, the salt sea travails, moaning among the weeds or lisping on the sand. But that vast fog ocean lay in a trance of silence, nor did the sweet air of the morning tremble with a sound. As I continued to sit upon the dump, I began to observe that this sea was not so level as at first sight it appeared to be. Away in the extreme south, a little hill of fog arose against the sky above the general surface, and as it had already caught the sun, it shone on the horizon like the topsails of some giant ship. There were huge waves, stationary, as it seemed, like waves in a frozen sea, and yet, as I looked again, I was not sure but they were moving after all, with a slow and august advance. And while I was yet doubting, a promontory of the hills some 4 or 5 miles away, conspicuous by a bouquet of tall pines, was in a single instant overtaken and swallowed up. It appeared in a little with its pines, but this time as an islet, and only to be swallowed up once more and then for good. This set me looking nearer, and I saw that in every cove along the line of mountains, the fog was being piled in higher and higher, as though by some wind that was inaudible to me. I could trace its progress, one pine tree first growing hazy, and then disappearing after another, although sometimes there was none of this foreigning haze, but the whole opaque white ocean gave a start and swallowed a piece of mountain at a gulp. It was to flee these poisonous fogs that I had left the seaboard, and climbed so high among the mountains. And now, behold, here came the fog to besiege me in my chosen altitudes, and yet came so beautifully that my first thought was of welcome. The sun had now gotten much higher, and through all the gaps of the hills it cast long bars of gold across that white ocean. An eagle, or some other very great bird of the mountain, came wheeling over the nearer pine tops, and hung, poised in something sideways, as if to look abroad on that unwonted desolation, spying, perhaps with terror, for the eyries of her comrades. Then, with a long cry, she disappeared again towards Lake County and the clearer air. At length it seemed to me as if the flood were beginning to subside. The old landmarks, by whose disappearance I had measured its advance, Here a crag, there a brave pine tree, now began in the inverse order to make their reappearance into daylight. I judged all danger of the fog was over. This was not Noah's flood, it was but a morning spring and would now drift out seaward whence it came. So, mightily relieved and a good deal exhilarated by the sight, I went into the house to light the fire. I suppose it was nearly 7 when I once more mounted the platform to look abroad. The fog ocean had swelled up enormously since last I saw it, and a few hundred feet below me, in the deep gap where the toll house stands and the road runs through into Lake County, it had already topped the slope and was pouring over and down the other side like driving smoke. The wind had climbed along with it, and though I was still in calm air, I could see the trees tossing below me, and their long, strident sighing mounted to me where I stood. Half an hour later, the fog had surmounted all the ridge on the opposite side of the gap, though a shoulder of the mountain still warded it out of our cannon. Napa Valley and its bounding hills were now utterly blotted out. The fog, sunny white in the sunshine, was pouring over into Lake County in a huge, ragged cataract, tossing treetops appearing and disappearing in the spray. The air struck with a little chill and set me coughing. It smelt strong of the fog, like the smell of a washing house, but with a shrewd tang of the sea salt. Had it not been for two things the sheltering spur which answered as a dike, and the great valley on the other side which rapidly engulfed whatever mount had her own little platform in the cannon, must have been already buried 100 feet in salt and poisonous air. As it was, the interest of the scene entirely occupied our minds. We were set just out of the wind, and but just above the fog. We could listen to the voice of the one as to music on the stage. We could plunge our eyes down into the other, as into some flowing stream from over the parapet of a bridge. Thus we looked on upon a strange, impetuous, silent, shifting exhibition of the powers of nature, and saw the familiar landscape changing from moment to moment like figures in a dream. The imagination loves to trifle with what is not. Had this been indeed the deluge, I should have felt more strongly, but the emotion would have been similar in kind. I played with the idea, as the child flees in delighted terror from the creations of his fancy. The look of the thing helped me, and when at last I began to flee up the mountain, it was indeed partly to escape from the raw air that kept me coughing, but it was also part in play. As I ascended the mountainside, I came once more to overlook the upper surface of the fog, but it wore a different appearance from what I had beheld at daybreak. For, first, the sun now fell on it from high overhead, and its surface shone and undulated like a great Norland moor country, sheeted with untrodden morning snow. And next the new level must have been 1,000 or 1,500 feet higher than the old, so that only 5 or 6 points of all the broken country below me still stood out. Napa Valley was now one with Sonoma on the west. On the hither side, only a thin scattered fringe of bluffs was unsubmerged, and through all the gaps the fog was pouring over, like an ocean, into the blue clear sunny country on the east. There it was soon lost, for it fell instantly into the bottom of the valleys, following the watershed, and the hilltops in that quarter were still clear cut upon the eastern sky. Through the toll house gap and over the near ridges on the other side, the deluge was immense. A spray of thin vapor was thrown high above it, rising and falling and blown into fantastic shapes. The speed of its course was like a mountain torrent. Here and there a few treetops were discovered and then whelmed again, and for 1 second the bough of a dead pine beckoned out of the spray like the arm of a drowning man. But still, the imagination was dissatisfied, still the ear waited for something more. Had this indeed been water as it seemed so, to the eye, with what a plunge of reverberating thunder would it have rolled upon its course, disemboweling mountains and deracinating pines. And yet water it was, and sea water at that true Pacific billows, only somewhat rarefied, rolling in midair among the hilltops. I climbed still higher, among the red rattling gravel and dwarf underwood of Mount St. Helena, until I could look right down upon Silverado and admire the favored nook in which it lay. The sunny plain of fog was several 100 feet higher. Behind the protecting spur, a gigantic accumulation of cottony vapor threatened, with every second, to blow over and submerge our homestead. But the vortex setting past the toll house was too strong, and there lay our little platform, in the arms of the deluge, but still enjoying its unbroken sunshine. About 11, however, thin spray came flying over the friendly buttress, and I began to think the fog had hunted out its Jonah after all. But it was the last effort. The wind veered while we were at dinner, and began to blow squally from the mountain summit. And by 1:30, All that world of sea fogs was utterly rooted in flying here and there into the south in little rags of cloud. And instead of a lone sea beach, we found ourselves once more inhabiting a high mountainside, with the clear green country far below us, and the light smoke of Calistoga blowing in the air. This was the great Russian campaign for that season. Now and then, in the early morning, a little white lakelet of fog would be seen far down in Napa Valley, but the heights were not again assailed, nor was the surrounding world again shut off from Silverado. The toll house. The toll house, standing alone by the wayside under nodding pines, with its streamlet and water tank, its backwoods, toll bar, and well-trodden croquet ground, the ostler standing by the stable door chewing a straw, a glimpse of the Chinese cook in the back parts, and Mr. Hottie in the bar, gravely alert and serviceable, and equally anxious to lend or borrow books, dozed all day in the dusty sunshine, more than half asleep. There were no neighbors except the Hansons up the hill. The traffic on the road was infinitesimal, only at rare intervals a couple in a wagon or a dusty farmer on a springboard, toiling over the grade to that metropolitan hamlet Calistoga, and at the fixed hours the passage of the stages. The nearest building was the schoolhouse down the road, and the schoolmom boarded at the toll house, walking thence in the morning to the little brown shanty, where she taught the young ones of the district, and returning thither pretty weary in the afternoon. She had chosen this outlying situation, I understood, for her health. Mr. Corwin was consumptive, so was Ruth, so was Mr. Jennings, the engineer. In short, the place was a kind of small Davos, consumptive folk consorting on a hilltop in the most unbroken idleness. Jennings never did anything that I could see, except now and then to fish, and generally to sit about in the bar and the veranda, waiting for something to happen. Corwin and Ruth did as little as possible, and if the schoolmum, poor lady, had to work pretty hard all morning, she subsided when it was over into much the same dazed beatitude as all the rest. Her special corner was the parlor, a very genteel room, with Bible prints, a crayon portrait of Mrs. Corwin in the height of fashion. A few years ago, another of her son, Mr. Corwin, was not represented, a mirror and a selection of dried grasses. A large book was laid religiously on the table from Palace to Hovel, I believe, its nameful of the raciest experiences in England. The author had mingled freely with all classes, the nobility particularly meeting him with open arms, and I must say that traveler had ill requited his reception. His book, in short, was a capital instance of the penny Messalina school of literature, and there arose from it, in that cool parlor in that silent, wayside mountain inn, a rank atmosphere of gold and blood and Jenkins, and the mysteries of London and sickening, inverted snobbery, fit to knock you down. The mention of this book reminds me of another and far racier picture of our island life. The latter parts of Rocambole are surely too sparingly consulted in the country which they celebrate. No man's education can be said to be complete, nor can he pronounce the world yet emptied of enjoyment, till he has made the acquaintance of the Reverend Patterson, director of the Evangelical Society. To follow the evolutions of that reverend gentleman, who goes through scenes in which even Mr. Duffield would hesitate to place a bishop, is to rise to new ideas. But alas, there was no Patterson about the toll house. Only, alongside of From Palace to Hovel, a sixpenny Ouida figured, so literature, you see, was not unrepresented. The schoolmom had friends to stay with her, other schoolmoms enjoying their holidays, quite a bevy of damsels. They seemed never to go out or not beyond the veranda but sat close in the little parlor, quietly talking or listening to the wind among the trees. Sleep dwelt in the toll house like a fixture, summer sleep shallow, soft, and dreamless. A cuckoo clock, a great rarity in such a place, hooted at intervals about the echoing house, and Mr. Jennings would open his eyes for a moment in the bar, and turn the leaf of a newspaper, and the resting schoolmoms in the parlor would be recalled to the consciousness of their inaction. Busy Mrs. Corwin and her busy Chinaman might be heard indeed, in the penetralia, pounding dough or rattling dishes, or perhaps Ruth had called up some of the sleepers for a game of croquet, and the hollow strokes of the mallet sounded far away among the woods. But with these exceptions, it was sleep and sunshine and dust, and the wind in the pine trees, all day long. A little before stage time, that castle of indolence awoke. The ostler threw his straw away and set to his preparations. Mr. Jennings rubbed his eyes, happy Mr. Jennings, the something he had been waiting for all day about to happen at last. The boarders gathered in the veranda, silently giving ear and gazing down the road with shaded eyes. And as yet there was no sign for the senses, not a sound, not a tremor of the mountain road. The birds, to whom the secret of the hooting cuckoo is unknown, must have set down to instinct this premonitory bustle. And then the first of the two stages swooped upon the toll house with a roar and in a cloud of dust, and the shock had not yet time to subside, before the second was abreast of it. Huge concerns they were, well horsed and loaded, the men in their shirt sleeves, the women swathed in veils, the long whip cracking like a pistol. And as they charged upon that slumbering hostelry, each shepherding a dust storm, the dead place blossomed into life and talk and clatter. This the toll house, with its city throng, its jostling shoulders, its infinity of instant business in the bar, the mind would not receive it. The heartfelt bustle of that hour is hardly credible. The thrill of the great shower of letters from the post-bag, the childish hope and interest with which one gazed in all these strangers' eyes. They paused there but to pass. The blue-clad China boy, the San Francisco magnate, the mystery in the dust coat, the secret memoirs in tweed, the ogling, well-shod lady with her troop of girls, they did but flash and go. They were hull done for us behind life's ocean, and we but hailed their topsails on the line. Yet out of our great solitude of 24 mountain hours, we thrilled to their momentary presence, gauged and divined them, loved and hated, and stood lightheaded in that storm of human electricity. Yes, like Piccadilly Circus, this is also one of life's crossing places. Here I beheld one man, already famous or infamous, a center of pistol shots, and another who, if not yet known to rumor, will fill a column of the Sunday paper when he comes to hang a burly, thick-set, powerful Chinese desperado, 6 long bristles upon either lip. Redolent of whiskey, playing cards, and pistols, swaggering in the bar with the lowest assumption of the lowest European manners, rapping out blackguard English oaths in his canorous Oriental voice, and combining in one person the depravities of 2 races and 2 civilizations. For all his lust and vigor, he seemed to look cold upon me from the valley of the shadow of the gallows. He imagined a vain thing, and while he drained his cocktail, Holbein's death was at his elbow. Once, too, I fell in talk with another of these flitting strangers like the rest. In his shirt sleeves and all begrimed with dust end, the next minute we were discussing Paris and London, theaters and wines. To him, journeying from one human place to another, this was a trifle, but to me, no, Mr. Lilly, I have not forgotten it. And presently the city tide was at its flood and began to ebb. Life runs in Piccadilly Circus, say, from 9 to 1, and then there also ebbs into the small hours of the echoing policeman and the lamps and stars. But the toll house is far upstream, and near its rural springs, the bubble of the tide but touches it. Before you had yet grasped your pleasure, the horses were put to, the loud whips volleyed, and the tide was gone. North and south had the 2 stages vanished, the towering dust subsided in the woods, but there was still an interval before the flush had fallen on your cheeks, before the ear became once more contented with the silence, or the 7 sleepers of the toll house dozed back to their accustomed corners. Yet a little, and the ostler would swing round the great barrier across the road, and in the golden evening, that dreamy inn began to trim its lamps and spread the board for supper. As I recall the placid green dell below, the spires of pine, the sun-warm, scented air, that gray, gabled inn, with its faint stirrings of life amid the slumber of the mountains, I slowly awake to a sense of admiration, gratitude, and almost love. A fine place, after all, for a wasted life to doze away in the cuckoo clock hooting of its far home country. The croquet mallets, eloquent of English lawns, the stages daily bringing news of the turbulent world away below there. And perhaps once in the summer, a salt fog pouring overhead with its tale of the Pacific. A starry drive. In our rule at Silverado, there was a melancholy interregnum. The Queen and the Crown Prince with one accord fell sick, and, as I was sick to begin with, our lone position on Mount St. Helena was no longer tenable, and we had to hurry back to Calistoga and a cottage on the green. By that time, we had begun to realize the difficulties of our position. We had found what an amount of labor it cost to support life in our red cannon, and it was the dearest desire of our hearts to get a China boy to go along with us when we returned. We could have given him a whole house to himself, self-contained, as they say in the advertisements, and on the money question we were prepared to go far. Kong Sam Ki, the Calistoga washerman, was entrusted with the affair, and from day to day it languished on, with protestations on our part and mellifluous excuses on the part of Kong Sam Ki. At length, about 8:30 of our last evening, with the wagon ready harnessed to convey us up the grade, the washerman, with a somewhat sneering air, produced the boy. He was a handsome, gentlemanly lad, attired in rich dark blue and shod with snowy white, but alas, he had heard rumors of Silverado. He knew it for a lone place on the mountainside, with no friendly washhouse nearby, where he might smoke a pipe of opium o' nights with other China boys and lose his little earnings at the game of tan. And he first backed out for more money. And then, when that demand was satisfied, refused to come point blank. He was wedded to his washhouses. He had no taste for the rural life, and we must go to our mountain servantless. It must have been near half an hour before we reached that conclusion, standing in the midst of Calistoga High Street under the stars, and the China Boy and Kong Sam Key singing their pidgin English in the sweetest voices and with the most musical inflections. We were not, however, to return alone. We brought with us a painter guest, who proved to be a most good-natured comrade and a capital hand at an omelette. I do not know in which capacity he was most valued as a cook or a companion, and he did excellently well in both. The Kong Sam Key negotiation had delayed us unduly. It must have been 9:30 before we left Calistoga, and night came fully ere we struck the bottom of the grade. I have never seen such a night. It seemed to throw calumny in the teeth of all the painters that ever dabbled in starlight. The sky itself was of a ruddy, powerful, nameless, changing color, dark and glossy like a serpent's back. The stars, by innumerable millions, stuck boldly forth like lamps. The Milky Way was bright, like a moonlit cloud. Half heaven seemed Milky Way. The greater luminaries shone each more clearly than a winter's moon. Their light was dyed in every sort of color, like fire, blue, like steel, green, like the tracks of sunset, and so sharply did each stand forth in its own luster that there was no appearance of that flat, star-spangled arch we know so well in pictures, but all the hollow of heaven was one chaos of contesting luminariessa hurlyburly of stars. Against this the hills and rugged treetops stood out redly dark. As we continued to advance, the lesser lights and Milky Ways first grew pale, and then vanished. The countless hosts of heaven dwindled in number by successive millions. Those that still shone had tempered their exceeding brightness and fallen back into their customary wistful distance, and the sky declined from its first bewildering splendor into the appearance of a common night. Slowly this change proceeded, and still there was no sign of any cause. Then a whiteness like mist was thrown over the spurs of the mountain. Yet a while, and as we turned a corner, a great leap of silver light and net of forest shadows fell across the road, and upon our wondering wagonful and swimming low among the trees, we beheld a strange, misshapen, waning moon, half tilted on her back. Where are ye when the moon appears? So the old poet sang, half taunting to the stars, bent upon a courtly purpose. As the sunlight round the dim earth's midnight tower of shadow pours, streaming past the dim, wide portals, viewless to the eyes of mortals, till it floods the moon's pale islet or the morning's golden shores. So sings Mr. Trowbridge with a noble inspiration. And so had the sunlight flooded that pale islet of the moon, and her lit face put out, one after another, that galaxy of stars. The wonder of the drive was over, but by some nice conjunction of clearness in the air and fit shadow in the valley where we traveled, we had seen for a little while that brave display of the midnight heavens. It was gone, but it had been, nor shall I ever again behold the stars with the same mind. He who has seen the sea commoved with a great hurricane thinks of it very differently from him who has seen it only in a calm. And the difference between a calm and a hurricane is not greatly more striking than that between the ordinary face of night and the splendor that shone upon us in that drive. Two in our wagon knew night as she shines upon the tropics, but even that bore no comparison. The nameless color of the sky, the hues of the star fire, and the incredible projection of the stars themselves, starting from their orbits, so that the eye seemed to distinguish their positions in the hollow of space, these were things that we had never seen before and shall never see again. Meanwhile, in this altered night, we proceeded on our way among the scents and silence of the forest, reached the top of the grade, wound up by Hanson's, and came at last to a stand under the flying gargoyle of the chute. Lloyd, who had been lying back, fast asleep with the moon on his face, got down, with the remark that it was pleasant to be home. The wagon turned and drove away, the noise gently dying in the woods, and we clambered up the rough path, Caliban's great feat of engineering, and came home to Silverado. The moon shone in at the eastern doors and windows, and over the lumber on the platform. The one tall pine beside the ledge was steeped in silver. Away up the cannon, a wild cat welcomed us with three discordant squalls. But once we had lit a candle, and began to review our improvements, homely in either sense, and count our stores, it was wonderful what a feeling of possession and permanence grew up in the hearts of the lords of Silverado. A bed had still to be made up for our guest. and the morning's water to be fetched with clinking pail. And as we set about these household duties, and showed off our wealth and conveniences before the stranger, and had a glass of wine, I think, in honor of our return, and trooped at length one after another up the flying bridge of plank and laid down to sleep in our shattered, moon-pierced barrack, we were among the happiest sovereigns in the world, and certainly ruled over the most contented people. Yet, in our absence, the palace had been sacked. Wild cats, so the Hansons said, had broken in and carried off a side of bacon, a hatchet, and 2 knives. Episodes in the story of a mine. No one could live at Silverado and not be curious about the story of the mine. We were surrounded by so many evidences of expense and toil. We lived so entirely in the wreck of that great enterprise, like mites in the ruins of a cheese, that the idea of the old din and bustle haunted our repose. Our own house, the forge, the dump, the chutes, the rails, the windlass, the mass of broken plant, the 2 tunnels, one far below in the green dell, the other on the platform where we kept our wine, the deep shaft with the sunglints and the water drops. Above all, the ledge, that great gaping slice out of the mountain's shoulder. Propped apart by wooden wedges, on whose immediate margin, high above our heads, the one tall pine precariously nodded. These stood for its greatness. While the dog hutch, bootjacks, old boots, old tavern bills, and the very beds that we inherited from bygone miners, put in human touches and realized for us the story of the past. I have sat on an old sleeper, under the thick madronas near the forge, with just a look over the dump on the green world below, and seen the sun lying broad among the wreck, and heard the silence broken only by the tinkling water in the shaft, or a stir of the royal family about the battered palace. And my mind has gone back to the epic of the Stanleys and the Chapmans, with a grand tutty of pick and drill, hammer and anvil echoing about the cannon, the Astur hard at it in our dining room, the carts below on the road, and their cargo of red mineral bounding and thundering down the iron chute. And now all gone ill fallen away into the sunny silence and desertion. A family of squatters dining in the Astur's office, making their beds in the big sleeping room erstwhile so crowded, keeping their wine in the tunnel that once rang with picks. But Silverado itself, although now fallen in its turn into decay, was once but a mushroom, and had succeeded to other mines and other flitting cities. 20 years ago, away down the glen on the Lake County side, there was a place, Jonestown by name, with 2,000 inhabitants dwelling under canvas, and one roofed house for the sale of whiskey. Round on the western side of Mount St. Helena, there was at the same date a second large encampment, its name, if it ever had one, lost for me. Both of these have perished, leaving not a stick and scarce a memory behind them. Tide after tide of hopeful miners have thus flowed and ebbed about the mountain, coming and going, now by lone prospectors, now with a rush. Last in order of time came Silverado, reared the big mill in the valley, founded the town which is now represented monumentally by Hansons, pierced all these slaps and shafts and tunnels, and in turn declined and died away. Our noisy years seem moments in the being of the eternal silence. As to the success of Silverado in its time of being, 2 reports were current. According to the first, $600,000 were taken out of that great upright seam that still hung open above us on crazy wedges. Then the ledge pinched out, and there followed in quest of the remainder, a great drifting and tunneling in all directions, and a great consequent effusion of dollars, until all parties being sick of the expense, the mine was deserted and the town decamped. According to the second version, told me with much secrecy of manner, the whole affair, mine, mill, and town, were parts of one majestic swindle. There had never come any silver out of any portion of the mine. There was no silver to come. At midnight, trains of pack horses might have been observed winding by devious tracks about the shoulder of the mountain. They came from far away, from Amador or Placer, laden with silver in old cigar boxes. They discharged their load at Silverado, in the hour of sleep, and before the morning they were gone again with their mysterious drivers to their unknown source. In this way, 20,000 pounds worth of silver was smuggled in under cover of night, in these old cigar boxes, mixed with Silverado mineral, carted down to the mill, crushed, amalgamated, and refined, and dispatched to the city as the proper product of the mine. Stock jobbing, if it can cover such expenses, must be a profitable business in San Francisco. I give these 2 versions as I got them, but I place little reliance on either, my belief in history having been greatly shaken. For it chanced that I had come to dwell in Silverado at a critical hour. Great events in its history were about to happen, as I am led to believe. Nay, and it will be seen that I played a part in that revolution myself. And yet, from first to last, I never had a glimmer of an idea what was going on, and even now, after full reflection, profess myself at sea. That there was some obscure intrigue of the cigar box order, and that I, in the character of a wooden puppet, set pen to paper in the interest of somebody, so much and no more is certain. Silverado, then under my immediate sway, belonged to one whom I will call a Mr. Ronalds. I only knew him through the extraordinarily distorting medium of local gossip, now as a momentous jobber, now as a dupe to point an adage, and again, and much more probably, as an ordinary Christian gentleman like you or me, who had opened a mine and worked it for a while with better and worse fortune. So, through a defective window pane, you may see the passerby shoot up into a hunchbacked giant, or dwindle into a pot-bellied dwarf. To Ronalds, at least, the mine belonged, but the notice by which he held it would run out upon the 30th of Junior rather, as I suppose, it had run out already, and the month of grace would expire upon that day, after which any American citizen might post a notice of his own, and make Silverado his. This, with a sort of quiet slyness, Rufe told me at an early period of our acquaintance. There was no silver, of course, the mine wasn't worth nothing, Mr. Stevens, but there was a deal of old iron and wood around, and to gain possession of this old wood and iron, and get a right to the water, Rufe proposed, if I had no objections, to jump the claim. Of course I had no objection, but I was filled with wonder. If all he wanted was the wood and iron, what, in the name of fortune, was to prevent him taking them? His right there was none to dispute. He might lay hands on all tomorrow, as the wild cats had laid hands upon our knives and hatchet. Besides, was this mass of heavy mining plant worth transportation? If it was, why had not the rightful owners carted it away? If it was, would they not preserve their title to these movables, even after they had lost their title to the mine? And if it were not, what the better was Rufe. Nothing would grow at Silverado, there was even no wood to cut. Beyond a sense of property, there was nothing to be gained. Lastly, was it at all credible that Ronalds would forget what Rufe remembered? The days of grace were not yet over. Any fine morning he might appear, paper in hand, and enter for another year on his inheritance. However, it was none of my business, all seemed legal. Rufe or Ronalds, all was one to me. On the morning of the 27th, Mrs. Hanson appeared with the milk as usual, in her sunbonnet. The time would be out on Tuesday, she reminded us, and bade me be in readiness to play my part, though I had no idea what it was to be. And suppose Ronalds came? We asked. She received the idea with derision, laughing aloud with all her fine teeth. He could not find the mind to save his life, it appeared, without Rufe to guide him. Last year when he came, they heard him up and down the road Ahalerin and Ares and Cain. And at last he had to come to the Hansons in despair, and bid Rufe, jump into your pants and shoes, and show me where this old mine is anyway. Seeing that Ronalds had laid out so much money in the spot, and that a beaten road led right up to the bottom of the dump, I thought this a remarkable example. The sense of locality must be singularly in abeyance in the case of Ronalds. That same evening, supper comfortably over, our guest busy at work on a drawing of the dump in the opposite hills, we were all out on the platform together, sitting there, under the tented heavens, with the same sense of privacy as if we had been cabined in a parlor, when the sound of brisk footsteps came mounting up the path. We pricked our ears at this, for the tread seemed lighter and firmer than was usual with our country neighbors. And presently, sure enough, two town gentlemen, with cigars and kid gloves, came debauching past the house. They looked in that place like a blasphemy. Good evening, they said, for none of us had stirred, we all sat stiff with wonder. Good evening, I returned, and then to put them at their ease, a stiff climb, I added. Yes, replied the leader, but we have to thank you for this path. I did not like the man's tone. None of us liked it. He did not seem embarrassed by the meeting, but threw us his remarks like favors and strode magisterially by us towards the shaft and tunnel. Presently we heard his voice raised to his companion. We drifted every sort of way, but couldn't strike the ledge. Then again, it pinched out here. And once more, every miner that ever worked upon it says there's bound to be a ledge somewhere. These were the snatches of his talk that reached us, and they had a damning significance. We, the lords of Silverado, had come face to face with our superior. It is the worst of all quaint and of all cheap ways of life that they bring us at last to the pinch of some humiliation. I liked well enough to be a squatter when there was none but Hanson by. Before Ronalds, I will own, I somewhat quailed. I hastened to do him fealty, said I gathered he was the squatty, and apologized. He threatened me with ejection, in a manner grimly pleasant, more pleasant to him, I fancy, than to me, and then he passed off into praises of the former state of Silverado. It was the busiest little mining town you ever saw, a population of between 1,000 and 1,500 souls, the engine in full blast, the mill newly erected, nothing going but champagne and hope the order of the day. $90,000 came out, 140,000 were put in, making a net loss of 50,000. The last days, I gathered, the days of John Stanley, were not so bright. The champagne had ceased to flow, the population was already moving elsewhere, and Silverado had begun to wither in the branch before it was cut to the root. The last shot that was fired knocked over the stove chimney and made that hole in the roof of our barrack, through which the sun was wont to visit slugabeds towards afternoon. A noisy last shot to inaugurate the days of silence. Throughout this interview, my conscience was a good deal exercised, and I was moved to throw myself on my knees and own the intended treachery. But then I had Hansen to consider. I was in much the same position as old Rowley, that royal humorist, whom the rogue had taken into his confidence. And again, here was Ronald's on the spot. He must know the day of the month as well as Hansen and one. If a broad hint were necessary, he had the broadest in the world. For a large board had been nailed by the crown prince on the very front of our house, between the door and window, painted in cinnabar pigment of the country with doggerel rhymes and contumelious pictures, and announcing in terms unnecessarily figurative that the trick was already played, the claim already jumped, and the author of the placard the legitimate successor of Mr. Ronald's. But no, nothing could save that man. Quem Deus vult perdir prius dementat. As he came, so he went, and left his rights depending. Late at night, by Silverado reckoning, and after we were all abed, Mrs. Hansen returned to give us the newest of her news. It was like a scene in a ship's steerage, all of us abed in our different tiers, the single candle struggling with the darkness, and this plump handsome woman, seated on an upturned valise beside the bunks, talking and showing her fine teeth, and laughing till the rafters rang. Any ship, to be sure, with 100th part as many holes in it as our barrack, must long ago have gone to her last port. Up to that time I had always imagined Mrs. Hansen's loquacity to be mere incontinence, that she said what was uppermost for the pleasure of speaking, and laughed again, as a kind of musical accompaniment. But I now found there was an art in it. I found it less communicative than silence itself. I wished to know why Ronald's had come, how he had found his way without roof, and why, being on the spot, he had not refreshed his title. She talked interminably on, but her replies were never answers. She fled under a cloud of words, and when I had made sure that she was purposely eluding me, I dropped the subject in my turn and let her rattle where she would. She had come to tell us that, instead of waiting for Tuesday, the claim was to be jumped on the morrow. How? If the time were not out, it was impossible. Why? If Ronald's had come and gone and done nothing, there was the less cause for hurry. But again I could reach no satisfaction. The claim was to be jumped next morning, that was all that she would condescend upon. And yet it was not jumped the next morning, nor yet the next, and a whole week had come and gone before we heard more of this exploit. That day week, however, a day of great heat, Hansen, with a little roll of paper in his hand, and the eternal pipe alight, Breedlove, his large, dull friend, to act, I suppose, as witness. Mrs. Hansen in her Sunday best, and all the children from the eldest to the youngest, arrived in a procession, tailing one behind another up the path. Caliban was absent, but he had been chary of his friendly visits since the row, and with that exception, the whole family was gathered together as for a marriage or a christening. Strong was sitting at work in the shade of the dwarf madronas near the forge, and they planted themselves about him in a circle, one on a stone, another on the wagon rails, a third on a piece of plank. Gradually the children stole away up the cannon to where there was another chute, somewhat smaller than the one across the dump. And down this chute, for the rest of the afternoon, they poured one avalanche of stones after another, waking the echoes of the glen. Meanwhile we elders sat together on the platform, Hansen and his friend smoking in silence like Indian sachems, Mrs. Hansen rattling on as usual with an adroit volubility, saying nothing, but keeping the party at their ease like a courtly hostess. Not a word occurred about the business of the day. Once, twice, and thrice I tried to slide the subject in, but was discouraged by the stoic apathy of Rufe, and beaten down before the pouring verbiage of his wife. There is nothing of the Indian brave about me, and I began to grill with impatience. At last, like a highway robber, I cornered Hansen and bade him stand and deliver his business. Thereupon he gravely rose, as though to hint that this was not a proper place, nor the subject one suitable for squaws, and I, following his example, led him up the plank into our barrack. There he bestowed himself on a box and unrolled his papers with fastidious deliberation. There were 2 sheets of notepaper, and an old mining notice, dated May 30th, 1879, part print, part manuscript, and the latter much obliterated by the rains. It was by this identical piece of paper that the mine had been held last year. For 13 months it had endured the weather and the change of seasons on a cairn behind the shoulder of the cannon, and it was now my business, spreading it before me on the table, and sitting on a valise to copy its terms with some necessary changes, twice over on the 2 sheets of notepaper. One was then to be placed on the same cairn mound of rocks the notice put it, and the other to be lodged for registration. Ruth watched me, silently smoking, till I came to the place for the locator's name at the end of the first copy, and when I proposed that he should sign, I thought I saw a scare in his eye. "I don't think that'll be necessary," he said slowly, "just you write it down." Perhaps this mighty hunter, who was the most active member of the local school board, could not write. There would be nothing strange in that. The constable of Calistoga is, and has been for years, a bedridden man, and if I remember rightly, blind. He had more need of the emoluments than another, it was explained, and it was easy for him to depitize with a strong accent on the last. So friendly and so free are popular institutions. When I had done my scrivening, Hanson strolled out and addressed Breedlove, "Will you step up here a bit?" And after they had disappeared a little while into the chaparral and madrona thicket, they came back again, minus a notice, and the deed was done. The claim was jumped. A tract of mountainside, 1,500 feet long by 600 wide, with all the earth's precious bowels, had passed from Ronald's to Hanson, and, in the passage, changed its name from the Mammoth to the Calistoga. I had tried to get Roof to call it after his wife, after himself, and after Garfield, the Republican presidential candidate of the hour since then elected. And alas, dead but all was in vain. The claim had once been called the Calistoga before, and he seemed to feel safety in returning to that. And so the history of that mine became once more plunged in darkness, lit only by some monster pyrotechnical displays of gossip. And perhaps the most curious feature of the whole matter is this: that we should have dwelt in this quiet corner of the mountains, with not a dozen neighbors, and yet struggled all the while, like desperate swimmers, in this sea of falsities and contradictions. Wherever a man is, there will be a lie. Toils and pleasures. I must try to convey some notion of our life, of how the days passed and what pleasure we took in them, of what there was to do and how we set about doing it in our mountain hermitage. The house, after we had repaired the worst of the damages, and filled in some of the doors and windows with white cotton cloth, became a healthy and a pleasant dwelling place, always airy and dry, and haunted by the outdoor perfumes of the glen. Within, it had the look of habitation, the human look. You had only to go into the third room, which we did not use, and see its stones, its shifting earth, its tumbled litter, and then return to our lodging with the beds made, the plates on the rack, the pail of bright water behind the door, the stove crackling in a corner, and perhaps the table roughly laid against a meal. And man's order, the little clean spots that he creates to dwell in, were at once contrasted with the rich passivity of nature. And yet our house was everywhere so wrecked and shattered, the air came and went so freely, the sun found so many portholes, the golden outdoor glow shone in so many open chinks that we enjoyed at the same time some of the comforts of a roof and much of the gaiety and brightness of al fresco life. A single shower of rain, to be sure, and we should have been drowned out like mice. But ours was a Californian summer, and an earthquake was a far likelier accident than a shower of rain. Trustful in this fine weather, we kept the house for kitchen and bedroom, and used the platform as our summer parlor. The sense of privacy, as I have said already, was complete. We could look over the dump on miles of forest and rough hilltop. Our eyes commanded some of Napa Valley, where the train ran, and the little country townships sat so close together along the line of the rail. But here there was no man to intrude. None but the Hansons were our visitors. Even they came but at long intervals, or twice daily, at a stated hour with milk. So our days, as they were never interrupted, drew out to the greater length. Hour melted insensibly into hour. The household duties, though they were many and some of them laborious, dwindled into mere islets of business in a sea of sunny daytime. And it appears to me, looking back, as though the far greater part of our life at Silverado had been passed, propped upon an elbow or seated on a plank, listening to the silence that there is among the hills. My work, it is true, was over early in the morning. I rose before anyone else, lit the stove, put on the water to boil, and strolled forth upon the platform to wait till it was ready. Silverado would then be still in shadow, the sun shining on the mountain higher up. A clean smell of trees, a smell of the earth at morning, hung in the air. Regularly, every day, there was a single bird, not singing, but awkwardly chirruping among the green madronas, and the sound was cheerful, natural, and stirring. It did not hold the attention, nor interrupt the thread of meditation, like a blackbird or a nightingale. It was mere woodland prattle, of which the mind was conscious like a perfume. The freshness of these morning seasons remained with me far on into the day. As soon as the kettle boiled, I made porridge and coffee. And that, beyond the literal drawing of water, and the preparation of kindling, which it would be hyperbolical to call the hewing of wood, ended my domestic duties for the day. Thenceforth my wife labored single-handed in the palace, and I lay or wandered on the platform at my own sweet will. The little corner near the forge, where we found a refuge under the madronas from the unsparing early sun, is indeed connected in my mind with some nightmare encounters over Euclid and the Latin grammar. These were known as Crown Prince's lessons. He was supposed to be the victim and the sufferer. But here there must have been some misconception, for whereas I generally retired to bed after one of these engagements, he was no sooner set free than he dashed up to the Chinaman's house, where he had installed a printing press, that great element of civilization, and the sound of his labors would be faintly audible about the cannon half the day. To walk at all was a laborious business. The foot sank and slid, the boots were cut to pieces, among sharp, uneven, rolling stones. When we crossed the platform in any direction, it was usual to lay a course, following as much as possible the line of wagon rails. Thus, if water were to be drawn, the water carrier left the house along some tilting planks that we had laid down, and not laid down very well. These carried him to that great highroad, the railway, and the railway served him as far as to the head of the shaft. But from thence to the spring and back again he made the best of his unaided way, staggering among the stones, and wading in low growth of the calcanthus, where the rattlesnakes lay hissing at his passage. Yet I liked to draw water. It was pleasant to dip the gray metal pail into the clean, colorless, cool water, pleasant to carry it back, with the water lipping at the edge and a broken sunbeam quivering in the midst. But the extreme roughness of the walking confined us in common practice to the platform, and indeed to those parts of it that were most easily accessible along the line of rails. The rails came straight forward from the shaft, here and there overgrown with little green bushes, but still entire and still carrying a truck, which it was Lloyd's delight to trundle to and fro by the hour with various ladings. About midway down the platform, the railroad trended to the right, leaving our house and coasting along the far side within a few yards of the madronas and the forge, and not far off the latter, ended in a sort of platform on the edge of the dump. There, in old days, the trucks were tipped, and their load sent thundering down the chute. There, besides, was the only spot where we could approach the margin of the dump. Anywhere else, you took your life in your right hand when you came within a yard and a half to peer over. For at any moment the dump might begin to slide and carry you down and bury you below its ruins. Indeed, the neighborhood of an old mine is a place beset with dangers. For as still as Silverado was, at any moment the report of rotten wood might tell us that the platform had fallen into the shaft. The dump might begin to pour into the road below, or a wedge slip in the great upright seam, and hundreds of tons of mountain bury the scene of our encampment. I have already compared the dump to a rampart, built certainly by some rude people and for prehistoric wars. It was likewise a frontier. All below was green and woodland, the tall pines soaring one above another, each with a firm outline and full spread of bough. All above was arid, rocky, and bald. The great spout of broken mineral that had dammed the cannon up was a creature of man's handiwork, its material dug out with a pick and powder and spread by the service of the trucks. But nature herself, in that upper district, seemed to have had an eye to nothing besides mining, and even the natural hillside was all sliding gravel and precarious boulder. Close at the margin of the well leaves would decay to skeletons and mummies, which at length some stronger gust would carry clear of the cannon and scatter in the subjacent woods. Even moisture and decaying vegetable matter could not, with all nature's alchemy, concoct enough soil to nourish a few poor grasses. It is the same, they say, in the neighborhood of all silver mines, the nature of that precious rock being stubborn with quartz and poisonous with cinnabar. Both were plenty in our Silverado. The stones sparkled white in the sunshine with quartz, they were all stained red with cinnabar. Here, doubtless, came the Indians of yore to paint their faces for the warpath, and cinnabar, if I remember rightly, was one of the few articles of Indian commerce. Now, the crown prince had it in his undisturbed possession to pound down and slake and paint his rude designs with. But to me, it had always a fine flavor of poetry, compounded out of Indian story and Hawthornden's illusion. Desire, alas, I desire as Euxis knew. From Indies borrowing gold from eastern skies. Most bright Sinoper. Yet this is but half the picture. Our Silverado platform has another side to it. Though there was no soil and scarce a blade of grass, yet out of these tumbled gravel heaps and broken boulders, a flower garden bloomed as at home in a conservatory. Calcanthus crept like a hardy weed all over our rough parlor, choking the railway and pushing forth its rusty, aromatic cones from between two blocks of shattered mineral. Azaleas made a big snob just above the well. The shoulder of the hill waved white with Mediterranean heath. In the crannies of the ledge and about the spurs of the tall pine, a red flowering stoneplant hung in clusters. Even the low, thorny chaparral was thick with pea-like blossom. Close at the foot of our path nutmegs prospered, delightful to the sight and smell. At sunrise and again late at night, the scent of the sweet bay trees filled the canon, and the down-blowing night wind must have borne it hundreds of feet into the outer air. All this vegetation, to be sure, was stunted. The madrona was here no bigger than the manzanita. The bay was but a stripling shrub. The very pines, with 4 or 5 exceptions in all our upper canon, were not so tall as myself, or but a little taller, and the most of them came lower than my waist. For a prosperous forest tree, we must look below, where the glen was crowded with green spires. But for flowers and ravishing perfume, we had none to envy. Our heap of road metal was thick with bloom, like a hawthorn in the front of June. Our red, baking angle in the mountain, a laboratory of poignant scents. It was an endless wonder to my mind, as I dreamed about the platform, following the progress of the shadows, where the madrona with its leaves, the azalea and calcanthus with their blossoms, could find moisture to support such thick, wet, waxy growths, or the bay tree collect the ingredients of its perfume. But there they all grew together, healthy, happy, and happy-making, as though rooted in a fathom of black soil. Nor was it only vegetable life that prospered. We had, indeed, few birds, and none that had much of a voice or anything worthy to be called a song. My morning comrade had a thin chirp, unmusical and monotonous, but friendly and pleasant to hear. He had but one rival, a fellow with an ostentatious cry of near an octave descending, not one note of which properly followed another. This is the only bird I ever knew with a wrong ear, but there was something enthralling about his performance. You listened and listened, thinking each time he must surely get it right. But no, it was always wrong, and always wrong the same way. Yet he seemed proud of his song, delivered it with execution and a manner of his own, and was charming to his mate. A very incorrect, incessant human whistler had thus a chance of knowing how his own music pleased the world. 2 great bird seagulls, we thought, dwelt at the top of the canon, among the crags that were printed on the sky. Now and again, but very rarely, they wheeled high over our heads in silence or with a distant, dying scream, and then with a fresh impulse winged fleetly forward, dipped over a hilltop, and were gone. They seemed solemn and ancient things, sailing the blue air. Perhaps coeval with the mountain where they haunted, perhaps emigrants from Rome, where the glad legions may have shouted to behold them on the morn of battle. But if birds were rare, the place abounded with rattlesnakes, Rattlesnake's Nest, it might have been named. Wherever we brushed among the bushes, our passage woke their angry buzz. One dwelt habitually in the woodpile, and sometimes, when we came for firewood, thrust up his small head between 2 logs and hissed at the intrusion. The rattle has a legendary credit. It is said to be awe-inspiring, and once heard to stamp itself forever in the memory. But the sound is not at all alarming. The hum of many insects and the buzz of the wasp convince the ear of danger quite as readily. As a matter of fact, we lived for weeks in Silverado, coming and going, with rattles sprung on every side, and it never occurred to us to be afraid. I used to take sun baths and do calisthenics in a certain pleasant nook among azalea and calcanthus, the rattles whizzing on every side like spinning wheels, and the combined hiss or buzz rising louder and angrier at any sudden movement. But I was never in the least impressed, nor ever attacked. It was only towards the end of our stay that a man down at Calistoga, who was expatiating on the terrifying nature of the sound, gave me at last a very good imitation, and it burst on me at once that we dwelt in the very metropolis of deadly snakes, and that the rattle was simply the commonest noise in Silverado. Immediately on our return, we attacked the Hansons on the subject. They had formerly assured us that our canon was favored, like Ireland, with an entire immunity from poisonous reptiles. But with the perfect inconsequence of the natural man, They were no sooner found out than they went off at score in the contrary direction, and we were told that in no part of the world did rattlesnakes attain to such a monstrous bigness as among the warm, flower-dotted rocks of Silverado. This is a contribution rather to the natural history of the Hansons than to that of snakes. One person, however, better served by his instinct, had known the rattle from the first, and that was Chuchu, the dog. No rational creature has ever led an existence more poisoned by terror than that dog's at Silverado. Every whiz of the rattle made him bound. His eyes rolled, he trembled, he would be often wet with sweat. One of our great mysteries was his terror of the mountain. A little away above our nook, the azaleas and almost all the vegetation ceased. Dwarf pines, not big enough to be Christmas trees, grew thinly among loose stones and gravel scores. Here and there a big boulder sat quiescent on a knoll, having paused there till the next rain in his long slide down the mountain. There was here no ambuscade for the snakes, you could see clearly where you trod, and yet the higher I went, the more abject and appealing became Chuch's terror. He was an excellent master of that composite language in which dogs communicate with men, and he would assure me, on his honor, that there was some peril on the mountain, appealed to me by all that I held holy to turn back, and at length, finding all was in vain, and that I still persisted, ignorantly foolhardy, he would suddenly whip round and make a beeline down the slope for Silverado, the gravel showering after him. What was he afraid of? There were admittedly brown bears and Californian lions on the mountain, and a grizzly visited Roof's poultry yard not long before, to the unspeakable alarm of Caliban, who dashed out to chastise the intruder, and found himself, by moonlight, face to face with such a Tartar. Something at least there must have been. Some hairy, dangerous brute lodged permanently among the rocks a little to the northwest of Silverado, spending his summer thereabout with wife and family. And there was, or there had been, another animal. Once, under the broad daylight on that open stony hillside, where the baby pines were growing, scarcely tall enough to be a badge for a MacGregor's bonnet, I came suddenly upon his innocent body, lying mummified by the dry air and sun, a pygmy kangaroo. I am ingloriously ignorant of these subjects, had never heard of such a beast, thought myself face to face with some incomparable sport of nature, and began to cherish hopes of immortality in science. Rarely have I been conscious of a stranger thrill than when I raised that singular creature from the stones, dry as a board, his innocent heart long quiet and all warm with sunshine. His long hind legs were stiff, his tiny forepaws clutched upon his breast as if to leap, his poor life cut short upon that mountain by some unknown accident. But the kangaroo rat, it proved, was no such unknown animal, and my discovery was nothing. Crickets were not wanting. I thought I could make out exactly 4 of them, each with a corner of his own, who used to make night musical at Silverado. In the matter of voice, they far excelled the birds, and their ringing whistle sounded from rock to rock, calling and replying the same thing, as in a meaningless opera. Thus, children in full health and spirits shout together, to the dismay of neighbors, and their idle, happy, deafening vociferations rise and fall, like the song of the crickets. I used to sit at night on the platform, and wonder why these creatures were so happy, and what was wrong with man that he also did not wind up his days with an hour or two of shouting. But I suspect that all long-lived animals are solemn. The dogs alone are hardly used by nature, and it seems a manifest injustice for poor Chuchu to die in his teens, after a life so shadowed and troubled, continually shaken with alarm, and the tear of elegant sentiment permanently in his eye. There was another neighbor of ours at Silverado, small but very active, a destructive fellow. This was a black, ugly fly-a-bore, the Hansons called him who lived by hundreds in the boarding of our house. He entered by a round hole, more neatly pierced than a man could do it with a gimlet, and he seems to have spent his life in cutting out the interior of the plank, but whether as a dwelling or a storehouse, I could never find. When I used to lie in bed in the morning, for a rest we had no easy chairs in Silverado, I would hear, hour after hour, the sharp cutting sound of his labors, and from time to time, a dainty shower of sawdust would fall upon the blankets. There lives no more industrious creature than a boar. And now that I have named to the reader all our animals and insects, without exceptionally, I find I have forgotten the fleesh will be able to appreciate the singular privacy and silence of our days. It was not only man who was excluded. Animals, the song of birds, the lowing of cattle, the bleating of sheep, clouds even, and the variations of the weather, were here also wanting. And as, day after day, the sky was one dome of blue, and the pines below us stood motionless in the still air, so the hours themselves were marked out from each other only by the series of our own affairs. and the sun's great period as he ranged westward through the heavens. The two birds cackled a while in the early morning. All day the water tinkled in the shaft, the boars ground sawdust in the planking of our crazy palace infinitesimal sounds, and it was only with the return of night that any change would fall on our surroundings, or the four crickets begin to flute together in the dark. Indeed, it would be hard to exaggerate the pleasure that we took in the approach of evening. Our day was not very long, but it was very tiring. To trip along unsteady planks or wade among shifting stones, to go to and fro for water, to clamber down the glen to the toll house after meat and letters, to cook, to make fires and beds, were all exhausting to the body. Life out of doors, besides, under the fierce eye of day, draws largely on the animal spirits. There are certain hours in the afternoon when a man, unless he is in strong health or enjoys a vacant mind, would rather creep into a cool corner of a house and sit upon the chairs of civilization. About that time, the sharp stones, the planks, the upturned boxes of Silverado began to grow irksome to my body. I set out on that hopeless, never-ending quest for a more comfortable posture. I would be fevered and weary of the staring sun. And just then he would begin courteously to withdraw his countenance, the shadows lengthened, the aromatic airs awoke, and an indescribable but happy change announced the coming of the night. The hours of evening when we were once curtained in the friendly dark sped lightly. Even as with the crickets, night brought to us a certain spirit of rejoicing. It was good to taste the air, good to mark the dawning of the stars as they increased their glittering company, good, too, to gather stones and send them crashing down the chute, a wave of light. It seemed, in some way, the reward and the fulfillment of the day. So it is when men dwell in the open air. It is one of the simple pleasures that we lose by living cribbed and covered in a house, that though the coming of the day is still the most inspiriting, yet day's departure also, and the return of night refresh, renew, and quiet us. And in the pastures of the dusk we stand like cattle, exulting in the absence of the load. Our nights were never cold, and they were always still but for one remarkable exception. Regularly, about 9 o'clock, a warm wind sprang up and blew for 10 minutes or maybe a quarter of an hour, right down the cannon, fanning it well out, airing it as a mother airs the night nursery before the children sleep. As far as I could judge, in the clear darkness of the night, this wind was purely local, perhaps dependent on the configuration of the glen. At least, it was very welcome to the hot and weary squatters, and if we were not abed already, the springing up of this Lilliputian valley wind would often be our signal to retire. I was the last to go to bed, as I was still the first to rise. Many a night I have strolled about the platform, taking a bath of darkness before I slept. The rest would be in bed, and even from the forge I could hear them talking together from bunk to bunk. A single candle in the neck of a pint bottle was their only illumination, and yet the old cracked house seemed literally bursting with the light. It shone keen as a knife through all the vertical chinks. It struck upward through the broken shingles, and through the eastern door and window, it fell in a great splash upon the thicket and the overhanging rock. You would have said a conflagration, or at the least a roaring forge, and behold, it was but a candle. Or perhaps it was yet more strange to see the procession moving bedwards round the corner of the house, and up the plank that brought us to the bedroom door. Under the immense spread of the starry heavens, down in a crevice of the giant mountain, these few human shapes, with their unshielded taper, made so disproportionate a figure in the eye and mind. But the more he is alone with nature, the greater man and his doings bulk in the consideration of his fellow men. Miles and miles away upon the opposite hilltops, if there were any hunter belated or any traveler who had lost his way, he must have stood and watched and wondered from the time the candle issued from the door of the assier's office till it had mounted the plank and disappeared again into the miner's dormitory. Virginibus Puerisque and other papers. Dedication. My dear William Ernest Henley, we are all busy in this world building towers of Babel, and the child of our imaginations is always a changeling when it comes from nurse. This is not only true in the greatest, as of wars and folios, but in the least also, like the trifling volume in your hand. Thus I began to write these papers with a definite end. I was to be the advocatus, not I hope diaboli, but juventudes. I was to state temperately the beliefs of youth as opposed to the contentions of age, to go over all the field where the two differ, and produce at last a little volume of special pleadings which I might call, without misnomer, Life at 25. But times kept changing, and I shared in the change. I clung hard to that entrancing age, but with the best will no man can be 25 forever. The old, ruddy convictions deserted me, and along with them, the style that fits their presentation and defense. I saw, and indeed my friends informed me, that the game was up. A good part of the volume would answer to the long projected title, but the shadows of the prison house are on the rest. It is good to have been young in youth, and, as years go on, to grow older. Many are already old before they are through their teens, but to travel deliberately through one's ages is to get the heart out of a liberal education. Times change, opinions vary to their opposite, and still this world appears a brave gymnasium, full of sea bathing and horse exercise and bracing, manly virtues. And what can be more encouraging than to find the friend who was welcome at one age, still welcome at another? Our affections and beliefs are wiser than we. The best that is in us is better than we can understand, for it is grounded beyond experience and guides us, blindfold but safe, from one age onto another. These papers are like milestones on the wayside of my life. And as I look back in memory, there is hardly a stage of that distance, but I see you present with advice, reproof, or praise. Meanwhile, many things have changed, you and I among the rest. But I hope that our sympathy, founded on the love of our art and nourished by mutual assistance, shall survive these little revolutions undiminished, and with God's help, unite us to the end. R50S. Davos Platz, 1881. Lai. Virginibus purisque. Lai. With the single exception of Falstaff, all Shakespeare's characters are what we call marrying men. Mercutio, as he was own cousin to Benedick and Byron, would have come to the same end in the long run. Even Ego had a wife, and, what is far stranger, he was jealous. People like Jacques and the Fool and Lear, although we can hardly imagine they would ever marry, keep single out of a cynical humor or for a broken heart, and not, as we do nowadays, from a spirit of incredulity and preference for the single state. For that matter, if you turn to George Sand's French version of As You Like It, and I think I can promise you will like it but little, you will find Jacques marries Celia just as Orlando marries Rosalind. At least there seems to have been much less hesitation over marriage in Shakespeare's days, and what hesitation there was of a laughing sort, and not much more serious, one way or the other, than that of Panurge. In modern comedies, the heroes are mostly of Benedick's way of thinking, but twice as much in earnest, and not 1/4 so confident. And I take this diffidence as a proof of how sincere their terror is. They know they are only human after all. They know what gins and pitfalls lie about their feet, and how the shadow of matrimony waits, resolute and awful, at the crossroads. They would wish to keep their liberty, but if that may not be, why, God's will be done. What, are you afraid of marriage? Asks Cecile in Mater Guerin. Oh, mon Dieu non, replies Arthur, I should take chloroform. They look forward to marriage much in the same way as they prepare themselves for death. Each seems inevitable. Each is a great perhaps, and a leap into the dark, for which, when a man is in the blue devils, he has specially to harden his heart. That splendid scoundrel, Maxime de Trailles, took the news of marriages much as an old man hears the deaths of his contemporaries. C'est désespérant, he cried, throwing himself down in the armchair at Madame Sconce. C'est désespérant, nous Marians tous. Every marriage was like another gray hair on his head, and the jolly church bells seemed to taunt him with his 50 years and fair round belly. The fact is, we are much more afraid of life than our ancestors, and cannot find it in our hearts either to marry or not to marry. Marriage is terrifying, but so is a cold and forlorn old age. The friendships of men are vastly agreeable, but they are insecure. You know all the time that one friend will marry and put you to the door. A second accept a situation in China and become no more to you than a name, a reminiscence and an occasional crossed letter, very laborious to read. A third will take up with some religious crotchet and treat you to sour looks thenceforward. So, in one way or another, life forces men apart and breaks up the goodly fellowships forever. The very flexibility and ease which make men's friendships so agreeable while they endure, make them the easier to destroy and forget. And a man who has a few friends, or one who has a dozen if there be anyone so wealthy on this earth, cannot forget on how precarious a base his happiness reposes, and how by a stroke or two of fatia death, a few light words, a piece of stamped paper, a woman's bright Aish may be left, in a month, destitute of all. Marriage is certainly a perilous remedy. Instead of on 2 or 3, you stake your happiness on one life only. But still, as the bargain is more explicit and complete on your part, it is more so on the other, and you have not to fear so many contingencies. It is not every wind that can blow you from your anchorage, and so long as death withholds his sickle, you will always have a friend at home. People who share a cell in the Bastille or are thrown together on an uninhabited isle, if they do not immediately fall to fisticuffs, will find some possible ground of compromise. They will learn each other's ways and humors so as to know where they must go warily and where they may lean their whole weight. The discretion of the first years becomes the settled habit of the last. And so, with wisdom and patience, two lives may grow indissolubly into one. But marriage, if comfortable, is not at all heroic. It certainly narrows and damps the spirits of generous men. In marriage, a man becomes slack and selfish and undergoes a fatty degeneration of his moral being. It is not only when Lydgate missallies himself with Rossam and Vincy, but when Ladislaw marries above him with Dorothea, that this may be exemplified. The air of the fireside withers out all the fine wildings of the husband's heart. He is so comfortable and happy that he begins to prefer comfort and happiness to everything else on earth, his wife included. Yesterday he would have shared his last shilling. Today his first duty is to his family, and is fulfilled in large measure by laying down vintages and husbanding the health of an invaluable parent. 20 years ago this man was equally capable of crime or heroism. Now he is fit for neither. His soul is asleep, and you may speak without constraint. You will not wake him. It is not for nothing that Don Quixote was a bachelor and Marcus Aurelius married 99. For women there is less of this danger. Marriage is of so much use to a woman, opens out to her so much more of life, and puts her in the way of so much more freedom and usefulness, that, whether she marry ill or well, she can hardly miss some benefit. It is true, however, that some of the merriest and most genuine of women are old maids, and that those old maids and wives who are unhappily married have often most of the true motherly touch. And this would seem to show, even for women, some narrowing influence in comfortable married life. But the rule is none the less cert. If you wish the pick of men and women, take a good bachelor and a good wife. I am often filled with wonder that so many marriages are passably successful, and so few come to open failure, the more so as I fail to understand the principle on which people regulate their choice. I see women marrying indiscriminately with staring burgesses and ferret-faced, witty-eyed boys and men dwell in contentment with noisy scullions, or taking into their lives acidulous vestals. It is a common answer to say the good people marry because they fall in love, and of course you may use and misuse a word as much as you please if you have the world along with you. But love is at least a somewhat hyperbolical expression for such lukewarm preference. It is not here, anyway, that love employs his golden shafts. He cannot be said, with any fitness of language, to reign here and revel. Indeed, if this be love at all, it is plain the poets have been fooling with mankind since the foundation of the world. And you have only to look these happy couples in the face to see they have never been in love, or in hate, or in any other high passion all their days. When you see a dish of fruit at dessert, you sometimes set your affections upon one particular peach or nectarine, watch it with some anxiety as it comes round the table, and feel quite a sensible disappointment when it is taken by someone else. I have used the phrase high passion. Well, I should say this was about as high a passion as generally leads to marriage. One husband hears after marriage that some poor fellow is dying of his wife's love. What a pity, he exclaims. You know, I could so easily have got another. And yet that is a very happy union. Or again, a young man was telling me the sweet story of his loves. I like it well enough as long as her sisters are there, said this amorous swain, but I don't know what to do when we're alone. Once more, a married lady was debating the subject with another lady. You know, dear, said the first, after 10 years of marriage, if he is nothing else, your husband is always an old friend. I have many old friends, returned the other, but I prefer them to be nothing more. Oh, perhaps I might prefer that also. There is a common note in these three illustrations of the modern idol, and it must be owned the god goes among us with a limping gait and blear eyes. You wonder whether it was so always, whether desire was always equally dull and spiritless, and possession equally cold. I cannot help fancying most people make, ere they marry, some such table of recommendations as Hannah Godwin wrote to her brother William, anent her friend Miss Gay. It is so charmingly comical, and so pat to the occasion, that I must quote a few phrases. The young lady is in every sense formed to make one of your disposition really happy. She has a pleasing voice, with which she accompanies her musical instrument with judgment. She has an easy politeness in her manners, neither free nor reserved. She is a good housekeeper and a good economist, and yet of a generous disposition. As to her internal accomplishments, I have reason to speak still more highly of them. Good sense without vanity, a penetrating judgment without a disposition to satire, with about as much religion as my William likes, struck me with a wish that she was my William's wife. That is about the tune. pleasing voice, moderate good looks, unimpeachable internal accomplishments after the style of the copybook, with about as much religion as my William likes, and then with all speed to church. To deal plainly, if they only married when they fell in love, most people would die unwed, and among the others there would be not a few tumultuous households. The lion is the king of beasts, but he is scarcely suitable for a domestic pet. In the same way, I suspect love is rather too violent a passion to make, in all cases, a good domestic sentiment. Like other violent excitements, it throws up not only what is best, but what is worst and smallest in men's characters. Just as some people are malicious in drink, or brawling and virulent under the influence of religious feeling, some are moody, jealous, and exacting when they are in love, who are honest, downright, good-hearted fellows enough in the everyday affairs and humors of the world. How then, seeing we are driven to the hypothesis that people choose in comparatively cold blood, how is it they choose so well? One is almost tempted to hint that it does not much matter whom you marry. That, in fact, marriage is a subjective affection, and if you have made up your mind to it, and once talked yourself fairly over, you could pull it through with anybody. But even if we take matrimony at its lowest, even if we regard it as no more than a sort of friendship recognized by the police, there must be degrees in the freedom and sympathy realized, and some principle to guide simple folk in their selection. Now, what should this principle be? Are there no more definite rules than are to be found in the prayer book? Law and religion forbid the banns on the ground of propinquity or consanguinity. Society steps into separate classes, and in all this most critical matter has common sense, has wisdom, never a word to say. In the absence of more magisterial teaching, let us talk it over between friends. Even a few guesses may be of interest to youths and maidens. In all that concerns eating and drinking, company, climate, and ways of life, community of taste is to be sought for. It would be trying, for instance, to keep bed and board with an early riser or a vegetarian. In matters of art and intellect, I believe it is of no consequence. Certainly it is of none in the companionships of men, who will dine more readily with one who has a good heart, a good cellar, and a humorous tongue, than with another who shares all their favorite hobbies and is melancholy withal. If your wife likes Tupper, that is no reason why you should hang your head. She thinks with the majority, and has the courage of her opinions. I have always suspected public taste to be a mongrel product, out of affectation by dogmatism, and felt sure, if you could only find an honest man of no special literary bent, he would tell you he thought much of Shakespeare bombastic and most absurd, and all of him written in very obscure English and wearisome to read, and not long ago I was able to lay by my lantern in content, for I found the honest man. He was a fellow of parts, quick, humorous, a clever painter, and with an eye for certain poetical effects of sea and ships. I am not much of a judge of that kind of thing, but a sketch of his comes before me sometimes at night. How strong, supple, and living the ship seems upon the billows. With what a dip and rake she shears the flying sea. I cannot fancy the man who saw this effect, and took it on the wing with so much force and spirit, was what you call commonplace in the last recesses of the heart. And yet he thought, and was not ashamed to have it known of him, that Ouida was better in every way than William Shakespeare. If there were more people of his honesty, this would be about the staple of lay criticism. It is not taste that is plentiful, but courage that is rare. And what have we in place? How many, who think no otherwise than the young painter, have we not heard dispersing second-hand hyperboles? Have you never turned sick at heart, O best of critics, when some of your own sweet adjectives were returned on you before a gaping audience? Enthusiasm about art is become a function of the average female being, which she performs with precision and a sort of haunting sprightliness, like an ingenious and well-regulated machine. Sometimes, alas, the calmest man is carried away in the torrent, bandies adjectives with the best, and out-Herods Herod for some shameful moments. When you remember that, you will be tempted to put things strongly, and say you will marry no one who is not like George II, and cannot state openly a distaste for poetry and painting. The word facts is, in some ways, crucial. I have spoken with Jesuits and Plymouth Brethren, mathematicians and poets, dogmatic Republicans and dear old gentlemen in birdseye neckcloths, and each understood the word facts in an occult sense of his own. Try as I might, I could get no nearer the principle of their division. What was essential to them seemed to me trivial or untrue. We could come to no compromise as to what was, or what was not, important in the life of man. Turn as we pleased, we all stood back to back in a big ring, and saw another quarter of the heavens, with different mountaintops along the skyline and different constellations overhead. We had each of us some whimsy in the brain, which we believed more than anything else, and which discolored all experience to its own shade. How would you have people agree, when one is deaf and the other blind? Now this is where there should be community between man and wife. They should be agreed on their catchword in facts of religion, or facts of science, or society, my dear. For without such an agreement, all intercourse is a painful strain upon the mind. About as much religion as my William likes, in short, that is what is necessary to make a happy couple of any William and his spouse. For there are differences which no habit nor affection can reconcile, and the Bohemian must not intermarry with the Pharisee. Imagine Consulo as Mrs. Samuel Budget, the wife of the successful merchant. The best of men and the best of women may sometimes live together all their lives, and for want of some consent on fundamental questions, hold each other lost spirits to the end. A certain sort of talent is almost indispensable for people who would spend years together and not bore themselves to death. But the talent, like the agreement, must be for and about life. To dwell happily together, they should be versed in the niceties of the heart and born with a faculty for willing compromise. The woman must be talented as a woman, and it will not much matter although she is talented in nothing else. She must know her métier de femme and have a fine touch for the affections. And it is more important that a person should be a good gossip, and talk pleasantly and smartly of common friends, and the 1,001 nothings of the day and hour, than that she should speak with the tongues of men and angels. For a while together by the fire happens more frequently in marriage than the presence of a distinguished foreigner to dinner. That people should laugh over the same sort of jests, and have many a story of grouse in the gun-room, many an old joke between them which time cannot wither nor custom stale, is a better preparation for life, by your leave, than many other things higher and better sounding in the world's ears. You could read Kant by yourself, if you wanted, but you must share a joke with someone else. You can forgive people who do not follow you through a philosophical disquisition, but to find your wife laughing when you had tears in your eyes, or staring when you were in a fit of laughter, would go some way towards a dissolution of the marriage. I know a woman who, from some distaste or disability, could never so much as understand the meaning of the word politics, and has given up trying to distinguish Whigs from Tories. But take her on her own politics, ask her about other men or women, and the chicanery of everyday existence at rubs. The tricks, the vanities on which life turns and you will not find many more shrewd, trenchant, and humorous. Nay, to make plainer what I have in mind, this same woman has a share of the higher and more poetical understanding, frank interest in things for their own sake, and enduring astonishment at the most common. She is not to be deceived by custom, or made to think a mystery solved when it is repeated. I have heard her say she could wonder herself crazy over the human eyebrow. Now, in a world where most of us walk very contentedly in the little lit circle of their own reason, and have to be reminded of what lies without by specious and claimant exceptions earthquakes, eruptions of Vesuvius, banjos floating in midair at a seance, and the Lycia mind so fresh and unsophisticated is no despicable gift. I will own I think it a better sort of mind than goes necessarily with the clearest views on public business. It will wash. It will find something to say at an odd moment. It has in it the spring of pleasant and quaint fancies. Whereas I can imagine myself yawning all night long, until my jaws ached, and the tears came into my eyes, although my companion on the other side of the hearth held the most enlightened opinions on the franchise or the ballot. The question of professions, in as far as they regard marriage, was only interesting to women until of late days, but it touches all of us now. Certainly, if I could help it, I would never marry a wife who wrote. The practice of letters is miserably harassing to the mind, and after an hour or two's work, all the more human portion of the author is extinct. He will bully, backbite, and speak daggers. Music, I hear, is not much better. But painting, on the contrary, is often highly sedative, because so much of the labor, after your picture is once begun, is almost entirely manual, and of that skilled sort of manual labor which offers a continual series of successes, and so tickles a man, through his vanity, into good humor. Alas, in letters there is nothing of this sort. You may write as beautiful a hand as you will, you have always something else to think of, and cannot pause to notice your loops and flourishes. They are beside the mark, and the first law stationer could put you to the blush. Rousseau, indeed, made some account of penmanship, even made it a source of livelihood, when he copied out the Hellas for dilettante ladies, and therein showed that strange eccentric prudence which guided him among so many thousand follies and insanities. It would be well for all of the genus irritable, thus to add something of skilled labor to intangible brainwork. To find the right word is so doubtful a success and lies so near to failure that there is no satisfaction in a year of it. But we all know when we have formed a letter perfectly. And a stupid artist, right or wrong, is almost equally certain he has found a right tone or a right color or made a dexterous stroke with his brush. And again, painters may work out of doors, and the fresh air, the deliberate seasons, and the tranquilizing influence of the green earth counterbalance the fever of thought and keep them cool, placable, and prosaic. A ship captain is a good man to marry if it is a marriage of love, for absences are a good influence in love and keep it bright and delicate. But he is just the worst man if the feeling is more pedestrian, as habit is too frequently torn open and the solder has never time to set. Men who fish, botanize, work with the turning lathe, or gather seaweeds will make admirable husbands, and a little amateur painting in watercolor shows the innocent and quiet mind. Those who have a few intimates are to be avoided, while those who swim loose, who have their hat in their hand all along the street, who can number an infinity of acquaintances and are not chargeable with any one friend, promise an easy disposition and no rival to the wife's influence. I will not say they are the best of men, but they are the stuff out of which adroit and capable women manufacture the best of husbands. It is to be noticed that those who have loved once or twice already are so much the better educated to a woman's hand. The bright boy of fiction is an odd and most uncomfortable mixture of shyness and coarseness, and needs a deal of civilizing. Lastly, and this is, perhaps, the golden rule: no woman should marry a teetotaler or a man who does not smoke. It is not for nothing that this ignoble tabagie, as Michelet calls it, spreads over all the world. Michelet rails against it because it renders you happy apart from thought or work. To provident women, this will seem no evil influence in married life. Whatever keeps a man in the front garden, whatever checks wandering fancy and all inordinate ambition, whatever makes for lounging and contentment, makes just so surely for domestic happiness. These notes, if they amuse the reader at all, will probably amuse him more when he differs than when he agrees with them. At least they will do no harm, for nobody will follow my advice. But the last word is of more concern. Marriage is a step so grave and decisive that it attracts light-headed, variable men by its very awfulness. They have been so tried among the inconstant squalls and currents, so often sailed for islands in the air or lain becalmed with burning heart, that they will risk all for solid ground below their feet. Desperate pilots, they run their seasick, weary bark upon the dashing rocks. It seems as if marriage were the royal road through life, and realized, on the instant, what we have all dreamed on summer Sundays when the bells ring, or at night when we cannot sleep for the desire of living. They think it will sober and change them. Like those who join a brotherhood, they fancy it needs but an act to be out of the coil and clamor forever. But this is a wile of the devil's. To the end, spring winds will sow disquietude, passing faces leave a regret behind them, and the whole world keep calling and calling in their ears. For marriage is like life in this, that it is a field of battle, and not a bed of roses. Roman 2. Hope, they say, deserts us at no period of our existence. From first to last, and in the face of smarting disillusions, we continue to expect good fortune, better health, and better conduct, and that so confidently that we judge it needless to deserve them. I think it improbable that I shall ever write like Shakespeare, conduct an army like Hannibal, or distinguish myself like Marcus Aurelius in the paths of virtue. And yet I have my by-days, hope prompting, when I am very ready to believe that I shall combine all these various excellences in my own person, and go marching down to posterity with divine honors. There is nothing so monstrous, but we can believe it of ourselves. About ourselves, about our aspirations and delinquencies, we have dwelt by choice in a delicious vagueness from our boyhood up. No one will have forgotten Tom Sawyer's aspiration. Ah, if he could only die temporarily. Or perhaps better still, the inward resolution of the two pirates, that so long as they remained in that business, their piracies should not again be sullied with the crime of stealing. Here we recognize the thoughts of our boyhood, and our boyhood ceased, well, when not, I think, at 20, nor perhaps altogether at 25, nor yet at 30, and possibly, to be quite frank, we are still in the thick of that Arcadian period. For as the race of man, after centuries of civilization, still keeps some traits of their barbarian fathers, so man the individual is not altogether quit of youth. when he is already old and honored, and Lord Chancellor of England. We advance in years somewhat in the manner of an invading army in a barren land. The age that we have reached, as the phrase goes, we but hold with an outpost, and still keep open our communications with the extreme rear and first beginnings of the march. There is our true base. That is not only the beginning, but the perennial spring of our faculties, and Grandfather William can retire upon occasion into the green enchanted forest of his boyhood. The unfading boyishness of hope and its vigorous irrationality are nowhere better displayed than in questions of conduct. There is a character in the Pilgrim's Progress, one Mr. Lingerafter-Lust, with whom I fancy we are all on speaking terms, one famous among the famous for ingenuity of hope up to and beyond the moment of defeat, one who, after 80 years of contrary experience, will believe it possible to continue in the business of piracy, and yet avoid the guilt of theft. Every sin is our last, every 1st of January a remarkable turning point in our career. Any overt act, above all, is felt to be alchemic in its power to change. A drunkard takes the pledge. It will be strange if that does not help him. For how many years did Mr. Pepys continue to make and break his little vows? And yet I have not heard that he was discouraged in the end. By such steps we think to fix a momentary resolution, as a timid fellow hies him to the dentist's while the tooth is stinging. But alas, by planting a stake at the top of flood, you can neither prevent nor delay the inevitable ebb. There is no hocus pocus in morality, and even the sanctimonious ceremony of marriage leaves the man unchanged. This is a hard saying, and has an air of paradox. For there is something in marriage so natural and inviting that the step has an air of great simplicity and ease. It offers to bury for ever many aching preoccupations. It is to afford us unfailing and familiar company through life. It opens up a smiling prospect of the blessed and passive kind. Of love, rather than the blessing and active, it is approached not only through the delights of courtship, but by a public performance and repeated legal signatures. A man naturally thinks it will go hard with him if he cannot be good and fortunate and happy within such august circumvallations. And yet there is probably no other act in a man's life so hot-headed and foolhardy as this one of marriage. For years, let us suppose, you have been making the most indifferent business of your career. Your experience has not, we may dare to say, been more encouraging than Paul's or Horace's. Like them, you have seen and desired the good that you were not able to accomplish. Like them, you have done the evil that you loathed. You have walked at night in a hot or a cold sweat, according to your habit of body, remembering, with dismal surprise, your own unpardonable acts and sayings. You have been sometimes tempted to withdraw entirely from this game of life, as a man who makes nothing but misses withdraws from that less dangerous one of billiards. You have fallen back upon the thought that you yourself most sharply smarted for your misdemeanors, or, in the old, plaintive phrase, that you were nobody's enemy but your own. And then you have been made aware of what was beautiful and amiable, wise and kind, in the other part of your behavior, and it seemed as if nothing could reconcile the contradiction, as indeed nothing can. If you are a man, you have shut your mouth hard and said nothing, and if you are only a man in the making, you have recognized that yours was quite a special case, and you yourself not guilty of your own pestiferous career. Granted, and with all my heart. Let us accept these apologies. Let us agree that you are nobody's enemy but your own. Let us agree that you are a sort of moral cripple, impotent for good, and let us regard you with the unmingled pity due to such a fate. But there is one thing to which, on these terms, we can never agree. We can never agree to have you marry. What? You have had one life to manage, and have failed so strangely, and now can see nothing wiser than to conjoin with it the management of someone else's. Because you have been unfaithful in a very little, you propose yourself to be a ruler over 10 cities. You strip yourself by such a step of all remaining consolations and excuses. You are no longer content to be your own enemy, you must be your wife's also. You have been hitherto in a mere subaltern attitude, dealing cruel blows about you in life, yet only half responsible, since you came there by no choice or movement of your own. Now, it appears, you must take things on your own authority. God made you, but you marry yourself, and for all that your wife suffers, no one is responsible but you. A man must be very certain of his knowledge ere he undertake to guide a ticketoffleave man through a dangerous pass. You have eternally missed your way in life, with consequences that you still deplore, and yet you masterfully seize your wife's hand, and, blindfold, drag her after you to ruin. And it is your wife, you observe, whom you select. Her, whose happiness you most desire, you choose to be your victim. You would earnestly warn her from a tottering bridge or bad investment. If she were to marry someone else, how you would tremble for her fate. If she were only your sister, and you thought half as much of her, how doubtfully would you entrust her future to a man no better than yourself? Times are changed with him who marries. There are no more bypath meadows where you may innocently linger, but the road lies long and straight and dusty to the grave. Idleness, which is often becoming and even wise in the bachelor, begins to wear a different aspect when you have a wife to support. Suppose, after you are married, one of those little slips were to befall you. What happened last November might surely happen February next. They may have annoyed you at the time, because they were not what you had meant. But how will they annoy you in the future, and how will they shake the fabric of your wife's confidence and peace? A thousand things unpleasing went on in the chiaroscuro of a life that you shrank from too particularly realizing. You did not care, in those days, to make a fetish of your conscience. You would recognize your failures with a nod, and so, good day. But the time for these reserves is over. You have willfully introduced a witness into your life, the scene of these defeats, and can no longer close the mind's eye upon uncomely passages, but must stand up straight and put a name upon your actions. And your witness is not only the judge, but the victim of your sins. Not only can she condemn you to the sharpest penalties, but she must herself share feelingly in their endurance. And observe, once more, with what temerity you have chosen precisely her to be your spy, whose esteem you value highest, and whom you have already taught to think you better than you are. You may think you had a conscience and believed in God, but what is a conscience to a wife? Wise men of yore erected statues of their deities, and consciously performed their part in life before those marble eyes. A god watched them at the board and stood by their bedside in the morning when they woke, and all about their ancient cities, where they bought and sold or where they piped and wrestled, there would stand some symbol of the things that are outside of man. These were lessons, delivered in the quiet dialect of art, which told their story faithfully but gently. It is the same lesson, if you will but how harrowingly taught, when the woman you respect shall weep from your unkindness or blush with shame at your misconduct. Poor girls in Italy turn their painted Madonnas to the wall. You cannot set aside your wife. To marry is to domesticate the recording angel. Once you are married, there is nothing left for you, not even suicide, but to be good. And goodness in marriage is a more intricate problem than mere single virtue. For in marriage there are two ideals to be realized. A girl, it is true, has always lived in a glass house among reproving relatives whose word was law. She has been bred up to sacrifice her judgments and take the key submissively from dear papa, and it is wonderful how swiftly she can change her tune into the husband's. Her morality has been, too often, an affair of precept and conformity. But in the case of a bachelor who has enjoyed some measure both of privacy and freedom, his moral judgments have been passed in some accordance with his nature. His sins were always sins in his own sight. He could then only sin when he did some act against his clear conviction. The light that he walked by was obscure, but it was single. Now, when two people of any grit and spirit put their fortunes into one, there succeeds to this comparative certainty a huge welter of competing jurisdictions. It no longer matters so much how life appears to one. One must consult another. One, who may be strong, must not offend the other, who is weak. The only weak brother I am willing to consider is to make a bull for once my wife. For her, and for her only, I must waive my righteous judgments and go crookedly about my life. How then, in such an atmosphere of compromise, to keep honor bright and abstain from base capitulations? How are you to put aside love's pleadings? How are you, the apostle of laxity, to turn suddenly about into the rabbi of precision, and, after these years of ragged practice, pose for a hero to the lackey who has found you out? In this temptation to mutual indulgence lies the particular peril to morality in married life. Daily they drop a little lower from the first ideal, and for a while continue to accept these changelings with a gross complacency. At last love awakes and looks about him, find his hero sunk into a stout old brute, intent on brandy pawnee, finds his heroine divested of her angel brightness, and, in the flash of that first disenchantment, flees forever. Again, the husband in these unions is usually a man, and the wife commonly enough a woman. And when this is the case, although it makes the firmer marriage, a thick additional veil of misconception hangs above the doubtful business. Women, I believe, are somewhat rarer than men. But then, if I were a woman myself, I dare say I should hold the reverse, and at least we all enter more or less wholly into one or other of these camps. A man who delights women by his feminine perceptions will often scatter his admirers by a chance explosion of the underside of man, and the most masculine and direct of women will some day, to your dire surprise, draw out like a telescope into successive lengths of personation. Alas! for the man knowing her to be at heart more candid than himself, who shall flounder, panting, through these mazes in the quest for truth. The proper qualities of each sex are indeed eternally surprising to the other. Between the Latin and the Teuton races, there are similar divergencies, not to be bridged by the most liberal sympathy. And in the good, plain, Qtendry explanations of this life, which pass current among us as the wisdom of the elders, this difficulty has been turned with the aid of pious lies. Thus, when a young lady has angelic features, eats nothing to speak of, plays all day long on the piano, and sings ravishingly in church, it requires a rough infidelity falsely called cynicism to believe that she may be a little devil after all. Yet so it is. She may be a talebearer, a liar, and a thief. She may have a taste for brandy and no heart. My compliments to George Eliot for her Rossem and Vinci, the ugly work of satire she has transmuted to the ends of art by the companion figure of Lydgate, and the satire was much wanted for the education of young men. That doctrine of the excellence of women, however chivalrous, is cowardly as well as false. It is better to face the fact, and know, when you marry, that you take into your life a creature of equal, if of unlike, frailties, whose weak human heart beats no more tunefully than yours. But it is the object of a liberal education, not only to obscure the knowledge of one sex by another, but to magnify the natural differences between the two. Man is a creature who lives not upon bread alone, but principally by catchwords. And the little rift between the sexes is astonishingly widened by simply teaching one set of catchwords to the girls and another to the boys. To the first, there is shown but a very small field of experience and taught a very trenchant principle for judgment and action. To the other, the world of life is more largely displayed, and their rule of conduct is proportionally widened. They are taught to follow different virtues, to hate different vices, to place their ideal, even for each other, in different achievements. What should be the result of such a course? When a horse has run away, and the two flustered people in the gig have each possessed themselves of a rein, we know the end of that conveyance will be in the ditch. So, when I see a raw youth and a green girl fluted and fiddled in a dancing measure into that most serious contract, and setting out upon life's journey with ideas so monstrously divergent, I am not surprised that some make shipwreck, but that any come to port. What the boy does almost proudly, as a manly peccadillo, the girl will shudder at as a debasing vice. What is to her the mere common sense of tactics, he will spit out of his mouth as shameful. Through such a sea of contrarieties must this green couple steer their way, and contrive to love each other, and to respect, forsooth, and be ready, when the time arrives, to educate the little men and women who shall succeed to their places and perplexities. And yet, when all has been said, the man who should hold back from marriage is in the same case with him who runs away from battle. To avoid an occasion for our virtues is a worse degree of failure than to push forward pluckily and make a fall. It is lawful to pray God that we be not led into temptation, but not lawful to skulk from those that come to us. The noblest passage in one of the noblest books of this century is where the old pope glories in the trial, nay, in the partial fall and but imperfect triumph of the younger hero. Without some such manly note, it were perhaps better to have no conscience at all. But there is a vast difference between teaching flight and showing points of peril that a man may march the more warily. And the true conclusion of this paper is to turn our back on apprehensions and embrace that shining and courageous virtue, faith. Hope is the boy, a blind, headlong, pleasant fellow, good to chase swallows with the salt. Faith is the grave, experienced yet smiling man. Hope lives on ignorance. Open-eyed faith is built upon a knowledge of our life, of the tyranny of circumstance and the frailty of human resolution. Hope looks for unqualified success, but faith counts certainly on failure and takes honorable defeat to be a form of victory. Hope is a kind old pagan, but faith grew up in Christian days and early learnt humility. In the one temper, a man is indignant that he cannot spring up in a clap to heights of elegance and virtue. In the other, out of a sense of his infirmities, he is filled with confidence because a year has come and gone, and he has still preserved some rags of honor. In the first, he expects an angel for a wife. In the last, he knows that she is like himselfering, thoughtless, and untrue, but like himself also, filled with a struggling radiancy of better things, and adorned with ineffective qualities. You may safely go to school with hope, but ere you marry should have learned the mingled lesson of the world, that dolls are stuffed with sawdust, and yet are excellent playthings, that hope and love address themselves to a perfection never realized, and yet firmly held become the salt and staff of life, that you yourself are compacted of infirmities, perfect, you might say, in imperfection, and yet you have a something in you lovable and worth preserving. And that, while the mass of mankind lies under this scurvy condemnation, you will scarce find one, but, by some generous reading, will become to you a lesson, a model, and a noble spouse through life. So thinking, you will constantly support your own unworthiness, and easily forgive the failings of your friend. Nay, you will be wisely glad that you retain the sense of blemishes, for the faults of married people continually spur up each of them, hour by hour, to do better and to meet and love upon a higher ground. And ever between the failures, there will come glimpses of kind virtues to encourage and console. Roman 3. On falling in love. Lord, what fools these mortals be! There is only one event in life which really astonishes a man and startles him out of his prepared opinions. Everything else befalls him very much as he expected. Event succeeds to event, with an agreeable variety indeed, but with little that is either startling or intense. They form together no more than a sort of background, or running accompaniment to the man's own reflections, and he falls naturally into a cool, curious, and smiling habit of mind, and builds himself up in a conception of life which expects tomorrow to be after the pattern of today and yesterday. He may be accustomed to the vagaries of his friends and acquaintances under the influence of love. He may sometimes look forward to it for himself with an incomprehensible expectation. But it is a subject which neither intuition nor the behavior of others will help the philosopher to the truth. There is probably nothing rightly thought or rightly written on this matter of love that is not a piece of the person's experience. I remember an anecdote of a well-known French theorist who was debating a point eagerly in his Senecal. It was objected against him that he had never experienced love, whereupon he arose, left the society, and made it a point not to return to it until he considered that he had supplied the defect. Now, he remarked on entering, now I am in a position to continue the discussion. Perhaps he had not penetrated very deeply into the subject after all, but the story indicates right thinking and may serve as an apologue to readers of this essay. When at last the scales fall from his eyes, it is not without something of the nature of dismay that the man finds himself in such changed conditions. He has to deal with commanding emotions instead of the easy dislikes and preferences in which he has hitherto passed his days, and he recognizes capabilities for pain and pleasure of which he had not yet suspected the existence. Falling in love is the one illogical adventure, the one thing of which we are tempted to think as supernatural, in our trite and reasonable world. The effect is out of all proportion with the cause. Two persons, neither of them it may be, very amiable or very beautiful, meet, speak a little, and look a little into each other's eyes. That has been done a dozen or so of times in the experience of either with no great result. But on this occasion all is different. They fall at once into that state in which another person becomes to us the very gist and center point of God's creation, and demolishes our laborious theories with a smile, in which our ideas are so bound up with the one master thought that even the trivial cares of our own person become so many acts of devotion, and the love of life itself is translated into a wish to remain in the same world with so precious and desirable a fellow creature. And all the while their acquaintances look on in stupor, and ask each other, with almost passionate emphasis, what so-and-so can see in that woman, or such anon in that man. I am sure, gentlemen, I cannot tell you. For my part, I cannot think what the women mean. It might be very well if the Apollo Belvedere should suddenly glow all over into life, and step forward from the pedestal with that godlike air of his. But of the misbegotten changelings who call themselves men, and prate intolerably over dinner tables, I never saw one who seemed worthy to inspire love, no, nor read of any, except Leonardo da Vinci, and perhaps Goethe in his youth. About women I entertain a somewhat different opinion, but there I have the misfortune to be a man. There are many matters in which you may waylay destiny, and bid him stand and deliver. Hard work, high thinking, adventurous excitement, and a great deal more that forms a part of this, or the other person's spiritual bill of fare, are within the reach of almost anyone who can dare a little and be patient. But it is by no means in the way of every one to fall in love. You know the difficulty Shakespeare was put into when Queen Elizabeth asked him to show Falstaff in love. I do not believe that Henry Fielding was ever in love. Scott, if it were not for a passage or two in Rob Roy, would give me very much the same effect. These are great names, and what is more to the purpose, strong, healthy, high-strung, and generous natures, of whom the reverse might have been expected. As for the innumerable army of anemic and tailorish persons, who occupy the face of this planet with so much propriety, it is palpably absurd to imagine them in any such situation as a love affair. A wet rag goes safely by the fire, and if a man is blind, he cannot expect to be much impressed by romantic scenery. Apart from all this, many lovable people miss each other in the world, or meet under some unfavorable star. There is the nice and critical moment of declaration to be got over. From timidity or lack of opportunity, a good half of possible love cases never get so far, and at least another quarter do their cease and determine. A very adroit person, to be sure, manages to prepare the way and out with his declaration in the nick of time. And then there is a fine solid sort of man, who goes on from snub to snub, and if he has to declare 40 times, will continue imperturbably declaring, amid the astonished consideration of men and angels, until he has a favorable answer. I dare say, if one were a woman, one would like to marry a man who was capable of doing this, but not quite one who had done so. It is just a little bit abject, and somehow just a little bit gross. And marriages in which one of the parties has been thus battered into consent scarcely form agreeable subjects for meditation. Love should run out to meet love with open arms. Indeed, the ideal story is that of two people who go into love step for step, with a fluttered consciousness, like a pair of children venturing together into a dark room. From the first moment when they see each other, with a pang of curiosity, through stage after stage of growing pleasure and embarrassment, they can read the expression of their own trouble in each other's eyes. There is here no declaration, properly so called. The feeling is so plainly shared that as soon as the man knows what it is in his own heart, he is sure of what it is in the woman's. This simple accident of falling in love is as beneficial as it is astonishing. It arrests the petrifying influence of years, disproves cold-blooded and cynical conclusions, and awakens dormant sensibilities. Hitherto, the man had found it a good policy to disbelieve the existence of any enjoyment which was out of his reach, and thus he turned his back upon the strong, sunny parts of nature, and accustomed himself to look exclusively on what was common and dull. He accepted a prose ideal, let himself go blind of many sympathies by disuse, and if he were young and witty or beautiful, willfully forwent these advantages. He joined himself to the following of what, in the old mythology of love, was prettily called non-chalwar, and in an odd mixture of feelings, a fling of self-respect, a preference for selfish liberty, and a great dash of that fear with which honest people regard serious interests, kept himself back from the straightforward course of life among certain selected activities. And now, all of a sudden, he is unhorsed, like St. Paul, from his infidel affectation. His heart, which has been ticking accurate seconds for the last year, gives a bound and begins to beat high and irregularly in his breast. It seems as if he had never heard or felt or seen until that moment, and by the report of his memory, he must have lived his past life between sleep and waking, or with the preoccupied attention of a brown study. He is practically incommoded by the generosity of his feelings, smiles much when he is alone, and develops a habit of looking rather blankly upon the moon and stars. But it is not at all within the province of a prose esquisse to give a picture of this hyperbolical frame of mind, and the thing has been done already, and that to admiration. In Adelaide, in Tennyson's Maud, and in some of Heine's songs, you get the absolute expression of this midsummer spirit. Romeo and Juliet were very much in love, although they tell me some German critics are of a different opinion, probably the same who would have us think Mercutio a dull fellow. Poor Antony was in love, and no mistake. That lay figure, Marius, in Les Miserables, is also a genuine case in his own way, and worth observation. A good many of George Sand's people are thoroughly in love, and so are a good many of George Meredith's. Altogether, there is plenty to read on the subject. If the root of the matter be in him, and if he has the requisite chords to set in vibration, a young man may occasionally enter, with the key of art, into that land of Beulah which is upon the borders of heaven, and within sight of the city of love. There let him sit a while to hatch delightful hopes and perilous illusions. One thing that accompanies the passion in its first blush is certainly difficult to explain. It comes, I do not quite see how, that from having a very supreme sense of pleasure in all parts of life, in lying down to sleep, in waking, in motion, in breathing, in continuing to bed, lover begins to regard his happiness as beneficial for the rest of the world and highly meritorious in himself. Our race has never been able contentedly to suppose that the noise of its wars, conducted by a few young gentlemen in a corner of an inconsiderable star, does not reach among the courts of heaven with quite a formidable effect. In much the same taste, When people find a great to-do in their own breasts, they imagine it must have some influence in their neighborhood. The presence of the two lovers is so enchanting to each other that it seems as if it must be the best thing possible for everybody else. They are half inclined to fancy it is because of them and their love that the sky is blue and the sun shines. And certainly the weather is usually fine, while people are courting in point of fact. Although the happy man feels very kindly towards others of his own sex, there is apt to be something too much of the magnifico in his demeanor. If people grow presuming and self-important over such matters as a dukedom or the Holy See, they will scarcely support the dizziest elevation in life without some suspicion of a strut, and the dizziest elevation is to love and be loved in return. Consequently, accepted lovers are a trifle condescending in their address to other men. An overweening sense of the passion and importance of life hardly conduces to simplicity of manner. To women, they feel very nobly, very purely, and very generously, as if they were so many Joan of Arcs. But this does not come out in their behavior, and they treat them to Grandisonian airs marked with a suspicion of fatuity. I am not quite certain that women do not like this sort of thing. But really, after having bemused myself over Daniel Deronda, I have given up trying to understand what they like. If it did nothing else, this sublime and ridiculous superstition, that the pleasure of the pair is somehow blessed to others, and everybody is made happier in their happiness, would serve at least to keep love generous and great-hearted. Nor is it quite a baseless superstition after all. Other lovers are hugely interested. They strike the nicest balance between pity and approval when they see people aping the greatness of their own sentiments. It is an understood thing in the play that while the young gentlefolk are courting on the terrace, a rough flirtation is being carried on, and a light, trivial sort of love is growing up between the footman and the singing chambermaid. As people are generally cast for the leading parts in their own imaginations, the reader can apply the parallel to real life without much chance of going wrong. In short, they are quite sure this other love affair is not so deep-seated as their own, but they like dearly to see it going forward. And love, considered as a spectacle, must have attractions for many who are not of the confraternity. The sentimental old maid is a commonplace of the novelists, and he must be rather a poor sort of human being, to be sure, who can look on at this pretty madness without indulgence and sympathy. For nature commends itself to people with a most insinuating art. The busiest is now and again arrested by a great sunset, and you may be as pacific or as cold-blooded as you will, but you cannot help some emotion when you read of well-disputed battles or meet a pair of lovers in the lane. Certainly, whatever it may be with regard to the world at large, this idea of beneficent pleasure is true as between the sweethearts. To do good and communicate is the lover's grand intention. It is the happiness of the other that makes his own most intense gratification. It is not possible to disentangle the different emotions, the pride, humility, pity, and passion, which are excited by a look of happy love or an unexpected caress. To make oneself beautiful, to dress the hair, to excel in talk, to do anything and all things that puff out the character and attributes and make them imposing in the eyes of others, is not only to magnify oneself, but to offer the most delicate homage at the same time. And it is in this latter intention that they are done by lovers, for the essence of love is kindness, and indeed it may be best defined as passionate kindness. Kindness, so to speak, run mad and become importunate and violent. Vanity in a merely personal sense exists no longer. The lover takes a perilous pleasure in privately displaying his weak points and having them, one after another, accepted and condoned. He wishes to be assured that he is not loved for this or that good quality, but for himself, or something as like himself as he can contrive to set forward. For, although it may have been a very difficult thing to paint the marriage of Cana, or write the fourth act of Antony and Cleopatra, there is a more difficult piece of art before everyone in this world who cares to set about explaining his own character to others. Words and acts are easily wrenched from their true significance, and they are all the language we have to come and go upon. A pitiful job we make of it, as a rule. For better or worse, people mistake our meaning and take our emotions at a wrong valuation. And generally, we rest pretty content with our failures. We are content to be misapprehended by crackling flirts. But when once a man is moonstruck with this affection of love, he makes it a point of honor to clear such dubieties away. He cannot have the best of her sex misled upon a point of this importance, and his pride revolts at being loved in a mistake. He discovers a great reluctance to return on former periods of his life. To all that has not been shared with her, rights and duties, bygone fortunes and dispositions, he can look back only by a difficult and repugnant effort of the will. That he should have wasted some years in ignorance of what alone was really important, that he may have entertained the thought of other women with any show of complacency, is a burthen almost too heavy for his self-respect. But it is the thought of another past that rankles in his spirit like a poisoned wound. That he himself made a fashion of being alive in the bald, beggarly days before a certain meeting is deplorable enough in all good conscience. But that she should have permitted herself the same liberty seems inconsistent with a divine providence. A great many people run down jealousy, on the score that it is an artificial feeling, as well as practically inconvenient. This is scarcely fair, for the feeling on which it merely attends, like an ill-humored courtier, is itself artificial in exactly the same sense and to the same degree. I suppose what is meant by that objection is that jealousy has not always been a character of man, formed no part of that very modest kit of sentiments with which he is supposed to have begun the world, but waited to make its appearance in better days and among richer natures. And this is equally true of love and friendship and love of country and delight in what they call the beauties of nature, and most other things worth having. Love, in particular, will not endure any historical scrutiny. To all who have fallen across it, it is one of the most incontestable facts in the world. But if you begin to ask what it was in other periods and countries, in Greece, for instance, the strangest doubts begin to spring up, and everything seems so vague and changing that a dream is logical in comparison. Jealousy, at any rate, is one of the consequences of love. You may like it or not at pleasure, but there it is. It is not exactly jealousy, however, that we feel when we reflect on the past of those we love. A bundle of letters found after years of happy union creates no sense of insecurity in the present, and yet it will pain a man sharply. The two people entertain no vulgar doubt of each other, but this pre-existence of both occurs to the mind as something indelicate. To be altogether right, they should have had twin birth together, at the same moment with the feeling that unites them. Then indeed it would be simple and perfect, and without reserve or afterthought. Then they would understand each other with a fullness impossible otherwise. There would be no barrier between them of associations that cannot be imparted. They would be led into none of those comparisons that send the blood back to the heart, and they would know that there had been no time lost, and they had been together as much as was possible. For besides terror for the separation that must follow some time or other in the future, men feel anger, and something like remorse, when they think of that other separation which endured until they met. Someone has written that love makes people believe in immortality, because there seems not to be room enough in life for so great a tenderness, and it is inconceivable that the most masterful of our emotions should have no more than the spare moments of a few years. Indeed, it seems strange, but if we call to mind analogies, we can hardly regard it as impossible. The blind bowboy, who smiles upon us from the end of terraces in old Dutch gardens, laughingly hails his bird bolts among a fleeting generation. But for as fast as ever he shoots, the game dissolves and disappears into eternity from under his falling arrows. This one is gone ere he is struck. The other has but time to make one gesture and give one passionate cry, and they are all the things of a moment. When the generation is gone, when the play is over, when the 30 years panorama has been withdrawn in tatters from the stage of the world, we may ask what has become of these great, weighty, and undying loves, and the sweethearts who despised mortal conditions in a fine credulity. And they can only show us a few songs in a bygone taste, a few actions worth remembering, and a few children who have retained some happy stamp from the disposition of their parents. Roman 4. Truth of intercourse. Among sayings that have a currency, in spite of being wholly false upon the face of them, for the sake of a half-truth upon another subject which is accidentally combined with the error, one of the grossest and broadest conveys the monstrous proposition that it is easy to tell the truth and hard to tell a lie. I wish heartily it were. But the truth is one. It has first to be discovered, then justly and exactly uttered. Even with instruments specially contrived for such a purpose with a foot rule, a level, or a theodolite is not easy to be exact. It is easier, alas, to be inexact. From those who mark the divisions on a scale to those who measure the boundaries of empires or the distance of the heavenly stars, it is by careful method and minute, unwearying attention that men rise even to material exactness, or to sure knowledge even of external and constant things. But it is easier to draw the outline of a mountain than the changing appearance of a face, and truth in human relations is of this more intangible and dubious order. hard to seize, harder to communicate. Veracity to facts in a loose, colloquial sense, not to say that I have been in Malabar, when as a matter of fact I was never out of England. Not to say that I have read Cervantes in the original when, as a matter of fact, I know not one syllable of Spanish. This, indeed, is easy and to the same degree unimportant in itself. Lies of this sort, according to circumstances, may or may not be important. In a certain sense, even they may or may not be false. The habitual liar may be a very honest fellow, and live truly with his wife and friends, while another man who never told a formal falsehood in his life may yet be himself one heart and face from top to bottom. This is the kind of lie which poisons intimacy. And vice versa, veracity to sentiment, truth in a relation, truth to your own heart and your friends, never to feign or falsify emotion, that is the truth which makes love possible and mankind happy. L'art de bien dire is but a drawing room accomplishment unless it be pressed into the service of the truth. The difficulty of literature is not to write, but to write what you mean, not to affect your reader, but to affect him precisely as you wish. This is commonly understood in the case of books or set orations. Even in making your will or writing an explicit letter, some difficulty is admitted by the world. But one thing you can never make Philistine natures understand. One thing, which yet lies on the surface, remains as unseizable to their wits as a high flight of metaphysics, namely, that the business of life is mainly carried on by means of this difficult art of literature, and according to a man's proficiency in that art shall be the freedom and the fullness of his intercourse with other men. Anybody, it is supposed, can say what he means, and in spite of their notorious experience to the contrary, people so continue to suppose. Now, I simply open the last book one, have been reading Mr. Leland's captivating English gypsies. It is said, I find on, that those who can converse with Irish peasants in their native tongue form far higher opinions of their appreciation of the beautiful, and of the elements of humor and pathos in their hearts, than do those who know their thoughts only through the medium of English. I know from my own observations that this is quite the case with the Indians of North America, and it is unquestionably so with the gypsy. In short, where a man has not a full possession of the language, the most important, because the most amiable, qualities of his nature have to lie buried and fallow. For the pleasure of comradeship, and the intellectual part of love, rest upon these very elements of humor. And pathos, here is a man opulent in both, and for lack of a medium, he can put none of it out to interest in the market of affection. But what is thus made plain to our apprehensions in the case of a foreign language is partially true, even with the tongue we learned in childhood. Indeed, we all speak different dialects. One shall be copious and exact, another loose and meager. But the speech of the ideal talker shall correspond and fit upon the truth of fact, not clumsily, obscuring lineaments like a mantle, but cleanly adhering like an athlete's skin. And what is the result? That the one can open himself more clearly to his friends, and can enjoy more of what makes life truly valuable, intimacy with those he loves. An orator makes a false step. He employs some trivial, some absurd, some vulgar phrase. In the turn of a sentence he insults, by a side wind, those whom he is laboring to charm. In speaking to one sentiment he unconsciously ruffles another in parenthesis, and you are not surprised, for you know his task to be delicate and filled with perils. O frivolous mind of man, light ignorance! As if yourself, when you seek to explain some misunderstanding, or excuse some apparent fault, speaking swiftly and addressing a mind still recently incensed, were not harnessing for a more perilous adventure. As if yourself required less tact and eloquence. As if an angry friend or a suspicious lover were not more easy to offend than a meeting of indifferent politicians. Nay, and the orator treads in a beaten round. The matters he discusses have been discussed 1,000 times before. Language is ready-shaped to his purpose. He speaks out of a Gutenberg vocabulary. But how may it not be that your defense reposes on some subtlety of feeling, not so much as touched upon in Shakespeare, to express which, like a pioneer, you must venture forth into zones of thought still unsurveyed, and become yourself a literary innovator. For even in love there are unlovely humors, ambiguous acts, unpardonable words may yet have sprung from a kind sentiment. If the injured one could read your heart, you may be sure that he would understand and pardon. But alas, the heart cannot be shown, it has to be demonstrated in words. Do you think it is a hard thing to write poetry? Why, that is to write poetry, and of a high, if not the highest, order. I should even more admire the lifelong and heroic literary labors of my fellow men, patiently clearing up in words their loves and their contentions, and speaking their autobiography daily to their wives, were it not for a circumstance which lessens their difficulty and my admiration by equal parts. For life, though largely, is not entirely carried on by literature. We are subject to physical passions and contortions. The voice breaks and changes and speaks by unconscious and winning inflections. We have legible countenances like an open book. Things that cannot be said look eloquently through the eyes, and the soul, not locked into the body as a dungeon, dwells ever on the threshold with appealing signals. Groans and tears, looks and gestures, a flush or a paleness, are often the most clear reporters of the heart, and speak more directly to the hearts of others. The message flies by these interpreters in the least space of time, and the misunderstanding is averted in the moment of its birth. To explain in words takes time and a just and patient hearing, and in the critical epochs of a close relation, patience and justice are not qualities on which we can rely. But the look or the gesture explains things in a breath. They tell their message without ambiguity. Unlike speech, they cannot stumble, by the way, on a reproach or an allusion that should steel your friend against the truth. And then they have a higher authority, for they are the direct expression of the heart, not yet transmitted through the unfaithful and sophisticating brain. Not long ago, I wrote a letter to a friend which came near involving us in quarrel. But we met, and in personal talk, I repeated the worst of what I had written and added worse to that. And with the commentary of the body, it seemed not unfriendly either to hear or say. Indeed, letters are in vain for the purposes of intimacy. An absence is a dead break in the relation. Yet two who know each other fully and are bent on perpetuity in love may so preserve the attitude of their affections that they may meet on the same terms as they had parted. Pitiful is the case of the blind, who cannot read the face. Pitiful that of the deaf, who cannot follow the changes of the voice. And there are others also to be pitied, for there are some of an inert, uneloquent nature who have been denied all the symbols of communication, who have neither a lively play of facial expression, nor speaking gestures, nor a responsive voice, nor yet the gift of frank, explanatory speech. People truly made of clay, people tied for life into a bag which no one can undo. They are poorer than the gypsy, for their heart can speak no language under heaven. Such people we must learn slowly by the tenor of their acts, or through yea and nay communications, or we take them on trust on the strength of a general air, and now and again, when we see the spirit breaking through in a flash, correct or change our estimate. But these will be uphill intimacies without charm or freedom to the end, and freedom is the chief ingredient in confidence. Some minds, romantically dull, despise physical endowments. That is a doctrine for a misanthrope. To those who like their fellow creatures, it must always be meaningless. And, for my part, I can see few things more desirable, after the possession of such radical qualities as honor and humor and pathos, than to have a lively and not a stolid countenance, to have looks to correspond with every feeling, to be elegant and delightful in person, so that we shall please even in the intervals of active pleasing, and may never discredit speech with uncouth manners or become unconsciously our own burlesques. But of all unfortunates, there is one creature, for I will not call him man, conspicuous in misfortune. This is he who has forfeited his birthright of expression, who has cultivated artful intonations, who has taught his face tricks, like a pet monkey, and on every side perverted or cut off his means of communication with his fellow men. The body is a house of many windows. There we all sit, showing ourselves and crying on the passers-by to come and love us. But this fellow has filled his windows with opaque glass, elegantly colored. His house may be admired for its design, the crowd may pause before the stained windows, but meanwhile the poor proprietor must lie languishing within, uncomforted, unchangeably alone. Truth of intercourse is something more difficult than to refrain from open lies. It is possible to avoid falsehood, and yet not tell the truth. It is not enough to answer formal questions. To reach the truth by yea and nay communications implies a questioner with a share of inspiration, such as is often found in mutual love. Yea and nay mean nothing. The meaning must have been related in the question. Many words are often necessary to convey a very simple statement, for in this sort of exercise we never hit the gold. The most that we can hope is by many arrows, more or less far off on different sides, to indicate, in the course of time, for what target we are aiming, and after an hour's talk, back and forward to convey the purport of a single principle or a single thought. And yet while the curt, pithy speaker misses the point entirely, a wordy, prolegomenous babbler will often add 3 new offenses in the process of excusing one. It is really a most delicate affair. The world was made before the English language, and seemingly upon a different design. Suppose we held our converse not in words, but in music. Those who have a bad ear would find themselves cut off from all near commerce, and no better than foreigners in this big world. But we do not consider how many have a bad ear for words, nor how often the most eloquent find nothing to reply. I hate questioners and questions. There are so few that can be spoken to without a lie. Do you forgive me, madam and sweetheart? So far as I have gone in life, I have never yet been able to discover what forgiveness means. Is it still the same between us? Why, how can it be? It is eternally different, and yet you are still the friend of my heart. Do you understand me? God knows, I should think it highly improbable. The cruelest lies are often told in silence. A man may have sat in a room for hours and not opened his teeth, and yet come out of that room a disloyal friend or a vile calumniator. And how many loves have perished because, from pride or spite or diffidence, or that unmanly shame which withholds a man from daring to betray emotion, a lover at the critical point of the relation has but hung his head and held his tongue? And again, a lie may be told by a truth or a truth conveyed through a lie. Truth to facts is not always truth to sentiment, and part of the truth, as often happens in answer to a question, may be the foulest calumny. A fact may be an exception, but the feeling is the law, and it is that which you must neither garble nor belie. The whole tenor of a conversation is a part of the meaning of each separate statement. The beginning and the end define and travesty the intermediate conversation. You never speak to God, you address a fellowman full of his own tempers, and to tell truth, rightly understood, is not to state the true facts but to convey a true impression. Truth in spirit, not truth to letter, is the true veracity. To reconcile averted friends, a Jesuitical discretion is often needful, not so much to gain a kind hearing as to communicate sober truth. Women have an ill name in this connection, yet they live in as true relations. The lie of a good woman is the true index of her heart. It takes, says Thoreau, in the noblest and most useful passage I remember to have read in any modern author, two to speak truth on to speak and another to hear. He must be very little experienced, or have no great zeal for truth, who does not recognize the fact. A grain of anger or a grain of suspicion produces strange acoustical effects and makes the ear greedy to remark offense. Hence we find those who have once quarreled carry themselves distantly and are ever ready to break the truce. To speak truth, there must be moral equality or else no respect. And hence between parent and child intercourse is apt to degenerate into a verbal fencing bout, and misapprehensions to become ingrained. And there is another side to this, for the parent begins with an imperfect notion of the child's character, formed in early years or during the equinoctial gales of youth. To this he adheres, noting only the facts which suit with his preconception. And wherever a person fancies himself unjustly judged, he at once and finally gives up the effort to speak truth. With our chosen friends, on the other hand, and still more between lovers for mutual understanding is love's essence, the truth is easily indicated by the one and aptly comprehended by the other. A hint taken, a look understood, conveys the gist of long and delicate explanations, and where the life is known even yea and nay become luminous. In the closest of all relations that of a love well-founded and equally shared speech is half discarded, like a roundabout, infantile process or a ceremony of formal etiquette, and the two communicate directly by their presences, and with few looks and fewer words contrive to share their good and evil and uphold each other's hearts in joy. For love rests upon a physical basis. It is a familiarity of nature's making and apart from voluntary choice. Understanding has in some sort outrun knowledge, for the affection perhaps began with the acquaintance. And as it was not made like other relations, so it is not, like them, to be perturbed or clouded. Each knows more than can be uttered. Each lives by faith and believes by a natural compulsion. And between man and wife, the language of the body is largely developed and grown strangely eloquent. The thought that prompted and was conveyed in a caress would only lose to be set down in wordsay, although Shakespeare himself should be the scribe. Yet it is in these dear intimacies, beyond all others, that we must strive and do battle for the truth. Let but a doubt arise, and alas, all the previous intimacy and confidence is but another charge against the person doubted. What a monstrous dishonesty is this if I have been deceived so long and so completely. Let but that thought gain entrance, and you plead before a deaf tribunal. Appeal to the past. Why, that is your crime. Make all clear, convince the reason. Alas, speciousness is but a proof against you. If you can abuse me now, the more likely that you have abused me from the first. For a strong affection, such moments are worth supporting, and they will end well. For your advocate is in your lover's heart and speaks her own language. It is not you but she herself who can defend and clear you of the charge. But in slighter intimacies and for a less stringent union, indeed is it worthwhile. We are all in caprice, only more or less concerned for the mischance, all trying wrongly to do right, all fawning at each other's feet like dumb, neglected lapdogs. Sometimes we catch an eyethize as our opportunity in the age of sand, we wag our tail with a poor smile. Is that all? All? If you only knew, but how can they know? They do not love us, the more fools we to squander life on the indifferent. But the morality of the thing, you will be glad to hear, is excellent. For it is only by trying to understand others that we can get our own hearts understood, and in matters of human feeling the clement judge is the most successful pleader. Roman 2. Crabbed age and youth. You know my mother now and then argues very notably, always very warmly at least. I happen often to differ from her, and we both think so well of our own arguments that we very seldom are so happy as to convince one another. A pretty common case, I believe, in all vehement debatings. She says I am too witty, Anglis too pert, I that she is too wise, that is to say, being likewise put into English, not so young as she had been. Miss Howe to Miss Harlowe, Clarissa Vol. 2. Letter 13. There is a strong feeling in favor of cowardly and prudential proverbs. The sentiments of a man while he is full of ardor and hope are to be received, it is supposed, with some qualification. But when the same person has ignominiously failed and begins to eat up his words, he should be listened to like an oracle. Most of our pocket wisdom is conceived for the use of mediocre people, to discourage them from ambitious attempts and generally console them in their mediocrity. And since mediocre people constitute the bulk of humanity, this is no doubt very properly so. But it does not follow that the one sort of proposition is any less true than the other, or that Icarus is not to be more praised, and perhaps more envied, than Mr. Samuel Budget, the successful merchant. The one is dead, to be sure, while the other is still in his counting house counting out his money, and doubtless this is a consideration. But we have, on the other hand, some bold and magnanimous sayings common to high races and natures, which set forth the advantage of the losing side, and proclaim it better to be a dead lion than a living dog. It is difficult to fancy how the mediocrities reconcile such sayings with their proverbs. According to the latter, every lad who goes to sea is an egregious ass. Never to forget your umbrella through a long life would seem a higher and wiser flight of achievement than to go smiling to the stake. And so long as you are a bit of a coward and inflexible in money matters, you fulfill the whole duty of man. It is a still more difficult consideration for our average men, that while all their teachers, from Solomon down to Benjamin Franklin and the ungodly Binney, have inculcated the same ideal of manners, caution, and respectability, those characters in history who have most notoriously flown in the face of such precepts are spoken of in hyperbolical terms of praise, and honored with public monuments in the streets of our commercial centers. This is very bewildering to the moral sense. You have Joan of Arc, who left a humble but honest and reputable livelihood under the eyes of her parents, to go accolonling, in the company of rowdy soldiers, against the enemies of France. Surely a melancholy example for one's daughters. And then you have Columbus, who may have pioneered America, but, when all is said, was a most imprudent navigator. His life is not the kind of thing one would like to put into the hands of young people. Rather, one would do one's utmost to keep it from their knowledge, as a red flag of adventure and disintegrating influence in life. The time would fail me if I were to recite all the big names in history, whose exploits are perfectly irrational and even shocking to the business mind. The incongruity is speaking, and I imagine it must engender among the mediocrities a very peculiar attitude towards the nobler and showier sides of national life. They will read of the charge of Balaclava in much the same spirit as they assist at a performance of the Leon Mail. Persons of substance take in the times and sit composedly in pit or boxes according to the degree of their prosperity in business. As for the generals who go galloping up and down among bombshells, in absurd cocked hatses, for the actors who rattle their faces, and demean themselves for hire upon the stageth must belong, thank God, to a different order of beings, whom we watch as we watch the clouds careering in the windy, bottomless inane, or read about like characters in ancient and rather fabulous annals. Our offspring would no more think of copying their behavior, let us hope, than of doffing their clothes and painting themselves blue in consequence of certain admissions in the first chapter of their school history of England. Discredited as they are in practice, The cowardly proverbs hold their own in theory, and it is another instance of the same spirit that the opinions of old men about life have been accepted as final. All sorts of allowances are made for the illusions of youth, and none, or almost none, for the disenchantments of age. It is held to be a good taunt, and somehow or other to clinch the question logically, when an old gentleman waggles his head and says, "Ah, so I thought when I was your age." It is not thought an answer at all if the young man retorts, "My venerable sir, so I shall most probably think when I am yours." And yet the one is as good as the other, pass for pass, tit for tat, a Roland for an Oliver. Opinion in good men, says Milton, is but knowledge in the making. All opinions, properly so called, are stages on the road to truth. It does not follow that a man will travel any further, but if he has really considered the world and drawn a conclusion, he has traveled as far. This does not apply to formal got by rote, which are stages on the road to nowhere but second childhood and the grave. To have a catchword in your mouth is not the same thing as to hold an opinion. Still less is it the same thing as to have made one for yourself. There are too many of these catchwords in the world for people to rap out upon you like an oath and by way of an argument. They have a currency as intellectual counters, and many respectable persons pay their way with nothing else. They seem to stand for vague bodies of theory in the background. The imputed virtue of folios full of knockdown arguments is supposed to reside in them, just as some of the majesty of the British Empire dwells in the constable's truncheon. They are used in pure superstition, as old clodhoppers spoil Latin by way of an exorcism. And yet they are vastly serviceable for checking unprofitable discussion and stopping the mouths of babes and sucklings. And when a young man comes to a certain stage of intellectual growth, the examination of these counters forms a gymnastic at once amusing and fortifying to the mind. Because I have reached Paris, I am not ashamed of having passed through New Haven and Dieppe. They were very good places to pass through, and I am none the less at my destination. All my old opinions were only stages on the way to the one I now hold, as itself is only a stage on the way to something else. I am no more abashed at having been a red-hot socialist with a panacea of my own than at having been a sucking infant. Doubtless the world is quite right in a million ways, but you have to be kicked about a little to convince you of the fact. And in the meanwhile, you must do something, be something, believe something. It is not possible to keep the mind in a state of accurate balance and blank, and even if you could do so, instead of coming ultimately to the right conclusion, you would be very apt to remain in a state of balance and blank to perpetuity. Even in quite intermediate stages, a dash of enthusiasm is not a thing to be ashamed of in the retrospect. If St. Paul had not been a very zealous Pharisee, he would have been a colder Christian. For my part, I look back to the time when I was a socialist with something like regret. I have convinced myself for the moment that we had better leave these great changes to what we call great blind forces, their blindness being so much more perspicacious than the little, peering, partial eyesight of men. I seemed to see that my own scheme would not answer, and all the other schemes I ever heard propounded would depress some elements of goodness just as much as they encouraged others. Now I know that in thus turning conservative with years, I am going through the normal cycle of change and traveling in the common orbit of men's opinions. I submit to this, as I would submit to gout or gray hair, as a concomitant of growing age or else of failing animal heat. But I do not acknowledge that it is necessarily a change for the better. I dare say it is deplorably for the worse. I have no choice in the business, and can no more resist this tendency of my mind than I could prevent my body from beginning to totter and decay. If I am spared, as the phrase runs, I shall doubtless outlive some troublesome desires, but I am in no hurry about that. Nor, when the time comes, shall I plume myself on the immunity. Just in the same way, I do not greatly pride myself on having outlived my belief in the fairy tales of socialism. Old people have faults of their own. They tend to become cowardly, niggardly, and suspicious. Whether from the growth of experience or the decline of animal heat, I see that age leads to these and certain other faults. And it follows, of course, that while in one sense I hope I am journeying towards the truth, in another I am indubitably posting towards these forms and sources of error. As we go catching and catching at this or that corner of knowledge, now getting a foresight of generous possibilities, now chilled with a glimpse of prudence, we may compare the headlong course of our years to a swift torrent in which a man is carried away. Now he is dashed against a boulder. Now he grapples for a moment to a trailing spray. At the end he is hurled out and overwhelmed in a dark and bottomless ocean. We have no more than glimpses and touches. We are torn away from our theories. We are spun round and shown this or the other view of life, until only fools or knaves can hold to their opinions. We take a sight at a condition in life and say we have studied it. Our most elaborate view is no more than an impression. If we had breathing space, we should take the occasion to modify and adjust. But at this breakneck hurry, we are no sooner boys than we are adult, no sooner in love than married or jilted, no sooner one age than we begin to be another, and no sooner in the fullness of our manhood than we begin to decline towards the grave. It is in vain to seek for consistency or expect clear and stable views in a medium so perturbed and fleeting. This is no cabinet science, in which things are tested to a scruple. We theorize with a pistol to our head. We are confronted with a new set of conditions on which we have not only to pass a judgment, but to take action before the hour is at an end. And we cannot even regard ourselves as a constant. In this flux of things, our identity itself seems in a perpetual variation, and not infrequently we find our own disguised the strangest in the masquerade. In the course of time, we grow to love things we hated and hate things we loved. Milton is not so dull as he once was, nor perhaps Ainsworth so amusing. It is decidedly harder to climb trees, and not nearly so hard to sit still. There is no use pretending. Even the thrice royal game of hide and seek has somehow lost in zest. All our attributes are modified or changed, and it will be a poor account of us if our views do not modify and change in a proportion. To hold the same views at 40 as we held at 20 is to have been stupefied for a score of years, and take rank, not as a prophet, but as an unteachable brat, well birched and none the wiser. It is as if a ship captain should sail to India from the port of London, and having brought a chart of the Thames on deck at his first setting out, should obstinately use no other for the whole voyage. And mark you, it would be no less foolish to begin at Gravesend with a chart of the Red Sea. Si junes savate, si violes puvate, is a very pretty sentiment, but not necessarily right. In 5 cases out of 10, it is not so much that the young people do not know, as that they do not choose. There is something irreverent in the speculation, but perhaps the want of power has more to do with the wise resolutions of age than we are always willing to admit. It would be an instructive experiment to make an old man young again and leave him all his savoir. I scarcely think he would put his money in the savings bank after all. I doubt if he would be such an admirable son as we are led to expect. And as for his conduct in love, I believe firmly he would out-Herod Herod and put the whole of his new compeers to the blush. Prudence is a wooden juggernaut, before whom Benjamin Franklin walks with the portly air of a hypriest, and after whom dances many a successful merchant in the character of Hades. But it is not a deity to cultivate in youth. If a man lives to any considerable age, it cannot be denied that he laments his imprudences, but I notice he often laments his youth a deal more bitterly, and with a more genuine intonation. It is customary to say that age should be considered because it comes last. It seems just as much to the point that youth comes first. And the scale fairly kicks the beam, if you go on to add that age, in a majority of cases, never comes at all. Disease and accident make short work of even the most prosperous persons, death costs nothing, and the expense of a headstone is an inconsiderable trifle to the happy heir. To be suddenly snuffed out in the middle of ambitious schemes is tragical enough at best. But when a man has been grudging himself his own life in the meanwhile, and saving up everything for the festival that was never to be, it becomes that hysterically moving sort of tragedy which lies on the confines of farce. The victim is dead-end, he has cunningly overreached himself. A combination of calamities, none the less absurd for being grim. To husband a favorite claret until the batch turns sour is not at all an artful stroke of policy, and how much more with a whole celera whole bodily existence. People may lay down their lives with cheerfulness in the sure expectation of a blessed immortality. But that is a different affair from giving up youth with all its admirable pleasures, in the hope of a better quality of gruel in a more than problematical, nay, more than improbable, old age. We should not compliment a hungry man, who should refuse a whole dinner and reserve all his appetite for the dessert, before he knew whether there was to be any dessert or not. If there be such a thing as imprudence in the world, we surely have it here. We sail in leaky bottoms and on great and perilous waters, and to take a cue from the dolorous old naval ballad, we have heard the mermaids singing, and know that we shall never see dry land any more. Old and young, we are all on our last cruise. If there is a fill of tobacco among the crew, for God's sake pass it round, and let us have a pipe before we go. Indeed, by the report of our elders, this nervous preparation for old age is only trouble thrown away. We fall on guard, and after all, it is a friend who comes to meet us. After the sun is down and the west faded, the heavens begin to fill with shining stars. So, as we grow old, a sort of equable jogtrot of feeling is substituted for the violent ups and downs of passion and disgust. The same influence that restrains our hopes quiets our apprehensions. If the pleasures are less intense, the troubles are milder and more tolerable. And in a word, this period for which we are asked to hoard up everything as for a time of famine is, in its own right, the richest, easiest, and happiest of life. Nay, by managing its own work and following its own happy inspiration, youth is doing the best it can to endow the leisure of age. A full, busy youth is your only prelude to a self-contained and independent age, and the muff inevitably develops into the bore. There are not many Dr. Johnsons to set forth upon their first romantic voyage at 6 to 4. If we wish to scale Mont Blanc or visit a thieves' kitchen in the East End, to go down in a diving dress or up in a balloon, we must be about it while we are still young. It will not do to delay until we are clogged with prudence and limping with rheumatism, and people begin to ask us, what does gravity out of bed? Youth is the time to go flashing from one end of the world to the other, both in mind and body, to try the manners of different nations, to hear the chimes at midnight, to see sunrise in town and country, to be converted at a revival, to circumnavigate the metaphysics, write halting verses, run a mile to see a fire, and wait all day long in the theater to applaud Hernani. There is some meaning in the old theory about wild oats, and a man who has not had his greensickness and got done with it for good is as little to be depended on as an unvaccinated infant. It is extraordinary, says Lord Beaconsfield, one of the brightest and best preserved of youths up to the date of his last novel. It is extraordinary how hourly and how violently change the feelings of an unexperienced young man. And this mobility is a special talent entrusted to his care, a sort of indestructible virginity, a magic armor with which he can pass unhurt through great dangers and come unbedaubed out of the miriest passages. Let him voyage, speculate, see all that he can, do all that he may. His soul has as many lives as a cat. He will live in all weathers and never be a halfpenny the worse. Those who go to the devil in youth with anything like a fair chance were probably little worth saving from the first. They must have been feeble fellows creatures made of putty and packthread, without steel or fire, anger or true joyfulness. In their composition we may sympathize with their parents, but there is not much cause to go into mourning for themselves. For, to be quite honest, the weak brother is the worst of mankind. When the old man waggles his head and says, "Ah, so I thought when I was your age," he has proved the youth's case. Doubtless, whether from growth of experience or decline of animal heat, he thinks so no longer. But he thought so while he was young, and all men have thought so while they were young, since there was dew in the morning or hawthorn in May. And here is another young man adding his vote to those of previous generations and riveting another link to the chain of testimony. It is as natural and as right for a young man to be imprudent and exaggerated, to live in swoops and circles, and beat about his cage like any other wild thing newly captured, as it is for old men to turn gray, or mothers to love their offspring, or heroes to die for something worthier than their lives. By way of an apologue for the aged, when they feel more than usually tempted to offer their advice, let me recommend the following little tale. A child who had been remarkably fond of toys, and in particular of lead soldiers, found himself growing to the level of acknowledged boyhood without any abatement of this childish taste. He was 13. Already he had been taunted for dallying overlong about the playbox. He had to blush if he was found among his lead soldiers. The shades of the prison house were closing about him with a vengeance. There is nothing more difficult than to put the thoughts of children into the language of their elders, but this is the effect of his meditations at this juncture. Plainly, he said, I must give up my playthings in the meanwhile, since I am not in a position to secure myself against idle jeers. At the same time, I am sure that playthings are the very pick of life. All people give them up out of the same pusillanimous respect for those who are a little older, and if they do not return to them as soon as they can, it is only because they grow stupid and forget. I shall be wiser. I shall conform for a little to the ways of their foolish world. But so soon as I have made enough money, I shall retire and shut myself up among my playthings until the day I die. Nay, as he was passing in the train along the Estral Mountains between Cannes and Fregis, he remarked a pretty house in an orange garden at the angle of a bay, and decided that this should be his happy valley. Astrea Redux, childhood was to come again. The idea has an air of simple nobility to me, not unworthy of Cincinnatus. And yet, as the reader has probably anticipated, it is never likely to be carried into effect. There was a worm I the bud, a fatal error in the premises. Childhood must pass away, and then youth as surely as age approaches. The true wisdom is to be always seasonable, and to change with a good grace in changing circumstances. To love playthings well as a child, to lead an adventurous and honorable youth, and to settle when the time arrives into a green and smiling age, is to be a good artist in life and deserve well of yourself and your neighbor. You need repent none of your youthful vagaries. They may have been over the score on one side, just as those of age are probably over the score on the other. But they had a point. They not only befitted your age and expressed its attitude and passions, but they had a relation to what was outside of you, and implied criticisms on the existing state of things, which you need not allow to have been undeserved, because you now see that they were partial. All error, not merely verbal, is a strong way of stating that the current truth is incomplete. The follies of youth have a basis in sound reason, just as much as the embarrassing questions put by babes and sucklings. Their most antisocial acts indicate the defects of our society. When the torrent sweeps the man against a boulder, you must expect him to scream, and you need not be surprised if the scream is sometimes a theory. Shelley, chafing at the Church of England, discovered the cure of all evils in universal atheism. Generous lads irritated at the injustices of society see nothing for it but the abolishment of everything and kingdom come of anarchy. Shelley was a young fool, so are these Coxborough revolutionaries. But it is better to be a fool than to be dead. It is better to emit a scream in the shape of a theory than to be entirely insensible to the jars and incongruities of life and take everything as it comes in a forlorn stupidity. Some people swallow the universe like a pill. They travel on through the world, like smiling images pushed from behind. For God's sake, give me the young man who has brains enough to make a fool of himself. As for the others, the irony of facts shall take it out of their hands, and make fools of them in downright earnest, ere the farce be over. There shall be such a mopping and a mowing at the last day, and such blushing and confusion of countenance for all those who have been wise in their own esteem, and have not learnt the rough lessons that youth hands on to age. If we are indeed here to perfect and complete our own natures, and grow larger, stronger, and more sympathetic against some nobler career in the future, we had all best bestir ourselves to the utmost while we have the time. To equip a dull, respectable person with wings would be, but to make a parody of an angel. In short, if youth is not quite right in its opinions, there is a strong probability that age is not much more so. Undying hope is corollary of the human bosom, with infallible credulity. A man finds he has been wrong at every preceding stage of his career, only to deduce the astonishing conclusion that he is at last entirely right. Mankind, after centuries of failure, are still upon the eve of a thoroughly constitutional millennium. Since we have explored the maze so long without result, it follows, for poor human reason, that we cannot have to explore much longer. Close by must be the center, with a champagne luncheon and a piece of ornamental water. How if there were no center at all, but just one alley after another, and the whole world a labyrinth without end or issue? I overheard the other day a scrap of conversation, which I take the liberty to reproduce. What I advance is true, said one. But not the whole truth, answered the other. Sir, returned the first, and it seemed to me there was a smack of doctor. Johnson in the speech, sir, there is no such thing as the whole truth. Indeed, there is nothing so evident in life as that there are two sides to a question. History is one long illustration. The forces of nature are engaged, day by day, in cudgeling it into our backward intelligences. We never pause for a moment's consideration, but we admit it as an axiom. An enthusiast sways humanity exactly by disregarding this great truth, and dinning it into our ears that this or that question has only one possible solution. And your enthusiast is a fine, florid fellow, dominates things for a while and shakes the world out of a doze. But when once he is gone, an army of quiet and uninfluential people set to work to remind us of the other side and demolish the generous imposture. While Calvin is putting everybody exactly right in his institutes, and hot-headed Knox is thundering in the pulpit, Montaigne is already looking at the other side in his library in Perigord, and predicting that they will find as much to quarrel about in the Bible as they had found already in the Church. Age may have one side, but assuredly youth has the other. There is nothing more certain than that both are right, except perhaps that both are wrong. Let them agree to differ, for who knows but what agreeing to differ may not be a form of agreement rather than a form of difference. I suppose it is written that anyone who sets up for a bit of a philosopher must contradict himself to his very face. For here have I fairly talked myself into thinking that we have the whole thing before us at last, that there is no answer to the mystery, except that there are as many as you please, that there is no center to the maze because, like the famous sphere, its center is everywhere, and that agreeing to differ with every ceremony of politeness is the only one undisturbed song of pure consent to which we are ever likely to lend our musical voices. Roman 3. An apology for idlers. Boswell, we grow weary when idle. Johnson, that is, sir, because others being busy, we want company. But if we were idle, there would be no growing weary. We should all entertain one another. Just now, when everyone is bound, under pain of a decree in absence convicting them of lesser respectability, to enter on some lucrative profession, and labor therein with something not far short of enthusiasm, a cry from the opposite party who are content when they have enough, and like to look on and enjoy in the meanwhile, savors a little of bravado and gasconade. And yet this should not be. Idleness so called, which does not consist in doing nothing, but in doing a great deal not recognized in the dogmatic formularies of the ruling class, has as good a right to state its position as industry itself. It is admitted that the presence of people who refuse to enter in the great handicap race for sixpenny pieces is at once an insult and a disenchantment for those who do. A fine fellow as we see so many takes his determination, votes for the sixpences, and in the emphatic Americanism, goes for them. And while such an one is plowing distressfully up the road, it is not hard to understand his resentment when he perceives cool persons in the meadows by the wayside, lying with a handkerchief over their ears and a glass at their elbow. Alexander is touched in a very delicate place by the disregard of Diogenes. Where was the glory of having taken Rome for those tumultuous barbarians who poured into the Senate house and found the fathers sitting silent and unmoved by their success? It is a sore thing to have labored along and scaled the arduous hilltops, and when all is done, find humanity indifferent to your achievement. Hence physicists condemn the unphysical. Financiers have only a superficial toleration for those who know little of stocks. Literary persons despise the unlettered, and people of all pursuits combine to disparage those who have none. But though this is one difficulty of the subject, it is not the greatest. You could not be put in prison for speaking against industry, but you can be sent to Coventry for speaking like a fool. The greatest difficulty with most subjects is to do them well. Therefore, please to remember this is an apology. It is certain that much may be judiciously argued in favor of diligence. Only there is something to be said against it, and that is what, on the present occasion, I have to say. To state one argument is not necessarily to be deaf to all others, and that a man has written a book of travels in Montenegro is no reason why he should never have been to Richmond. It is surely beyond a doubt that people should be a good deal idle in youth. For though here and there, a Lord Macaulay may escape from school honors with all his wits about him, most boys pay so dear for their medals that they never afterwards have a shot in their locker and begin the world bankrupt. And the same holds true during all the time a lad is educating himself or suffering others to educate him. It must have been a very foolish old gentleman who addressed Johnson at Oxford in these words: "Young man, ply your book diligently now, and acquire a stock of knowledge. For when years come upon you, you will find that poring upon books will be but an irksome task." The old gentleman seems to have been unaware that many other things besides reading grow irksome, and not a few become impossible, by the time a man has to use spectacles and cannot walk without a stick. Books are good enough in their own way, but they are a mighty bloodless substitute for life. It seems a pity to sit, like the Lady of Shalott, peering into a mirror, with your back turned on all the bustle and glamour of reality. And if a man reads very hard, as the old anecdote reminds us, he will have little time for thought. If you look back on your own education, I am sure it will not be the full, vivid, instructive hours of truantry that you regret. You would rather cancel some lackluster periods between sleep and waking in the class. For my own part, I have attended a good many lectures in my time. I still remember that the spinning of a top is a case of kinetic stability. I still remember that emphyteuses is not a disease, nor stilicide a crime. But though I would not willingly part with such scraps of science, I do not set the same store by them as by certain other odds and ends that I came by in the open street while I was playing truant. This is not the moment to dilate on that mighty place of education, which was the favorite school of Dickens and of Balzac, and turns out yearly many inglorious masters in the science of the aspects of life. Suffice it to say this: if a lad does not learn in the streets, it is because he has no faculty of learning. Nor is the truant always in the streets, for, if he prefers, he may go out by the garden suburbs into the country. He may pitch on some tuft of lilacs over a burn, and smoke innumerable pipes to the tune of the water on the stones. A bird will sing in the thicket, and there he may fall into a vein of kindly thought, and see things in a new perspective. Why, if this be not education, what is? We may conceive Mr. Worldly Weissman accosting such an one, and the conversation that should thereupon ensue. How now, young fellow, what dost thou here? Truly, sir, I take mine ease. Is not this the hour of the class? And shouldst thou not be plying thy book with diligence, to the end thou mayest obtain knowledge? Nay, but thus also I follow after learning, by your leave. Learning, quotha, after what fashion, I pray thee? Is it mathematics? No, to be sure. Is it metaphysics? Nor that. Is it some language? Nay, it is no language. Is it a trade? Nor a trade neither. Why then what is't? Indeed, sir, as a time may soon come for me to go upon pilgrimage, I am desirous to note what is commonly done by persons in my case, and where are the ugliest sloughs and thickets on the road, as also, what manner of staff is of the best service. Moreover, I lie here by this water to learn, by root of heart, a lesson which my master teaches me to call peace or contentment. Hereupon Mr. Worldly Weissman was much commoved with passion, and shaking his cane with a very threatful countenance, broke forth upon this wise. Learning, quotha, said he, I would have all such rogues scourged by the hangman. And so he would go on his way, ruffling out his cravat with a crackle of starch, like a turkey when it spreads its feathers. Now this of Mr. Weissman's is the common opinion. A fact is not called a fact, but a piece of gossip, if it does not fall into one of your scholastic categories. An inquiry must be in some acknowledged direction, with a name to go by, or else you are not inquiring at all, only lounging, and the workhouse is too good for you. It is supposed that all knowledge is at the bottom of a well, or the far end of a telescope. Saint Beuve, as he grew older, came to regard all experience as a single great book, in which to study for a few years ere we go hence, and it seemed all one to him whether you should read in chapter 20, which is the differential calculus, or in chapter 39, which is hearing the band play in the gardens. As a matter of fact, an intelligent person, looking out of his eyes and hearkening in his ears, with a smile on his face all the time, will get more true education than many another in a life of heroic vigils. There is certainly some chill and arid knowledge to be found upon the summits of formal and laborious science, but it is all round about you, and for the trouble of looking, that you will acquire the warm and palpitating facts of life. While others are filling their memory with a lumber of words, one half of which they will forget before the week be out, your truant may learn some really useful art, to play the fiddle, to know a good cigar, or to speak with ease and opportunity to all varieties of men. Many who have plied their book diligently, and know all about some one branch or another of accepted lore, come out of the study with an ancient and owl-like demeanor, and prove dry, stockish, and dyspeptic in all the better and brighter parts of life. Many make a large fortune, who remain underbred and pathetically stupid to the last. And meantime there goes the idler, who began life along with them by your leave, a different picture. He has had time to take care of his health and his spirits. He has been a great deal in the open air, which is the most salutary of all things for both body and mind, and if he has never read the great book in very recondite places, he has dipped into it and skimmed it over to excellent purpose. Might not the student afford some Hebrew roots, and the business-man some of his half-crowns, for a share of the idler's knowledge of life at large and art of living? Nay, and the idler has another and more important quality than these. I mean his wisdom. He who has much looked on at the childish satisfaction of other people in their hobbles will regard his own with only a very ironical indulgence. He will not be heard among the dogmatists. He will have a great and cool allowance for all sorts of people and opinions. If he finds no out-of-the-way truths, he will identify himself with no very burning falsehood. His way takes him along a by-road, not much frequented, but very even and pleasant, which is called Commonplace Lane, and leads to the belvedere of common sense. Thence he shall command an agreeable, if no very noble prospect. And while others behold the east and west, the devil and the sunrise, he will be contentedly aware of a sort of morning hour upon all sublunary things, with an army of shadows running speedily and in many different directions into the great daylight of eternity. The shadows and the generations, the shrill doctors and the plangent wars, go by into ultimate silence and emptiness. But underneath all this, a man may see, out of the belvedere windows, much green and peaceful landscape, many firelit parlors, good people laughing, drinking, and making love as they did before the flood or the French Revolution, and the old shepherd telling his tale under the hawthorn. Extreme busyness, whether at school or college, kirk or market, is a symptom of deficient vitality, and a faculty for idleness implies a catholic appetite and a strong sense of personal identity. There is a sort of dead-alive, hackneyed people about, who are scarcely conscious of living except in the exercise of some conventional occupation. Bring these fellows into the country, or set them aboard ship, and you will see how they pine for their desk or their study. They have no curiosity. They cannot give themselves over to random provocations. They do not take pleasure in the exercise of their faculties for its own sake, and unless necessity lays about them with a stick, they will even stand still. It is no good speaking to such folk. They cannot be idle, their nature is not generous enough, and they pass those hours in a sort of coma, which are not dedicated to furious moiling in the Goldroman 1099 when they do not require to go to the office. When they are not hungry and have no mind to drink, the whole breathing world is a blank to them. If they have to wait an hour or so for a train, they fall into a stupid trance with their eyes open. To see them, you would suppose there was nothing to look at and no one to speak with. You would imagine they were paralyzed or alienated. And yet very possibly they are hard workers in their own way and have good eyesight for a flaw in a deed or a turn of the market. They have been to school and college, but all the time they had their eye on the metal. They have gone about in the world and mixed with clever people, but all the time they were thinking of their own affairs. As if a man's soul were not too small to begin with, they have dwarfed and narrowed theirs by a life of all work and no play. Until here they are at 40, with a listless attention, a mind vacant of all material of amusement, and not one thought to rub against another, while they wait for the train. Before he was breeched, he might have clambered on the boxes. When he was 20, he would have stared at the girls. But now the pipe is smoked out, the snuff box empty, and my gentleman sits bolt upright upon a bench, with lamentable eyes. This does not appeal to me as being success in life. But it is not only the person himself who suffers from his busy habits, but his wife and children, his friends and relations, and down to the very people he sits with in a railway carriage or an omnibus. Perpetual devotion to what a man calls his business is only to be sustained by perpetual neglect of many other things. And it is not by any means certain that a man's business is the most important thing he has to do. To an impartial estimate, it will seem clear that many of the wisest, most virtuous, and most beneficent parts that are to be played upon the theater of life are filled by gratuitous performers, and pass, among the world at large, as phases of idleness. For in that theater, not only the walking gentlemen, singing chambermaids, and diligent fiddlers in the orchestra, but those who look on and clap their hands from the benches, do really play a part and fulfill important offices towards the general result. You are no doubt very dependent on the care of your lawyer and stockbroker, of the guards and signalmen who convey you rapidly from place to place, and the policemen who walk the streets for your protection. But is there not a thought of gratitude in your heart for certain other benefactors who set you smiling when they fall in your way, or season? Your dinner with good company? Colonel Newcomb helped to lose his friend's money. Fred Bayham had an ugly trick of borrowing shirts, and yet they were better people to fall among than Mr. Barnes. And though Falstaff was neither sober nor very honest, I think I could name one or two long-laced Barabases whom the world could better have done without. Hazlitt mentions that he was more sensible of obligation to Northcote, who had never done him anything he could call a service, than to his whole circle of ostentatious friends, for he thought a good companion emphatically the greatest benefactor. I know there are people in the world who cannot feel grateful unless the favor has been done them at the cost of pain and difficulty. But this is a churlish disposition. A man may send you 6 sheets of letter paper covered with the most entertaining gossip, or you may pass half an hour pleasantly, perhaps profitably, over an article of his. Do you think the service would be greater if he had made the manuscript in his heart's blood, like a compact with the devil? Do you really fancy you should be more beholden to your correspondent if he had been damning you all the while for your importunity. Pleasures are more beneficial than duties because, like the quality of mercy, they are not strained, and they are twice blessed. There must always be two to a kiss, and there may be a score in a jest. But wherever there is an element of sacrifice, the favor is conferred with pain, and among generous people received with confusion. There is no duty we so much underrate as the duty of being happy. By being happy, we sow anonymous benefits upon the world, which remain unknown even to ourselves, or, when they are disclosed, surprise nobody so much as the benefactor. The other day, a ragged, barefoot boy ran down the street after a marble, with so jolly an air that he set everyone he passed into a good humor. One of these persons, who had been delivered from more than usually black thoughts, stopped the little fellow and gave him some money with this remark: "You see what sometimes comes of looking pleased." If he had looked pleased before, he had now to look both pleased and mystified. For my part, I justify this encouragement of smiling rather than tearful children. I do not wish to pay for tears anywhere but upon the stage, but I am prepared to deal largely in the opposite commodity. A happy man or woman is a better thing to find than a 5-pound note. He or she is a radiating focus of goodwill, and their entrance into a room is as though another candle had been lighted. We need not care whether they could prove the 45th proposition. They do a better thing than that. They practically demonstrate the great theorem of the livableness of life. Consequently, if a person cannot be happy without remaining idle, idle he should remain. It is a revolutionary precept, but thanks to hunger and the workhouse, one not easily to be abused, and, within practical limits, it is one of the most incontestable truths in the whole body of morality. Look at one of your industrious fellows for a moment, I beseech you. He sows hurry and reaps indigestion. He puts a vast deal of activity out to interest and receives a large measure of nervous derangement in return. Either he absents himself entirely from all fellowship and lives a recluse in a garret, with carpet slippers and a leadening pot, or he comes among people swiftly and bitterly, in a contraction of his whole nervous system, to discharge some temper before he returns to work. I do not care how much or how well he works. This fellow is an evil feature in other people's lives. They would be happier if he were dead. They could easier do without his services in the circumlocution office than they can tolerate his fractious spirits. He poisons life at the wellhead. It is better to be beggared out of hand by a scapegrace nephew than daily hagridden by a peevish uncle. And what, in God's name, is all this pother about? For what cause do they embitter their own and other people's lives? That a man should publish 30 or 30 articles a year, that he should finish or not finish his great allegorical picture, are questions of little interest to the world. The ranks of life are full, and although 1,000 fall, there are always some to go into the breach. When they told Joan of Arc she should be at home minding women's work, she answered there were plenty to spin and wash. And so, even with your own rare gifts, when nature is so careless of the single life, why should we coddle ourselves into the fancy that our own is of exceptional importance? Suppose Shakespeare had been knocked on the head some dark night in Sir Thomas Lucy's preserves, the world would have wagged on better or worse, the pitcher gone to the well, the scythe to the corn, and the student to his book, and no one been any the wiser of the loss. There are not many works extant, if you look the alternative all over, which are worth the price of a pound of tobacco to a man of limited means. This is a sobering reflection for the proudest of our earthly vanities. Even a tobacconist may, upon consideration, find no great cause for personal vainglory in the phrase, for although tobacco is an admirable sedative, the qualities necessary for retailing it are neither rare nor precious in themselves. Alas and alas, you may take it how you will, but the services of no single individual are indispensable. Atlas was just a gentleman with a protracted nightmare. And yet you see merchants who go and labor themselves into a great fortune and thence into the bankruptcy court. Scribblers who keep scribbling at little articles until their temper is across to all who come about them, as though Pharaoh should set the Israelites to make a pin instead of a pyramid. And fine young men who work themselves into a decline and are driven off in a hearse with white plumes upon it. Would you not suppose these persons had been whispered, by the master of the ceremonies, the promise of some momentous destiny? And that this lukewarm bullet on which they play their farces was the bulls and centrepoint of all the universe? And yet it is not so. The ends for which they give away their priceless youth, for all they know, may be chimerical or hurtful. The glory and riches they expect may never come, or may find them indifferent. And they and the world they inhabit are so inconsiderable that the mind freezes at the thought. Roman 4. Ordered south. By a curious irony of fate, the places to which we are sent when health deserts us are often singularly beautiful. Often, too, they are places we have visited in former years, or seen briefly in passing by, and kept ever afterwards in pious memory. And we please ourselves with the fancy that we shall repeat many vivid and pleasurable sensations, and take up again the thread of our enjoyment in the same spirit as we let it fall. We shall now have an opportunity of finishing many pleasant excursions, interrupted of yore before our curiosity was fully satisfied. It may be that we have kept in mind, during all these years, the recollection of some valley into which we have just looked down for a moment before we lost sight of it in the disorder of the hills. It may be that we have lain awake at night and agreeably tantalized ourselves with the thought of corners we had never turned, or summits we had all but climbed. We shall now be able, as we tell ourselves, to complete all these unfinished pleasures and pass beyond the barriers that confined our recollections. The promise is so great, and we are all so easily led away when hope and memory are both in one story, that I dare say the sick man is not very inconsolable when he receives sentence of banishment, and is inclined to regard his ill health as not the least fortunate accident of his life, nor is he immediately undeceived. The stir and speed of the journey, and the restlessness that goes to bed with him as he tries to sleep between 2 days of noisy progress, fever him, and stimulate his dull nerves into something of their old quickness and sensibility. And so he can enjoy the faint autumnal splendor of the landscape, as he sees hill and plain, vineyard and forest, clad in one wonderful glory of fairy gold, which the first great winds of winter will transmute, as in the fable, into withered leaves. And so too he can enjoy the admirable brevity and simplicity of such little glimpses of country and country ways as flash upon him through the windows of the train. Little glimpses that have a character all their own. Sights seen as a traveling swallow might see them from the wing, or Iris as she went abroad over the land on some Olympian errand. Here and there, indeed, a few children huzzah and wave their hands to the express, but for the most part, it is an interruption too brief and isolated to attract much notice. The sheep do not cease from browsing. A girl sits balanced on the projecting tiller of a canal boat, so precariously that it seems as if a fly or the splash of a leaping fish would be enough to overthrow the dainty equilibrium. And yet all these hundreds of tons of coal and wood and iron have been precipitated roaring past her very ear. And there is not a start, not a tremor, not a turn of the averted head, to indicate that she has been even conscious of its passage. Herein, I think, lies the chief attraction of railway travel. The speed is so easy, and the train disturbs so little the scenes through which it takes us, that our heart becomes full of the placidity and stillness of the country. And while the body is borne forward in the flying chain of carriages, the thoughts alight as the humor moves them at unfrequented stations. They make haste up the poplar alley that leads towards the town. They are left behind with the signalman, as, shading his eyes with his hand, he watches the long train sweep away into the golden distance. Moreover, there is still before the invalid the shock of wonder and delight, with which he will learn that he has passed the indefinable line that separates south from north. And this is an uncertain moment, for sometimes the consciousness is forced upon him early, on the occasion of some slight association, a color, a flower, or a scent, and sometimes not until, one fine morning, he wakes up with the southern sunshine peeping through the Persians, and the southern patois confusedly audible below the windows. Whether it come early or late, however, this pleasure will not end with the anticipation, as do so many others of the same family. It will leave him wider awake than it found him, and give a new significance to all he may see for many days to come. There is something in the mere name of the South that carries enthusiasm along with it. At the sound of the word, he pricks up his ears. He becomes as anxious to seek out beauties and to get by heart the permanent lines and character of the landscape, as if he had been told that it was all his own estate out of which he had been kept unjustly, and which he was now to receive in free and full possession. Even those who have never been there before feel as if they had been, and everybody goes comparing and seeking for the familiar, and finding it with such ecstasies of recognition that one would think they were coming home after a weary absence, instead of traveling hourly farther abroad. It is only after he is fairly arrived and settled down in his chosen corner that the invalid begins to understand the change that has befallen him. Everything about him is as he had remembered or as he had anticipated. Here, at his feet, under his eyes, are the olive gardens and the blue sea. Nothing can change the eternal magnificence of form of the naked Alps behind Mentone. Nothing, not even the crude curves of the railway, can utterly deform the suavity of contour of one bay after another along the whole reach of the Riviera. And of all this, he has only a cold head knowledge that is divorced from enjoyment. He recognizes with his intelligence that this thing and that thing is beautiful, while in his heart of hearts he has to confess that it is not beautiful for him. It is in vain that he spurs his discouraged spirit, in vain that he chooses out points of view, and stands there, looking with all his eyes, and waiting for some return of the pleasure that he remembers in other days, as the sick folk may have awaited the coming of the angel at the pool of Bethesda. He is like an enthusiast leading about with him a stolid, indifferent tourist. There is someone by who is out of sympathy with the scene and is not moved up to the measure of the occasion, and that someone is himself. The world is disenchanted for him. He seems to himself to touch things with muffled hands and to see them through a veil. His life becomes a palsied fumbling after notes that are silent when he has found and struck them. He cannot recognize that this phlegmatic and unimpressionable body with which he now goes burthened is the same that he knew heretofore so quick and delicate and alive. He is tempted to lay the blame on the very softness and amenity of the climate, and to fancy that in the rigors of the winter at home, these dead emotions would revive and flourish. A longing for the brightness and silence of fallen snow seizes him at such times. He is homesick for the hail rough weather, for the tracery of the frost upon his window panes at morning, the reluctant descent of the first flakes, and the white roofs relieved against the somber sky. And yet the stuff of which these yearnings are made is one of the flimsiest. If but the thermometer fall a little below its ordinary Mediterranean level, or a wind come down from the snow-clad Alps behind, the spirit of his fancies changes upon the instant, and many a doleful vignette of the grim wintry streets at home returns to him, and begins to haunt his memory. The hopeless, huddled attitude of tramps in doorways, the flinching gait of barefoot children on the icy pavement, the sheen of the rainy streets towards afternoon, the meager anatomy of the poor defined by the clinging of wet garments, the high canorous note of the northeaster on days when the very houses seem to stiffen with cold. These, and such as these, crowd back upon him, and mockingly substitute themselves for the fanciful winter scenes with which he had pleased himself a while before. He cannot be glad enough that he is where he is. If only the others could be there also. If only those tramps could lie down for a little in the sunshine, and those children warm their feet, this once, upon a kindlier earth. If only there were no cold anywhere, and no nakedness and no hunger. If only it were as well with all men as it is with him. For it is not altogether ill with the invalid, after all. If it is only rarely that anything penetrates vividly into his numbed spirit, yet, when anything does, it brings with it a joy that is all the more poignant for its very rarity. There is something pathetic in these occasional returns of a glad activity of heart. In his lowest hours he will be stirred and awakened by many such, and they will spring perhaps from very trivial sources. As a friend once said to me, the spirit of delight comes often on small wings. For the pleasure that we take in beautiful nature is essentially capricious. It comes sometimes when we least look for it, and sometimes, when we expect it most certainly, it leaves us to gape joyously for days together, in the very homeland of the beautiful. We may have passed a place 1,000 times in one, and on the 1,002nd it will be transfigured and stand forth in a certain splendor of reality from the dull circle of surroundings, so that we see it with a child's first pleasure, as Wordsworth saw the daffodils by the lakeside. And if this falls out capriciously with the healthy, how much more so with the invalid? Some day he will find his first violet, and be lost in pleasant wonder, by what alchemy the cold earth of the clods, and the vapid air and rain, can be transmuted into color so rich and odor so touchingly sweet. Or perhaps he may see a group of washerwomen relieved, on a spit of shingle, against the blue sea, or a meeting of flower-gatherers in the tempered daylight of an olive garden, and something significant or monumental in the grouping, something in the harmony of faint color that is always characteristic of the dress of these southern women, will come home to him unexpectedly, and awaken in him that satisfaction with which we tell ourselves that we are the richer by one more beautiful experience. Or it may be something even slighter, as when the opulence of the sunshine, which somehow gets lost and fails to produce its effect on the large scale, is suddenly revealed to him by the chance isolation as he changes the position of his sunshade off a yard or two of roadway with its stones and weeds. And then, There is no end to the infinite variety of the oliveyards themselves. Even the color is indeterminate and continually shifting. Now you would say it was green, now gray, now blue. Now tree stands above tree, like cloud on cloud, massed into filmy indistinctness. And now, at the wind's will, the whole sea of foliage is shaken and broken up with little momentary silverings and shadows. But every one sees the world in his own way. To some, the glad moment may have arrived on other provocations, and their recollection may be most vivid of the stately gait of women carrying burthens on their heads, of tropical effects with canes and naked rock and sunlight, of the relief of cypresses, of the troubled, busy-looking groups of seapines that seem always as if they were being wielded and swept together by a whirlwind, of the air coming, laden with virginal perfumes, over the myrtles and the scented underwood, of the empurpled hills standing up, solemn and sharp, out of the green gold air of the east at evening. There go many elements, without doubt, to the making of one such moment of intense perception, and it is on the happy agreement of these many elements, on the harmonious vibration of many nerves, that the whole delight of the moment must depend. Who can forget how, when he has chanced upon some attitude of complete restfulness, after long uneasy rolling to and fro on grass or heather, the whole fashion of the landscape has been changed for him, as though the sun had just broken forth, or a great artist had only then completed, by some cunning touch, the composition of the picture. And not only a change of posture, a snatch of perfume, the sudden singing of a bird, the freshness of some pulse of air from an invisible sea, the light shadow of a traveling cloud, the merest nothing that sends a little shiver along the most infinitesimal nerve of a man's body, not one of the least of these, but has a hand somehow in the general effect, and brings some refinement of its own into the character of the pleasure we feel. And if the external conditions are thus varied and subtle, even more so are those within our own bodies. No man can find out the world, says Solomon, from beginning to end, because the world is in his heart. And so it is impossible for any of us to understand, from beginning to end, that agreement of harmonious circumstances that creates in us the highest pleasure of admiration, precisely because some of these circumstances are hidden from us forever in the constitution of our own bodies. After we have reckoned up all that we can see or hear or feel, there still remains to be taken into account some sensibility more delicate than usual in the nerves affected, or some exquisite refinement in the architecture of the brain, which is indeed to the sense of the beautiful as the eye, or the ear to the sense of hearing. Or sight, we admire splendid views and great pictures, and yet, what is truly admirable is rather the mind within us, that gathers together these scattered details for its delight, and makes out of certain colors certain distributions of graduated light and darkness, that intelligible whole which alone we call a picture or a view. Hazlitt, relating in one of his essays how he went on foot from one great man's house to another's in search of works of art, begins suddenly to triumph over these noble and wealthy owners, because he was more capable of enjoying their costly possessions than they were, because they had paid the money and he had received the pleasure. And the occasion is a fair one for self-complacency. While the one man was working to be able to buy the picture, the other was working to be able to enjoy the picture. An inherited aptitude will have been diligently improved in either case. Only the one man has made for himself a fortune, and the other has made for himself a living spirit. It is a fair occasion for self-complacency, I repeat, when the event shows a man to have chosen the better part, and laid out his life more wisely, in the long run, than those who have credit for most wisdom. And yet even this is not a good unmixed. And like all other possessions, although in a less degree, the possession of a brain that has been thus improved and cultivated, and made into the prime organ of a man's enjoyment, brings with it certain inevitable cares and disappointments. The happiness of such an one comes to depend greatly upon those fine shades of sensation that heighten and harmonize the coarser elements of beauty. And thus a degree of nervous prostration, that to other men would be hardly disagreeable, is enough to overthrow for him the whole fabric of his life, to take, except at rare moments, the edge off his pleasures, and to meet him wherever he goes with failure, and the sense of want and disenchantment of the world and life. It is not in such numbness of spirit only that the life of the invalid resembles a premature old age. Those excursions that he had promised himself to finish proved too long or too arduous for his feeble body, and the barrier hills are as impassable as ever. Many a white town that sits far out on the promontory, many a comely fold of wood on the mountainside, beckons and allures his imagination day after day, and is yet as inaccessible to his feet as the clefts and gorges of the clouds. The sense of distance grows upon him wonderfully, and after some feverish efforts and the fretful uneasiness of the first few days, he falls contentedly in with the restrictions of his weakness. His narrow round becomes pleasant and familiar to him as the cell to a contented prisoner. Just as he has fallen already out of the mid-race of active life, he now falls out of the little eddy that circulates in the shallow waters of the sanatorium. He sees the country people come and go about their everyday affairs, the foreigners stream out in goodly pleasure parties. The stir of man's activity is all about him, as he suns himself inertly in some sheltered corner, and he looks on with a patriarchal impersonality of interest, such as a man may feel when he pictures to himself the fortunes of his remote descendants, or the robust old age of the oak he has planted overnight. In this falling aside, in this quietude and desertion of other men, there is no inharmonious prelude to the last quietude and desertion of the grave. In this dullness of the senses, there is a gentle preparation for the final insensibility of death. And to him, the idea of mortality comes in a shape less violent and harsh than is its wont, less as an abrupt catastrophe than as a thing of infinitesimal gradation, and the last step on a long decline of way. As we turn to and fro in bed, and every moment the movements grow feebler and smaller, and the attitude more restful and easy, until sleep overtakes us at a stride and we move no more, so desire after desire leaves him. Day by day his strength decreases and the circle of his activity grows ever narrower, and he feels, if he is to be thus tenderly weaned from the passion of life, thus gradually inducted into the slumber of death, that when at last the end comes, it will come quietly and fitly. If anything is to reconcile poor spirits to the coming of the last enemy, surely it should be such a mild approach as this. Not to hale us forth with violence, but to persuade us from a place we have no further pleasure in. It is not so much, indeed, death that approaches as life that withdraws and withers up from round about him. He has outlived his own usefulness, and almost his own enjoyment. And if there is to be no recovery, if never again will he be young and strong and passionate, if the actual present shall be to him always like a thing read in a book or remembered out of the faraway past, if in fact this be veritably nightfall, he will not wish greatly for the continuance of a twilight that only strains and disappoints the eyes, but steadfastly await the perfect darkness. He will pray for Medea. When she comes, let her either rejuvenate or slay. And yet the ties that still attach him to the world are many and kindly. The sight of children has a significance for him, such as it may have for the aged also, but not for others. If he has been used to feel humanely, and to look upon life somewhat more widely than from the narrow loophole of personal pleasure and advancement, it is strange how small a portion of his thoughts will be changed or embittered by this proximity of death. He knows that already, in English counties, the sower follows the plowman up the face of the field, and the rooks follow the sower. And he knows also that he may not live to go home again and see the corn spring and ripen, and be cut down at last and brought home with gladness. And yet the future of this harvest, the continuance of drought or the coming of rain unseasonably, touch him as sensibly as ever. For he has long been used to wait with interest the issue of events in which his own concern was nothing, and to be joyful in a plenty, and sorrowful for a famine that did not increase or diminish, by one half loaf, the equable sufficiency of his own supply. Thus there remain unaltered all the disinterested hopes for mankind and a better future, which have been the solace and inspiration of his life. These he has set beyond the reach of any fate that only menaces himself, and it makes small difference whether he die 5,000 years or 5,050 years before the good epoch for which he faithfully labors. He has not deceived himself. He has known from the beginning that he followed the pillar of fire and cloud only to perish himself in the wilderness, and that it was reserved for others to enter joyfully into possession of the land. And so, as everything grows grayer and quieter about him, and slopes towards extinction, these unfaded visions accompany his sad decline and follow him, with friendly voices and hopeful words, into the very vestibule of death. The desire of love or of fame scarcely moved him, in his days of health, more strongly than these generous aspirations move him now, and so life is carried forward beyond life, and a vista kept open for the eyes of hope, even when his hands grope already on the face of the impassable. Lastly, he is bound tenderly to life by the thought of his friends, or shall we not say rather, that by their thought for him, by their unchangeable solicitude and love, he remains woven into the very stuff of life, beyond the power of bodily dissolution to undo? In 1,000 ways will he survive and be perpetuated. Much of Etienne de la Bodie survived during all the years in which Montaigne continued to converse with him on the pages of the ever delightful essays. Much of what was truly Goethe was dead already when he revisited places that knew him no more, and found no better consolation than the promise of his own verses, that soon he too would be at rest. Indeed, when we think of what it is that we most seek and cherish, and find most pride and pleasure in calling ours, it will sometimes seem to us as if our friends, at our decease, would suffer loss more truly than ourselves. As a monarch who should care more for the outlying colonies he knows on the map, or through the report of his vicegerents, than for the trunk of his empire under his eyes at home, are we not more concerned about the shadowy life that we have in the hearts of others, and that portion in their thoughts and fancies which, in a certain faraway sense, belongs to us, than about the real knot of our identity, that central metropolis of self, of which alone we are immediately aware the diligent service of arteries and veins and infinitesimal activity of ganglia, which we know as we know a proposition in Euclid to be the source and substance of the whole. At the death of everyone whom we love, some fair and honorable portion of our existence falls away, and we are dislodged from one of these dear provinces. And they are not, perhaps, the most fortunate who survive a long series of such impoverishments, till their life and influence narrow gradually into the meager limit of their own spirits, and death, when he comes at last, can destroy them at one blow. Note, to this essay, I must in honesty append a word or two of qualification, for this is one of the points on which a slightly greater age teaches us a slightly different wisdom. A youth delights in generalities and keeps loose from particular obligations. He jogs on the footpath way, himself pursuing butterflies, but courteously lending his applause to the advance of the human species and the coming of the kingdom of justice and love. As he grows older, he begins to think more narrowly of man's action in the general, and perhaps more arrogantly of his own in the particular. He has not that same unspeakable trust in what he would have done had he been spared, seeing finally that that would have been little. But he has a far higher notion of the blank that he will make by dying. A young man feels himself one too many in the world. His is a painful situation. He has no calling, no obvious utility, no ties but to his parents, and these he is sure to disregard. I do not think that a proper allowance has been made for this true cause of suffering in youth, but by the mere fact of a prolonged existence, we outgrow either the fact or else the feeling. Either we become so callously accustomed to our own useless figure in the world, or else, and this, thank God, in the majority of cases we so collect about us the interest or the love of our fellows, so multiply our effective part in the affairs of life, that we need to entertain no longer the question of our right to be. And so, in the majority of cases, a man who fancies himself dying will get cold comfort from the very youthful view expressed in this essay. He, as a living man, has some to help, some to love, some to correct, it may be some to punish. These duties cling not upon humanity, but upon the man himself. It is he, not another, who is one woman's son and a second woman's husband and a third woman's father. That life which began so small has now grown, with a myriad filaments, into the lives of others. It is not indispensable. Another will take the place and shoulder the discharged responsibility. But the better the man and the nobler his purposes, the more will he be tempted to regret the extinction of his powers and the deletion of his personality. To have lived a generation is not only to have grown at home in that perplexing medium, but to have assumed innumerable duties. To die at such an age has, for all but the entirely base, something of the air of a betrayal. A man does not only reflect upon what he might have done in a future that is never to be his, but beholding himself so early a deserter from the fight, he eats his heart for the good he might have done already. To have been so useless, and now to lose all hope of being useful, any more there it is that death and memory assail him. And even if mankind shall go on, founding heroic cities, practicing heroic virtues, rising steadily from strength to strength, even if his work shall be fulfilled, his friends consoled, his wife remarried by a better than he, how shall this alter, in one jot, his estimation of a career which was his only business in this world, which was so fitfully pursued, and which is now so ineffectively to end? Avi S. Triplex. The changes wrought by death are in themselves so sharp and final, and so terrible and melancholy in their consequences, that the thing stands alone in man's experience and has no parallel upon earth. It outdoes all other accidents because it is the last of them. Sometimes it leaps suddenly upon its victims, like a thug. Sometimes it lays a regular siege and creeps upon their citadel during a score of years. And when the business is done, there is sore havoc made in other people's lives, and a pin knocked out by which many subsidiary friendships hung together. There are empty chairs, solitary walks, and single beds at night. Again, in taking away our friends, death does not take them away utterly, but leaves behind a mocking, tragical, and soon intolerable residue, which must be hurriedly concealed. Hence a whole chapter of sights and customs striking to the mind, from the pyramids of Egypt to the gibbets and dual trees of medieval Europe. The poorest persons have a bit of pageant going towards the tomb. Memorial stones are set up over the least memorable. And, in order to preserve some show of respect for what remains of our old loves and friendships, we must accompany it with much grimly ludicrous ceremonial, and the hired undertaker parades before the door. All this and much more of the same sort, accompanied by the eloquence of poets, has gone a great way to put humanity in error. Nay, in many philosophies the error has been embodied and laid down with every circumstance of logic. Although in real life the bustle and swiftness, in leaving people little time to think, have not left them time enough to go dangerously wrong in practice. As a matter of fact, although few things are spoken of with more fearful whisperings than this prospect of death, few have less influence on conduct under healthy circumstances. We have all heard of cities in South America built upon the side of fiery mountains, and how, even in this tremendous neighborhood, the inhabitants are not a jot more impressed by the solemnity of mortal conditions than if they were delving gardens in the greenest corner of England. There are serenades and suppers and much gallantry among the myrtles overhead, and meanwhile the foundation shudders underfoot, the bowels of the mountain growl, and at any moment living ruin may leap sky-high into the moonlight, and tumble man and his merry-making in the dust. In the eyes of very young people, and very dull old ones, there is something indescribably reckless and desperate in such a picture. It seems not credible that respectable married people, with umbrellas, should find appetite for a bit of supper within quite a long distance of a fiery mountain. Ordinary life begins to smell of high-handed debauch when it is carried on so close to a catastrophe. And even cheese and salad, it seems, could hardly be relished in such circumstances without something like a defiance of the Creator. It should be a place for nobody, but hermits dwelling in prayer and maceration, or mere born devils drowning care in a perpetual carouse. And yet, when one comes to think upon it calmly, the situation of these South American citizens forms only a very pale figure for the state of ordinary mankind. This world itself, traveling blindly and swiftly in overcrowded space, among a million other worlds traveling blindly and swiftly in contrary directions, may very well come by a knock that would set it into explosion like a penny squib. And what, pathologically looked at, is the human body with all its organs, but a mere bagful of petards? The least of these is as dangerous to the whole economy as the ship's powder magazine to the ship, and with every breath we breathe, and every meal we eat, we are putting one or more of them in peril. If we clung as devotedly as some philosophers pretend we do to the abstract idea of life, or were half as frightened as they make out we are, for the subversive accident that ends it all, the trumpets might sound by the hour, and no one would follow them into battle. The blue beater might fly at the truck, but who would climb into a seagoing ship? Think if these philosophers were right with what a preparation of spirit we should affront the daily peril of the dinner table. A deadlier spot than any battlefield in history, where the far greater proportion of our ancestors have miserably left their bones. What woman would ever be lured into marriage, so much more dangerous than the wildest sea? And what would it be to grow old? For, after a certain distance, every step we take in life we find the ice growing thinner below our feet, and all around us and behind us we see our contemporaries going through. By the time a man gets well into the 70s, his continued existence is a mere miracle, and when he lays his old bones in bed for the night, there is an overwhelming probability that he will never see the day. Do the old men mind it as a matter of fact? Why, no. They were never merrier. They have their grog at night and tell the raciest stories. They hear of the death of people about their own age, or even younger, not as if it was a grisly warning, but with a simple childlike pleasure at having outlived someone else. And when a draught might puff them out like a guttering candle, or a bit of a stumble shatter them like so much glass, their old hearts keep sound and unaffrighted, And they go on, bubbling with laughter, through years of man's age compared to which the valley at Balaclava was as safe and peaceful as a village cricket green on Sunday. It may fairly be questioned if we look to the peril, only whether it was a much more daring feat for Curtius to plunge into the gulf, than for any old gentleman of 90 to doff his clothes and clamber into bed. Indeed, it is a memorable subject for consideration, with what unconcern and gaiety mankind pricks on along the valley of the shadow of death. The whole way is one wilderness of snares, and the end of it, for those who fear the last pinch, is irrevocable ruin. And yet we go spinning through it all, like a party for the Derby. Perhaps the reader remembers one of the humorous devices of the deified Caligula, how he encouraged a vast concourse of holiday-makers onto his bridge over By Bay, and when they were in the height of their enjoyment, turned loose the Praetorian guards among the company and had them tossed into the sea. This is no bad miniature of the dealings of nature with the transitory race of man. Only, what a checkered picnic we have of it, even while it lasts. And into what great waters, not to be crossed by any swimmer, God's pale Praetorian throws us over in the end. We live the time that a match flickers. We pop the cork of a ginger beer bottle, and the earthquake swallows us on the instant. Is it not odd, is it not incongruous, is it not, in the highest sense of human speech, incredible that we should think so highly of the ginger beer, and regard so little the devouring earthquake? The love of life and the fear of death are two famous phrases that grow harder to understand the more we think about them. It is a well-known fact that an immense proportion of boat accidents would never happen if people held the sheet in their hands instead of making it fast. And yet, unless it be some martinet of a professional mariner, or some landsman with shattered nerves, every one of God's creatures makes it fast. A strange instance of man's unconcern and brazen boldness in the face of death. We confound ourselves with metaphysical phrases, which we import into daily talk with noble inappropriateness. We have no idea of what death is, apart from its circumstances, and some of its consequences to others. And although we have some experience of living, there is not a man on earth who has flown so high into abstraction as to have any practical guess at the meaning of the word life. All literature, from Job and Omar Khayyam to Thomas Carlyle or Walt Whitman, is but an attempt to look upon the human state with such largeness of view as shall enable us to rise from the consideration of living to the definition of life. And our sages give us about the best satisfaction in their power when they say that it is a vapor, or a show, or made out of the same stuff with dreams. Philosophy, in its more rigid sense, has been at the same work for ages, and after a myriad bald heads have wagged over the problem, and piles of words have been heaped one upon another into dry and cloudy volumes without end, philosophy has the honor of laying before us, with modest pride, her contribution towards the subject, that life is a permanent possibility of sensation. Truly a fine result. A man may very well love beef or hunting or a woman, but surely not a permanent possibility of sensation. He may be afraid of a precipice, or a dentist, or a large enemy with a club, or even an undertaker's man, but not certainly of abstract death. We may trick with the word life in its dozen senses until we are weary of tricking. We may argue in terms of all the philosophies on earth, but one fact remains true throughout, that we do not love life, in the sense that we are greatly preoccupied about its conservation, that we do not, properly speaking, love life at all, but living. Into the views of the least careful there will enter some degree of providence. No man's eyes are fixed entirely on the passing hour, but although we have some anticipation of good health, good weather, wine, active employment, love, and self-approval, the sum of these anticipations does not amount to anything like a general view of life's possibilities and issues, nor are those who cherish them most vividly at all the most scrupulous of their personal safety. To be deeply interested in the accidents of our existence, to enjoy keenly the mixed tenure of human experience, rather leads a man to disregard precautions and risk his neck against a straw. For surely the love of living is stronger in an alpine climber roping over a peril, or a hunter riding merrily at a stiff fence, than in a creature who lives upon a diet and walks a measured distance in the interest of his constitution. There is a great deal of very vile nonsense talked upon both sides of the matter. Tearing divines reducing life to the dimensions of a mere funeral procession, so short as to be hardly decent, and melancholy unbelievers yearning for the tomb as if it were a world too far away. Both sides must feel a little ashamed of their performances now and again when they draw in their chairs to dinner. Indeed, a good meal and a bottle of wine is an answer to most standard works upon the question. When a man's heart warms to his viands, he forgets a great deal of sophistry and soars into a rosy zone of contemplation. Death may be knocking at the door like the commander's statue. We have something else in hand, thank God, and let him knock. Passing bells are ringing all the world over. All the world over, and every hour someone is parting company with all his aches and ecstasies. For us also the trap is laid. But we are so fond of life that we have no leisure to entertain the terror of death. It is a honeymoon with us all through, and none of the longest. Small blame to us if we give our whole hearts to this glowing bride of ours, to the appetites, to honor, to the hungry curiosity of the mind, to the pleasure of the eyes in nature, and the pride of our own nimble bodies. We all of us appreciate the sensations, but as for caring about the permanence of the possibility, a man's head is generally very bald, and his senses very dull, before he comes to that. Whether we regard life as a lane leading to a dead wall, a mere bag's end, as the French say, or whether we think of it as a vestibule or gymnasium, where we wait our turn and prepare our faculties for some more noble destiny, whether we thunder in a pulpit or pule in little atheistic poetry books about its vanity and brevity, whether we look justly for years of health and vigor or are about to mount into a bath chair as a step towards the hearse. In each and all of these views and situations, there is but one conclusion possible: that a man should stop his ears against paralyzing terror and run the race that is set before him with a single mind. No one surely could have recoiled with more heartache and terror from the thought of death than our respected lexicographer, and yet we know how little it affected his conduct, how wisely and boldly he walked, and in what a fresh and lively vein he spoke of life. Already an old man, he ventured on his Highland tour, and his heart, bound with triple brass, did not recoil before 27 individual cups of tea. As courage and intelligence are the two qualities best worth a good man's cultivation, so it is the first part of intelligence to recognize our precarious estate in life, and the first part of courage to be not at all abashed before the fact. A frank and somewhat headlong carriage, not looking too anxiously before, not dallying in maudlin regret over the past, stamps the man who is well armored for this world. And not only well armored for himself, but a good friend and a good citizen to boot. We do not go to cowards for tender dealing. There is nothing so cruel as panic. The man who has least fear for his own carcase has most time to consider others. That eminent chemist who took his walks abroad in tin shoes and subsisted wholly upon tepid milk had all his work cut out for him in considerate dealings with his own digestion. So soon as prudence has begun to grow up in the brain, like a dismal fungus, it finds its first expression in a paralysis of generous acts. The victim begins to shrink spiritually. He develops a fancy for parlors with a regulated temperature and takes his morality on the principle of tin shoes and tepid milk. The care of one important body or soul becomes so engrossing that all the noises of the outer world begin to come thin and faint into the parlor with the regulated temperature, and the tin shoes go equably forward over blood and rain. To be overwise is to ossify, and the scruple-monger ends by standing stock-still. Now the man who has his heart on his sleeve, and a good whirling weathercock of a brain, who reckons his life as a thing to be dashingly used and cheerfully hazarded, makes a very different acquaintance of the world, keeps all his pulses going true and fast, and gathers impetus as he runs, until, if he be running towards anything better than wildfire, he may shoot up and become a constellation in the end. Lord, look after his health, Lord, have a care of his soul, says he, and he has at the key of the position, and swashes through incongruity and peril towards his aim. Death is on all sides of him with pointed batteries, as he is on all sides of all of us. Unfortunate surprises gird him round. Mimouthed friends and relations hold up their hands in quite a little elegiacal synod about his path. And what cares he for all this? Being a true lover of living, a fellow with something pushing and spontaneous in his inside, he must, like any other soldier, in any other stirring, deadly warfare, push on at his best pace until he touch the goal. A peerage or Westminster Abbey, cried Nelson in his bright, boyish, heroic manner. These are great incentives, not for any of these, but for the plain satisfaction of living, of being about their business in some sort or other. Do the brave, serviceable men of every nation tread down the nettled danger, and pass flyingly over all the stumbling blocks of prudence. Think of the heroism of Johnson. Think of that superb indifference to mortal limitation that set him upon his dictionary, and carried him through triumphantly until the end. Who, if he were wisely considerate of things at large, would ever embark upon any work much more considerable than a halfpenny postcard? Who would project a serial novel, after Thackeray and Dickens had each fallen in mid-course? Who would find hard enough to begin to live, if he dallied with the consideration of death? And after all, what sorry and pitiful quibbling all this is. To forgo all the issues of living in a parlor with a regulated temperaturias, if that were not to die 100 times over, and for 10 years at a stretch. As if it were not to die in one's own lifetime, and without even the sad immunities of death. As if it were not to die, and yet be the patient spectators of our own pitiable change. The permanent possibility is preserved, but the sensations carefully held at arm's length, as if one kept a photographic plate in a dark chamber. It is better to lose health like a spendthrift than to waste it like a miser. It is better to live and be done with it than to die daily in the sick room. By all means, begin your folio. Even if the doctor does not give you a year, even if he hesitates about a month, make one brave push and see what can be accomplished in a week. It is not only in finished undertakings that we ought to honor useful labor. A spirit goes out of the man who means execution, which outlives the most untimely ending. All who have meant good work with their whole hearts have done good work, although they may die before they have the time to sign it. Every heart that has beat strong and cheerfully has left a hopeful impulse behind it in the world, and bettered the tradition of mankind. And even if death catch people, like an open pitfall and in mid-career, laying out vast projects and planning monstrous foundations flushed with hope, and their mouths full of boastful language, they should be at once tripped up and silenced. Is there not something brave and spirited in such a termination? And does not life go down with a better grace, foaming in full body over a precipice, than miserably straggling to an end in sandy deltas? When the Greeks made their fine saying that those whom the gods love die young, I cannot help believing they had this sort of death also in their eye. For surely, at whatever age it overtake the man, this is to die young. Death has not been suffered to take so much as an illusion from his heart. In the hot fit of life, adipto on the highest point of being, he passes at a bound onto the other side. The noise of the mallet and chisel is scarcely quenched. The trumpets are hardly done blowing, when, trailing with him clouds of glory, this happy-starred, full-blooded spirit shoots into the spiritual land. Romans 6. El Dorado. It seems as if a great deal were attainable in a world where there are so many marriages and decisive battles, and where we all, at certain hours of the day, and with great gusto and dispatch, stow a portion of victuals finally and irretrievably into the bag which contains us. And it would seem also, on a hasty view, that the attainment of as much as possible was the one goal of man's contentious life. And yet, as regards the spirit, this is but a semblance. We live in an ascending scale when we live happily, one thing leading to another in an endless series. There is always a new horizon for onward-looking men, and although we dwell on a small planet, immersed in petty business and not enduring beyond a brief period of years, we are so constituted that our hopes are inaccessible, like stars, and the term of hoping is prolonged until the term of life. To be truly happy is a question of how we begin and not of how we end, of what we want and not of what we have. An aspiration is a joy forever, a possession as solid as a landed estate, a fortune which we can never exhaust and which gives us year by year a revenue of pleasurable activity. To have many of these is to be spiritually rich. Life is only a very dull and ill-directed theater, unless we have some interest in the piece. And to those who have neither art nor science, the world is a mere arrangement of colors, or a rough footway where they may very well break their shins. It is in virtue of his own desires and curiosities that any man continues to exist with even patience, that he is charmed by the look of things and people, and that he wakens every morning with a renewed appetite for work and pleasure. Desire and curiosity are the two eyes through which he sees the world in the most enchanted colors. It is they that make women beautiful or fossils interesting, and the man may squander his estate and come to beggary, but if he keeps these two amulets, he is still rich in the possibilities of pleasure. Suppose he could take one meal so compact and comprehensive that he should never hunger any more. Suppose him at a glance to take in all the features of the world and allay the desire for knowledge. Suppose him to do the like in any province of experience, you would not that man be in a poor way for amusement ever after. One who goes touring on foot with a single volume in his knapsack reads with circumspection, pausing often to reflect, and often laying the book down to contemplate the landscape, or the prince in the inn parlor. For he fears to come to an end of his entertainment and be left companionless on the last stages of his journey. A young fellow recently finished the works of Thomas Carlyle, winding up, if we remember aright, with the 10 notebooks upon Frederick the Great. What? Cried the young fellow in consternation. Is there no more Carlyle? Am I left to the daily papers? A more celebrated instance is that of Alexander, who wept bitterly because he had no more worlds to subdue. And when Gibbon had finished The Decline and Fall, he had only a few moments of joy, and it was with a sober melancholy that he parted from his labors. Happily we all shoot at the moon with ineffectual arrows, our hopes are set on inaccessible El Dorado, we come to an end of nothing here below. Interests are only plucked up to sow themselves again, like mustard. You would think when the child was born there would be an end to trouble, and yet it is only the beginning of fresh anxieties, and when you have seen it through its teething and its education, and at last its marriage, alas. It is only to have new fears, new quivering sensibilities with every day, and the health of your children's children grows as touching a concern as that of your own. Again, when you have married your wife, you would think you were got upon a hilltop, and might begin to go downward by an easy slope. But you have only ended courting to begin marriage. Falling in love and winning love are often difficult tasks to overbearing and rebellious spirits, but to keep in love is also a business of some importance, to which both man and wife must bring kindness and goodwill. The true love story commences at the altar, when there lies before the married pair a most beautiful contest of wisdom and generosity, and a lifelong struggle towards an unattainable ideal. Unattainable? Aye, surely unattainable, from the very fact that they are two instead of one. Of making books there is no end, complained the preacher, and did not perceive how highly he was praising letters as an occupation. There is no end, indeed, to making books or experiments, or to travel, or to gathering wealth. Problem gives rise to problem. We may study forever, and we are never as learned as we would. We have never made a statue worthy of our dreams. And when we have discovered a continent, or crossed a chain of mountains, it is only to find another ocean or another plain upon the farther side. In the infinite universe, there is room for our swiftest diligence and to spare. It is not like the works of Carlyle, which can be read to an end. Even in a corner of it, in a private park, or in the neighborhood of a single hamlet, the weather and the seasons keep so deftly changing that, although we walk there for a lifetime, there will be always something new to startle and delight us. There is only one wish realizable on the earth, only one thing that can be perfectly attained: death. And from a variety of circumstances, we have no one to tell us whether it be worth attaining. Romans 7. The English admirals. Whether it be wise in men to do such actions or no, I am sure it is so in states to honor them. Sir William Temple. There is one story of the wars of Rome, which I have always very much envied for England. Germanicus was going down at the head of the legions, into a dangerous river in the opposite bank. The woods were full of germanswin. There flew out 7 great eagles, which seemed to marshal the Romans on their way. They did not pause or waver, but disappeared into the forest, where the enemy lay concealed. Forward, cried Germanicus with a fine rhetorical inspiration, forward, and follow the Roman birds. It would be a very heavy spirit that did not give a leap at such a signal, and a very timorous one that continued to have any doubt of success. To appropriate the eagles as fellow countrymen was to make imaginary allies of the forces of nature, the Roman Empire and its military fortunes, and along with these the prospects of those individual Roman legionaries, now fording a river in Germany, looked altogether greater and more hopeful. It is a kind of illusion easy to produce. A particular shape of cloud, the appearance of a particular star, the holiday of some particular saint anything, in short, to remind the combatants of patriotic legends or old successes may be enough to change the issue of a pitched battle, for it gives to the one party a feeling that right and the larger interests are with them. If an Englishman wishes to have such a feeling, it must be about the sea. The lion is nothing to us. He has not been taken to the hearts of the people and naturalized as an English emblem. We know right well that a lion would fall foul of us as grimly as he would of a Frenchman or a Moldavian Jew, and we do not carry him before us in the smoke of battle. But the sea is our approach and bulwark. It has been the scene of our greatest triumphs and dangers, and we are accustomed in lyrical strains to claim it as our own. The prostrating experiences of foreigners between Calais and Dover have always an agreeable side to English prepossessions. A man from Bedfordshire, who does not know one end of the ship from the other until she begins to move, swaggers among such persons with a sense of hereditary nautical experience. To suppose yourself endowed with natural parts for the sea, because you are the countryman of Blake and mighty Nelson, is perhaps just as unwarrantable as to imagine Scotch extraction a sufficient guarantee that you will look well in a kilt. But the feeling is there, and seated beyond the reach of argument. We should consider ourselves unworthy of our descent if we did not share the arrogance of our progenitors and please ourselves with the pretension that the sea is English. Even where it is looked upon by the guns and battlements of another nation, we regard it as a kind of English cemetery, where the bones of our seafaring fathers take their rest until the last trumpet. For I suppose no other nation has lost as many ships or sent as many brave fellows to the bottom. There is nowhere such a background for heroism as the noble, terrifying, and picturesque conditions of some of our sea fights. Hawke's battle in the Tempest, and a Bowker at the moment when the French admiral blew up, reached the limit of what is imposing to the imagination. And our naval annals owe some of their interest to the fantastic and beautiful appearance of old warships, and the romance that invests the sea and everything seagoing in the eyes of English lads on a half-holiday at the coast. Nay, and what we know of the misery between decks enhances the bravery of what was done by giving it something for contrast. We like to know that these bold and honest fellows contrived to live, and to keep bold and honest among absurd and vile surroundings. No reader can forget the description of the thunder in Roderick Random, the disorderly tyranny, the cruelty and dirt of officers and men, deck after deck, each with some new object of offense. The hospital, where the hammocks were huddled together with but 14 inches space for each. The cockpit, far under water, where in an intolerable stench the spectacled steward kept the accounts of the different messes, and the canvas enclosure, 6 feet square, in which Morgan made Flip and Salmagundi, smoked his pipe, sang his Welsh songs, and swore his queer Welsh imprecations. There are portions of this business on board the Thunder over which the reader passes lightly and hurriedly, like a traveler in a malarious country. It is easy enough to understand the opinion of Dr. Johnson. Why, sir, he said, no man will be a sailor who has contrivance enough to get himself into a jail. You would fancy anyone's spirit would die out under such an accumulation of darkness, noisomeness, and injustice, above all when he had not come there of his own free will, but under the cutlasses and bludgeons of the press gang. But perhaps a watch on deck in the sharp sea air put a man on his mettle again. A battle must have been a capital relief. And prize money, bloodily earned and grossly squandered, opened the doors of the prison for a twinkling. Somehow or other, at least, this worst of possible lives could not overlie the spirit and gaiety of our sailors. They did their duty as though they had some interest in the fortune of that country which so cruelly oppressed them. They served their guns merrily when it came to fighting, and they had the readiest ear for a bold, honorable sentiment of any class of men the world ever produced. Most men of high destinies have high-sounding names. Pym and Habakkuk may do pretty well, but they must not think to cope with the Cromwells and Isaiahs, and you could not find a better case in point than that of the English admirals. Drake and Rooke and Hawke are picked names for men of execution. Frobisher, Rodney, Boscawen, foul-weathered Jack Byron are all good to catch the eye in a page of a naval history. Cloudesley's shovel is a mouthful of quaint and sounding syllables. Benbow has a bulldog quality that suits the man's character, and it takes us back to those English archers who were his true comrades for plainness, tenacity, and pluck. Raleigh is spirited and martial, and signifies an act of bold conduct in the field. It is impossible to judge of Blake or Nelson, no names current among men being worthy of such heroes. But still, it is odd enough, and very appropriate in this connection, that the latter was greatly taken with his Sicilian title. The signification, perhaps, pleased him, says Southey. Duke of Thunder was what in Dahomey would have been called a strong name. It was to a sailor's taste, and certainly to no man could it be more applicable. Admiral in itself is one of the most satisfactory of distinctions. It has a noble sound and a very proud history, and Columbus thought so highly of it that he enjoined his heirs to sign themselves by that title as long as the house should last. But it is the spirit of the men, and not their names, that I wish to speak about in this paper. That spirit is truly English. They, and not Tennyson's cot spinners or Mr. D.R.C. Thompson's abstract bagman, are the true and typical Englishmen. There may be more head of bagmen in the country, but human beings are reckoned by number only in political constitutions, and the admirals are typical in the full force of the word. They are splendid examples of virtue, indeed, but of a virtue in which most Englishmen can claim a moderate share. And what we admire in their lives is a sort of apotheosis of ourselves. Almost everybody in our land, except humanitarians and a few persons whose youth has been depressed by exceptionally aesthetic surroundings, can understand and sympathize with an admiral or a prizefighter. I do not wish to bracket Benbow and Tom Cribb, but depend upon it, they are practically bracketed for admiration in the minds of many frequenters of alehouses. If you told them about Germanicus and the Eagles, or Regulus going back to Carthage, they would very likely fall asleep. But tell them about Harry Pierce and Jem Belcher, or about Nelson and the Nile, and they put down their pipes to listen. I have by me a copy of Boxiana, on the flyleaves of which a youthful member of the fancy kept a chronicle of remarkable events and an obituary of great men. Here we find piously chronicled the demise of jockeys, watermen, and pugilists Johnny Moore, of the Liverpool prize ring, Tom Spring, aged 56, Pierce Egan, senior, writer of Boxiana and other sporting works, and among all these, the Duke of Wellington. If Benbow had lived in the time of this annalist, do you suppose his name would not have been added to the glorious roll? In short, we do not all feel warmly towards Wesley or Laud, we cannot all take pleasure in Paradise Lost. But there are certain common sentiments and touches of nature by which the whole nation is made to feel kinship. A little while ago, everybody, from Hazlitt and John Wilson down to the imbecile creature who scribbled his register on the flyleaves of Boxiana, felt a more or less shamefaced satisfaction in the exploits of prize-fighters. And the exploits of the admirals are popular to the same degree and tell in all ranks of society. Their sayings and doings stir English blood like the sound of a trumpet. And if the Indian Empire, the trade of London, and all the outward and visible ensigns of our greatness should pass away, we should still leave behind us a durable monument of what we were in these sayings and doings of the English admirals. Duncan, lying off the Texel with his own flagship, the Venerable, and only one other vessel, heard that the whole Dutch fleet was putting to sea. He told Captain Hotham to anchor alongside of him in the narrowest part of the channel and fight his vessel till she sank. I have taken the depth of the water, added he, and when the Venerable goes down my flag will still fly. And you observe this is no naked Viking in a prehistoric period, but a Scottish member of Parliament with a smattering of the classics, a telescope, a cocked hat of great size, and flannel underclothing. In the same spirit, Nelson went into a bowker with 6 colors flying, so that even if 5 were shot away, it should not be imagined he had struck. He too must needs wear his 4 stars outside his admiral's frock, to be a butt for sharpshooters. In honor I gain them, he said to objectors, adding with sublime illogicality, in honor I will die with them. Captain Douglas of the Royal Oak, when the Dutch fired his vessel in the Thames, sent his men ashore, but was burned along with her himself rather than desert his post without orders. Just then, perhaps the merry monarch was chasing a moth round the Supertable with the ladies of his court. When Raleigh sailed into Cadiz, and all the forts and ships opened fire on him at once, he scorned to shoot a gun, and made answer with a flourish of insulting trumpets. I like this bravado better than the wisest dispositions to ensure victory. It comes from the heart and goes to it. God has made nobler heroes, but he never made a finer gentleman than Walter Raleigh. And as our admirals were full of heroic superstitions, and had a strutting and vainglorious style of fight, so they discovered a startling eagerness for battle, and courted war like a mistress. When the news came to Essex before Cadiz that the attack had been decided, he threw his hat into the sea. It is in this way that a schoolboy hears of a half-holiday, but this was a bearded man of great possessions who had just been allowed to risk his life. Benbow could not lie still in his bunk after he had lost his leg. He must be on deck in a basket to direct and animate the fight. I said they loved war like a mistress. Yet I think there are not many mistresses we should continue to woo under similar circumstances. Trowbridge went ashore with the Culloden, and was able to take no part in the Battle of the Nile. The merits of that ship and her gallant captain, wrote Nelson to the Admiralty, are too well known to benefit by anything I could say. Her misfortune was great in getting aground, while her more fortunate companions were in the full tide of happiness. This is a notable expression, and depicts the whole great-hearted, big-spoken stock of the English admirals to a hair. It was to be in the full tide of happiness for Nelson to destroy 5,525 of his fellow creatures, and have his own scalp torn open by a piece of Langridge shot. Hear him again at Copenhagen. A shot through the mainmast knocked the splinters about, and he observed to one of his officers with a smile, "It is warm work, and this may be the last to any of us at any moment. And then, stopping short at the gangway, added with emotion, but mark you, I would not be elsewhere for thousands. I must tell one more story, which has lately been made familiar to us all, and that in one of the noblest ballads of the English language. I had written my tame prose abstract, I shall beg the reader to believe, when I had no notion that the sacred bard designed an immortality for Greenville. Sir Richard Greenville was vice admiral to Lord Thomas Howard, and lay off the Azores with the English squadron in 1591. He was a noted tyrant to his crew, a dark, bullying fellow apparently, and it is related of him that he would chew and swallow wineglasses by way of convivial levity till the blood ran out of his mouth. When the Spanish fleet of 50 sail came within sight of the English, his ship, the Revenge, was the last to weigh anchor, and was so far circumvented by the Spaniards that there were but two courses open, either to turn her back upon the enemy or sail through one of his squadrons. The first alternative Greenville dismissed as dishonorable to himself, his country, and Her Majesty's ship. Accordingly, he chose the latter, and steered into the Spanish armament. Several vessels he forced to luff and fall under his lee, until about 3 o'clock of the afternoon, a great ship of 3 decks of ordnance took the wind out of his sails, and immediately boarded. Thenceforward, and all night long, the Revenge held her own single-handed against the Spaniards. As one ship was beaten off, another took its place. She endured, according to Raleigh's computation, 800 shot of great artillery, besides many assaults and entries. By morning the powder was spent, the pikes all broken, not a stick was standing, nothing left overhead either for flight or defense, 6 feet of water in the hold, almost all the men hurt, and Greenville himself in a dying condition. To bring them to this pass, a fleet of 50 sail had been mauling them for 15 hours, the admiral of the hulks and the Ascension of Seville had both gone down alongside, and 2 other vessels had taken refuge on shore in a sinking state. In Hawke's words, they had taken a great deal of drubbing. The captain and crew thought they had done about enough, but Greenville was not of this opinion. He gave orders to the master gunner, whom he knew to be a fellow after his own stamp, to scuttle the Revenge where she lay. The others, who were not mortally wounded like the admiral, interfered with some decision, locked the master gunner in his cabin, after having deprived him of his sword, for he manifested an intention to kill himself if he were not to sink the ship, and sent to the Spaniards to demand terms. These were granted. The second or third day after, Greenville died of his wounds aboard the Spanish flagship, leaving his contempt upon the traitors and dogs who had not chosen to do as he did and engage 50 vessels, well found and fully manned, with 6 inferior craft ravaged by sickness and short of stores. He at least, he said, had done his duty as he was bound to do, and looked for everlasting fame. Someone said to me the other day that they considered this story to be of a pestilent example. I am not inclined to imagine we shall ever be put into any practical difficulty from a superfluity of Greenvilles, and besides, I demur to the opinion. The worth of such actions is not a thing to be decided in a quaver of sensibility or a flush of righteous common sense. The man who wished to make the ballads of his country coveted a small matter compared to what Richard Greenville accomplished. I wonder how many people have been inspired by this mad story, and how many battles have been actually won for England in the spirit thus engendered. It is only with a measure of habitual foolhardiness that you can be sure, in the common run of men, of courage on a reasonable occasion. An army or a fleet, if it is not led by quixotic fancies, will not be led far by terror of the provost marshal. Even German warfare, in addition to maps and telegraphs, is not above employing the Wachtum Rhine, nor is it only in the profession of arms that such stories may do good to a man. In this desperate and gleeful fighting, whether it is Greenville or Benbow, Hawke or Nelson, who flies his colors in the ship, we see men brought to the test and giving proof of what we call heroic feeling. Prosperous humanitarians tell me, in my club smoking room, that they are a prey to prodigious heroic feelings, and that it costs them more nobility of soul to do nothing in particular than would carry on all the wars, by sea or land, of bellicose humanity. It may very well be so, and yet not touch the point in question. For what I desire is to see some of this nobility brought face to face with me in an inspiriting achievement. A man may talk smoothly over a cigar in my club smoking room from now to the day of judgment, without adding anything to mankind's treasury of illustrious and encouraging examples. It is not over the virtues of a Curé Tanti party novel that people are abashed into high resolutions. It may be because their hearts are crass, but to stir them properly, They must have men entering into glory with some pomp and circumstance. And that is why these stories of our sea captains, printed, so to speak, in capitals and full of bracing moral influence, are more valuable to England than any material benefit in all the books of political economy between Westminster and Birmingham. Greenville chewing wineglasses at table makes no very pleasant figure, any more than 1,000 other artists when they are viewed in the body, or met in private life. But his work of art, his finished tragedy, is an eloquent performance, and I contend it ought not only to enliven men of the sword as they go into battle, but send back merchant clerks with more heart and spirit to their bookkeeping by double entry. There is another question which seems bound up in this, and that is Temple's problem, whether it was wise of Douglas to burn with the royal oak, and by implication, what it was that made him do so. Many will tell you it was the desire of fame. To what do Caesar and Alexander owe the infinite grandeur of their renown, but to fortune? How many men has she extinguished in the beginning of their progress, of whom we have no knowledge, who brought as much courage to the work as they, if their adverse hap had not cut them off in the first sally of their arms? Amongst so many and so great dangers, I do not remember to have anywhere read that Caesar was ever wounded. 1,000 have fallen in less dangers than the least of those he went through. A great many brave actions must be expected to be performed without witness, for one that comes to some notice. A man is not always at the top of a breach, or at the head of an army in the sight of his general, as upon a platform. He is often surprised between the hedge and the ditch. He must run the hazard of his life against a hen roost. He must dislodge 4 rascally musketeers out of a barn. He must pick out single from his party, as necessity arises, and meet adventures alone. Thus far Montaigne, in a characteristic essay on glory. Where death is certain, as in the cases of Douglas or Greenville, it seems all one from a personal point of view. The man who lost his life against a hen roost is in the same pickle with him who lost his life against a fortified place of the first order. Whether he has missed a peerage or only the corporal's stripes, it is all one if he has missed them and is quietly in the grave. It was by a hazard that we learned the conduct of the 4 marines of the wager. There was no room for these brave fellows in the boat, and they were left behind upon the island to a certain death. They were soldiers, they said, and knew well enough it was their business to die, and as their comrades pulled away, they stood upon the beach, gave 3 cheers, and cried, "God bless the king." Now, 1 or 2 of those who were in the boat escaped, against all likelihood, to tell the story. That was a great thing for us, but surely it cannot, by any possible twisting of human speech, be construed into anything great for the Marines. You may suppose, if you like, that they died hoping their behavior would not be forgotten, or you may suppose they thought nothing on the subject, which is much more likely. What can be the signification of the word fame to a private of Marines, who cannot read and knows nothing of past history beyond the reminiscences of his grandmother? But whichever supposition you make, the fact is unchanged. They died while the question still hung in the balance, and I suppose their bones were already white, before the winds and the waves and the humor of Indian chiefs and Spanish governors had decided whether they were to be unknown and useless martyrs or honored heroes. Indeed, I believe this is the lesson. If it is for fame that men do brave actions, they are only silly fellows after all. It is at best but a pettifogging, pick-think business to decompose actions into little personal motives and explain heroism away. The abstract bagman will grow like an admiral at heart, not by ungrateful carping, but in a heat of admiration. But there is another theory of the personal motive in these fine sayings and doings, which I believe to be true and wholesome. People usually do things and suffer martyrdoms because they have an inclination that way. The best artist is not the man who fixes his eye on posterity, but the one who loves the practice of his art. And instead of having a taste for being successful merchants and retiring at 30, some people have a taste for high and what we call heroic forms of excitement. If the admirals courted war like a mistress, if, as the drum beat to quarters, the sailors came gaily out of the forecastle, it is because a fight is a period of multiplied and intense experiences, and, by Nelson's computation, worth thousands to anyone who has a heart under his jacket. If the Marines of the wager gave 3 cheers and cried "God bless the king," it was because they liked to do things nobly for their own satisfaction. They were giving their lives, there was no help for that, and they made it a point of self-respect to give them handsomely. And there were never 4 happier Marines in God's world than these 4 at that moment. If it was worth thousands to be at the Baltic, I wish a Benthamite arithmetician would calculate how much it was worth to be one of these four Marines, or how much their story is worth to each of us who read it. And mark you, undemonstrative men would have spoiled the situation. The finest action is the better for a piece of purple. If the soldiers of the Birkenhead had not gone down in line, or these Marines of the Wager had walked away simply into the island, like plenty of other brave fellows in the like circumstances, my Benthamite arithmetician would assign a far lower value to the two stories. We have to desire a grand air in our heroes, and such a knowledge of the human stage as shall make them put the dots on their own is, and leave us in no suspense as to when they mean to be heroic. And hence, we should congratulate ourselves upon the fact that our admirals were not only great-hearted but big-spoken. The heroes themselves say, as often as not, that fame is their object, but I do not think that is much to the purpose. People generally say what they have been taught to say. That was the catchword they were given in youth to express the aims of their way of life. And men who are gaining great battles are not likely to take much trouble in reviewing their sentiments and the words in which they were told to express them. Almost every person, if you will believe himself, holds a quite different theory of life from the one on which he is patently acting. And the fact is, fame may be a forethought and an afterthought, but it is too abstract an idea to move people greatly in moments of swift and momentous decision. It is from something more immediate, some determination of blood to the head, some trick of the fancy, that the breach is stormed or the bold words spoken. I am sure a fellow shooting an ugly weir in a canoe has exactly as much thought about fame as most commanders going into battle, and yet the action, fall out how it will, is not one of those the muse delights to celebrate. Indeed, it is difficult to see why the fellow does a thing so nameless, and yet so formidable to look at, unless on the theory that he likes it. I suspect that is why, and I suspect it is at least 10%. Of why Lord Beaconsfield and Mr. Gladstone have debated so much in the House of Commons, and why Burnaby rode to Khiva the other day, and why the admirals courted war like a mistress.